Chapter 1 I'm going to die. In the crowded hospital, figures weaved back and forth constantly. Lin Ran slowly walked among the crowd, holding 2 newly confirmed diagnosis reports in his hand. Not knowing who had bumped into him, he stumbled unsteadily backward. His ears were filled with a cacophony of sounds, and his eyes saw an endless stream of passing figures. Lin Ran raised his head blankly, and suddenly everything around him fell silent. The figures disappeared, the scene froze. He blinked a few times, still uncertain as he lifted his hand to reread the 2 heavy report forms word by word. An abnormal object was visible in the stomach, possibly an early-stage tumor, requiring further examination for confirmation. An abnormality was found in the vocal cords, similar to a malignant tumor, requiring immediate follow-up inspection for diagnosis. Lin Ran's hands couldn't help but tremble at the sight of the paper. At that moment, he felt utterly pathetic. The lead singer of a once explosively popular boy band was now reduced to being despised like a rat on the street, afflicted with serious illnesses. This was probably karma. The curses that were written in his comments section day after day finally came true. Lin Ran sighed heavily, casually tossing the 2 pages of reports into the nearby trash can. At least, he had never wanted to live 100 years or have a perfect ending. Lin Ran returned to the rental apartment with 2 bottles of beer in hand. Ever since his throat was damaged, he hadn't touched this kind of drink for nearly a year. Reflecting on the days when he ruled the nightclub world as someone who could drink endlessly without getting drunk, now here he was abstaining from both gambling and alcohol, it was indeed laughable. He single-handedly pried off the cap, sipping the drink himself while absent-mindedly turning on the computer. According to schedule, his live streaming room should have been unbanned today. Last week, he couldn't bear all the hate comments filling the screen, lost control, and yelled profanities. This earned him a well-deserved penalty, a 1-week ban. Damn, I just turned it on and saw the face I hate most, how unlucky. Lin Ran propped his chin with one hand, looking amused at the rapidly flickering bullet comments. With an extremely handsome appearance and an outstanding voice, the combination led to the group's immediate success across the country after their debut. However, the higher he had risen a year ago, the harder he fell a year later. Can this live room broadcast normally? Fellow viewers, please click report if you care. These plastic surgery celebrities should be permanently banned. I guess he must have sneaked into some high-level official's home. Otherwise, how could he be unfrozen so fast? When I think about how he used to share the same group with my ultimate idol, and now keeps trying to steal attention from my paycheck, his face looks nauseating to me. Lin Ran paid no attention to the chaotic bullet comments, drinking another sip. Today I'm in a good mood, so out of mercy, I'll sing 2 songs for you. With your hoarse voice, you can still sing. Don't insult the original singers. Lin Ran smiled. I not only can sing, I'll make you bow in admiration to my performance. You're just a clown trying to get attention. I used to think you're pretty, until now I realized even your face is fake. Let me see which song to start with first. Remember to record the video because you will never hear my lingering, unforgettable heavenly voice again. It's already taking too long to be unbanned, everyone. Keep clicking report more enthusiastically. I don't want to listen to him singing like an old duck. Lin Ran scrolled through the playlist, his gaze stopping on his Soul Collection folder. His fingers on the mouse slightly trembled imperceptibly. Finally, as if making a determined decision, he clicked on that folder forcefully. There were dozens of instrumental versions inside, all of which Zay specifically recorded separately for him during practice sessions in the past. Hesitantly, he still clicked on one of them. Gentle notes reverberated in the live room, and originally lively viewers urging reports abruptly became quiet. The entire barrage of comments stopped eerily for a few seconds before exploding with questions. At the same time, Zay's super topic area was flooded with link shares. In just over a minute, the originally hundreds people strong live room surged to over 10,000. Is this Zay's voice? I thought I misheard. No way. Even if Zay's voice turns to ashes, I could reconstruct the melody from its fragments. That's definitely him. This guy sucked Pei Chen's blood dry from our team, and now he's shifting focus to someone else. Where does he get the nerve to try stealing Zay's traffic? Ignoring the overwhelming tide of doubts, Lin Ran focused entirely on listening to Zay's voice. A year ago, Zay's voice and technique were not as mature as they are now. Perhaps this was his exclusive accompaniment made specifically for him, with no attempt to hide the affection in the tone, almost every word of each sentence sounding like a peacock spreading its tail. Back then, he must have really loved Lin Ran a lot. Lin Ran chuckled and slowly began to hum along with the melody. He had an exceptionally beautiful pair of peach blossom eyes. As Zay once said, these eyes could captivate souls. Coupled with his deep yet extremely gentle voice, every note seemed to have a hook, imperceptibly charming all the live viewers into a trance. I apologize, but for a moment, I actually felt moved. If this guy would just focus on singing properly instead of resorting to underhanded tactics, even if he wouldn't become as wildly famous as Zay, he certainly wouldn't end up being universally despised. I found this via big data. Does anyone know any dirt on this person? Dirt? This guy isn't just dirty, he's utterly rotten. To snatch resources, he stripped and lay on the director's bed only to be caught red-handed. Afterwards, he threw a tantrum by crying, yelling, and threatening suicide. He deliberately got Pei Chen drunk, trying to fabricate a homosexual scandal, scaring Pei Chen into issuing a statement severing all ties. Thankfully, few have disbanded, otherwise, his string of despicable actions might have ruined many others. After finishing one song, Lin Rant's eyes rimmed slightly red. His right hand trembling, he grabbed the wine glass and forced himself to drink a large gulp to regain calmness. The icy liquid trickled into his stomach like poison, instantly causing indescribable pain. Lin Ran clung to the armrest of the chair, carefully regulating his breathing until the sudden sharp pain subsided. By then, he was drenched in sweat. The live room's heat surged past 100,000, and nearly all the bullet comments were filled with insults and mockery. Seeing his pale complexion and drenched body, it seemed everyone grew even more excited. Lin Rant's eyes unfocused as he clumsily reopened the backing track. He knew those young girls were still waiting for his next song. One more, remember to record it, because you won't hear it again later. With a smile, he wiped the sweat from his face and kept following Hise's pre-recorded instrumental versions, finishing one song after another. It was like a final farewell, he was bidding goodbye to his past and also to his hopeless future. Chapter 2, It Was Me Who Abandoned You First. The quiet Ring Mountain Road saw a rapid-moving nanny vehicle. Hise's agent, Li Nan, cheerfully opened his phone. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, there will be a magazine photo shoot. Next year's S Publications opening cover is a resource so coveted that many artists would go to great lengths for it. Rest well tonight and ensure you're in peak condition tomorrow. Hise closed his eyes to conserve energy, faintly responding with a mere Li Nan momentarily froze while scrolling through his phone, his brow slightly furrowed as he tapped open the latest link that had been sent over. The next moment, unexpected music blared from the phone since the volume hadn't been muted in time. Hise abruptly opened his eyes. Before Li Nan could even react, the phone vanished into thin air, snatched by Hise. With uncertainty, Hise gazed at the person on the screen he had deliberately ignored for an entire year. Lin Ran looked thinner and more haggard but remained bright and sunny when he smiled, still just as beautiful as ever. Li Nan blinked innocently, confused, asking, "What's wrong?" Hise stared intently at the phone. Having not rested properly for several days straight, his eyes were bloodshot. In this enclosed, dimly lit car, there was something eerily unsettling about him. Li Nan finally recognized the person in the video. It was none other than Hise's former teammate, Lin Ran, who got blacklisted due to scandals. What did this person re-emerge to stir up now? That's not right, was that voice in the live stream actually Hise's? Li Nan felt a bit startled, was he hearing things? Hise tossed the phone back, who shared this with you? From the fans group, there was quite a commotion, likely because they didn't expect his accompaniment to include your voice. When did you record this for him? Li Nan asked cautiously, fearful that some parasite might latch onto their elder again. Word had it that Pei Chen was ruined because of him, inexplicably tagged with the label of homosexuality. Although stepping through mud might have seemed like a shortcut, Pei Chen was only in his early 20s, excelling in singing and dancing, he didn't need such messy shortcuts. Hise closed his eyes once more. On the surface, he appeared calm, but the hand hidden by his side had already clenched tightly into a fist, his veins bulging. Didn't this person want to sever all ties with him? Then why drag out those accompaniments today? The business car slowly pulled into the villa. Without looking back, Hise got out of the car. Li Nan had countless questions, but facing his taciturn and evidently upset elder, he wisely chose silence. Better safe than sorry, this elder probably didn't want to be entangled with that leech again. Hise quickly entered the house and rushed straight to the kitchen. After opening the fridge, he chugged down an entire bottle of icy water before calming down. Looking at the phone, he hesitated repeatedly before eventually clicking into that live stream. Lin Ran was lazily leaning against the back of his chair, seemingly completely unfazed by the toxic barrage of comments flying across the screen. You sing really badly. With his left hand propping up his chin, Lin Ran maintained his nonchalant demeanor, replying, if it sounds bad, you've still listened till the end, haven't you? Why don't you give me a little support instead? Let the dirty money silence my mouth. If Hise's team sees this, prepare for a cease and desist letter. In that case, will the parties involved actually attend the court session? I haven't seen Hise in a long while, I really miss him. Hise's hands trembled slightly. He wanted to exit the live stream and stop concerning himself with Lin Ran's already broken life, yet when he caught sight of that face, weary but trying hard to smile, his resolution crumbled instantly. Wasn't he seeking freedom and intending to continue living life carefree? This is what he considered freedom and carefreeness. The entertainment industry may seem vast, but any scandal becomes common knowledge overnight. Hise wasn't unfamiliar with these stories, from disbelief at first to later numbness. In fact, he had been waiting for Lin Ran to come pleading for help. But in the end, all he saw was Lin Ran lying on Zhang Ye's bed, resorting to the dirtiest means to compete for resources. Maybe at this very moment, all his affection had burst into bubbles. Lin Ran, you're truly trash. Yeah, I'm pretty broke lately. If you happen to pass by, why not brush me a bit of support while insulting me? Lin Ran retained his laid-back appearance, shamelessly soliciting tips. Although he had no plans to get treatment, painkillers were still expensive. Your live stream has been temporarily banned for 72 hours due to allegations of slander and fundraising. If you have objections, please file an appeal. Lin Ran watched the live stream disconnect, unable to suppress a bitter laugh. He shook his head helplessly and opened another bottle of wine. However, he barely managed to drink a third of it before staggering into the restroom. The alcohol continued to corrode his already battered stomach, causing intense spasms of pain. He pressed his hands tightly against his upper abdomen as a wave of nausea hit him. He vomited, first expelling the alcohol he had forced down, then gastric fluid, and finally fresh red blood. A strong metallic smell filled the bathroom. Trying to stop the vomiting, he desperately swallowed saliva, but it felt like his throat was blocked. Not only did this make his stomach ache severely, but he also experienced an overwhelming sense of suffocation, struggling to catch his breath. His body collapsed uncontrollably onto the floor. Flashes of light and darkness flickered before his eyes, making him feel as though death might be just around the corner. He didn't know how much time passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps the whole night. When Lin Ran regained consciousness, his body was numb and stiff, as if frozen. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth and struggled to sit up weakly. The metallic taste in his mouth made him retch repeatedly. Ding, ding, ding. His phone, lying on the ground, kept popping up with new messages. Lin Ran tried to pick up the phone with its shattered screen but couldn't muster the strength. It took him several minutes to unlock it. The young girls in the fan group were still enthusiastically sharing highlights from his live stream that evening, endlessly praising his voice despite its roughness. Lin Ran is amazing. All 5 songs tonight were so good. I recorded them all, they'll be my lullabies. It's hard to imagine how powerful Lin Ran's concert will be in the future. He's truly incredible at seamlessly transitioning between head and chest voice. Awaiting the day of Lin Ran's concert. +1. +2. +10086. In a daze, Lin Ran slowly swiped to dissolve the chat group. This was his only fan group, consisting of merely 30 members, all longtime fans who had followed him since his debut. He knew these young girls had silently supported him throughout the years. They once told him that since his last name was Lin, Forest, their goal was to become leaves protecting his flourishing forest. But now, without sunlight or nutrients, the forest was dying, and those little leaves began to wither and fall, leaving behind only a few lonely ones. The moment he clicked dissolve, the world went dark. Free of any attachments, Lin Ran fell back onto the floor, staring at the monotonous, pale ceiling as warmth surged through his chest. I'm sorry, it was me who abandoned you first. Chapter 3, He's they are all bullying me. He's spent the entire night awake, repeatedly logging into the website in an attempt to find news of Lin Ran streaming again, but by morning, there was still no trace of him. The horizon began to lighten with streaks of dawn. He's stood up from his chair with a self-mocking chuckle, carelessly tossing his phone onto the sofa before heading straight to the bathroom. But only a minute later, he rushed back to the living room as if chased by dogs and immediately dialed his agent's number. Li Nan sounded rather annoyed, probably woken up suddenly. What is it? Didn't a lifestyle variety show approach me for an episode a few days ago? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, perhaps trying to fully understand He's implication. Give me the director's number. Li Nan was now completely awake. He sat up abruptly, confirming repeatedly, you're going to participate? He's didn't do variety shows, it was a rule that had been established since Li Nan took over his management. Even when my fireworks approached him last week, he had explicitly refused. And yet, this matter seemed to be turning around unexpectedly. Li Nan hastily sent the number over. Could it be that their celestial-like idol had finally come to understand the suffering of the fans and wanted to experience a taste of worldly life? After hanging up, He's similarly wasted no time dialing the number. He feared that even a moment of hesitation might make him abandon this decision. The person he once held so dearly, he still couldn't bear to see him fall apart. If he hadn't known, perhaps he could continue being cold-hearted and indifferent. But alas, he had seen it. Who is this? So early in the morning, your brain. It's He's. He's cut off the other party's tirade immediately. The voice, which had previously been full of bravado, went silent instantly. He's thought the other party had hung up, so he moved the phone to look at the screen. After confirming the call was still connected, he asked, is this Director Wang? Director Wang immediately responded with a fawning laugh, yes, yes. Little He, why are you contacting me so early? Is there something urgent you need my help with? I heard your production team needs a set of guest stars. You've agreed. I can agree, but I have one condition. Say it, and I'll agree to anything. He's loosened his collar, as if uttering that name required all his strength. After much internal struggle, he finally managed to speak with difficulty, invite Lin Ran to participate together. Sure, no problem. Director Wang accepted the request without hesitation, not even knowing who Lin Ran was. Hsieh took a deep breath. I will send you his contact information later. Director Wang, you can invite him on behalf of the production team without revealing that it's because of me. Director Wang caught the implied meaning between the lines and nodded. All right, no issue. I have no relationship with him, just an old teammate. Don't misunderstand, Director Wang. Director Wang laughed lightly. Don't worry, I won't let my mind wander. Hsieh put down his phone, and the nerves that had been taut all night finally seemed to relax. Closing his eyes, he lay down on the sofa. Lin Ran, I mean nothing personal, I just feel sorry for you. Make sure you take care of yourself after this. Morning sunlight seeped through the cracks in the window, and the figure curled up on the floor shivered faintly, moving their arm. Lin Ran wasn't fully awake, but was forced awake by increasing waves of intense pain. Instinctively, he clutched his stomach, which felt as though it were being ripped apart by excruciating torture. Broken moans escaped his mouth intermittently. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang. In a daze, Lin Ran stared at the flashing screen, trembling as he reached out for it. Buzz buzz buzz. The caller appeared relentless, redialing again and again without stopping. Lin Ran recovered from the worst of the pain, sweating profusely as he picked up the phone without clearly recognizing the number. With a flick of his finger, he answered. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lin Ran? This is Director Wang Fucheng from Flavors of Life. I would like to invite you to be the next flying guest on our program. Our filming location is Yunqing Lixin County, and the shooting starts next Tuesday, lasting 3 days. We need. This scam isn't very convincing, Lin Ran interrupted coldly, not bothering to listen further as he promptly ended the call. Inviting him to participate in a program? What kind of state was he, Lin Ran, even in right now? Would any production team actually reach out to him voluntarily? Was this some cruel prank because they thought he was close to dying? Pathetic. Lin Ran shakily stood up, leaning against the wall. He still felt a dull ache in his stomach, and his right hand rested lightly on his upper abdomen as he slowly stepped out of the bathroom. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang again. Lin Ran ignored this scammer and lay back down on the bed, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He picked up the half cup of cold water left from yesterday, directly dissolving all the painkillers into it. His throat was blocked by some foreign object, he hadn't eaten a single normal meal in a long time, and even pills had to be ground into powder. If it were an ordinary person, they would have chosen surgery long ago, just being mute from now on. No. Lin Ran struggled to swallow the water mixed with crushed medicine. It was bitter and sour, but he'd already gotten used to it. It had been a while since he last tasted something sweet, perhaps in his mind, this water tasted like sugar. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone persisted without end. Lin Ran could no longer bear it and pressed the answer button. I've already said next time make up a more believable excuse. Do you know who I am? I just sincerely want to invite you here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Lin Ran chuckled at that. Do you know who I am? You are Lin Ran, one of the main vocalists of Fuve Boy Band. If you know who I am, how dare you invite me? Our episode's theme is nostalgia. We specially invited Hsieh and Pei Chen. Still, we hope that you could. Are you serious? At the sound of that name, Lin Ran's heart seemed to skip a beat. He fumbled to open Hsieh's Superfans channel and, as expected, promotional news about him recording the program flooded the page. Boom boom boom. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Lin Ran's frail body could barely handle this sudden piece of good news, making him sway dangerously on the verge of falling off the bed. He asked repeatedly, almost unable to believe, are you really the director? Are you inviting both Hsieh and me to record the show together? Yes. The other party answered with great determination. Lin Ran's breathing became erratic as he tried hard to steady his emotions that were fluctuating after a year of refusing to listen or watch anything related to Hsieh. For a whole year, he had buried himself among the dust like trash. He knew it, all along, he and Hsieh had missed each other. But now, before dying, if he could see him again, Lin Ran admitted he suddenly felt so wronged enough to hug him tightly and pour out his entire year's worth of sorrow and pain without reservation. Hsieh, they're all bullying me. Chapter 4 Lin Ran, you're such a slut. When Lin Ran arrived at the program recording site, he was still in a state of confusion. He had spent 3 days trying to recover. From receiving accurate information until stepping off the plane, it felt as though he was floating in the clouds, completely lacking any sense of being grounded. Fans are not allowed here for behind-the-scenes visits. Please leave immediately. The staff, seeing Lin Ran dressed plainly with only a simple backpack, without hesitation proceeded to eject him. Lin Ran was just about to remove his mask and explain his identity when suddenly, 10 meters away behind him, a car came to a stop. Pei Chen has arrived. The previously on standby director crew suddenly became active, surrounding the nanny vehicle with over 10 cameras from all 360 degrees. Pei Chen modestly waved at the lens and then grandly walked through the crowd with his 3 assistants trailing behind him. The company crafted his image into that of a clever yet obedient little wolf pup, lively and cute. But those who were familiar with him knew just how brain-dead and conceited this man could be behind closed doors. Lin Ran almost didn't want to give him a glance, turning his body as if avoiding a snake. How have you not left yet? You can't enter or exit at will here. Please leave immediately. The staff impatiently waved their hands. Lin Ran took off his mask, removed his fisherman's hat, and introduced himself. My name is Lin Ran. I'm also an invited guest. The staff member who was originally full of momentum intending to drive him away suddenly froze up, staring blankly at Lin Ran standing close by. Xiao Wu was one of Lin Ran's most diehard critics. When she first learned that the production team had invited him, she quietly shared this devastating news with her small circle. She even considered quitting on the spot. Today, she had arrived seething with rage, ready to cause some trouble once Lin Ran showed up, hoping he would know better than to stay. But upon finally catching sight of Lin Ran, all the negativity inside Xiao Wu seemed instantly purified as she instinctively rubbed her eyes. Lin Ran had rarely appeared on camera this past year, occasionally streaming live broadcasts. While he looked attractive on screen, it wasn't until this moment that Xiao Wu fully understood what it meant for someone to look worse in photos than in person. The lousy image quality online had been misleading about Lin Ran's actual good looks, deceiving her perception. As someone with little education, Xiao Wu struggled to describe the striking presence before her but realized clearly that faced with such a face, she might no longer be able to utter a single word of criticism. Who the hell isn't a face dog? Lin Ran couldn't understand why she stared at him with an expression of sudden melancholy mixed with acceptance, so he raised his hand and waved in front of her eyes. Do you need me to present any ID? After taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu came back to her senses, shaking her head repeatedly. Are you really Lin Ran? No, you didn't use to look like this. Xiao Wu was beginning to speak incoherently. Fiev male band had only been formed for a month. There were very few images of it left on the internet, compounded by the abundance of negative press around Lin Ran. Most remaining videos depicted him looking unattractive. Thus, everyone assumed he was merely a cosmetic surgery addict, whose real face did not match the altered version seen on live streams. However, who could tell her that not only had his face not deformed, it had become more beautiful? Lin Ran didn't understand the implication of her words, awkwardly touching his face. I've lost a bit of weight recently, which might make me look slightly different from before. Can I go in now? Closing her eyes, Xiao Wu thought deeply. She was a genuine critic, and under no circumstances could she selectively forget the misconducts of Lin Ran just because of his appearance. Lin Ran stopped asking further questions and continued walking towards the farmhouse courtyard. Wait a moment, Xiao Wu intercepted him. Lin Ran asked curiously, what's wrong? The show rules require that we inspect your luggage. Xiao Wu tightened her face intentionally. Lin Ran pointed at a certain individual who had just entered earlier. Pei Chen didn't have to go through that. There's a difference between people. Lin Ran let out a low chuckle accompanied by a bitter smile. I understand. Xiao Wu frowned slightly. She actually detected a hint of sorrow in the faint laughter of this person. Lin Ran handed over his backpack. I've only taken some changes of clothes. There's absolutely nothing prohibited. Xiao Wu went through the contents theatrically, but given the small size of the bag and limited items, there wasn't much reason to continue making things difficult for him. However, she suddenly pulled out a bottle of medicine without any labels. What is this? Just some vitamins. I've been having some gum issues recently and the doctor advised me to supplement them. You cannot bring it in, Xiao Wu replied without thinking. Lin Ran hadn't anticipated her refusal. Why? No medicines of any kind are allowed inside. This is the rule. I'm not making it hard for you. Xiao Wu made a gesture as if to confiscate it. Lin Ran paid no heed to the distinctions of gender roles, firmly grabbing her arm with a determined grip. Rules are made to be bent when necessary. If I'm unwell, shouldn't I at least be allowed my medicine? Xiao Wu felt the tremor in his fingertips and looked up in confusion. It wasn't very hot in Lixian County in June, there was even a slight chill in the air. Yet Lin Ran had broken out in a sweat, as if hiding some sort of guilty secret. Had this been anyone else, Xiao Wu might have turned a blind eye. But she was one of Lin Ran's most hardcore critics, a devoted black fan who wouldn't let him off so easily. With no room for discussion, Xiao Wu replied curtly, this is a rule from the production team. If you have any objections, you can raise them with the director, not me, just some staff member. In that case, I won't participate. Lin Ran snatched the bottle of vitamins and made to leave. Xiao Wu couldn't believe he'd risk skipping an entire show over a vitamin pill. This man clearly had issues. As Lin Ran hastily shoved the medicine back into his bag and turned to leave, a nanny vehicle caught his attention, pulling into sight. In the next moment, his ex-lover of exactly 1 year stepped into view. Lin Ran froze, staring at the tall figure surrounded by cameras. Perhaps the time apart had been too long, making Hizay seem strangely unfamiliar now. He'd almost forgotten his height, his physique, all that remained were vague recollections of his features. Hizay also sensed the commotion, lifting his eyes to meet Lin Ran's gaze directly. The moment their eyes locked, Lin Ran's heart fluttered involuntarily, like a first-time crush reignited after years of self-deception about forgetting each other. But here he stood again, feeling every bit as deeply as he ever did, still love-struck after all these years. Was Hizay crying? Surely, tears must have been welling in his eyes. Who else could possibly tolerate Lin Rant's irrationality? His indecisiveness? His lies and arrogance? Lin Ran, haven't you seen yourself right now? How pathetic you look. Hizay stood coolly, one hand tucked casually into his pocket, watching Lin Ran put on this emotional display as though it were a distant performance. Chapter 5, What If We Live Together? Wang Fucheng finally noticed the other guest. He carefully recalled in his mind and blurted out, Lin Ran is here too. When did you come? Facing the cameras that all swiveled to him, Lin Ran suddenly felt somewhat uncomfortable. Embarrassedly, he lowered his head, and involuntarily gripped his backpack tightly with both hands. Little Wu walked forward, deliberately exaggerating. The production team stipulated no prohibited items could be brought along. Lin Ran said if he couldn't bring it, he wouldn't participate in the recording. Instinctively, Wang Fucheng looked at the recommender, Hizay. The staff's voice wasn't loud, but given their distance, he should have heard everything clearly. Hizay squinted slightly and gave a top-to-bottom look over the guy who still liked to throw tantrums like before, threatening not to shoot or sing when dissatisfied. What prohibited item? Hizay asked. A bottle of vitamins without labels. It's unknown whether they're real vitamins or some other drug. By rule, they can't be carried, Little Wu replied. That indeed shouldn't be allowed, Wang Fucheng nodded. Hizay raised his head towards the more than 10 machines, knowingly asking, has the recording started already? It's been recording all along. This segment has been cut. Hizay put his sunglasses back on, slightly tilting his gaze as though appraising the director. He said, if there are any problems, come find me. Wang Fucheng only partially understood, seemingly completely missing the underlying implications of this patriarch figure. Looking at Hizay's blank expression, he continued, what were my conditions for participating in this recording? Do I need to remind Director Wang? Wang Fucheng suddenly realized, hurriedly shaking his head, once everyone is here, let's gather first. Lin Ran kept staring at the figure that was surrounded by stars being led into the courtyard, feeling suddenly lost. His backpack felt heavy as lead, should he step back or move forward? Lin Ran, what are you just standing there for? Come in, the field controller called repeatedly. Lin Ran came back to his senses, awkwardly taking a few hesitant steps inward. After walking 2 steps, he looked back at the staff member who had just aggressively interrogated him. Xiao Wu's face was quite unpleasant. Although she didn't understand what exactly the director and Hizay were discussing, considering Hizay's attitude, could it be possible that Lin Ran's invitation to attend the program recording was through Hizay's recommendation? In the rural small courtyard, tea aroma wafted around as the veteran actor Sun Haoying was brewing tea. Noticing the arrival of the group, he joyfully said, the timing is perfect. Beside Sun Haoying sat the newly famous young star Lu Huohua, and on the other side, middle-aged actor Li Jin. The three formed the resident team representing different generations. Pei Chen was surprisingly adaptable, freely chatting with the three within just a few minutes. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, he quickly turned his head. The agent had specifically instructed him before leaving, he must get closer to Hizay, pretending as if they were once close friends even though they hadn't interacted much during their previous team. Excitedly standing up, Pei Chen shouted, Brother Hizay, you've come. We were just talking about your latest single. Hizay glanced sideways at the former teammate who had eagerly approached, nodding indifferently, Can we collaborate again next time? I've missed the time we sang together a year ago so much. Lately, I keep thinking. Since you miss it so much, isn't there another former teammate present? Why don't you try greeting him? Lin Ran, just entering the room, was once again surrounded by the cameras from all angles. Pei Chen's cheerful smile unconsciously froze. Participating in this recording, he was almost exclusively focused on calculating how to deepen his relationship with Hizay, entirely forgetting the hot potato-like presence of another person. Why was Lin Ran given the opportunity to participate? Wouldn't anyone else, perhaps even 2 cannon fodder members, have been better suited than inviting this man? Could he possibly have hooked up with some producer or director? Lin Ran instinctively wanted to avoid the lens, uneasily moving toward the door. Lu Huohua was meeting Lin Ran for the first time. Her eyes instantly widened, and her astonishment spilled out directly without much thought, a celestial fairy has arrived. Hizay's eyes darkened momentarily, and his body shifted slightly to the center, conveniently blocking Lu Huohua's exclamation-filled words. Twisting her neck, Lu Huohua continued, is he a boy or a girl? Is this new talent? Lin Ran, that name sounds so familiar, I must have seen him somewhere. Cough cough cough. Sun Haoying covered his mouth and coughed gently, fire, calm down. We're gathering, why haven't you come over yet? Hizay glanced at the shadow still trying to evade the camera. A year apart, truly, Lin Ran seemed to have become more pretentious. Before, wasn't he the one always grabbing for the spotlight? Now he actually seemed afraid. With his head bowed low, Lin Ran silently made his way into the courtyard. He could no longer make out what the director was saying, all his senses were focused on detecting Hizay's scent, the familiar fragrance of his perfume carried by the breeze. He cautiously sneaked a glance at the elongated shadow on the ground, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his hands. He wanted to throw himself into Hizay's arms without hesitation, but reason held him back. Lin ran, you can't ruin him. The courtyard has limited conditions, 2 people need to share a room. You can discuss among yourselves. Wang Fuqing placed 3 keys on the table. Being the least renowned, Lin Ran naturally had no priority in selection. Pei Chen eagerly said, Brother Hizai, let's stay together. I have a music score I want to discuss with you. Hizai did not respond, his gaze falling leisurely on someone who had just started pretending to be deaf and mute again. Wasn't he just now deliberately acting all deeply emotional in front of me? Why is he silent now? Lin Ran sensed his sharp-eyed stare and suddenly raised his head, meeting his eyes once more. Let us old folks stay together. The 4 youngsters can sort themselves out later. Sun Haoying casually picked up one of the keys. Hizai was still waiting, for Lin Ran to speak. Lin Ran blinked. He understood that Hizai was rejecting him, with such a fierce and stern look, as if it said, don't get near, all over his face. He backed off prudently, knowing he wasn't good enough to pick Hizai. And besides, there's no way that creep is getting him either. He declared firmly, Pei Chen, let's stay together. I understand musical scores too. Pei Chen. Hizai. The scene seemed frozen in time, as probably none expected Lin Ran to jump in after Pei Chen's invitation to Hizai. Throughout the whole event, Xiao Wu snorted disdainfully under her breath. This guy was really incorrigible, still thinking about feeding off Pei Chen. Hizai's expression couldn't exactly be described as pleasant, but certainly displeased. He pressed his voice threateningly, who do you choose? Lin Ran's fingers turned slightly as they hesitantly pointed to Lu Huohua, or we stay together. Hizai isn't a fool, he wouldn't be swayed by Pei Chen. Lu Huohua's eyes sparkled brightly as she instinctively grabbed a key without much thought, I'm game. Hizai. What on earth is this kid talking about? Lin Ran. This statement didn't sound right at all. Chapter 6, I was once happy. The atmosphere froze, and silence fell over the entire scene. Pei Chen feared a change in events and hastily snatched the last key, taking initiative by saying, Hizai, now it's just the 2 of us in one room. Lu Huohua grinned and approached Lin Ran, but suddenly a cold wind blew, giving him an inexplicable prickling sensation as if needles were stabbing his back. Lin Ran felt some regret, he had foolishly wondered if Hizai would agree if he asked the same question. He might even ridicule his lack of self-awareness right on the spot. Lu Huohua enthusiastically grabbed Lin Ran's backpack, according to the schedule, we have half an hour to rest. Let me take you to your room first. No need to trouble yourself, I can handle it. Lin Ran instinctively tried to snatch his bag back. Lu Huohua shook his head, you're the flying guest star, and I've been a regular for 2 seasons. It's only natural that I take care of you. Lin Ran kept looking back as he entered the room cautiously observing the silent Hizai. Perhaps due to illness, he was still fantasizing whether Hizai would feel jealous or get angry about him sharing a bedroom with someone else. Not only was Hizai furious, he was ready to blow his top and wanted to toss that damn guy out of the homestay immediately. He had this feeling that his territory was being invaded, but he could do nothing about it. What's wrong, Hizai? Pei Chen completely missed the cue as he blocked Hizai's way. Hizai gave him a blank stare before cutting sharply, nothing, I'm just irritated seeing people around. Pei Chen was shocked, you mean, you're irritated by me? Hizai didn't argue back, instead passing by with his luggage. Embarrassed, Pei Chen stood there stiffly. Although not as popular as Hizai, he was still a hot flow figure and had never imagined such blatant ignorance. His face darkened regardless of the setting. Wang Fuqing couldn't believe his eyes at the retreating silhouette. This unexpected tension almost required no editing whatsoever, each frame a blockbuster. Internal discord confirmed within Fuve group. As soon as Lin Ran entered the room, he slipped into the restroom. Leaning against the wall, he tightly clutched his mouth with both hands, fighting the overwhelming nausea. Ugh. Unable to hold it any longer, in the chaos he managed to turn on the tap, deliberately making noise to mask the abrupt sounds. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Lin Ran helplessly pressed the flush button, the violent vomiting leaving his eyes red-rimmed, hoarsely croaking, wait a moment. No response came from outside. Breathing heavily, Lin Ran shakily stood up after clutching onto the toilet, spasm wave after wave overtaking his body. He leaned against the wall staggering. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking returned. Unable to bear the pain and feeling dizzy, Lin Ran pressed his abdomen hard with both hands, muttering faintly, just a bit more. The person outside paused once again. With blurred vision, Lin Ran fumbled in his pocket for a medicine bottle, popped several pills and crunched them without regard for their bitterness, slowly swallowing thereafter. Time passed excruciatingly slow, perhaps 15 minutes had gone by when the throbbing finally subsided. Before stepping out, Lin Ran deliberately washed his face with cold water, splashes dripping wetting half his collar. A click sounded as the bathroom door opened from inside. Lin Ran thought it was Lu Huohua urgently needing the restroom, so without glancing back, he lowly apologized, sorry for the delay. After speaking, he intended to go back to the bed for a quick lie down. But as he took only a couple of steps, a powerful tug pulled him back. Startled, Lin Ran raised his head, his foggy vision faintly revealing a familiar silhouette. It resembled the illusion he often had every time he woke up in pain during midnight. Stunned, he reflexively lifted his hand to touch. Hizay tightened his grip further. Why did you come to participate in this show? Lin Ran, who'd been in a hazy state, was suddenly shaken awake, his earlier extended hand retreating hurriedly. Hizay narrowed his eyes, his expression displeased. I'm asking you a question. I'm short on money. Lin Ran trembled uncontrollably. So close, he felt as though he could sense the other person's breath brushing his face and seeping through his pores into his bloodstream, revitalizing his withered life slightly. Hizay found humor in this reply. I remember what you said the day you left, never to meet again. You should know I would also be participating in this show. I'm short on money. Lin Ran reiterated, seemingly false yet truly genuine. Money is more important than your dignity. Of course. Without money, hunger won't stop, I need to live. Hizay let go of his hand. What if I give you money and tell you to leave? I have to pay the penalty for breach of contract, and I don't have the money. Hizay snorted slightly. So what you mean is, no matter what I say, you won't leave. Aha. So remember this, don't end up running away at the last moment. Hizay raised his head proudly. Lin Ran nodded solemnly. I've signed the contract. You take care. Suddenly, Lin Ran grabbed the edge of Hizay's clothes. Although Hizay appeared calm on the surface, waves of turmoil surged in his heart. So there. Still a hypocrite who doesn't want me to go. Lin Ran said, I won't bother you, I'll know enough to keep my distance from you. Just don't send me away. Hizay paused. I'm only here because of the money, it absolutely has nothing to do with you being here. Hizay didn't know whether it was anger or distress that made him shake off Lin Ran's tug. It's good that you're aware of this. Don't come near me these few days. I don't want anyone to know how blindly I once trusted people. Alright, I'll stay far away. Hizay shot him one more glare, exasperated with disappointment. Stop pretending, Lin Ran. It was you who betrayed me, not me failing you. I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me. I'll never forgive you, you emotional cheat. With that, Hizay slammed the door shut and stormed out. Lin Ran stared blankly at the swaying door, all strength leaving his body. Panic-stricken, he reached out to steady himself against the wall. But dizziness hit his brain so suddenly that he didn't even have time to react before falling flat on the floor. A pungent metallic smell rushed into his nose. On all fours, he crawled back into the bathroom, where red blood poured out of his mouth and choked him with endless coughs. The floor was soon covered in streaks of bloody saliva. Terrified, he clamped his hands over his mouth, but the gushing flow could not be stopped. He fell like a dried leaf, lying alone on the cold hard floor. Past memories of laughter and joy echoed in his mind, telling him he should be content. After all, they were happy once. Chapter 7, It's You Who Betrayed Me. Ran. A's. Lina Ran gazed at the passionate young man in front of her, and under the setting sun, the two excitedly embraced each other. During their first year of university, Lin Ran fell deeply in love with Hizay at first sight. He never hid his affection, launching a fierce pursuit from the moment he took an interest in him, bluntly declaring his feelings for Hizay to the whole world. Hizay's personality was rather indifferent. Since his mother's death and his father's remarriage, he had grown to detest feelings most, seeing them as something hypocritical and cheap. In response to Lin Ran's repeated confessions, Hizay moved from initially ignoring him to developing a secret admiration, then blossoming with youthful infatuation, until he became utterly entangled. Lin Ran was like sunlight, warming and illuminating his narrow and dim heart with warmth and brightness. He thought this was true love, vastly different from the superficial marriages for family alliances between his parents. Even when faced with Lin Ran repeatedly colluding with those dubious friends for revelry and carousing, he still believed that once Lin Ran tired of playing around, he would settle down steadfastly by his side. It wasn't until one night, when he saw Lin Ran lying naked next to a stranger, with purple and red marks all over his body, that he suddenly realized their love was worth nothing at all. A's, it didn't happen. I drank too much yesterday, I don't even know who that person was. I went into the wrong room, nothing happened. Lin Ran desperately clutched Hizay's hand, frantically explaining the ridiculous events of that drunken night. Hizay listened calmly to his pleading, then gently brushed his hand away. Play is play, fool around is fool around. Lin Ran, I've said it before, I want monogamy, not your fickle nature. I'm not being fickle, it was Bei Chen, that good-for-nothing, saying there was a producer. Bei Chen never left the dormitory yesterday. Lin Ran felt momentarily bewildered. He thought he'd misremembered things due to drinking, but the images in his mind were full of Bei Chen leading him out. Hizay raised his hand to wipe the tears off Lin Ran's face, and though his heart ached excruciatingly, he couldn't bear to see him suffer. Lin Ran, how many times has this been? Tell me, how many times have you gone out drinking behind my back? Lin Ran shook his head. Li Gu said there was networking to do, we need resources through networking. Do we lack resources? Hizay asked counter-question. Lin Ran wanted to speak but hesitated, merely staring helplessly at the cold-hearted lover. Hizay stepped back, widening the distance between them. With a sigh of helplessness, he said, Lin Ran, betrayal is what I hate most. No matter the form, no matter the reason, you've soiled my love for you. That's not. It's not the photo or rumor, it was me witnessing it firsthand. As Lin Ran watched the resolute figure leaving, he stumbled forward to follow, wanting to grab hold of the person, wanting to protest, but everything dissolved into a fleeting image. The bitter medicine flowed down his throat, and Lin Ran instinctively tried to spit it out, only to be tightly gripped by the jaw, forcing him to swallow against his will. Poison him dumb. If he can't sing anymore, he'll quietly leave the group, and then Grandpa will feel relieved, and our little Zay will obediently come home to become the heir. What a useless piece of trash, yet you presume to cling to our little Zay. Encouraging him to run away from home, thankfully Grandpa foresaw this, temporarily arranging this farce. If little Zay feels disheartened, he'll obediently exit that meaningless band and return home to inherit the family. Our dear Grandpa loves little Zay so much, there's no way he'd allow him to enter showbiz as an actor. You're just a guy with no insight, blindly clinging on. Our Grandpa has said nothing harmful will happen to you, just a ruined voice to make you learn when to stop. Don't dream foolish dreams anymore. Our little Zay is someone far beyond your reach. The woman's sharp laughter echoed in his ears as Lin Ran abruptly woke up from a stupor. His face wet with a mixture of sweat and tears, Lin Ran sat stiffly upright, staring blankly at the partially congealed blood on the floor. His stomach continued to cramp painfully, but compared to the heart-wrenching pain earlier, it now felt somewhat lighter. He rested his head dully against the wall, the faces in his memory growing quite blurred, but her laugh was so piercing that recalling it sent chills down his spine. The scorching medicine that dripped down his throat made him shiver uncontrollably. He wanted to vomit it out, but his throat kept contracting involuntarily, swallowing more medicine instead. He clawed at his throat, trying to expel the substance, but eventually only spat out blood, fresh red blood from his eroded throat. Don't presume to seek justice from the old master or tell Zay so he can uphold justice for you. Let me tell you, Zay won't go against his grandfather just for someone insignificant like you. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. In the end, you'll be nothing but a handful of yellow soil buried under the ground. Lin Ran braced himself with both hands on the floor as streams of blood dripped from his chin. Knock knock knock. The abrupt knocking sound rang out, Lin Ran, it's time to gather. Lin Ran couldn't make out the voice outside, but he knew he had to stand up immediately. Are you having stomach trouble? Why are you stuck in the restroom for so long? Should I ask for leave for you? Lu Huohua leaned on the door, listening to the sounds inside. If the door hadn't been locked, he would have thought he had guessed wrong. I'll be out soon, very soon. Lin Ran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exerted every ounce of strength to shakily rise to his feet. Are you suffering from water-soil incompatibility? Shall I get some medicine for you? No need to bother. Lin Ran washed away the blood stains on the floor and felt dizzy as he stood in front of the mirror. Staring straight into his reflection that resembled a ghost, he slapped his cheeks chaotically until they turned rosy red before unlocking the door. Lu Huohua moved closer, repeatedly confirming this pink-cheeked adorable figure, full of joy. Did you put on makeup? Lin Ran's lips were dyed bright red with blood, which, paired with his flushed face, made him appear to unknowing eyes as if he had applied light makeup. Lu Huohua clasped his hands together over his chest, exaggeratingly saying, I might as well quit, what with you and Zay around, you make me look less important than an extra actor. Lin Ran experienced severe ringing in his ears and couldn't hear clearly what Lu Huohua was rambling about. He could only politely nod in agreement. Lu Huohua found it even more amusing and laughable, you don't refute at all. You're right, Lin Ran continued to innocently comply. Lu Huohua threw his hands in exasperation, all right, even if you called me cow dung, I wouldn't argue with you because I'm greedy. And lustful. You're right, Lin Ran kept nodding in agreement. Lu Huohua. My defenses are broken. Chapter 8, Hypoglycemia. All the guests in the courtyard gathered early. Lin Ran arrived late, perhaps due to being away for too long, instinctively wanting to avoid the camera. He just stared expressionlessly at a guy who kept clinging to Lu Huohua like a plaster, an unnamed fire almost burning up his sanity. Why had he agreed to attend this boring variety show? In that time, he'd rather write more songs or shoot more advertisements. Brother Hija, is there any misunderstanding between us? Pei Chen deliberately lowered his posture in front of the camera. Hija was already harboring anger and, hearing this incomprehensible question, gave a cold laugh. We don't seem familiar enough to have any misunderstandings. Pei Chen was struck dumb, probably not expecting Hija to disassociate himself from their previous team friendship in front of the camera. Though they had only been a group for a month, in the eyes of fans, they were surely close friends. After all, during the announcement of their dissolution, Hija had cried the most emotionally. Anyone could feel how much he did not want his teammates to leave. But one simple word, unfamiliar, not only slapped Pei Chen in the face but also shattered the fans' hopes of a reunion. Brother Hija, Forgetting that we're still recording the program, my apologies. There's no misunderstanding between us, don't worry unnecessarily. Hija, with his hands in his pockets, added even more defiance and indifference to his tone. Pei Chen's expression stiffened, unsure whether he should cry or laugh. If it weren't Hija in front of him, he might have walked off long ago. Lin Ran didn't notice the intense undercurrents between his former teammates, just focusing on avoiding the camera. But the cameraman had a particular fondness for him, with 2 cameras practically glued to his face. Lin Ran, like a frightened little white rabbit, timidly hid behind Lu Huohua, occasionally peering at the camera with innocent large eyes. Seeing that the machine hadn't moved, he hastily averted his gaze. "I'm not exactly popular, why are you filming me? You don't need to be nervous. This is a lifestyle show where later we will work together, it's harvest season so we'll help gather grain and exchange it for ingredients. None of it is physical labor intensive." Lu Huohua pushed him slightly towards the camera. He couldn't figure out why, if anyone looked like him, he would day and night crowd in front of the camera. Lin Ran knew beforehand about the procedures of the first 2 seasons, which were simply formalities. Moreover, with the participation of high-traffic star He Zhe in this season, the production team certainly wouldn't do anything extreme. "You, with those skinny arms and legs, stay home later and assist teacher Sunday farm work can be left to us rugged men." Lu Huohua proudly pounded his chest, showing an air of protecting Lin Ran from the elements. Lin Ran understood the opportunity immediately and nodded without hesitation. "All right, I'll follow the organization's arrangements." Lu Huohua was surprised by how quickly he agreed, as though prepared beforehand to remain indoors. Fearing a change in plans, Lin Ran didn't carefully listen to the director's instructions and hurried into the kitchen, trying to find something to do first. His body likely couldn't make it far into the field before needing to be carried back by the staff. Seeing the person trying desperately to keep a galactic distance from himself, the last ounce of reason he had completely crumbled. Since he doesn't want to see me, why did he agree to come on the show? Could it really be for money? Ah, Lin Ran, how degraded you've become now. I recently injured my arm practicing dancing, making manual labor somewhat inconvenient. He pretentiously massaged his own arm. Hearing these words, Wang Fucheng dared not assign tasks to his ancestor, wishing to treat him like a god instead. He successfully stayed at the guest house, not in a rush. He waited until the main group left, then calmly entered the kitchen. The farm's rear kitchen was small, easily revealing the figure squatting amidst the potato pile. Lin Ran had lost weight significantly, his spine was clearly visible through his back. A sudden heartache gripped him as if his treasure had been shattered. His once beloved treasure, one he wished to fuse into his bone and flesh, may have fragmented in some unknown place. A suppressed breath caught in Heisha's chest, his mind wrestling with conflicting emotions, pulling him in 2 directions, one urging him to let go, while the other pleading for him to hold on. If love, why still watch him fall? Yet memories haunted him, filling him with fear, afraid this person would betray him again, trampling on his love. Lin Ran felt dizzy after squatting down, unable to stand up. Burying his head in his knees, he silently endured wave after wave of palpitations and uneasiness. He exhaled deeply, glancing back at the ever-persistent camera trailing behind him. Though his tone suggested a request, it carried an unyielding firmness that allowed no room for negotiation. "Could we pause the filming first? I have something to discuss privately with my former teammate." The 2 cameramen exchanged uncertain glances, none dared to provoke the top star and thus quietly retreated from the kitchen territory without further protest. He switched off his microphone and turned around to close the kitchen door behind him. In a daze, Lin Ran faintly heard the commotion behind him and cautiously turned his head. In his sight appeared a pair of shoes, spotless white sneakers. With a composed air, He stared at Lin Ran who refused to meet his gaze, emitting a disdainful hum. "So this is your great plan of keeping your distance?" It took Lin Ran half a minute after He's words had fallen silent before he realized who was in front of him. Without hesitation, he attempted to stand up but lost balance almost immediately, tipping forward uncontrollably. Instinctively, He shot out his hands. As Lin Ran fell, all he could hear was the pounding heartbeat reverberating louder and louder in the chaos, amidst which he seemed to catch a familiar voice. He caught his collapsing body, his heart as if pierced by an invisible object. Panicking, he pulled Lin Ran tightly into his arms, his voice trembling as he called out, "Ran Ran." Lin Ran was so dizzy that his head limply rested on He's shoulder, surrounded by a scent he had longed for yet now couldn't produce any sound. He's, probing with his fingertips along Lin Ran's neck, felt his frail breathing and completely lost composure. "Ran Ran, what's wrong?" "Hypoglycemia," Lin Ran responded faintly. Sitting down with Lin Ran in his arms, He's asked, "Can you sit steadily?" Lin Ran held onto the armrest, hazily watching He's worried figure disappear momentarily. A feeling of déjà vu washed over him, it felt like they had never broken up, and He's still loved him fiercely, cared for him profoundly. He's rummaged through the cabinets, eventually uncovering a bag of sugar at the very bottom. Clutching it as if it were a treasure, he rushed back to Lin Ran's side, fully enveloping him in his embrace while carefully supporting his shoulders. "Can you drink this?" Tasting the sugared water, Lin Ran realized, this must be what sweetness truly tastes like. Chapter 9, No One Will Care About Me Anymore. Lin Ran gradually recovered, his eyes fixated on the man beside him. He was dazed, doubting if this wasn't a hallucination caused by his recent illness. He carefully observed Lin Ran's complexion, uncertainly asking, "Are you still dizzy?" Lin Ran lifted his hand and poked Heisha's cheek. When he felt the warmth under his fingertips, he suddenly came to his senses and pushed the person away. Heja worried that Lin Ran might fall, subconsciously wrapping his arm around Lin Ran's waist while frowning. What are you doing? Lin Ran looked around in panic, fearing there might be a third person other than them here. Just now, their behavior had been so intimate, anyone with eyes would doubt whether these two were having some kind of affair. Heja noticed the changes in Lin Ran's facial expression. The heart which was previously filled with anxiety suddenly calmed down. He said, what are you afraid of? Afraid someone will find out about our relationship? Lin Ran shakily leaned against the wall. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Lin Ran guiltily avoided meeting his eyes. I'll go help outside. What can you possibly help in this state? I'm just a little dizzy, I feel much better now. Lin Ran turned around to leave. Heja pulled Lin Ran back to the chair. Lin Ran, you're being too deliberate. Lin Ran didn't understand his implication and looked at him puzzled. What did I do wrong? Are you trying to let everyone know that our team isn't harmonious? Lin Ran shook his head. No, I haven't. I have a lot of traffic now, many black fans. If I say or do one wrong thing, they could endlessly slander me for days and nights. I didn't think of causing trouble for you. Not paying attention to me now is the biggest trouble. But. Yes, I did warn you not to get close to me, but I never told you to turn blind to me. Everyone in the circle says I like playing big shots and am arrogant. Are you going to confirm this blemish on my reputation now? Lin Ran was terrified of being attacked. He was too used to the feeling of having no way to defend himself despite all efforts, shaking his head hastily in denial. I don't want anyone to misunderstand us. Heja glared down at him. It's true, I don't want anyone to misinterpret us. But I also don't want people to misunderstand our surface-level interactions. I hope you at least keep up appearances properly. How do you want me to act? Heja handed the remaining half cup of sugary water to his lips. Drink first. Lin Ran obediently drank small sips. He didn't dare to drink too quickly, yet feared keeping the other person waiting too long. Inadvertently, he got choked, leading to coughing continuously. Cough, cough, cough. Heja instinctively raised his hand and gently patted Lin Ran's back. No one's rushing you, why are you so hasty? His tone was urgent, filled with unshakable concern. Lin Ran coughed until his eyes turned bloodshot, his throat constricted violently, suffocating sensations swept over him, almost making him black out once more. Heja supported Lin Ran's wobbly body. Are you feeling better? Unable to speak, Lin Ran simply acted as though he hadn't yet recovered, burying his head in the other's embrace. Heja lowered his gaze, seeing a round, furry head at the heart of his chest. Even after a year's separation, the muscle memory persisted. He instinctively caressed the back of his head without much thought, memories overlapping. He softly comforted, do you want me to hold you? As soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Ran's muddled mind instantly cleared. Staring in disbelief at the tender, longing-filled gaze of the man before him, it shocked him to the core. Heja's breathing suddenly became heavier. He hurriedly pushed the person away. I'm fine already. Lin Ran dejectedly bowed his head. Clearly, it was all an illusion. Heja turned around. He realized how utterly lost his judgment had become today. As if possessed, he had entertained the notion, however faint, that he and Lin Ran might return to what they once were. How absurd. Just because he had appeared pitiful, his heart had started aching as if it would break. Lin Ran put down the cup of water that still held a bit less than half, then stood up following suit. We've delayed too long, it's time we went to help. Heja did not stop him from leaving. After hearing the door opening, he finally exhaled deeply. Lin Ran eyed the few cameras outside the door and tried to evade them again at the last minute, murmuring to himself, I'll go help Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun Howing was planning the ingredients for dinner in the living room when she heard some movement. Quickly seizing the opportunity, she said, Xiao Lin has arrived at the perfect time. You're young, would you be able to run down to the supply cooperative at the village entrance and bring back 10 pounds of flour? Lin Ran didn't dare refuse, nodding in agreement, I'll go right away. Here's the points we accumulated last episode, we can exchange for 10 eggs. Lin Ran had just stepped out of the living room when he saw Heze walking towards him. Heze always appeared aloof and distant in front of the camera, making people feel awed and afraid. He asked, what does Teacher Sun need me to do? Xiao He, didn't you hurt your arm? You can go to the field and pull up 2 large Chinese cabbages. Time is a bit tight today, so we'll just make some cabbage and pork dumplings. We'll prepare a more sumptuous meal when we have enough points tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran almost completely forgot about the cameras behind him. He grabbed Heze's hand and asked anxiously, which arm did you injure? Heze had just made up an excuse offhand, but faced with such emotionally exposed, anxious Lin Ran, he continued his fabrication without hesitation. I accidentally pulled a muscle while practicing dance. Is it serious? It's just not very comfortable. What do you mean, not very comfortable? Heze couldn't exaggerate too much, so he chose his words carefully. My muscles are a bit tense, I might need a massage. Lin Ran glanced at the camera trying to get close to their faces and pulled Heze toward the nearby bedroom. Heze gave the cameraman a warning glare. Sun Howing watched this scene with great interest. After confirming that the two had left one after another, she meaningfully looked over at the director team not far away. Wang Fucheng pretended not to know what to do as he kept glancing back at the footage they had just captured. Without getting permission from Hise's team, he certainly didn't dare to release that piece of video. Hise was notorious in the circle for being hard to get along with, powerful background, high popularity, national idol. Who would dare to meddle with him casually? People usually backed off 3 feet whenever he gave them a cold look. Seeing the intimacy between these two, it was clear that their relationship was not simple. In the next room, the space was enclosed. Lin Ran was flustered and began to take off Hise's shirt. He had to check his injury himself. Hise was only 23 years old, right in the prime of youth. He mustn't leave any health problems. Hise let him touch him freely, even smiling faintly on the corner of his mouth as if enjoying it. Anxiety crept onto Lin Ran's face. Does your agent know? If you're injured, why did you still come and film the program? Are you worrying about me? Hise asked instead of answering. It's me asking you, Hise. You're no longer young. You should know the priorities. Practicing dance needs limits. That's true. There won't be anyone who can scold or manage me anymore. Lin Ran raised his head, feeling an involuntary pang of bitterness in his heart. No one will ask me if I'm tired anymore. They'll only complain that my songs are released too slowly, my dances aren't powerful enough. No one will restrict me to take a rest. Chapter 10, Could you forgive me when I die? Lin Ran turned his head, and sunlight squeezed through the door crack, hitting his eyebrows and making his eyes redden. Hise chuckled bitterly, why are you still worrying about me? And on what grounds are you worrying about me? I'm sorry. Lin Ran, we're both pretty low. Hise lifted his chin, looking into his pitiful eyes, when you cry, I still feel uncomfortable. Don't you think that makes me pathetic? Don't insult yourself like that. Lin Ran covered his mouth, if you don't want to see me, I can leave. Do you want to avoid me? I don't want to cause you trouble. Hise laughed coldly, you say you don't want to cause me trouble, but you still came despite knowing I'd participate. Since you've come, take good responsibility for your role, don't think about running away. Hise. This minor injury doesn't deserve your concern. Hise opened the door, Lin Ran, this isn't a game for you alone. Do your job since you signed the contract. Lin Ran worriedly pulled his sleeve, wait for me to return. I'll go to the field. My arm breaking or becoming useless has nothing to do with you. Hise. Lin Ran called out directly without courtesy. The voice reached even the director team 10 meters away. Lin Ran angrily said, I'm not negotiating with you. Hise sniffed lightly, what position are you in? Lin Ran was speechless under his attack. Yes, what authority did he currently have to restrain him? Hise glanced at him sideways, just do your own job. Lin Ran tightly gripped the cuffs of his pants, watching as the other ignored all feelings and walked away arrogantly. He wanted to chase after him but was forced by circumstances to halt all his wild imaginings. At the village supply cooperative, the staff was leaning against the cashier counter, drowsy and half asleep. Lin Ran set down the grain coupons and just as he picked up the bag of flour, a sharp pain struck his stomach, causing him to stagger uncontrollably. The cameraman noticed this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Young people these days, unable even to carry a 10-pound bag of flour. After taking 2 steps, Lin Ran squatted on the ground, looking like he was throwing a tantrum, saying, I can't move, and so stopping completely. The cameraman shook his head in amusement, their shoulders were carrying machines that weighed much more than 10 pounds. The pain hit Lin Ran hard, and when he recalled Hise's final look, stranger than any stranger, his stomach clenched violently in anguish. And now, what position did he still have to care for Hise? Former teammate? Or ex-boyfriend? No, he was nothing now but a betrayer. Lin Ran sat on the ground in despair, anyway already stained by many wrongdoings, and he didn't mind being labeled melodramatic too. He looked plaintively at the nearby camera and said truthfully, I can't lift it. The cameraman hesitated for a moment, perhaps captivated by the shimmering eyes before him, and without a word, he took over lifting the bag of flour for the other person. Lin Ran hadn't expected such an easy agreement and curved his eyebrows into a radiant smile, thank you, big brother. The cameraman seemed brimming with endless energy and bolted ahead for over 10 meters with one breath. Lin Ran strolled slowly behind, barely able to summon strength and needing rest after each few steps. The painkillers he carried had decreased by half in just half a day, and he feared he wouldn't be able to hold out until the end of the recording. Isn't it supposed to be the early stage? Why does it hurt so much? He had to question if there was something wrong with the diagnostic report, perhaps he was about to die. The cameraman carried the bag all the way until he placed it near the homestay entrance again, you'll still have to take it inside yourself later. Sweaty and confused, Lin Ran stared at him, seemingly not fully understanding what the cameraman meant. With disbelief all over his face, the cameraman thought that the hard physical labor must have been done by himself, yet why was he panting like he ran out of breath? Lin Ran understood then and tried once more to hoist the sack, but after a few failed attempts, the previously abetted agony surged back stronger. With both hands supporting him against the ground, beads of sweat streamed down his chin non-stop. His ears roared, overwhelmed by his heavy breathing sounds. Seeing Lin Ran remaining motionless, the cameraman sighed involuntarily and said, let me do it then. Hise, carrying one large Chinese cabbage in each hand, had just climbed the paddy ridge when he spotted 2 figures, one standing and one squatting. Lin ran crouching on the ground, appeared trembling while facing someone standing haughtily in front of him, who apparently was reproaching something. Hizay immediately let go of the cabbages and rushed over. Did you scold him? Caught off guard by this abrupt questioning, the cameraman was startled. Seeing the fragile figure shivering on the ground, all sense deserted Hizay as he hastily squatted next to him. What did he say to you? Afraid of exposing his suffering, Lin ran buried his head deeper into his knees. Hizay saw the bag of flour on the ground. Judging its weight, it was no less than 80 or 100 pounds. The lump in his heart, the man under his care those years, even picking up an apple made him worry it would tire him out, and these people actually made him lift such a heavy load alone. Furious beyond reason, Hizay shot an accusatory glare at the cameraman who dared challenge his authority and shouted, "Why didn't you assign this kind of work to me? Can you see how weak he is? Do you think he can lift this?" A thoroughly bewildered cameraman. The director, who had hurried over upon hearing rumors. Wang Fucheng opened his mouth a few times, suddenly starting to worry about the edited version. So much couldn't be broadcast, this, that, everything, and after this episode, how many shots of Hizay could possibly remain? His heart convulsed uncontrollably as they paid top dollar, spent enormous effort, and invited the biggest star, only for him to get cut entirely from the show. What was even the point? Lin Ran noticed there were many shadows gathered in front of him. Lifting his head slightly, his blurred vision captured a familiar figure coming closer and farther away. He reached out a hand, lightly brushing over Hizay's eyebrows, asking himself, yet asking the other too. "Hizay, will you forgive me when I die?" Leaning his head on Hizay's stiff shoulder, clinging as he used to cling, he laughed softly and added, "If you don't forgive me, that's fine, it's my fault. If it could be, keep hating me." Chapter 11, The Last Meeting. Lin ran. Hizay firmly grasped the other's shoulders. A typical materialist who didn't believe in deities, Hizay yelled. But he didn't know from when it began, he was willing to be that believer, offering an eternal lamp for his peace and joy. He believed in gods, in Buddhas, in all absurd claims about fate. Lin Ran's dazed mind, jolted by the other's shout, felt a pang in his chest, the pain seemingly scared away. The turmoil in his stomach slowly calmed down. Hizay gritted his teeth as he glared at the man spouting nonsense. Harsh reprimands died on his lips upon seeing Lin Ran's deathly pale face, all resentment instantly melted into concern. "What did you say to him?" Hizay cast a fiery gaze at the cameraman behind, wondering how someone so fine could return looking so wronged. Something must have happened. Wang Fucheng wasn't sure what had happened but looked at the scene before him. Had the staff really given Lin Ran a hard time? With Lin Ran's status, it was possible someone behind the camera verbally abused him. "What is going on here?" Wang Fucheng asked as well. The cameraman quickly explained, "He said he couldn't carry it, so I helped bring it back." Hizay's eyes never left Lin Ran, his ears filled with incomprehensible sounds from the crew. No matter how they tried to explain, he only knew Lin Ran was clearly wronged. Lin Ran glanced around, noticing their encirclement by numerous staff members. The cameras were mostly off, perhaps mindful of Hizay. The director team cautiously stopped filming. But why were they all standing here? Lin Ran barely remembered what he'd said in his half-conscious state, still feeling residual pain in his stomach. Now, he just wanted to find a quiet place to rest. Any heavy work like this should go to me next time. Stop overdoing it. Without effort, Hizay lifted the entire bag of flour. Before Lin Ran could gather his wits, he was pulled along into the courtyard. "You're not a newcomer anymore, right? You're pretty good at arguing online. Why are you so timid in real life? Speak out if anyone bullied you." "No one bullied me." With his physical strength drained, Lin Ran struggled to keep up, stopping by holding onto the doorframe. Hizay turned back, eyeing his weary appearance. "If no one bullied you, then why do you look so wronged?" "I don't feel wronged," Lin Ran responded confusedly. "Fine, keep being stubborn." Hizay threw the flour onto the chopping board, seething with anger. Startled, Lin Ran shrank back his neck. Why had he made Hizay angry again? "Did you get the flour back?" Sun Haoying walked cheerfully into the kitchen, being a seasoned veteran who could immediately sense the underlying tension. It seemed like the two had a quarrel. Hizay courteously stepped aside. "What else do you need me to do, teacher Sun? Where are your cabbages?" Sun Haoying deliberately scanned the floor. "I remember you went to pick cabbages." Hizay suddenly remembered the cabbages left by the roadside, embarrassedly saying, "I'll go get them." "I'll go, I'm faster," and with that, Lin Ran sprinted out of the courtyard. Sun Haoying couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "Looks like the cabbages ran off themselves." How could Hizay miss the innuendo from the elder? Sun Haoying opened the bag of flour and continued speaking almost to himself. "That kid doesn't seem too healthy, his lips are too pale, deficiency in both qi and blood, it could be malnutrition. He's too thin, needs to eat more." Hizay clenched his fists, silently taking out several large chunks of meat from the freezer, beef, lamb, or pork, he didn't even know. Unable to help but laugh, Sun Haoying said, "That's enough meat for a week." "What are you planning?" Hizay hesitated, putting one small piece back. "This is the quantity for 20 people." Unable to bear it any longer, Sun Haoying took over himself. "Out with you. We don't need you here ruining my supplies." As soon as Hizay stepped out of the kitchen, he saw Lin Ran walking slowly, carrying 2 heads of cabbage. Under the sunlight, Lin Ran seemed like a bubble about to burst anytime, giving Hizay an overwhelming sense of unease, as if one day this person would vanish somewhere without him knowing. Exhausted, Lin Ran placed the 2 cabbages in the sink, squatting nearby wanting to clean them. But as soon as he moved, a forceful grip pulled him up. Sweating, though not from heat, purely from the chaos in his own brain, Hizay was frightened. Puzzled, Lin Ran asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you hiding something from me?" Hizay pushed further. Lin Ran's mind exploded with a loud bang. "What am I hiding from you?" His unease was obvious and exposed. He clearly had something to hide. Hizay glanced at the nearby machines, his professionalism forcing him to calm down. He loosened his grip on Lin Ran, taking heavy and rapid breaths. He said, "Lin Ran, I will find out. What you've done over the past year, I'll dig it up." Suddenly, Lin Ran laughed, perhaps finding his words amusing and unable to hold back. He burst into laughter uncontrollably. Frowning, Hizay asked, "What's so funny?" Not caring whether the camera could capture this moment, Lin Ran approached Hizay, teasing in a playful yet soft tone, like a tempting act to others. He said, "Are you sure you want to investigate my past? Although I haven't been a frequent topic of hot search, every time was pretty dramatic. Do you really want to revisit those incidents? You. And that thing between me and Zhangyi, if his wife hadn't found out, I might have already flown straight up by riding his east wind. It was too bad, just one step away." Hizay grabbed his arm tightly. "Lin Ran, do you know what you're doing, what you're saying?" Lin Ran shrugged off his hold with disdain, seriously replying, "Of course I know. Aren't you going to investigate? Instead of letting you discover all kinds of mess, I'd rather filter some pleasant-sounding things and tell them to you." Hizay's eyes watered red, trembling involuntarily. His precious pearl chose to fall. He originally thought there might be some chance for a reversal, but it turned out to be all his self-delusion. Lin Ran really went to any length to become famous. Good, excellent. Hizay glared at him with a cold sneer. Lin Ran reached to turn off the wireless microphone at his chest and said in a low voice, "Those things are all over. No matter how many people have been around me, I only have you in my heart." Disgusting. Hizay shoved away his hand. Lowering his head, Lin Ran muttered softly, "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Anyway, this is our last meeting." Chapter 12 Lin Ran, Where Does It Hurt? They parted in bad terms. That night, Lin Ran only drank a little dumpling soup and then sat at the farthest corner, listening to the guests sharing interesting stories among themselves. As expected, Pei Chen enjoyed hogging the spotlight most, sticking practically onto Hizay. From time to time, she would utter exaggerated compliments to attract attention. Feeling drowsy, Lin Ran closed his eyes against the pillar. "Xiao Lin, our debut may be indefinitely postponed." The previous manager Brotherly stood by the window, smoking one cigarette after another. Just having finished practicing dance, upon hearing this, Lin Ran rushed forward. "Brotherly, what's wrong? Wasn't everything already set? The boss isn't happy. Hizay has high self-esteem and can't learn social skills. Pei Chen speaks without consideration and often offends the boss. You, unwilling to drink alcohol. We are begging others, not the other way round. This has ruined everything." But the debut song was already confirmed. The big boss has handed over the copyright to another team. Lin Ran couldn't believe it. "We've recorded it already, how can we replace people halfway through?" Brotherly shook the ash off his cigarette. "Xiao Lin, this is the entertainment circle, not playing house. If the copyright isn't in our hands, the boss can give it to anyone he wants. What should we do?" Brotherly chuckled. "There's still a chance as long as you listen." "I'll listen. In the next few days, let me take you out to broaden your horizons, only you. Don't tell Hizay about it. This person is good at business but too straightforward and likely to ruin things." Lin Ran lowered his head, pondering repeatedly. Brotherly added, "Once you become big stars, you'll get the opportunity to throw tantrums. Right now, you're nothing. You need to learn to obey. If this debut opportunity is taken away, the team may have to dissolve. The company won't nurture useless trash. I'll go. Brotherly, I'll go with you." Brotherly patted his forehead approvingly. "Now that's being a good boy. Bosses won't make it hard for you. Just join for dinner, drink a couple of cups of wine. I'll watch over it, they won't dare bully you." Brotherly's voice came and went. It had been a long time since Lin Ran dreamt of this person. He was like a savior bringing hope, but also a demon pushing him to the abyss. As cup after cup of strong liquor slid down his throat, Lin Ran was contemplating that perhaps it was from this very moment on that he and Hizay would part ways. His once clean and dazzling pearl still shone brilliantly in the night sky. Yet Lin Ran gradually faded and withered amidst one night of indulgence after another. They all said he had completely deteriorated. Yes, his soul had long rotted away. Little insects were ceaselessly making a racket in the grass, while the surrounding guests had already dispersed. The vast courtyard slowly returned to tranquility. Lin Ran was forgotten in a corner. Probably no one had noticed him as the staff turned off the lights and moved away most of the equipment. Hizay went back to his room for just a quick wash. Pei Chen, possibly exhausted, fell into a deep sleep with incessant snoring right after lying down. Clad in an overcoat, Hizei walked back out into the yard. Beneath the bright moonlight and amidst the gentle breeze, his initial intention was to seek a secluded corner to continue writing lyrics. But when he looked up, his gaze unexpectedly landed on a blurry figure beneath the grape trellis. Lin Ran's slumber wasn't peaceful at all. As if caught in some harrowing nightmare, his breathing was rapid, but no matter what, he couldn't wake up. Hizei stepped forward and, looking down from above, ignored Lin Ran's existence ever since that exchange of words between them. Throughout the entire evening, he barely glanced at him more than once. "Ah, Lin Ran, you're truly gifted, always able to torment my rationality with such pitiful appearances every time I've grown disheartened." Hizei resolutely turned around. He believed that as long as he chose not to look or inquire further, like in the past year, they could keep their bridges and roads separate and never cross paths again. Hurts. A faint moan drifted along with the wind. Startled, Hizei quickly spun back, almost without any command from his brain. His body reacted faster and knelt before him. Anxious, he asked, "Where does it hurt?" Lin Ran's hand clutched his stomach. Seeing his movement, Hizei swiftly reached out and gripped his hand. Stomach ache. Lin Ran felt a heat source and instinctively wanted to grab hold. Hurts. Hizei gently massaged his upper abdomen. Beneath his palm lay something cold and rigid like a stone, causing his brows to uncontrollably crease deeply. Lin Ran hadn't previously suffered from gastritis. Even when drunk to oblivion night after night in the past, he'd always been able to energetically continue rehearsals the next day. Normally, he ate heartily, at least 3 bowls of rice per meal, creating a fuss if he didn't get enough. If it weren't for needing to control his physique for debut, he'd eat 8 meals a day. But within just this 1 year, how had he managed to give himself a stomach problem? Shaking uncontrollably with pain, Lin Ran desperately pressed Hizei's hand onto his stomach, repeating only one word, "Hurts." Hizei controlled the pressure, massaging Lin Ran's icy cold, hardened stomach while softly consoling him, "Good boy, it doesn't hurt anymore. Just bear it a little longer." Collapsing into his embrace, Lin Ran mumbled through his pain-induced haze, "You're lying, it hurts so much." Hizei didn't know if he had caught a cold from the wind or if he had eaten something bad. Upon hearing Lin Ran's soft, silent sobs, he carried him horizontally and declared, "I'll take you to the hospital." "Mr. He, what happened?" Sun Haoying opened the door at night, startled by the commotion happening in the yard. Hizei, drenched in sweat from panic, explained, "Lin Ran is sick. I'm taking him to the hospital." Sun Haoying approached quickly. "Which part feels unwell?" "There's an old herbal doctor in the village, highly skilled. It's dozens of kilometers from here to the city. If it's an acute illness, we can't delay. Teacher Sun, could you show us the way?" The old man in the traditional Chinese medicine hall had already fallen asleep. After being awoken by the loud knocking, he opened the door irritably. Hizei clumsily placed Lin Ran on the chair, casting a pleading glance towards the old man who was clad in an overcoat, expressionless. This young man may have eaten too much last night and has some food stagnation which caused stomach discomfort. Could you please take a look at him first? Sun Haoying explained. The food stagnation issue can be solved with digestion tablets, there's no need to break down someone's door in the middle of the night. The old herbalist sat unhappily on the chair and took Lin Ran's pulse after picking up his wrist. The room suddenly fell silent. Initially casual, the old herbalist perceived something amiss and switched to the other hand to take the pulse again. Hizei, standing nearby, watched anxiously. He never used to have gastritis, why is he in so much pain now? Ignoring the chatty person beside him, the old herbalist lightly pressed Lin Ran's stomach area, frowning more intensely, almost forming a tight knot. "He's in a lot of pain, please be gentler." Chapter 13. Are you sick? The old herbalist helped the patient lie down and gave a meaningful glance towards the young man in distress behind him, asking, "What's your relationship?" Hizei almost blurted out that they were lovers but swallowed the words at the last moment. "Are you celebrities here for a show recording?" The old herbalist waved his hand. "He should stay with me. You can go back. I'll stay here too." Hizei sat directly on a chair. The old herbalist narrowed his eyes. "This involves the patient's privacy. If you're just collaborators, I can't let you stay." He needs treatment and has to undress." The old herbalist reminded. Hizei gaped. "What kind of treatment requires undressing?" "Acupuncture." The old herbalist pushed him out of the examining room. "If you don't leave, stay here but don't look around. Techniques aren't passed to others." The room became quiet again. Lin Ran had actually woken up long ago, but the pain was unbearable, and his eyes wouldn't open. The old herbalist sighed. "I know you're a celebrity, I won't disclose your privacy. But you should stop shooting now and go to the hospital." As soon as one needle went in, Lin Ran suddenly felt that the relentless pain had finally surrendered. He drowsily opened his eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings startled him, making him uneasy. The old herbalist held down his restless body and said, "I'm the doctor, I'll relieve your pain first." Lin Ran's breathing quickened as he shook his head in refusal. I'm fine." "You might be fine, but you're also near death. The old herbalist cut straight to the point. Lin Ran's pupils widened in panic, attempting to mask his pain. The old herbalist shook his head. You should go to the hospital quickly. Have the lesion removed, and there may still be a glimmer of hope. I'm not sick. Lin Ran tried to get up and leave. I'm not exaggerating. Cancer cells spread fast. Your pain response is strong. If you keep this up, you won't even last 3 months. Lin Ran struggled a little but eventually lay back on the bed due to exhaustion. The old herbalist reinserted a needle. I've checked your throat, it doesn't seem pathological. Did you accidentally eat something? Lin Ran didn't answer. The location of your lesion is clear. Now, the mass has already blocked your throat. Swallowing must be very difficult for you, right? Yes. I don't know what kind of artist you are, but if it affects swallowing, surgery is necessary. Lying in bed, Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Old sir, will I live if you cure my throat? The old herbalist hesitated, sensing now that the main problem might not just be in the throat. He had clearly felt the tumor's position earlier, indicating that the mass had grown quite large. If it were concentrated only in the stomach, that would have been better. However, the lesion was spreading, and there were evident hard lumps in the lower liver. It had metastasized, and rapidly. Even if they went to the hospital, it might only mean living a few more days rather than fewer. I need to go back. Lin Ran propped himself up on the bed, trying to sit up. I'll prepare some medicine for you. Tablets might be hard for you to swallow, so I'll boil them into Chinese medicinal liquid. Drink 1 bag every day. It won't cure you, but it will alleviate the pain. Lin Ran initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing, relieve the pain, his eyes lit up, and he obediently lay back down. The old herbalist saw through his simple-minded thoughts, realizing he was just like a child. A door creaked open, and Hizay rushed forward when he heard the sound. The old herbalist glanced at him. I need to prepare the medicine. Let him rest here for a while, then return after picking up the medication. Hizay quietly entered the room, thinking Lin Ran was still asleep. Unexpectedly, he found him looking at the ceiling with bright, joyful eyes. With immense joy, Lin Ran turned toward the door, but when he saw the person who entered, his expression froze instantly. Hizay frowned, catching the other's fleeting shift from joy to seriousness. Incredulous, Lin Ran asked, how did you end up here? Hizay's mouth twitched slightly. I brought you here. Lin Ran was confused and completely forgot how he ended up here. But since he was also present, did he know about his condition? Uncertainly, Lin Ran questioned, do you know? Yes, I know everything. Hizay moved closer with a serious expression. Lin Ran nervously sat up, what exactly do you know? Hizay continued unperturbed, fishing for information. I know everything I shouldn't know. Lin Ran's emotions became too agitated, and his stomach began to ache again faintly. He gritted his teeth and hastily denied, it's all scaremongering, don't believe it. Hizay watched the cold sweat drip from Lin Ran's forehead, his brows knitted tightly. He was now 100% sure that Lin Ran was hiding something from him, and it wasn't trivial. Lin Ran couldn't help but cry out in pain. Helplessly lying down on the bed, he clutched his violently twisting stomach with both hands. Within seconds, layer after layer of sweat drenched him. Seeing this, Hizay could no longer pretend. Panicking, he lifted Lin Ran into his arms. Ran, what's wrong? Are you in pain again? With blurred vision, Lin Ran looked at the figure so close to him. Tears rolled down his temples. He was a little afraid, knowing he didn't have much time left but still trying hard to act as if everything was fine. You'll kill him, Lin Ran. Hizay knew what he wanted to say, leaning closer to his ear. Ran, what do you want to say? Don't, Lin Ran went limp in Hizay's arms. The old herbalist couldn't help but glare at this useless individual. Stomach ailments are emotional illnesses. What did you stimulate him for? Look how much pain you caused. Are you satisfied now? What's really going on? This isn't just an ordinary illness. Hizay calmed down, his face as pale as Lin Ran's lying on the bed, almost like white chalk. Of course it's not just an ordinary illness, he just got scared out of his wits by you. The old herbalist inserted the needles again, clumsy oaf. If you care about him, comfort him properly instead of acting all reckless. Hizay. Don't think I can't see the nature of your relationship. If he doesn't want to tell you, don't force him, use your eyes to understand. Use my eyes? Hizay was confused. The old herbalist snorted, even a blind man could see it. Not stupid, Hizay quickly understood the hint. Sitting by the bedside, his fingertip gently touched Lin Ran's face. Are you sick? Chapter 14, My Throat is Broken. In the early morning, the sky was streaked with waves of dawn's first light. Birds chirped happily, creating a noisy commotion in the yard. Lin Ran hadn't had such a comfortable sleep in a long while. Feeling warm all over, as if attached to a heat source, he indulged in moving closer toward the other person in contentment. Hizay woke up due to Lin Ran's small movements. Sleepy-eyed, he gazed at the body cuddled even tighter in his arms, smiling tenderly, and adjusted the blanket for him once more. Lin Ran listened to the robust heartbeat by his ear, gradually recovering consciousness. His mind filled with confusion as he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the monotonous blue-white curtains, followed by the sight of a hand pressed against his forehead. "Are you still feeling unwell anywhere?" The deep voice echoed in his ear, causing Lin Ran's heart to inexplicably race. He abruptly raised his head, staring fearfully at the other person. If he wasn't mistaken, they were hugging each other just now. Heze's arm had been under pressure all night, numb and sore. Rubbing his shoulder slightly, he teased, "Now that you're awake, are you planning to deny ever knowing me?" Lin Ran blinked innocently. How had he flipped his attitude? Heze chuckled softly, "Last night, you held me while I massaged your stomach all night long. When you wake up this morning, will you act as if nothing happened?" Lin Ran couldn't believe it, instinctively touching his warm stomach. No wonder he woke up without any discomfort at all. He rubbed it all night. What exactly did he know? Heze didn't dare exaggerate overly, speaking vaguely, "I don't ask for repayment, but I do have a question." Lin Ran guiltily moved back several steps, feigning ignorance as he glanced outside the window. "It's bright already, shouldn't we go back?" "I've already asked the director for leave. You can rest well today, you don't need to complete any tasks." Heze stood up, cornering the clever one who was still trying to fool him. Lin Ran was backed into the wall, "And you? Don't you need to?" "Lin Ran, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. I just don't want you to hide anything from me. Are you sick or not?" "You. I'm not trying to trick words out of you. I respect you. If you still trust me, tell me everything. If it's something I can solve, I'll do my best to help. If it's beyond my capability, I'll do my utmost to find ways to help." "Heze, in what capacity would you help me?" Heze hesitated for a second before declaring firmly, "As an ex-boyfriend, as a former teammate, any identity works. No one said that breaking up must mean never seeing each other again. But this is my private matter. I don't want anyone else involved. Lin Ran, the reason I say this is based on you listening. If you're not willing to listen, I might not inquire so politely. I have ways to find out your secrets. You're being unreasonable." Lin Ran's emotions became too intense, his face turning red. Heze leaned his right hand against the wall, leaning forward slightly. "Now, you can tell me. You just said you wouldn't force me." Lin Ran turned his head away, avoiding eye contact. "But you're not being cooperative. Say, we've broken up. My affairs don't need your questioning. But I insist on asking." Lin Ran gripped the edge of his pants. "Do you have to make me admit that I can never sing again for you to leave me alone?" Heze's expression suddenly stiffened. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. Lin Ran broke free from his restraint, staggering a few steps forward. "There's an issue with my vocal cords. I can never sing again. I might even become mute, a useless person who can do nothing." Heze stood stunned, watching his trembling figure. Somehow, he inexplicably recalled the once dazzling Lin Ran under thousands of spotlights. He was so beautiful, the stage light seemed like filters, making him look like a fairy shining brilliantly. Not only did he possess a striking appearance, but he also had a divine voice nurtured by fate, capable of high notes, low notes, and harmonies. In the team, he was the all-purpose support. But one day, the most precious prince fell from his pedestal, claiming he could never sing again. Heze couldn't accept this fact. He tightly grabbed the other's arm, trying to uncover some inconsistency in his story, some hint that he was lying. Lin Ran laughed, a bleak and pale laugh. "Are you feeling sorry for me?" Heze had assumed his coarse voice came from lack of practice after a year of hiatus, never considering any issues with his throat. Lin Ran patted his hand. "Don't pity me. Anyway, I can't stay in this circle anymore. It's fine if my voice is ruined." "How could this happen?" Heze shook his head, gripping him tighter. Lin Ran shrugged helplessly. "Smoked too much." "When did you learn to smoke? Besides, smoking shouldn't damage your voice to this extent. At most, it makes your voice less bright. Maybe my body has special sensitivities, or maybe the cigarettes were too low quality. The doctor recently advised me to undergo a small surgery, but afterwards, I can't sing anymore." Heze frowned, probing further. "Which hospital, which doctor?" Lin Ran chuckled unexpectedly. "Say, you look now as though you still have lingering feelings for me. I'm not fooling around anymore." Heze, fearing Lin Ran would continue diverting, took out his phone and prepared to call his assistant. Lin Ran stopped him. "Say, if you really still care for me, why don't we get back together?" Upon hearing these words, Heze's movement paused mid-gesture. Lin Ran maintained his usual half-joking, half-serious attitude, saying, "I see how much you care about me. Since we still feel something for each other, let's give it another try. That way, you'll have a better reason to care about my voice, and I won't need to hide anything from you. I can completely depend on you." Heze released his grip, stepping back 3 paces without hesitation. "Lin Ran, love isn't a game, you can't simply decide to reconcile. Aren't you concerned about me? How can you care about my health if there's no affection left?" Lin Ran grinned. "I merely don't want to see you abandon yourself. You should be aware of how excellent your previous voice was. With just a little more effort, you wouldn't end up being abandoned by everyone today. Do I have more effort? Right now, I'm putting forth maximum effort, trying to get back with you. With you here, wouldn't I have access to resources and traffic? Lin Ran moved closer, smiling gleefully. Say reddened with anger from his flattering demeanor, retorting, I see that you're beyond saving. Indeed, I'm beyond saving. I just want to take shortcuts. Chapter 15, They are all forcing him. If all you think about are these crooked shortcuts, then whether you keep your voice or not doesn't matter. Say turned around, and his former warmth suddenly turned cold. It was unnecessary for him to waste concern. As Lin Ran watched Say's departing back, his tense body seemed to lose its energy, trembling as he held onto the wall to stabilize himself from falling. His throat felt a little tight, as if blocked by another breath of air. He lightly patted his chest, intending to allow more oxygen into his heart. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, it's just that the room isn't soundproof, the old Chinese doctor said, awkwardly supporting Lin Ran, who was swaying unsteadily, and helped him back to the chair. Lin Ran supported his forehead with one hand, sudden dizziness made him feel disoriented. The old Chinese doctor poured a cup of sugary water and handed it to his lips. So, you two broke up, huh? That's why he seemed so awkward last night. Lin Ran, embarrassed, said, thank you. Do you still like him? Lin Ran remained silent, looking down. I may not fully understand your young people's emotions, but it's clear there's still feelings for each other. Don't you think it's abnormal? We're both boys. Lin Ran glanced at the calm old man, who didn't seem particularly surprised. The old Chinese doctor couldn't help but laugh. What's strange about that? As long as you're happy, what others think doesn't matter. If you worry too much about other people's opinions, in the end, you'll only suffer yourself. Lin Ran smiled faintly after pressing his lips together. You're right. Now, if you refuse him because you're afraid of holding him back, then that makes sense. But I must still advise you as a healer, don't give up until the very last moment. Lin Ran turned his head to look out the window at the bright sunshine outside. But I don't have another choice. Why say that? Lin Ran's smile became even more evident, yet a trace of sadness slowly surfaced in his eyes. After the incident, Lin Ran hadn't thought about not looking for Say. During his stay in the hospital, he repeatedly called Say. Maybe due to Say's despair, this was the first time Say had blocked and deleted him. Big Brotherly, I want to find. Little Lin, where have you been? Big Brotherly sounded even more anxious than him. Lin Ran's voice was damaged, every word felt like torture on his throat. He croaked, what's wrong? Our resources have been snatched, our EP has been pulled, all recordings have been paused. Our debut might collapse. It was the first time Big Brotherly had lost his composure, and no one expected such a catastrophic downfall less than a week before their debut. Lin Ran got more and more anxious, but couldn't utter a single word. Helplessly, he listened as the other side reported disastrous news one after another. The debut date has been postponed indefinitely. What does that mean? Do they intend to bury us? Lin Ran didn't know why everything had gone well and suddenly collapsed. The big boss had been satisfied with their team, and confidently said they were sure to become famous, willing to throw all the resources into them. Big Brother Lee's voice sounded 10 years older, choked with emotion. We may have offended some tycoon that even the big boss can't afford to offend. Lin Ran fell back onto the bed, understanding now. The He family had acted, they ultimately didn't agree with their eldest son and grandson becoming an entertainer. They had destroyed his voice to warn him, and then pressed down all resources to force him to let go. They wanted him to release his hold, wanting Say to come home. Little Lin, the situation is very complicated. Even the big boss can't do anything. We might have to announce our dissolution. Big Brotherly sighed, with each sigh filled with powerlessness. Say hasn't been seen these few days either. I wonder if he already knew the news and wants to fly solo. Lin Ran put down his phone. His throat was still bleeding, every breath smelled heavily of blood. He yanked the needle out and staggered off the bed. The He family residence. Lin Ran couldn't get in, so he lingered outside, sitting on a stone stool, waiting for the tightly closed gate to open. He knew that if Say had disappeared, it was most likely that he had been controlled by the He family. They were surely afraid that he would seek out Say and reveal what had happened. They were guilty, they feared Say would take revenge for him. A Maybach drove out of the estate. Lin Ran prepared to chase forward, but saw the car stop voluntarily. The driver stood respectfully behind the car with an umbrella. A woman got out of the car, leading a 7 or 8-year-old boy. The boy happily squatted by the roadside and picked a bunch of wildflowers carelessly. The woman kindly wiped the dirt from his hands. You child, why are you interested in these flowers? You always like playing with things that aren't worth showing off. Mom, I want to give them to my brother. The woman laughed even more charmingly. Ah, it's for little Say, is it? Then it's fine. He likes these lowly things, stubborn and resilient. The brother will definitely like them. When the brother is happy, grandpa will be happy too. The woman's expression collapsed, and then her face turned cold as she threw the bunch of wildflowers on the ground. They won't be happy for long. The little boy saw this and began shouting at the top of his lungs, Mom, you threw them all away. That stuff is not worth showing off. Your grandpa won't like the flowers you give to his precious grandson, the woman said as she pulled the boy into the car. Lin Ran wobbled and squatted under a tree. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto him, yet he felt no warmth, only an increasingly intense chill. He clutched his throat that ached painfully, as what had seemed a close mansion suddenly became unreachable. A terrible thought struck him: they weren't afraid he would come to Hizei, they were afraid he wouldn't. Ran, I never believed in love. My parents are the best examples. Less than a year after my mother passed away, my father publicly married his Moonlight. That woman was also patient. She remained faithful to my father until my mother passed away. And my father was also quite restrained. He waited until after my mother died before continuing his entanglement with that woman. They remarried so cleanly and openly that I couldn't even find an excuse to make trouble about it, and could only watch as they happily had their first child together. I will never forget how that woman looked when she gave birth to her son, her eyes full of undisguised pride, as if she had already determined that her son would be the sole heir to the He family. But perhaps they don't know, from the beginning, grandfather's will has been written with only me as the inheritor. No matter how many children that woman bears or how much affection she displays, in the end, it will all turn out to be chasing shadows. The scene shifted, revealing an unclear figure. Lin Ran tried hard to open his eyes wider but couldn't see the woman's features clearly. All he could hear was her mocking laughter. The old man wouldn't let his only heir fall into ruin in the entertainment industry. He wouldn't sacrifice his beloved grandson, so he'd eliminate you, the outsider, first. The old man doesn't need to act personally, I can just be the bad guy. Little Zay would never guess that his grandfather was behind it. Accept your fate. You're nothing more than the sacrifice in the power game between him and his grandfather. Chapter 16, Lin Ran hide something from me. The old Chinese doctor waved his hand in front of the motionless young fool. What are you thinking about? You look so deep in thought. Lin Ran shook his head and habitually touched his tightening throat, just remembering some past events. Sore throat. The old Chinese doctor prepared to take his pulse again. Lin Ran drew back his hand. I'm fine. He looked down, staring at the shadow on the ground. He wasn't sure if it was due to lack of focus or tears in his eyes that blurred his vision. The fleeting moments of helplessness and despair felt as fresh as yesterday. He knew he was just a sacrifice, being pushed forward by everyone, but every step ahead felt like stepping into a fiery abyss. He had only two choices, to die himself, or drag Hizei down with him. It was never about being afraid of his making a fuss. Instead, they were afraid he wouldn't, because that woman wished he'd go home and make trouble with Hizei. To cause enough trouble to disillusion his grandfather, to force Hizei to be expelled from the He family, to push the old man to rewrite the will. Hizei loved him, and Lin Ran couldn't bear to imagine the consequences once Hizei learned that everything was connected to the He family. Maybe they could forge ahead on their own. Hadn't this team already carved out its own path? But Lin Ran realized very well that without the tacit approval of the He family, where would they get such effective resources? How could they have had 4 or 5 music companies approaching them before debuting? That big boss must have been arranged early on by the He family. The cherished grandson of the patriarch of the He family, how could he bear to watch him fight alone, even stoop to begging others? Helplessly, Lin Ran gazed at the bright sunshine outside the window. The light in his heart, he didn't want to see it extinguished either. This is the medicine I prepared for you. You can only drink 1 bag per day. It contains licorice, so it's not bitter. The old doctor cut a small slit in the package and handed it over. Lin Ran didn't fear bitterness, he simply didn't enjoy sweetness, fearing he might drown in it. Sitting nearby, the old doctor watched as the boy sipped carefully, his obedient and well-behaved manner making the old man feel a twinge of sadness in his heart. Lin Ran stopped halfway because his stomach felt full, blinking his eyes pitifully at the elder as if silently asking if he could stop drinking. The old doctor laughed. If you can't drink it all at once, drink slowly later. Just don't vomit. In the courtyard of the farmhouse, the entire director's team was rushing around like ants on a hot pan. Wang Fuqing was extremely anxious but didn't dare to push things forward and could only grit his teeth while repeatedly contacting Hizei's agent backstage. Pei Chen sat under a pavilion. All morning, everyone had ceased filming as they waited for those 2 people. Although his popularity couldn't match Hizei's, he was still a rather sought-after star, yet the production team had left him cooling his heels for half a day. As soon as Hizei pushed open the gate of the courtyard, he saw pair after pair of eyes immediately shift to look at him. Pei Chen quickly replaced his earlier cold and disgruntled demeanor with jubilation, running up excitedly, "Brother Hizei, you're back. We were all discussing whether we should go over and check on Lin Ran, whether his condition is okay. Did he feel out of place in this environment? I wasn't feeling well yesterday either." This statement was clearly a veiled jab, implying that everyone gets uncomfortable sometimes, but Lin Ran had been too delicate, making a fuss late at night and even wasting everyone's time. Hizei gave him a quick glance but ignored him completely as he headed straight toward the yard. Unbothered, Pei Chen continued, "He should have told me, I just happened to bring some medicine. In fact, taking a bit of medicine would have been enough, it's not necessary to make such a big deal in the middle of the night," which also delayed brother Hizei's rest. He really does need some medicine. Hizei's gaze sharpened as it fixed on Pei Chen. Pei Chen's smile froze for a moment before he stubbornly replied, "I'm fine already, no need for any more medicine. I was just talking about Lin Ran. If he has another bout of gastroenteritis next time, he can come find me, he doesn't need to cause a commotion by rushing to the hospital, delaying today's filming schedule. I meant medicine for the brain. Hsieh stopped paying attention to him and took long strides toward his bedroom. After staying overnight at the Chinese medicine hall, the smell of herbal medicine had deeply permeated into his body, lingering around his nose constantly. Hsieh washed his face. As he looked up at the person who appeared slightly weary in the mirror, he casually wiped away water droplets and pulled out his phone. The phone rang once before being picked up. Investigate Lin Ran's medical records for the past year. Hsieh leaned against the sink, lighting a cigarette. It's not that he didn't know how to smoke, he simply smoked rarely. However, smoking ruins one's voice. Even this excuse sounded so fake that a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. The name might be quite common, the man responded. Then check them all. Alright, I'll begin the investigation immediately. I want the final results within a week. The other party paused briefly. There's too much repetition and not enough time. The error rate will be high. I want the most accurate answer. I'll do my best to investigate all the medical records of every person named Lin Ran in Suzhou City, Shanghai, and Jiangxing within a month. Knowing this person's efficiency, Hsieh did not try to shorten the timeline further and nodded, contact me as soon as you find anything. Record every single detail from head to toe, down to every fallen strand of hair. The assistant. Afraid the other side hadn't heard clearly, Hsieh repeated again emphatically, I need detailed medical records without omission. If it's a small clinic, it might take a bit longer. He values his life too much to go to a small clinic. Hsieh hung up. How could someone who whined and acted cute over every little scratch possibly choose a small clinic? With such a serious issue in his throat, Lin Ran surely would have gone to the hospital first thing. Just as Hsieh returned to the courtyard, Lin Ran walked in through the door. He held a full bag of Chinese medicine, looking better than yesterday, indicating there was nothing major wrong with him. Lin Ran, seeing the numerous cameras set up, politely greeted everyone and wanted to return to his room. However, before he'd even taken 2 steps, Pei Chen stepped forward and blocked him. Pei Chen was harboring anger inside and was exactly searching for an outlet. Since provoking Hsieh wasn't an option, naturally, he directed all his frustration towards Lin Ran, who seemed utterly insignificant. Lin Ran sensed his malicious intent and asked innocently, what's wrong? Are you sick too? Do you want me to share a packet with you? Pei Chen smirked, Chinese medicine is bitter. If you're unwell, you can come to me, I brought plenty of medicine, capable of treating any kind of ailment. Lin Ran turned his head to look at the director's team that was filming with great interest and asked, I remember the staff required me to inspect my luggage before entering here and prohibited bringing medicine casually inside. Does this rule apply exclusively to me? An oppressive silence fell over the scene. Lin Ran innocently stared at the camera. So it seems only my luggage was checked. Director's team. Chapter 17, don't worry, it's already dead. Given Lin Ran's relatively low status, it was only natural for him to be targeted. However, his boldness in bringing it up so straightforwardly placed everyone present in an unprecedentedly awkward situation. Sun Haoying adjusted his reading glasses and, no longer able to pretend he was engrossed in a book, began speaking with steady authority. When we entered, everyone was required to check their belongings, so it's natural for us to organize our luggage beforehand, ensuring what needs to be brought or left behind is handled properly. I didn't bring any random items, just ordinary medicine. It's my first time coming to Lixian City, of course, I have to carry some common medication. Pei Chen tried to justify himself. That's probably me being stupid then, Lin Ran said as he walked past a visibly embarrassed Pei Chen whose face was red with guilt. With a good mood restored, Lin Ran made his way back toward the bedroom. Hsieh did not rush to follow. Instead, he leaned casually against a pillar, watching with interest as Lin Ran skillfully silenced everyone with a single statement, a cunning little trick that showed he was still as eloquent as ever and never willing to lose a verbal battle. Lin Ran briefly glanced at Hsieh who had been silent the entire time, but fearful of drawing more attention, he quickly retreated into the room. Today's filming assignment was simple. June through May was the peak season for wild mushrooms in the mountain forests. The director's team handed each person 10 pictures, and the task was complete once they found the wild mushrooms depicted on them. After each guest completed the task, they would receive ingredients, fish from the water, birds from the sky, animals from the land, everything imaginable. Although Lin Ran hadn't fully recovered, as a member of the lowest tier in the 18th line of actors, who cared about his health. He had barely lain down when program staff came to rouse him, giving him a bamboo basket and placing him onto his assigned mountain bike. The rocky paths made the ride so bumpy that he nearly threw up right there. Don't worry, Teacher Wang, your personal camera operator, is local here and will guide you deep into the mountains, the staff assured him while handing over the set of mushroom pictures. These are the most common types, so if you're lucky, it should take you half an hour to finish the task. Lin Ran wasn't about to believe their sweet talk. If it were that easy, how would the show gather enough views? He didn't dare to relax, and in the split second when the cameras turned away, quietly stuffed several painkillers into his mouth without making a sound. The pills slowly melted, leaving his mouth full of bitterness. The mountain bike stopped at the base of the mountain, where the rest of the team had already set out. Lin Ran was one of the last guests to arrive. With his cameraman carrying the equipment ahead, occasionally turning around to glance back at Lin Ran who strolled carefree as if on a spring outing in the wild, clearly unconcerned about failing the task. "Teacher Wang, do you think there might be flying ants around here?" Lin Ran suddenly asked, curiosity sparking in his voice. The cameraman shook his head. "I haven't seen any." "How about monkeys flying everywhere and causing trouble?" "Nope, I haven't seen any either." "What about aggressive wild boars?" "What makes you ask all these questions for?" Squatting near a patch of disorganized weeds, Lin Ran replied, "Don't jungle adventures usually include these things?" The cameraman. How could he explain this was a lifestyle reality show, not an adventure program? "It seems there's a snake." Lin Ran suddenly widened his eyes dramatically, pointing at a trembling patch of grass in front of them in mock panic. The cameraman immediately became tense. Such movement couldn't be from a snake, could it possibly be a wild boar? "You hide behind me quickly." Lin Ran stared intently forward. Suddenly, in his vision appeared a pair of pure white sneakers completely caked in mud. He glared expressionlessly at both of them, saying, "Not looking for mushrooms, but squatting there watching ants moving." Lin Ran opened his mouth and couldn't help but comment, "Why did you wear those white shoes to come to the mountains?" He's obsession with cleanliness was infamous, it reached a level where everything he owned had to be immaculately clean. His preference for white items meant he would wash his hands raw after touching anything remotely dirty. Yet, such a cleanliness-obsessed person wore white shoes into the forest to search for mushrooms. Clearly, he wasn't the only one sick, He probably needed a brain check too. He had almost forced himself to forget about this embarrassing choice. However, when reminded again, he clenched his teeth even harder, growling angrily, "Throw them away as soon as I go back. Don't waste a perfectly good pair of shoes. Just wash them, they can still be used." Lin Ran teased as he stood up. Instinctively, driven by a physical impulse, He reached out and supported Lin Ran's arm. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, not immediately rejecting He's help, but awkwardly taking a few steps forward. "I need to focus on finding mushrooms too, I heard that wild mushrooms make an incredibly fragrant chicken stew." He followed silently behind him without another word. Lin Ran questioned curiously, "Aren't you going to find mushrooms? Can't I look for them over here? We're competitors now." Lin Ran spread his arms wide, acting as though the area behind him was under his ownership. "First come, first served, do you understand? I got here first," He reminded him. "You're the one who's trying to snatch my place." Lin Ran smirked, "You're so petty." Seeing Lin Ran about to leave, He grabbed his wrist suddenly, "I didn't say you couldn't be here. There are still plenty of mushrooms on that side, which might suit you." Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he pushed aside a pile of weeds. Sure enough, he found several plump little mushrooms. He compared them with the photos but couldn't identify the species, so he simply scooped them all up and left the sorting to the production team later. He stood nearby with his arms crossed, a faint smile on his lips, looking rather satisfied. The cameraman not far away didn't dare to make a sound, aware that others might not know, but he had fully captured it all on video. He rushed straight into the forest upon getting out of the vehicle. His serious search for the marks made him look like an experienced hand, yet strangely, after all the trouble, he didn't pick a single mushroom himself. The cameraman couldn't help but suspect that his previous diligent searching wasn't actually his own effort but rather just a reconnaissance mission to guide someone else in finding the location. Lin Ran enthusiastically pulled the mushrooms. Suddenly, his fingertips touched something slippery and cool. He poked it curiously, only realizing it was green when it moved. Snake. Lin Ran jumped and fell backward onto the ground. Startled from its slumber, the green snake lunged toward him with its mouth open. Buzz. A knife flew out of nowhere and stabbed right into the snake. Lin Ran turned pale from being scared out of his wits, his previously flushed cheeks lost all color in an instant. Ugh. He covered his mouth and nearly vomited. In 2 swift steps, He rushed in front of him, wrapping his arms around him protectively. "Don't be afraid, it's already dead." Chapter 18, He It hurts. Lin Ran's heart pounded heavily, and it took quite a while for him to calm down. He gently massaged his back, regretting not having cleared those things away in time earlier. He should have foreseen this. Damp and cold forests were naturally filled with insects and reptiles. Gradually regaining his composure, Lin Ran lightly patted He's shoulder. "I'm fine now." He loosened his embrace reluctantly, double-checking, "Didn't it bite you?" "No, it didn't." "How did you manage that trick with the knife just now?" Lin Ran was surprised and examined the snake's death carefully, unaware that He knew how to use throwing knives. "It was just a burst of potential, I didn't expect to hit it with the first try." He dusted off the dirt on his knees, realizing even his pants would have to go now. Lin Ran struggled to stand, only realizing afterward how intimate their movements had been, causing his face to flush red. "Thank you earlier." "Don't thank me, it's natural that I can't just watch you die. Whoever it is, if they're in danger, I'll help if I can." He stuffed his hands into his pockets and declared proudly, looking every bit like a peacock spreading its feathers. Lin Ran didn't expose his lie, though others might not understand. As his former lover, Lin Ran knew better than anyone this guy's nature. When something wasn't his business, he wouldn't lift an eyelid. "I've collected mine already." What about you? Are you done? Lin Ran looked into his basket and saw not even a leaf inside. Jose replied, haven't they all been snatched by you? Lin Ran smiled gently, then let me compensate for your loss. I'm not despicable enough to grab from someone else's basket. This whole thing is being recorded. If it gets edited and goes public, I'd earn myself a bad reputation for arrogance. The cameraman. You're finally aware we've been recording the whole time. Don't you want to see how awkward and strange your actions have been looking? Then let me help you find. Lin Ran was just about to take up the basket when a big hand preempted him. Jose picked up a basket with each hand and walked inward, rather a failure than hindrance. Keep an eye on the road yourself so you don't fall and drag me down again. Smiling cheerfully, Lin Ran followed behind, asking, do you think there will be flying ants? Jose surveyed the surroundings. There could be, these things depend on luck. If you encounter them, great, if not, maybe they're inactive during the day and only come out at night. The cameraman. What about monkeys, you know, the ones jumping around quickly in the sky? Jose glanced at the sky. Monkeys eat bananas. You'll need to lure them out with bananas next time you get the chance. The cameraman. How about wild boars? The kind that attacks unreasonably, charging at people ferociously. Jose thought for a moment and said helplessly, this is a botanical garden, not a zoo. We don't have everything. So there aren't any then. Aren't you afraid of wild boars? Of course I am. Jose patted his head, then why are you asking if you're scared? This is just making small talk, Lin Ran admitted openly. Jose let out an exasperated sigh, in that case, we'd better get to work, pick them, there's so many. Lin Ran looked at the ground where there were colorful wild mushrooms in reds, oranges, yellows, and greens, delightedly saying, how did you spot these? I didn't see anything earlier. Jose clearly enjoyed the admiration in Lin Ran's eyes and couldn't help but smirk even more confidently. After Lin Ran had gathered most of the mushrooms, he noticed that Jose hadn't moved at all, so he asked, aren't you going to pick any? Our types are similar, you can gather some extra ones for me later. Lin Ran took a look at his assignment pictures and though they seemed similar at first glance, on closer inspection, they showed some differences. There are quite a few that are different. Yeah, I'll check them out later. I've almost finished my task here, we should hurry up and finish yours too. Lin Ran grabbed his basket. However, Jose was still holding onto the shoulder straps of the basket and wouldn't let go. Stay close, the road's slippery. It might have rained last night, leaving the forest path muddy and slippery, regardless of how good or expensive your shoes were, it was hard to keep from slipping. Lin Ran was finding it increasingly difficult to walk as the painkillers began losing their effectiveness, and familiar waves of discomfort slowly started creeping back. Even though they were under the shade of the trees, he began breaking out in cold sweat. Jose quickly noticed something was off and cautiously slowed down. Lin Ran could no longer pretend, so he squatted down with both hands pressing against his stomach, feeling the intense pain making his vision go black. Jose tossed his basket aside and squatted beside him worriedly, asking, are you having stomach pains again? Lin Ran rested his head directly on Jose's shoulder, breathing unevenly, let me rest for a while. Jose took off his jacket and draped it over him, the forest is humid. You must have caught a chill. Let me take you out of here. As he spoke, he tried lifting Lin Ran into his arms. Lin Ran shook his head, we're still being filmed. Jose didn't care about that and gave a quick look to the cameraman, who promptly turned off the recording. It's fine, he leaned back and said, get on. The pain made Lin Ran dizzy and unable to focus. Once the painkillers wore off, the intense cold sensation kept stabbing at his stomach repeatedly, tearing him apart inside, causing excruciating pain. Jose carried him on his back, walking slowly so as not to rush. He looked around anxiously for a quicker way out. He knew Lin Ran must be suffering greatly. Almost able to feel his trembling. Half conscious with pain, Lin Ran could only make out vague shapes of tree shadows ahead. Jose. Yes. Are you in a lot of pain? Did you say there would be flying ants? Jose nodded, yes, I saw them earlier, one big one. It had red and green hues, very beautiful. Why didn't you tell me before? I didn't see any. I've taken pictures of them. I'll send them to you when we get back. Suddenly, Lin Ran fell silent. Jose frowned, Lin Ran, are you still conscious? We aren't friends anymore. Feeling deeply upset, Lin Ran rested heavily on his back. The sharp pains in his stomach seemed to resonate with this emotional turmoil, sharpening instantly like a dull blade becoming razor sharp, continuously piercing his frail body. A wave of heat rose from his chest and abdomen, forcing him to suppress it desperately. By the end, he felt like he was dying, his breath so light it was almost imperceptible, and his heartbeat was erratic. Jose stopped walking, remembering that a year ago, after they broke up, they had completely erased every means of contact. To cut ties with this farcical past, he'd even changed his phone number, blocking any chance of reconnecting right from the source. For a whole year, neither had reached out, severing ties cleanly and leaving no trace. Jose, if I tell you that I tried to find you, will you believe me? Lin Ran didn't hear what he was saying himself, but he knew he had definitely asked a question. Jose, when I was desperate, I really did try to find you, but the number. I couldn't get through. Chapter 19, All came out. Hise's steps became heavier, as if every step forward required immense effort. He asked, "Why are you looking for me now? Wasn't it you who initially said we shouldn't contact each other? There are times I regret it. Knowing how well you treated me, and yet I still hurt you, you must have been heartbroken then." Lin Ran tightened his grip around his neck. Okay. After the program is over, I'll have my agent contact you. Let him know what help you need, and this can be our last bit of grace. I hope you can become the person you want to be." "Become the person I want to be?" Lin Ran asked, puzzled. "You said it, meeting at the peak." Hise walked out of the mountain forest, and sunlight naturally fell on both of them. Lin Ran laughed. "Do you mean to help me? I am very clear about your abilities. If I give you a stage, you won't end up in today's situation." Lin Ran's smile grew brighter. "Then I do have an unreasonable request. You don't need to tell me, just tell my agent. Can you give me a ticket for your concert in Suzhou next month?" Lin Ran asked solemnly. Hise turned his head, catching sight of the curved corner of his mouth with the corner of his eye. He seemed very much to look forward to it. "Just a ticket? I didn't manage to get one. Your fans are really amazing, all gone within a second. I didn't even enter the payment page before it was sold out," Lin Ran lamented. "After we go back, I'll have someone send you the best VIP seat. I will surely dress up and attend. It's just a concert. As long as you take good care of your voice, you will have your day too. Then should I set this as my goal? Perhaps someday I will also sing on a fully occupied stage, making my fans proud. There will be such a day." Lin Ran closed his eyes. If there really is such a day, he thinks he would leave this world smiling. This hopeless life still has some hope. When Wang Fucheng saw Lin Ran being carried out, it felt like the sky was falling apart. He actually had a ridiculous thought. Did this guy imitate Shenong trying herbs by tasting wild mushrooms raw? What happened? Director Wang was jumping around anxiously. "He's not feeling well. I'll take him home first," Hise simply stated after a brief exchange, and then got into the car. Lin Ran pulled at his sleeve. "I can go home myself, my fungi collection is done. You don't have to worry about me, you still need to shoot. We can reshoot later." Hise glanced at his unusually pale face and directly slipped his hand under his coat. The organ under his palm was cold and hard, like a stone stuck there. Even with a little force, Lin Ran would tremble uncontrollably. He was in terrible pain. Lin Ran held his hand, shaking his head. "Don't move me." Hise frowned deeply. "To the hospital. I've got medicine. The old master gave me medicine." Lin Ran covered his mouth. "You don't need to worry about me, I can do it myself." Hise's heart ached. Lin Ran hadn't had any gastric disease before. How did he drag himself into this state? Was it because of a lack of money for proper meals or drinking too much alcohol which corroded his stomach? Lin Ran felt nauseous and could no longer pretend to be strong, laying down flat on the car seat. How could Hise possibly return to filming and abandon him? Without hesitation, he held him in his arms, not caring about the presence of more than a dozen staff members, gently warming his stomach. Lin Ran's eyes were reddish at the corners, looking as if he had cried from pain. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Hise leaned close to his ear, gently comforting him. Lin Ran wanted to say that "You're not here," but he couldn't bring himself to open his mouth. When those people plotted against him, you weren't here. When those people cursed and trampled on him, you weren't here either. When those people deceived and ridiculed him, you still weren't here. On the night they broke up, Lin Ran sat by the roadside watching cars come and go all night. The neon lights of the city were beautiful, colorful in his eyes. At first, he smiled full of joy looking up at those tall buildings, until the light faded, leaving him only with confusion about his future. After that night, he began indulging in nightly revelries more recklessly, day by day accompanying capitalists in drinking and celebrating. The He's removed the shackles binding them, resources poured into his hands continuously. On the day he debuted, it was the most glorious day of his life. He saw fans supporting endlessly and heard thunderous applause. He thought, this was the meaning of his sacrifice, wasn't it? His lover stood on the brightest stage shining like a pearl radiating the brightest light. Everyone cheered and celebrated for him, everyone was proud of him. In this abyss, Hise, you don't need to be here. Anyway, I have nothing, so it's just losing you again. In the bedroom, Lin Ran smelled a familiar perfume and groggily opened his eyes. This Chinese medicine was a little cool, so I warmed it up for you. Can you drink it now? Hise squatted by the bed, holding a small bowl in his hands. Lin Ran tried to sit up, looking around. This wasn't his room. Your room is a bit damp, Hise said, with one hand supporting Lin Ran's shoulder and the other holding a spoon filled with medicinal liquid. Lin Ran stared at the man who was almost pressing against him, this warmth, as if they had returned to how they were a year ago. Hise said, I tasted it just now, it's sweet, not bitter. Can you randomly taste medicine? Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh and said, I know it's not bitter. Hise put the spoon to his lips, I won't say anything now. I'll talk after you finish drinking. Lin Ran obediently took small sips until he had finished half the bowl. Then he asked, what do you want to say? After tomorrow's program recording, I booked an appointment for you at Chingen Hospital and arranged the most comprehensive physical examination. The moment those words fell, Lin Ran suddenly felt that the medicine he had just swallowed turned into poison. Without time to move, he spit out all the medicine when he opened his mouth. He didn't expect it at all and was directly covered in the spittle. Lin Ran looked at him apologetically. Sorry, let me wipe you. He was too weak. As soon as he raised his hand, he fell to the ground. He froze as if struck on the head. He didn't know what to do, just reflexively holding him tightly in his arms. Ran. His voice trembled, two simple words making his voice crack. Lin Ran held onto his arm faintly. I got you dirty. Chapter 20, do you think I can't find out? How could he care about his own mess? All he felt was an unprecedented fear. Had something happened to Lin Ran because he hadn't bothered to ask about him this whole year? That breakup was so cruel that even recalling it now left them both feeling heartbroken, hating each other enough to kill. He thought he could be as hard-hearted as a stone, ignoring everything. Even if Lin Ran were to die or be paralyzed in front of him, he would turn around and leave without hesitation. But when he saw Lin Ran faint from vomiting, he realized he didn't have that kind of cold-hearted ability at all. Just imagining how Lin Ran suffered without him made his heart ache. Why did he leave so easily back then? Why did he ignore his situation so completely? As long as he was fine, even if he played around, he could look the other way. I'm fine, I don't need to go to the hospital. Lin Ran pulled away from Hise's embrace, curling his small body into a ball. Hise silently pulled him back into his arms, prying open his trembling hands. He lifted his own hand, placing his warm palm on Lin Ran's upper abdomen. The organ under his palm seemed to resent his previous recklessness, almost convulsing harder, like a piece of hard rock grinding against Lin Ran's flesh and blood with every movement. Lin Ran was already in such pain that he couldn't speak, burying his pale face in Hise's chest. Sweat dripped down his neck, soaking into his collar. Ran, take a nap. When you wake up, we'll chat slowly. Hise wouldn't force him. Instead, he carefully massaged his spasming muscles. Lin Ran didn't know whether he fell asleep or passed out. When he woke up again, it was pitch dark outside the window. It's dark outside. Lin Ran wanted to get up despite his exhaustion, but his limbs felt drained of strength. After 2 futile attempts, he resigned himself to lying back down. The air around him smelled only of Hise. He knew full well this was still Hise's room. If he had occupied Hise's bedroom, where was Hise? Lin Ran gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up. Not eating all day, once he sat up, he immediately felt dizzy, his brain spinning violently, making him nauseous again. You're awake. Hise quickly approached the bedside. The house was dimly lit, and he couldn't see Lin Ran's complexion clearly, but seeing the slight tremors of his body, he guessed it couldn't be good. Lin Ran heard ringing in his ears and couldn't make out what Hise was saying. He could only weakly shake his head, trying to clear his mind. Hise steadied him as his body wobbled again on the verge of falling over, hurriedly offering warm milk to his lips. Lin Ran didn't like the taste, but his body needed energy replenishment. Once he tasted the sweetness, he gulped down half a cup in one breath. About 10 minutes later, the milk was completely cold, and Hise finally put down the cup. Lin Ran leaned against the pillow, his blood sugar gradually recovered, and his dazed mind also began to clear up. He looked at the man next to the bed who seemed to be examining him, and nervously glanced around guiltily. Lin Ran, I won't force you, but I need you to tell me yourself. Hise carefully wiped his mouth for him. Lin Ran coughed lightly. It's just water and soil incompatibility. Can water and soil incompatibility cause stomach spasms? Lin Ran, do you still think of me as a naive young man inexperienced with the world? A year in the entertainment circle is equal to 10 years of deceit outside. How could I not see through your lie? Lin Ran pressed his lips together. Now he didn't even want to argue. If you're not willing to say, then I'll go check it out. You know my abilities. If I want to find something out, there's nothing I can't uncover. Hise reminded him in the end. Lin Ran's expression turned serious, and he panicked. Hise, we've already broken up, what gives you the right to investigate me? We did break up, but I once loved you, and since I loved you, I have to take responsibility for you. That's nonsense. You still have a chance to confess to me. Hise stared unblinking at him. Lin Ran took 2 heavy breaths anxiously. Faced with such an unreasonable person, he clenched the sheets even tighter. With Hise's status now, even if he concealed everything perfectly, it would probably be presented to him on a silver platter in no time. But perhaps he had forgotten that Lin Ran used to be called Lin Luo, the Luo from the phrase, the sun sets and darkness falls, deemed unlucky. It was Hise who changed his name. He said Lin Ran wasn't the setting sun, but the rising dawn, the brightest and warmest ray of sunlight he wanted him to become. If you want to investigate, go ahead. Hise, I don't know what thoughts you still have for me, I just hope that the freedom you promised me will come true. Lin Ran lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. You want freedom, I'll give you freedom, but on the condition that you can take care of yourself. It's only been 1 year, Lin Ran, do you even see what state you're in now? Hise pinched his chin, forcing him to look up. His face was still exactly like it used to be, except for those bright and charming eyes which had become dull and vague, as if they'd lost their innocence under worldly oppression, and even started to appear murky. Lin Ran burst out laughing. I think my skin is doing great, fine pores, soft and tender. He's pinched his face, that's true. He's are you really still emotionally attached to me? Lin Ran moved closer to him, then we. He patted the position by the bedside. Adults don't need to clarify too many things clearly, sometimes a glance or an action is enough to make each other understand. He's stood up and stepped back 2 steps, obviously rejecting his wishful thinking. Lin Ran clicked his tongue slightly disappointedly. I thought you were treating me so well because you still cared about my looks, guess I overestimated myself. I'm not crazy enough to fantasize about someone who's sick. He's turned around. You'll stay here tonight to rest, and tomorrow you can't miss the recording again. Lin Ran watched his retreating figure, gripping his chest tightly with his right hand. Tears fell onto his hand, and he suddenly laughed bitterly. He's even if you find out, what would it matter? To treat the illness? But it doesn't matter anymore. The parents who bore me didn't want me, and then you, the one who loved me the most, left me. Now it's my turn to let go. Chapter 21, Are You Afraid? At this thought, He's couldn't help but take a puff. The tobacco stung his nose, causing him to cough. He suddenly regretted deeply. If he had known that this departure would cost Lin Ran his health, even if he didn't love himself, he would have bound the person firmly within his sight. He's hands shook violently, and the cigarette fell to the ground, slowly going out. He's why haven't you rested yet? Pei Chen saw the somewhat strange figure under the eaves and cautiously approached. He's closed his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse, came out to cool off. Is Lin Ran still in your room? Did his snoring disturb you? Otherwise, let's switch back. He hasn't taken good care of his throat for the whole year, so his snoring must be very loud and unpleasant. No wonder you can't sleep. Pei Chen added an exaggerated expression while speaking. He just couldn't figure out why He's was paying so much attention to Lin Ran these past 2 days. They were both former teammates, but wasn't he more promising than Lin Ran? An 18th tier no-name actor, what gave He's the reason to take such good care of him? To the point of giving him his own bed, and eventually forcing Pei Chen to move out of the room as well. Before, I only thought you were naive, but now I realize, you're blind. He's didn't want to waste any more words on him and prepared to leave. He's did Lin Ran say something to you? You seem to have a lot of hostility towards me. You misunderstood, it's not hostility, it's just that I'm not particularly enthusiastic about you. Your meaning is that you don't like me? Why should I like you? He's stuck one hand into his pocket. Do you think I haven't seen through your schemes against Lin Ran? Pei Chen's expression froze for a moment. He was a poor actor, especially when feeling guilty, any emotion would instantly expose itself on his face. Instinctively, he turned his head and shook it repeatedly to deny it. He's don't listen to Lin Ran's one-sided words. We weren't close at the time, I was the last one to join the group. I had no interaction with him. How could I have schemed against him? Really? He's deliberately stretched the tone, almost like he was giving him a chance to confess. It's getting late. He's you should rest early. Pei Chen didn't dare to stay any longer, practically running away. All past misdeeds I can overlook, but if you dare to set him up again, Pei Chen, there are countless idols in the entertainment industry eyeing your position. He's lit another cigarette, but merely lit it. Pei Chen quickly returned to the room, so nervous that his heart felt like it would burst through his chest. How could He's know about him framing Lin Ran for sleeping with another man? Pei Chen anxiously paced around the room several times. Lin Ran suddenly appeared on the variety show, clearly preparing for his second debut marketing campaign. Could it be He's team planning to support him? Pei Chen became increasingly anxious the more he thought about it. He had bought Water Army multiple times to spread rumors about Lin Ran in secret. If Lin Ran became famous, old grudges would add to new ones. Lin Ran wouldn't let him off easily. That guy held grudges like nobody's business, he definitely wouldn't stop until satisfied. The next morning. The final day of the first episode's recording of Season 3 of Our Family Fireworks. Wang Fucheng looked at the heavily edited footage and felt an overwhelming headache. He's popularity was too high, he dared not delete too many single shots of him. In fact, He's alone had to take up 50% of the final cut. However, those shots were either unsuitable for broadcast or resembled outtakes. Wang director could guarantee that once released, the program team would be criticized severely. Director Wang, neither Pei Chen nor Lin Ran are in their rooms. It seems they went out very early this morning. The staff couldn't find them after searching all around. Wang Fucheng propped his forehead with one hand. Where is He's? He's also didn't return to the room all night. We just found him and teacher's son playing chess. Find those two back first, then prepare the new guests. Wang Fucheng rubbed his temples due to a massive headache. Beside the pond, dewdrops from the lotus leaves rolled into the water one by one. Pei Chen hadn't slept all night. After careful consideration, he had to choose to confront Lin Ran openly. Lin Ran sat directly on the stone stool by the roadside without caring about formalities, curling his lips, as if seeing through Pei Chen's uneasiness. He said, "You look guilty." Pei Chen glared at him. The production team gives you how much money, I'll give you double. Just cooperate with me acting later. Ho, that's rare, are you begging me? I know you need money. I said, I'll give you double, plus what the production team gives you, you'll get triple the money. This deal is foolproof for you. Money or not, doesn't matter, I'd rather have you beg me. Lin Ran waved toward him. Although Pei Chen was extremely disdainful, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. What do you want me to say? Begging requires the proper attitude. What kind of attitude do you want? Kneel down and kowtow. Lin Ran spoke straightforwardly without any hesitation. Pei Chen. Lin Ran proudly lifted his head. Consider it as my advance payment, kowtow. It has to be loud enough to count. Pei Chen, consumed with uncontrollable fury, grabbed the other person's collar. Lin Ran, don't mistake kindness for weakness. I lost my face a long time ago. Do you think I care about dignity? Lin Ran confidently slapped his cheeks. It's you who's scared of losing your face. Pei Chen tightened his fists. With my current status, I could quietly get rid of you without anyone noticing. Do I really need to ask you, someone of such noble stature, to act alongside me? Lin Ran laughed. Pei Chen, it's you who fears ruining your character image. The youngest and most beloved member of Fueve. If the broadcast shows he's ignoring you and me showing coldness towards you, guess what? Your group darling image will crumble. What gives you the right to threaten me? Not me, but he does. Lin Ran smiled. His fans will dissect every frame of the footage between you two. Did he ever give you even a hint of a smile? Pei Chen released his hands and staggered back a step. That's just an issue of camera angles. Idiot. Lin Ran blurted out. Infuriated, Pei Chen glared at him. And as for you, all your shots will be edited out anyway. You're dreaming if you think you can become famous here. How entertaining it is to see you acting like a cornered dog. Chapter 22, The Bitter Flesh Plan. When had Pei Chen ever been subjected to such sarcasm and mockery? He glared with gritted teeth at that laughing idiot. Within the team, he'd always despised Lin Ran the most. Too handsome, too good of a voice. Brotherly once said that if Lin Ran debuted, he might very well become the most popular one in the group. Perhaps even he would have to take a step back for him. Pei Chen prided himself on being the group's leading presence, the most attractive one naturally. But during those first few months after debut, almost every group activity made him feel that all the attention was drawn toward Lin Ran. He, Pei Chen, was left forgotten in the corner, merely as a foil to highlight Lin Ran, the blooming flower. He felt resentment, jealousy, so much so that he was nearly losing his humanity. Lin Ran eventually stopped laughing, having learned from years of bitter lessons not to tangle with lunatics. Seeing the red-eyed aggressor snapping like a rabid dog, Lin Ran decided it was time to leave. It was rare for his stomach not to hurt in the morning. Being outside enjoying the breeze had already made him slightly uncomfortable. This visit to the psycho was unnecessary. Lin Ran, if you won't let me live in peace, I'll make sure you're no better off. Before Lin Ran could react, he suddenly lost his balance. The next moment, icy water rushed into his nostrils, causing his heart to pause for several seconds due to the suffocating sensation. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ran surfaced, staring in disbelief at the jerk standing by the shore still fuming with rage. Did this guy actually dare to push him into the pond? Breathless and panting, Pei Chen pointed at him. Lin Ran, aren't you great at playing the martyr? Here's your chance. Let's see whether they believe you or me. Lin Ran genuinely couldn't comprehend this guy's twisted mind. Splashing out of the water, he declared, all right then, let me return the favor. With no hesitation, utilizing his height advantage, Lin Ran shoved Pei Chen straight into the pond. Pei Chen didn't know how to swim. Although the pond wasn't deep, fear overcame reason and he began to sink helplessly into the water. What are you doing? The director crew arrived in a rush. Several staff members immediately jumped into the water. Pei Chen was pulled out and looked completely shocked. Wrapped in a blanket, crouching on the ground, he couldn't stop trembling. All cameras were focused on Lin Ran, waiting for his explanation. Had these two come to the pond early in the morning just to have a fight? And almost caused a death? The discord within the Fueve group certainly wasn't exaggerated. Director Wang approached gravely. Lin Ran, we need an explanation. This isn't a small matter. Can't you see I'm wet too? Lin Ran shook his sleeve which was soaked through. Director Wang furrowed his brows. Did you two argue? Not exactly. He threw me in the water without any warning, so I simply returned the favor. Director Wang glanced at Pei Chen, who was being consoled by his assistant. Pei Chen was highly popular in the circle, modest, polite, warm and lively, highly evaluated. There was no way he'd do something so outrageous. On the contrary, Lin Ran had a bad reputation, always riding trends, seeking attention for any kind of publicity. He was basically a pest, everyone avoided him. Given the choice between the two, even the heavens would side with Pei Chen first. What happened? He arrived late, and when he saw Lin Ran drenched from head to toe, he immediately put on a dark face right in front of the camera. Wang Fucheng's mouth twitched. Just by looking at He's expression, he knew someone more unreasonable than the King of Heaven had arrived. He's rushed over in 2 strides instead of 3, without even thinking, taking off his coat and draping it over Lin Ran. Didn't I tell you to rest in your room? Why are you here? And how did you get soaked? Hizay asked 3 questions in succession. Lin Ran didn't answer but was deep in thought as he stared at Pei Chen, who was still pretending to be innocent. Hizay turned back, his gaze suddenly sharp. Go change first, we'll talk later. Lin Ran deliberately walked a circle in front of Pei Chen, although silent, his eyes spoke volumes. Group favorite, this image isn't so easy to maintain, is it? Pei Chen was on the verge of collapse. Hizay's threatening look before leaving made his spine cold, shivering all over. At the farmhouse. Hizay avoided the cameras and rummaged through his things for a clean shirt. Lin Ran said, I have my own clothes. Hizay glanced at the washed-out work shirt on the sofa, unsure whether it was blue, green, or white anymore, said nothing, and insisted on handing over his shirt to Lin Ran. Take a shower first. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a bit of cold water, I won't catch a cold, am I that fragile? Hizay used to not believe he was that delicate, but now he felt that even losing a strand of hair would cause severe anemia for Lin Ran. Lin Ran was pushed into the bathroom. As warm water poured down and the tense emotions slowly relaxed, he started to feel a little sleepy. He didn't dare let himself stay too long. After his body had warmed up, he quickly got dressed and came out of the bathroom. Hizay had prepared ginger tea. Seeing Lin Ran appear, he directly handed it over. Lin Ran wrinkled his nose, this tastes awful. Drink it. Hizay said with no room for refusal. Don't you want to ask me anything? Lin Ran sat on the chair. Although he hated the smell of ginger, he obediently drank sip by sip. I'll leave at 9. My agent will send you home later and brief you on some work, you can choose what you like. Lin Ran couldn't believe it. Hizay, are you going to promote me? I'm not promoting you, I'm just giving you an opportunity. Don't you want to hold a concert? With my current voice, can I still sing? I'll arrange a doctor. Get yourself treated properly, and there will be no problems. Hizay promised. Lin Ran curled his lips, smiling gently and generously. If I get well, can I hold a concert then? Yeah, you can. But who will listen? Hizay took the empty cup Lin Ran had finished drinking from, squatting down a bit, saying, there will be people who will listen. Sing well, and more people will come to love you. Hizay, why? Why what? Do you love me? Hizay hesitated for a moment, nodding, I once loved you. And now? We can only say we've loved each other before. Lin Ran smiled even brighter, so are you making up now, compensating for the guilt of loving before? I hope when I'm gone, you can live well, be protected, and accompanied. Lin Ran held his face with both hands, his fingertips trying to memorize every part of his face. Alright, I promise you, one day, I will stand on stage and sing my favorite song for the person I love. Listen, that's the sound of me bidding you farewell. Chapter 23, Fever. Pei Chen trembled as he returned to his room. He just pulled out a set of clothes when he heard a loud bang from the door bursting open, scaring him so much that he dropped the clean sweatshirt straight onto the ground. Hizay slammed the door shut behind him, unapologetically locking the 2 cameramen outside. Pei Chen was already nervous, seeing Hizay's hostile expression made his heart jump to his throat, truly unable to even breathe. Hizay brother, Pei Chen tried to fake weakness. I remember warning you not to mess with Lin Ran again. Hizay pulled a chair close, sat heavily on it, glaring menacingly at him. Pei Chen shook his head, trying to justify, I didn't bother him, it was him who bothered me first. He pushed me into the pond because he envies me. What does he envy about you? Hizay countered. I'm popular, I have more fans, better resources. He's just jealous of everything I've achieved today. Are you implying that I'm not as good as you, and that's why he doesn't envy me? He is definitely afraid of you, after all, with brother Hizay's status now, if he tries to take advantage of you, he wouldn't succeed anyway. Is that so? So because he couldn't benefit from you, and you refused him, he got angry and wanted to harm you? Hizay analyzed. Pei Chen nodded vigorously, that's exactly right. He's crazy, ready to kill me over a mere disagreement. I don't even know how to swim, when I fell into the water, I really thought I was going to die. Hizay's light laugh sounded much like the mocking sound after watching a play. Pei Chen's scalp went numb, tentatively asking, Brother Hizay, what are you laughing at? You don't believe my words. In my position today, I wouldn't bother troubling an unknown nobody like him. Hizay no longer wanted to listen to his nonsense, stood up, and grabbed a half-full glass of water left on the table. Pei Chen was still trying to form sentences. He must clear himself out of this, no matter by what means. By any method, he couldn't let Hizay find out that he was a petty and vengeful person. With a bang, Pei Chen didn't react in time before he had a face full of cold water. The droplets ran down his wide-open frightened eyes, unable to believe what he was looking at, a tall and blurry figure. What is he doing? Hizay tossed the glass away, his voice ringing sharply inside the room. He said, now you're awake, remember my words well. Pei Chen's eyes widened directly, as if that glass of water doused out his sanity too, shouting out of control, Hizay, what are you doing? Hizay's gaze burned like a torch, are you proud of being better than Lin Ran? Now I'll tell you, I'll unconditionally support him, make him stand above your head where you can only look up to him, leaving you far behind. Pei Chen. I won't do anything to you. I will only make you realize your place. You. Lin Ran does not need to envy anyone, he has enough merits for everyone to envy him. He turned around coldly, finally glancing at the frozen-in-place Pei Chen one more time before pushing the door open and walking out. Pei Chen slumped onto the ground as if all his bones had been pulled out. He blankly stared at the wide-open door, feeling like his heart had lost its vitality. He is indeed promoting Lin Ran, they are teaming up against him. No, it can't be. He believes that given any chance, Lin Ran would return his previous actions tenfold or even 100-fold. The cool wind blew against his face, Lin Ran stood in the open yard, watching the nanny car leave. Li Nan was left alone. Occasionally, he would glance at Lin Ran beside him, who hadn't moved at all, standing like a stone waiting for his wife's return. He inexplicably felt a bit nervous. Before leaving, He had repeatedly instructed him to take care of Lin Ran as if worried about him being bullied after he left. This is just a normal production team, who would bother harming someone without any reason. Although Lin Ran's reputation wasn't great, Li Nan admitted that anyone would find it hard to treat him harshly seeing this face. Why don't you leave? Lin Ran finally noticed the rather unnecessary presence next to him. Li Nan's mouth twitched, Xia Zhe told me to stay and wait to take you away later. No trouble, I can go by myself. Lin Ran sighed deeply, turning to head back to the small courtyard. Li Nan was a bit surprised. Was he refusing him, or refusing He? He wasn't unfamiliar with Lin Ran. In this world of entertainment, every single movement could be magnified infinitely. All he had to do was ask a question, and answers would flood his table. Lin Ran, full of scandalous gossip, either stealing resources or recklessly benefiting, was known in the circle as a hated vampire. And today, he rejected the olive branch He offered. Li Nan was baffled as he watched the person preparing to leave. Just as he walked, swaying while squatting down on the ground, this person clearly had something hidden up his sleeve. Lin Ran was extremely dizzy. He touched his forehead, his entire body feeling as if it had been placed in an oven, so hot it could fry eggs. Li Nan cautiously approached, preventing himself from possibly getting extorted, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Ran could no longer keep squatting, falling onto the ground instead. The world flickered bright and dark in front of him, like lanterns moving in a parade. He wanted to say he was fine, but high fever induced throat inflammation, making it difficult not only to speak but even to breathe, which required him using every ounce of strength he had. Li Nan frowned, "What's wrong with you? Speak up." Lin Ran shook his head, supporting himself with his right hand on the ground, his whole body trembling. Li Nan squatted in front of him. He just stretched out his hand and hadn't even touched the other person when Lin Ran fell towards him. To be honest, at that moment, he admitted that his corpse felt a little cool. This person actually dared to falsely accuse him, an agent? Was he crazy? What are you doing? Li Nan poked Lin Ran's shoulder. Lin Ran lay silently on the ground. In the high fever, his cheeks were slightly red, which didn't look like someone who was sick to others. Seeing no response from him, Li Nan pushed him more forcefully and discovered the abnormality. Even through the clothes, Lin Ran's temperature could scorch his hand. Li Nan hurriedly felt the other person's forehead and indeed found it scorching hot, leaving him utterly astonished. The production crew rushed over upon hearing the news. After measuring the temperature, it was nearing 40 degrees Celsius. Li Nan initially planned to take the person to a nearby county hospital, but considering the high temperature, he didn't dare to set off rashly. This distance of dozens of kilometers meant that before they reached the hospital, Lin Ran would likely get burned severely. The old traditional doctor looked at the patient brought in hastily, his brows furrowing deeply into a knot. Lin Ran lay in bed, opened his eyes, smelled the familiar herbal medicine scent, turned his head to look at the elder who seemed to have nothing but difficulties for him, and painfully managed to squeeze out a faint smile. "I've caused you trouble again." The old doctor helplessly sighed, "I'll bring down your fever first. You need to go to the hospital immediately." "Alright, I'll go after this is done. If there's still a chance, I'll give it a try." "Yes, exactly so." Lin Ran smiled gently, as if feeling a long-lost warmth. "I want to sing him a song properly." Chapter 24, Late Stage, Already Spread. In the end of the program, Lin Ran didn't get a chance to bid everyone farewell. After all, he was just a minor celebrity, and no one would care about his departure. He simply packed up his things, the high fever subsided, leaving only the tormenting low-grade fever. Lin Ran felt drained of all his strength, as if even a small backpack weighed 1,000 pounds. It was so heavy that he was forced to stop after taking just 2 steps. The road in front of his eyes suddenly became distorted, and he mockingly swayed his dizzy head. "You really need to treat your illness seriously. I heard He's agent is waiting for you outside." Pei Chen's sarcastic voice came from outside the room. Lin Ran didn't expect that person to still be there, but pretended not to care and said, "What does that have to do with you? I know what you and He are scheming." Pei Chen rushed into the room in a fit of rage. Lin Ran snorted with derision, "Do you really think that arrogantly and believe He and I are teaming up against you? Are you sure you don't need to see a brain specialist? I feel like your brain might be waterlogged, you're way too stupid." He's personally admitted he's going to promote you. The two of us, in terms of looks and specialized areas, are competitive rivals. To promote you, his first condition is that he must destroy me. Lin Ran was amused by his wild imagination and couldn't help laughing. When did you start having such a persecution complex? Don't pretend to be clueless. Do you think you can fool me with your perfect schemes? The director personally told me, he's used himself as a condition to request the production team invite you, and even designed bringing me here just to highlight you within the program group. What a grand show. Lin Ran's smile suddenly froze. He stood up leaning against the table. Are you telling me it was He's who asked the director to invite me here? Pei Chen chuckled lightly. Are you pretending to be unaware now? What level of celebrity are you? What qualification do you have to participate in this variety show? If it wasn't for He's would you really think you'd get lucky and be chosen? Lin Ran, pretending to be completely ignorant now is too fake. Lin Ran's heart thudded violently. He recalled every detail of the past 2 days. He's had resisted him while quietly taking care of him. But why was this all happening? Why did He's go to such great lengths to invite him over? Was he aware of his situation and sympathizing with him, or was he truly not over him? The more Pei Chen thought, the angrier he got. Unable to bear it any longer, he kicked over a chair with a foot. Now that you're so pleased, let me tell you, I will never let this go. Lin Ran took a deep breath, trying his best to appear as calm as usual, and said, I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. If you have questions, you can ask the director. I am just a guest, I don't know the arrangements of the production team. Do you think saying this will let you escape unscathed? Your conspiracy with He's to use me as a stepping stone is a fact. Lin Ran didn't want to tangle with him any further. His mind was a little disordered right now, and he had to find a quiet place to carefully sort through his thoughts. Pei Chen grabbed his arm and smirked coldly. Lin Ran, you used to harass me in the past. I know you like men, so tell me, aren't you and He's up to something? You too, could you be having an affair? Instinctively, Lin Ran shoved his hand away. Pei Chen, what you're saying is nothing but slander. Pei Chen clicked his tongue mockingly. He's wouldn't help you for no reason. There are plenty of good-looking and capable people in the entertainment industry. Why would he choose to help someone like you, who's drowning in scandals? And why would he sacrifice himself to promote you? How can you say your relationship is completely clean? Lin Ran glared fiercely at him. Shut up. Pei Chen, I can tolerate your defamation against me, but if you dare to spread false rumors about He's I won't hesitate to expose all your dirty deeds. After speaking, Lin Ran snatched his backpack and stormed out of the room without looking back. He wasn't sure whether Pei Chen was trying to probe for information or just making random accusations in a fit of rage. Regardless of the reason, he couldn't afford to continue arguing with this man. This person's brain clearly wasn't functioning properly. If given the chance, he might actually fabricate such baseless rumors. Outside, Li Nan was waiting beside the car, lighting a cigarette out of boredom. Lin Ran looked at the figure leaning casually against the car door and quickly approached. Li Nan was startled by his aggressive manner, hastily extinguishing the cigarette but as he asked in confusion, what's wrong? Lin Ran cut straight to the point, was it He's who told the director to invite me here? Li Nan widened his eyes in surprise, looking even more bewildered than Lin Ran. Lin Ran realized then that He's had kept this secret from everyone, including his own agent. Li Nan rubbed his forehead anxiously. No wonder that old grandpa came asking for my phone number early in the morning, he must have been scheming this plan all along. With no extra strength left, Lin Ran didn't reject He's assistance anymore and directly climbed into the car. Li Nan, weighed down by deep concerns, followed suit. Glancing secretly at Lin Ran beside him, he wanted to ask so many things but dared not, fearing he might learn some terrible secrets worth killing for. Lin Ran sat silently, tightly gripping the strap on his shoulder. The desolate heart seemed to have gained new life at this moment. He's still loved him. He really still loved him. Xiao Zhe has arranged some work for you. These are the suitable schedules I've compiled for you. Take a look first to see if there's any conflict with your availability. If there's anything you'd like to change, I can adjust accordingly. Looking at the work schedule handed over, Lin Ran shook his head, I have something going on lately. I'll pass on these jobs for now. Li Nan furrowed his brows. This guy was truly impossible to deal with. Don't you know how precious these work arrangements are? They're rarer than winning the lottery. Lin Ran turned his gaze toward the window and said with a bright smile, there's something I must do immediately. It cannot be delayed. Li Nan didn't insist, feeling he had already done his duty. If the other party didn't accept, it wasn't his fault. Back in Hu City, after a simple wash-up, Lin Ran hailed another taxi and went to the hospital. A sudden desire to live surged within him. Someone was waiting for him. Someone loved him. Sitting in the examination room with hopeful anticipation, a radiant smile never leaving his face, Lin Ran asked earnestly, I want to treat my illness seriously. As long as I actively seek treatment, will I have a chance to live? His eyes were filled with hope, intently awaiting the doctor's reply. But when he finally received the final diagnosis report, the world before him suddenly turned pitch black. He thought he had misread it and stubbornly gazed at the attending physician, isn't it early stage? The doctor hesitated, probably unwilling to deliver this death sentence. Late stage. The cancer cells have already spread. Chapter 25, only 1 month left. Lin Ran sat on the flower bed, the sunlight above him still as radiant as ever. But he only felt chills running down his entire body. There was no longer any chance. We don't have any chance left. Clutching the test report tightly, it was just one sheet of paper, yet it crushed his heart utterly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His phone buzzed inside his pocket. Lin Ran remained indifferent, sitting by the flower bed as the phone continued buzzing repeatedly, with no intention to answer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The caller refused to give up until achieving their goal. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Lin Ran initially wanted to hang up and turn off his phone. But a sudden whim struck his mind. Why aren't you answering the call? A familiar voice echoed through the receiver, and instantly Lin Ran felt a lump in his throat. Tears began flooding uncontrollably from his eyes. He controlled his emotions, nodding, "There's something going on." What's wrong with your voice? Lin Ran forced himself to stay calm and said, "I have a bit of a cold, my nasal voice might be heavier." "Does it sound that bad?" Are you still running a fever? How did you know? Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. No need, I just got medicine from the hospital. If you're not feeling well, don't work these next few days. Alright, I'll rest properly. Li Nan told me you rejected the upcoming arrangements. Can you tell me why? Lin Ran lowered his head, gripping the paper even tighter. Didn't you promise to give me tickets for your concert? Give me your address. I can. Lin Ran hesitated, swallowing back the words he wanted to say about seeing him, then continued, I'll send it to you right away. Li Nan is reliable, you can trust his arrangements. Your reputation hasn't been great in the past, so we need to clean it up gradually. Just follow his lead, and you'll be fine. Okay. Lin Ran, I'll wait for you ahead, until you catch up with me. Lin Ran hung up the phone and gently tore up the medical report. Is there still hope for treatment? Signet ring cell carcinoma, one of the most malignant tumors in stomach cancer, develops rapidly with high malignancy. Most diagnoses are already at late stages, and yours has also developed into vocal cord cell tumors, spreading faster than I expected. So how much longer do I have? If you remain hospitalized for observation, you might survive 3 months. And if I go home? Perhaps less than a month. Lin ran through the shredded paper into the trash can and looked up at the glaring sun. No matter. A month is enough. The gentle June breeze blew through the fallen leaves, covering the side of the road. When Hizay put down the phone, his face was full of unrestrained smiles. Oh little guy, if you want to see me, just say so. No need to stutter around, do you really think I can't hear what you're thinking? Brother, does this makeup look okay? Xiao Wu asked nervously. This time, the shooting makeup requirements were quite extreme, smoky eyes, which Hizay hated the most. In the past, if anyone dared to draw eyeliner near his eyes, he would turn around and leave without a second thought. But today, as soon as the pen touched the paper, Hizay remained silent the entire time. Perhaps he was busy on the phone or perhaps he allowed the arrangement by the investor, but he silently let her paint and coat. Half an hour later, Hizay successfully completed his first heavy makeup session in his life. Xiao Wu felt so uneasy that she couldn't even breathe, silently waiting for her boss to explode in anger and throw cosmetics at her. However, Hizay simply glanced at the mirror at his completely different self and said indifferently, since this is the ad design provided by the investors, we'll go along with it. Xiao Wu's eyes bulged like bells, almost unable to believe her ears. Hizay's mood was fantastic, so good that he even forgot everything else and posted a Weibo. At Hizay, invitation, picture. These two simple words paired with an image of ticket A1-3 sparked a flood of fan reactions. As promised, picture, dot. Grandly attending, picture, dot. Longing day and night, picture, dot. We won't miss each other, picture, dot. At first, fans were enthusiastically sharing their pictures and rallying support. But slowly, some began to notice something unusual. Who is the brother inviting? It's the front row small number, a position I can't afford. Something's off. The brother has held 5 concerts, and I remember this seat was never sold. The organizer once explained that this spot was reserved for placing cameras. I wondered why the organizers were so extravagant, putting cameras in the best viewing area. In the previous few shows, I was sitting in the 2nd or 3rd row, and it was always empty. Lin Ran received the Weibo push notification immediately upon its posting. From the first glance, he understood Hizay's meaning. Row 1, seat 3, his birthday, January 3rd. Lin Ran crouched by the roadside, gripping his phone so tightly that his hands trembled violently. For a whole year, Lin Ran deliberately avoided any news about Hizay. He knew he had held concerts, released new singles, and won awards. But he never clicked on any related trending topics about him, never listened, never watched, fooling himself into being entirely separate from Hizay. It turns out that Hizay had reserved a place for him all along, expecting him to show up at every concert. Hizay, don't you love me anymore? Why do you still secretly keep me in your heart? Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang. The moment Lin Ran saw the number, he answered without hesitation. He's what's the address? Can I come see you? Lin Ran's voice couldn't hide his crying tone. He's frowned upon hearing it. Why are you crying? I want to see you. Can I? He's I'm shooting out of town, and I won't be back today. Lin Ran gave up pretending to be tough and sat on the ground. When will you be back? He's glanced at the assistant behind the mirror. According to the schedule, after finishing the shoot, he still had to go into the recording studio to record the theme song for a soon-to-be-released blockbuster movie. He said, around 7 p.m. I'll wait for you. All right. He's put down the phone and looked with burning intensity at the assistant, who seemed to have caught a whiff and turned to look back. The assistant practically slid knelt to He's and shook his head as he cried, brother, just kill me. This way, I can die a quick death. He's coughed lightly. I'll be back in Whose City at 7, and I'll be at the recording studio by 9. I won't delay today's recording. The assistant sobbed urgently. Do I look like someone you can fool? He's said seriously, I wouldn't lie to you. I have an important matter, and I can't afford any delay. What could be more important than the recording for assassination? More important than my life. Chapter 26, Can't Be Cured. Lin Ran didn't know how he got home. First, he sat on the edge of the bed in a daze, then suddenly became panicked as if waking from a dream, rushing to the wardrobe. Most of his clothes were cheap market stall goods. Some were washed so many times they lost their color, others were even worn through. There wasn't a single piece that was suitable for meeting He's. As night fell, colorful neon lights flashed throughout the big and small streets of Whose City. At exactly 7 o'clock, He's nanny car stopped in front of an old residential area in the West District. This place had already been planned for demolition and reconstruction, and most of the residents nearby had moved out long ago. He's knew that Lin Ran's current living conditions were poor, but he never expected it to be this bad. Even during those 2 years when they chose to live a hard life apart from the family, he hadn't stayed in such a shanty area, yet his beloved had lived here for a whole year. Thinking about it made He's feel an inexplicable twinge of pain in his heart. I'm here. Lin Ran excitedly waved at He's, fully armed and covered up. He's strode quickly toward him. You live here? Lin Ran worried that staying outside too long would attract unnecessary attention, so he quickly pulled He's toward his residence. The dark staircase was damp and quiet, resembling an abandoned ancient building in the countryside. He's frown deepened as he walked. He grew up in luxury, and even later, while wandering, he always had the inheritance his mother left him. He really couldn't imagine how anyone could live in a place that probably leaked during the rainy season. Lin Ran opened the door. Unlike the decrepit exterior, the inside was warm and clean. He's tense mood eased somewhat. At least Lin Ran hadn't neglected himself too much. I don't have your favorite tea or coffee, only plain water. Lin Ran rinsed the cup again. He's removed his mask and hat, intently watching the figure busy in the kitchen, and said, you shouldn't have fallen this far. Lin Ran didn't reply, focusing entirely on washing the cup. That's right, even if they had split up, and even if he hadn't found good work over the past year, there were still royalties from his debut singles. With He's current popularity, those songs had already earned substantial income on various music platforms. After splitting the earnings, the 5 of them should have each received over 1 million yuan at the very least. Lin Ran wiped away the water droplets, and his hand holding the kettle slightly trembled unnoticed. He's stood behind him, glaring fiercely. Lin Ran, I don't know why you've let yourself end up this way. With your resources, you shouldn't have ended up so badly. So consider it that I'm exaggerating my plight. Lin Ran handed him the cup. He's didn't take it, shaking his head. You don't need to exaggerate it so convincingly. All that money is already spent, and I even borrowed a large sum online. Lin Ran leaned against the door, his lips slightly curling into what looked like a smile but tugged at one's heartstrings. He's was confused. What did you spend all that money on? Failed investments. What kind of investment? Lin Ran lowered his gaze, the smile on his face deepening. Will you help me pay it back? As long as it was legal, I'll settle your debts for you. Are there such things as illegal investments? I know what I mean. He's didn't clarify further, but the implication was clear enough. Lin Ran shook his head, seemingly regretful. Then never mind. He's frowned. What have you done? I haven't done anything, I just don't think it's necessary. I can repay my debts myself. I don't want to owe you any favors. Lin Ran walked back to the living room. He's set down the water cup and followed closely behind. He grabbed the other's hand firmly and stared sharply at him. So when you rejected the job offer from me, did you intend to cut off all ties between us? Lin Ran glanced at the hand gripping his wrist and smirked. No, I didn't. You wanted to see me earlier, but now you're trying to completely sever our connection. Lin Ran, what do you think I am to you? Lin Ran turned around, locking eyes with him. He's I didn't plan to cut all ties with you, I just didn't want to owe you too much. Alright, I overthought it. He's loosened his grip. Lin Ran let his hands fall limp at his sides, his voice choking a little. The ticket dash. He's pulled the ticket out from his pocket and slapped it heavily on the table. You go or not, up to you. I'll be there. Lin Ran looked up intently at He's shadow that was so close it seemed blurred by unshed tears in his own eyes. He would go, even if it was his last breath, he'd make it. This final moment, how could he possibly miss it? Hise caught sight of the glimmer in Lin Ran's eyes and sighed in exasperation. Lin Ran, you really enjoy stabbing me in the heart. Hise lifted a hand and wiped away the tear traces from his corner of the eye. Why are you crying? I didn't scold you. Lin Ran shook his head. I'm not crying, I'm just so happy. Happy about what? Living in this dilapidated place, what's there to be happy about? Hise grew angrier the more he thought about it. That you came to see me and gave me this ticket, I'm very happy. Hise couldn't bear to see him like this, his tone gradually softening. So, you will come, right? Yes, I will, Lin Ran said resolutely. Hise paused, asking, do you want to duet with me? Lin Ran abruptly raised his head, stunned at hearing this. What did you say? I asked if you want to perform on stage and sing with me. Even Hise seemed nervous. Lin Ran's heart pounded wildly. All day and night he had dreamed of being on the same stage with him again, sharing the most passionate applause. But times have changed. He is the radiant star high above, while he is merely the grain of dust in the soil. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that he didn't deserve to. Lin Ran stiffly turned around and carefully put the ticket away. He said, Hise, I don't want your concert to become a joke. My voice, it would only ruin it. We still have a month, we can fix it step by step, it will get better. It won't get better. Hise moved in front of him. Who diagnosed you? Lin Ran raised his eyes, shimmering with light. Whether it gets treated or not doesn't matter. Now I just want to hear you sing. How doesn't it matter? Lin Ran, every word you say now confuses me. Then don't understand it. Just sing well and I'll listen attentively. I believe that day will definitely be the happiest moment of my life. Hise furrowed his brow deeply, a sense of ominous foreboding creeping into his heart, yet he couldn't figure out why he felt so uneasy. The person before him stood vividly, yet slowly becoming hazy, as though disappearing. Chapter 27, Black Trending Topic. Even after getting in the car, Hise couldn't shake off that feeling. In a flurry, he pulled out his phone, unable to wait, still no leads. The other side quickly responded, there are hundreds of hospitals big and small just in Shanghai alone. The name duplication rate is too high, we're investigating one by one. Investigate his travel itinerary over the past year as well. Hise took one more look back at the dark, shadowy neighborhood behind them. Why had he let himself live this way? It felt like a real stab in his heart, paining him until he could barely catch his breath. On the second floor of the apartment complex, Lin Ran stood by the window, gazing at the parked nanny car on the side of the road. He knew Hise hadn't left yet. He quietly pulled the curtains shut, blocking out all external sights. The ticket in his pocket had grown somewhat warm, warming his chest as well. Days passed orderly. A week later, the variety show aired. Lin Ran immediately tapped open the website app and watched the edited final cut in real time. He had anticipated that there wouldn't be many shots of him, after all, he was just a part of Hise's entourage. Whether or not he appeared in the final version didn't matter much. What he didn't expect was how strange Hise's every appearance on screen felt, as though he were playing the diva, intentionally sulking, intentionally ignoring others, and even verbally abusing Pei Chen. Less than half an hour after the variety show went live, Hise had already been scolded onto the trending topics list. Even if it was malicious editing, those countless disdainful looks and snubs toward Pei Chen didn't seem photoshopped. Hse may have high popularity, but our Pei Chen was at least his former teammate. Each time Hse speaks, his words carry hidden barbs. His attitude of putting others beneath him is truly excessive. It's long been said that Hise has a bad temper and frequently changes his mood. Our Chen Chen heard about participating with Hise and excitedly posted 3 Weibo posts in one night. However, he was subjected to multiple provocations, making me reluctant to even imagine what kind of treatment he endured within the group back then. It's no wonder few have only lasted for a month before disbanding. Who could tolerate such a prima donna attitude? Various marketing accounts began reposting, escalating the situation until the drama unfolded so quickly that the variety show hadn't even finished airing when Hise's negative trending topics already numbered 10. Accusations of being a diva, refusing to participate, and coldly mistreating his ex-teammates, paired with clips of Hise glaring and looking away, almost hammered him into oblivion under these blacklisted terms. Lin Ran watched as the situation spiraled out of control and nervously pulled out his phone, repeatedly checking for any response from Hise's team. However, Hise's team made no PR efforts whatsoever, seemingly allowing events to run their course unchecked. At _is_Ranran, Pei Chen failed to force himself into the spotlight near Hise and ended up being retaliated against instead. Would anyone dare claim this wasn't him deliberately creating trouble? Whenever Hise went out on tasks, he clung around, whenever Hise rested, he also clung around. He's like a vine, clinging on to whoever comes near. At _is_Ranran, no, he's more like a dog, biting anyone who approaches. At _is_Ranran, when Few formed, he was constantly pestering the broker to get solo shots, and later he approached investors privately demanding resources for himself. His theatrics are nauseating. At _is_Ranran, his go-to move is to play the victim to manipulate fans. Every step he takes now is built upon trampling over his predecessors. He's a genuine leech, everything around him gets drained dry by him. Lin Ran had no idea what possessed him, but somehow he typed out a torrent of chaotic messages. That scumbag Pei Chen clearly wasn't going to let things slide. After finally seizing an opportunity to appear on screen with Hizei, how could he resist taking a couple of swipes at him? But what Lin Ran couldn't fathom was how My Life Fireworks dared to maliciously edit Hizei's scenes. Whoever spreads another rumor about Hizei will regret it. We've already analyzed every frame of the above video, and it's clear there are obvious traces of malicious editing. We've already entrusted professionals to verify this. Pei Chen's fans better calm down. Our station staff is currently collecting photos which will soon be uploaded. Hizei's team isn't silent because they don't care. They're currently negotiating with the production team. It's evident this final version has been arbitrarily edited by one party. I'll wait to see. It might not even finish airing before it gets taken offline completely. Hizei's fans mobilized, and within 5 minutes, all the trending topic pages were flooded with endorsements. Black fans barely had time to react before they were forced off the platform. Lin Ran had to admit how impressed he was by the militarily organized fandom. To avoid collateral damage, everyone had switched to a unified avatar. Some malicious hashtags disappeared within mere minutes without requiring a cleanup effort. The situation was under control in just a few quick moves. No longer paying attention to Weibo, he reopened the video site, only to find that the new variety show that was just streaming moments ago had already been taken down. On the other side, Pei Chen, who had been monitoring the developments closely, finally began to feel a pang of anxiety. As soon as he opened his phone, a series of numbers popped up. Broker Ms. Chen angrily shouted, "Who gave you permission to malign Hizei without thinking? I didn't intend to slander him. I merely wanted to belittle him a little, not realizing those marketing accounts would exaggerate. My original plan was just to shift the blame onto the production crew, making them apologize to me, while I sold myself as a pitiful victim again. I never expected that his fans would ruin my whole scheme. Do you think this operation of yours could affect Hizei? Do you even understand how popular Hizei is compared to your insignificant status? Are you blind? Do you lack common sense?" Pei Chen hesitated, feeling that he was holding on to a deep grievance. He didn't believe that the group of people would still brazenly fabricate lies to cover for Hizei under such clear evidence. But Hizei's fans indeed gave him an eye-opener. He had heard before about their unity, but he never thought such a large group would only follow the orders of a few individuals. It seemed he underestimated Hizei due to his limited knowledge. Such a massive black search trend with hundreds of negative entries was cleaned up thoroughly in just 10 minutes. The real-time comments section was as peaceful as if nothing had happened. Hizei's team hasn't responded yet. Do you think they are confused and don't know how to respond? They're finding the flaws in your scheme. Ms. Chen was so worried that she wanted to smash her phone over this idiot's head. She clearly instructed Pei Chen to get closer to Hizei, but look what happened, the guy ended up giving her and Hizei both a slap on the face. He was truly as stupid as a pig, beyond redemption. "Sister, please help me. What should I do next?" Pei Chen was now completely flustered. There was a brief silence on the other side of the phone line, probably someone was thinking of some countermeasures. Pei Chen didn't dare to urge, he quietly waited for his experienced agent to offer advice. "Ms. Chen, isn't there another person who recorded the program with you?" Pei Chen suddenly brightened up. "Sister, you mean divert the blame eastward? Since that person is practically non-existent in the entertainment circle, coordinate your story with the editor and have him actively step forward to accuse Lin Ran of bribing him to cause conflicts between you and Hizei's fans." "I understand, sister, I'll deal with it right away. Next time, be smart enough not to provoke those you shouldn't." Chapter 28, His Ex-Boyfriend. Although Pei Chen was extremely reluctant, he still followed his agent's arrangements obediently. However, it wasn't entirely fruitless, since Hizei intended to promote Lin Ran, then he'd better destroy this person first, and see how Hizei could continue promoting him after that. After finishing recording, Hizei was informed that the variety show had been taken down. He casually glanced at Weibo, and the farce was nearing its end. Whether it be the haters or marketing accounts, all of them had withdrawn. "Boss, shall we handle it? Brother Nan is still waiting for your message." Assistant Xiao Wang asked, observing his boss who had simply looked once in the car and chose to ignore the situation afterward. "Did Director Wang contact us?" Hizei rested with his eyes closed. "They contacted us. Brother Nan said to ask you first, whether we should release the communication contents between Pei Chen and the editor. Was it found out so quickly?" Hizei wore an eye mask, showing apparent indifference to the aftermath of this matter. After the incident occurred, Director Wang contacted the team and stated that it was all the private act of that editor, and they've already reclaimed the footage for re-editing, and will immediately issue a statement of apology. Since the production team has shown sincerity, let's leave this matter alone. After all, this isn't one person's variety show. So, we won't do anything about it? Xiao Wang asked again. Yes, Director Wang knows what to do. We don't need to interfere here, let the chaos subside. Xiao Wang took out his phone, preparing to contact the broker when his phone rang first. Li Nan, is the recording finished? Xiao Wang replied, it's finished, we're on the way back. Li Nan, give the phone to Xiao Zhe. Xiao Wang obediently moved closer and whispered, Boss, Brother Nan is looking for you. Without uncovering the eye mask, Heze directly asked, "What's wrong?" "Li Nan, Pei Chen just posted a tweet, claiming he was totally unaware of everything and apologizing to you." "Okay, you guys can handle this, no need to inform me further." "Li Nan, the matter isn't over yet, the editor." "I've said it already, you can handle this without consulting me again." Li Nan paused for a moment before speaking. That editor also posted a tweet, claiming Lin Ran incited him to deliberately edit and defame you, and then shift the blame onto Pei Chen. Heze tore off the eye mask, sitting up straight from his position. "Who?" Li Nan continued, "Previously, you asked me to pay attention to Lin Ran, and I thought this matter should be consulted with you. Should we help with the handling? Lin Ran doesn't seem to have any agents or teams. If he gets involved in this mess, he might get torn apart by your and Pei Chen's fans." Heze chuckled softly as if amused. Xiao Wang sat beside him, previously not aware of the severity of the situation, but hearing the cold laughter from his master, he involuntarily trembled, instantly breaking out in a thick layer of goosebumps. He had a premonition that someone was going to be in trouble. Li Nan didn't receive a response and added, "Right now, Lin Ran is being attacked on the trending search list. His previous tweets cursing Pei Chen have been brought up as well. He's already been labeled as Pei Chen's black fan, claiming that he wanted to pin the blame on Pei Chen. Another solid proof has surfaced." "What tweet?" Li Nan forwarded a few links. Heze took out his own phone and clicked them open one by one. Lin Ran's profile picture was a sunset, with red clouds covering the sky. It carried a hint of melancholy yet was strikingly gorgeous. "Li Nan, now marketing accounts are shifting the blame onto Lin Ran. After all, he has too many past offenses. Everyone believes this whole incident was concocted by him." Heze stared at that profile picture for several seconds, feeling as if there were some forgotten memories resurfacing, but no matter how hard he tried, they wouldn't come back. "Li Nan, if we don't help, Lin Ran might be forced to go into hiding after tonight. Your fans might not act, but just Pei Chen's fans, who were recently left speechless in their arguments, would tear him apart." Heze put down his phone, his voice unusually solemn, "Then destroy Pei Chen first." Li Nan hesitated, surprised. "Isn't it about removing the trending topic? It doesn't matter that he offended me. His mistake lies in ignoring my words and deliberately picking a fight with Lin Ran." Li Nan felt caught off guard, unsure whether he should ask, but still blurted out, "Brother, ancestor, can you let me know something? Is there anything going on between you and Lin Ran? I was his ex-boyfriend." After saying this, Heze hung up the call. Xiao Wang took a deep breath, almost choking himself. He couldn't believe the three words that so casually fell from his boss's lips, ex-boyfriend. A chill ran down the back of his neck, as if a blade was resting there. He thought his corpse must be ice-cold already. Perhaps he had completely died. Heze handed over the phone to his completely stiff assistant without acknowledging his daydreams, and began calling Lin Ran over and over again. But the line was busy, and he couldn't get through. He felt extremely uneasy and instructed, "Go to the shanty town in West City." Daring not to ask more, Xiao Wang obediently told the driver to change the address. West City neighborhood. Lin Ran's phone had received countless calls and texts until he decided to turn it off. The shanty town lacked streetlights, and he stood before the window, gazing into an endless sea of darkness. Fortunately, he was accustomed to being the scapegoat. His former agent used to throw filth on him, and his former boss often shoved him forward as a shield. Everyone believed he was the easiest target to oppress, so no one bothered asking how he could explain or what path he would take afterward. A wave of nausea overwhelmed him, forcing Lin Ran to stagger into the bathroom. His stomach felt like it was on fire, with heat rising uncontrollably towards his throat. When he opened his mouth to vomit, nothing came out but red blood. Cough, cough. Blood foamed up in his mouth, causing him to collapse weakly onto the floor. A glaring stream of blood flowed endlessly from the corner of his mouth, gradually pooling into a small creek before him. He realized he was dying, crawling painstakingly from the bathroom to the living room. The medicine bottle on the table tumbled to the ground as he reached out desperately, trying to retrieve it. Darkness flickered intermittently in his vision. Not knowing where the pills lay, the remnants of his will to survive made him struggle frantically to feel for them. The chauffeur's car stopped downstairs. Heze looked up at the lit-up window. He suddenly felt very grateful that Lin Ran had become completely obscure this year. No one knew his whereabouts, otherwise, with those irrational fans, there might have been bloodshed tonight. "Boss, parking here isn't convenient. I'll find a spot in a neighboring neighborhood and wait for your call when you're ready to leave." Xiao Wang glanced around at the surroundings, pitch dark, likely no one noticed them. Heze quickly entered the building unit. Since the moment the call couldn't get through, he had been urgently wanting to see Lin Ran. It was as if there was an absurd thought nagging at him constantly. He had to confirm that Lin Ran was perfectly fine right before his eyes. Chapter 29, They All Bully Me. Knock, knock, knock. Leaning against the windowsill, Lin Ran heard footsteps outside the door. He didn't know who had come. But given the strange late-night arrival at his doorstep, it definitely wasn't anything good. Ignoring the sound, he continued leaning against the railing, even though the knocks became increasingly forceful. The pain had lessened somewhat, yet dizziness from excessive blood loss deprived him of the strength to stand up. "Lin Ran, it's me." A familiar voice echoed around him. Surprisingly, Lin Ran turned his head toward the tightly closed door. Perhaps due to unbearable pain, he was hallucinating. How could Hizay possibly appear here? Lin Ran, open the door, it's Hizay. Lin Ran shakily stood up while holding onto the windowsill. His gaze was scattered as he stared at the trail of blood that extended from the bathroom to the living room, his mind suddenly exploding with chaos. Hizay paced outside, his patience wearing thin. Lin Ran, respond to me. Hizay knocked on the door again, barely holding onto the last strand of rationality waiting for a reply. However, after 5 minutes, there was still no movement inside. Hizay prepared to break the door down with a kick. Click. The door opened. Hizay abruptly redirected his foot, kicking the wall instead. Lin Ran leaned half against the door, his body slightly swaying almost imperceptibly. How did you come here? Hizay felt somewhat ridiculous in this moment, awkwardly brushing off some wall dust from his knees and said, I know everything about tonight's incident. I couldn't reach you by phone. My phone's out of power, so I turned it off. Lin Ran blocked the doorway, seemingly not planning to invite him in. There were no streetlights in the corridor, so Hizay could only rely on the faint light seeping from within to carefully scrutinize Lin Ran's complexion. It struck him as odd, his speech was weak, and his breathing shallow and irregular. He certainly didn't look healthy. Lin Ran couldn't make out what Hizay was observing, shaking his head. I'm fine here, you should go back. It's late, get some rest. After speaking, he attempted to close the door to dismiss the guest. Hizay placed his hand between the doorframe, saying, I've already come, won't you let me stay for a while? Lin Ran looked up blankly. What did you say? Do you have water? I'm thirsty. Hizay disregarded whether Lin Ran agreed or refused, forcing the door open as he entered. Lin Ran nearly lost his balance but steadied his swaying body by urgently grasping the wall. As soon as Hizay entered, he noticed an unusual smell in the air. He couldn't describe it exactly, it seemed like disinfectant, or perhaps the rust smell of uncleaned iron. Lin Ran remained standing by the door, dizzy, feeling as though even a slight movement caused the world to spin wildly inside his brain. I'll use your bathroom briefly. Hizay's words faintly registered in Lin Ran's ears. Clenching his teeth, he turned his head and found the room deserted. Lin Ran felt confused, was it just his illness-induced hallucination? Hizay never actually showed up. Lin Ran gave up fighting and slumped to the ground next to the wall. His stomach continued to throb painfully, stars filled his vision, and he thought if he relaxed any further, he might die. In the bathroom, Hizay searched for a long time but found no strange disinfectants. Could he have been mistaken? This old house really wasn't suitable for living in, such a peculiar smell could harm the body. Hizay washed his hands under the running tap, then suspiciously prepared to leave. Just as he was about to turn the lock, he spotted a streak of red oddly covering the doorknob. Furrowing his brows, Hizay lightly wiped the red substance from the doorknob with his fingertips and sniffed it. It smelled distinctly of blood. Hizay's eyes widened suddenly. Without a second thought, he rushed back into the living room. Lin Ran sat by the door, gazing at him with a scattered focus. Hizay admitted that, in that instant, it was as if someone had clutched his throat, filling him with unprecedented terror, leaving him paralyzed. That strange smell in the house, it was blood. Where would this blood-soaked house be coming from? It had to be from Lin Ran himself. With heavy steps, Hizay approached the doorway. Instead of directly questioning, he squatted before Lin Ran, gently touching his face. Only now did Lin Ran clearly see who was right in front of him. He was unable to distinguish between reality and dreams, yet instinctively yearned to hold on to this person tightly. Before Hizay could ask anything, Lin Ran embraced him fully. Lin Ran desperately tightened his arms around him, burying his head relentlessly into his chest. Ah Zay. Hizay couldn't believe he'd willingly embrace him like this, but the genuine warmth in his arms told him clearly, this was all real. Previously, he might have pushed him away without hesitation. But today, he felt a bit of panic. He feared that if he pushed him away, he'd never see him again. Gradually, Lin Ran lost strength to hold on, letting his hands fall helplessly as his head rested against the other's chest. He murmured softly, they all bully me. Hizay's body trembled violently. He knew that Lin Ran's situation over the past year hadn't been good, all those rumors about stealing attention, hogging resources, being labeled as the third party, he was like a rat everyone wanted to hit. Yet, Hizay wasn't the kind to overly concern himself with his ex's affairs after breaking up. If he wanted a clean break, then it would be absolute, starting from never asking about him again. He truly hadn't inquired about Lin Ran's circumstances for an entire year. Perhaps he had already left the entertainment circle, or maybe he had gotten married and started a family. But just as Lin Ran cried in his arms about his grievances, Hizay realized how absurd he himself had been back then. His precious pearl had been mistreated and treated like an ordinary pebble somewhere he didn't know, having his shine constantly dulled until he became dejected and worthless. Hizay gently supported his weak body and tenderly stroked the back of his head. Tell me slowly, how did they bully you? Lin Ran opened his eyes slightly. Amidst the hazy confusion, all he could hear was the voice he'd longed to hear for so long echoing in his ears. He vaguely gazed at the empty living room, and one by one, the scenes of the past replayed before his eyes like a carousel of painful memories. Doctor, can my throat still be cured? It can be cured, but you may not be able to sing again. Not able to sing. Your vocal cords are severely damaged, you might not even be able to communicate normally. Does that mean I'll become mute? The doctor sighed. Regardless, we need to treat your illness first. Your condition is heavily drug-corroded. If it isn't cleared out, the consequences might be unimaginable. If I don't have surgery, can I still keep singing? You won't be able to sing for much longer either way, probably no more than a year or two, and then your voice will be destroyed. It's possible you might lose your life altogether. Lin Ran lowered his head and stopped talking. Talking hurts, swallowing hurts, how long do you think you can endure? The light illuminated his eyes as Lin Ran lightly rested his head on Hee's shoulder. No matter how bitter or hard it was, I've persisted for a whole year. I'm satisfied with that. Chapter 30, Gastric Bleeding. Hee didn't understand what he was smiling about, his frown deepening. Lin Ran, say something. Lin Ran seemed to regain some clarity, smiling faintly as he looked at Hee who cradled him warmly in his embrace, a long-lost warmth that he greedily clung to, hoping for just a little more time. Hee didn't comprehend why his emotions shifted so quickly and furrowed his brows, asking, who bullied you? Lin Ran didn't know what he'd said during his previous days and chose to act ignorant, replying, I'm on the hot search list again because of being scolded. Hee pulled out his phone and handed it over. Do you see it? Lin Ran struggled to focus on the screen. His blood pressure was too low, making his vision blurry, and after quite some time, he managed to see Pei Chen's name followed by an exploding tag. Hee stated firmly, no one will scold you anymore. Lin Ran blinked, perhaps because of excessive blood loss, his mind couldn't turn quickly enough, so he asked confusedly, why is Pei Chen mentioned? You don't need to concern yourself with outsiders. Hee stared intently at him. Instinctively, Lin Ran drew his neck back, asking, why are you looking at me? Hee got straight to the point, why is there blood in your bathroom? During this year, Lin Ran had seen through the coldness of the world and learned to put up appearances. Upon hearing this question, although his eyes showed fleeting signs of evasion, he quickly concealed it. He laughed, what nonsense are you saying? Would you like me to take you to check? Hee lifted him into his arms horizontally. In midair, Lin Ran, surprised, wrapped his arms around the other's neck. Hee, put me down. I'm giving you a chance to confess voluntarily, why is there blood? Hee looked down at him with unwavering determination in his gaze. Because of gastric bleeding, Lin Ran resigned himself and rested his head on his shoulder, it hurts badly. Hee paused momentarily and then quickly walked back inside. Lin Ran no longer pretended, curling up in bed and pressing both hands against his chest and abdomen, suffering immensely from the throbbing pain. Hee knelt by the bedside, carefully touching his stomach. The spot his fingertip touched was convulsing severely, each spasm tightening Lin Ran's brows even further. How could this happen? Lin Ran used to eat and drink well. Why had it come to this? I'll find a doctor. Hee fumbled for his phone, but before he could dial, a sweaty hand grasped his wrist. Lin Ran, who had presumably recovered from the sharp bout of pain, looked at him covered in cold sweat. There are medicines. Hee looked around, where? I've just taken it, I can't take it again. No, since it's gastric bleeding, you must go to the hospital. Hee attempted once more to lift him up. Lin Ran shook his head, I only vomited a bit of blood, it'll get better soon. Lin Ran. Hee lost his patience and roared. Oomph. Lin Ran acted as though startled, placing both hands over his mouth. Hee was startled and quickly held the person up. What's wrong? You're bullying me too. Lin Ran broke free from his grip. Hee looked at the figure curled up into a ball and helplessly shook his head. I won't force you, but I must find a doctor to come and check on you. Gastric bleeding isn't a minor ailment. Lin Ran pretended not to hear and pulled the blanket over himself to hide. Hee stepped out of the room and made a call. Within half an hour, a man arrived in haste carrying a medical emergency kit. Aware that there was now a third person in the house, Lin Ran still refused to cooperate, pretending he couldn't hear. Hee stood by the bedside and demanded with authority, are you coming on your own, or do I have to carry you? Hens, this is my home. Lin Ran glared at him furiously, we've already broken up. Just let him take a look. He just coughed up blood. Hee disregarded his protests and gave orders directly to the doctor. The doctor, sweating profusely, looked awkwardly at the two men as if they were quarreling lovers and hesitated. If it's internal bleeding, a gastroscopy might be required at the hospital to better identify the cause. Then pack up, let's go to the hospital. Hee began unbuttoning his cuffs as though preparing to forcibly take him. Knowing his physical condition, Lin Ran realized he didn't stand a chance, not even against a girl who could likely knock him down with one punch. So he kept retreating to the corner of the wall. Hee, don't push me. I'll apologize to you after the examination. Hee grabbed his arm and forcefully embraced him. Lin Ran, I'm not negotiating with you. I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Ran struggled, I'm not going. Lin Ran bit down on his arm hard enough for Hee to wince in pain, loosening his grip instinctively. Sliding to the floor, Lin Ran had no strength left. Even if he had managed to break free, he wouldn't have had the energy to escape. Hee, clutching his right arm bitten through by this puppy, frowned deeply. What are you doing? Lin Ran raised his tearful eyes, gazing at him sorrowfully. We've already broken up. You didn't care about me for the past year, why do you suddenly care now? He's heart felt like it was pierced with countless cuts. Softening his tone, he squatted in front of him. Lin Ran, I can apologize for what I've done today. We did break up, but I hope that you stay healthy even when I'm not around. But now I'm not healthy anymore, you've seen it. My voice is ruined, I can't sing anymore, perhaps one day I won't even be able to speak, I'll be mute. I've lost everything, Lin Ran sobbed while pulling his hand. Please don't force me, alright? He lowered his head, not knowing why he had acted so assertively, but his rationality told him absolutely not to ignore it. Exhausted, Lin Ran leaned against the bed rail. I'm very tired today. Let me sleep well, alright? Listening to his almost inaudible request, eventually relented and carried him back to bed. Lin Ran clutched at the hem of his jacket. I promised I would attend your concert. Don't worry, I will certainly dress up and celebrate for you. Brushed away the sweat on his forehead. Sleep. I'm not leaving. The doctor stood awkwardly beside them, feeling extremely out of place. Glanced at him. Once he falls asleep, give him some medicine. He's in a lot of pain. The doctor nodded rapidly and carefully hung the drip once he was sure there would be no resistance. In what situations would someone cough up blood? Asked seriously, sitting nearby. It's mostly caused by ulcers, possibly also due to medication. Emotional stress can trigger acute bleeding too. The worst-case scenario, the doctor paused, hesitant. Knew he shouldn't pry further, yet he couldn't help himself from asking another question. What else? The worst result, cancerous changes. Chapter 31, I want to reconcile with you. That night, stood by the window smoking cigarettes all evening. His phone occasionally lit up with new messages, but after glancing at them, he lit another cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he seemed to see Lin Ran trapped in this dark and endless place struggling alone for a whole year. He occasionally started a live stream, but the chat room couldn't bear to watch. The screen was flooded with curses. Flicked the ash off his cigarette, aware that Lin Ran wasn't someone who easily picked up on others' hostility, possibly unable to detect negative remarks immediately. But no matter how dull his sensitivity, amidst countless insults, he'd surely have recognized those ugly faces. Every single word from head to toe belittled him, making him feel utterly worthless. Buzz buzz buzz. Extinguished the cigarette butt. After a sleepless night, his voice was hoarse. He asked, did you find out? The matter with Zhang Yi has been thoroughly investigated. It was Zhang Yi who wanted to impose a favor upon Lin Ran, luring him over to his hotel room with the promise of the theme song for his next movie. Later, with evil intent, Zhang Yi attempted to lay hands on Lin Ran. Lin Ran then knocked him unconscious and left, but unfortunately, he was caught red-handed by Zhang Ye's wife who arrived just in time. Stared at the surveillance footage from the hotel on his computer. Lin Ran, disheveled, ran out of the room straight into Zhang Ye's wife. If this was coincidence, it was too much so. After being exposed, Zhang Yi turned around and accused Lin Ran instead, claiming that Lin Ran had specially invited him to the hotel to secure the theme song, even aggressively pouncing on him, which Zhang Yi barely managed to resist. On the computer screen, Zhang Yi had a large, greasy face. If not for some talent, no one would have spared him a glance. And this face expected Lin Ran to throw himself at him. Even with my good looks, I've been rejected, how dare you think you stand a chance? After this resource-grabbing incident, Zhang Yi announced Pei Chen as the male lead in his new movie. But Pei Chen's acting was truly atrocious, and the movie only lasted 10 days before being pulled off screens. Leaned back against the chair, his lips curling slightly with mockery as he stared at the two men grinning happily on the screen. He said, investigate Huayang Pharmaceutical Group behind Pei Chen. Are we looking into this? A single video won't harm Pei Chen much. If we cut off his resources at the source, I bet he'll come crawling to me soon. Hung up the phone, pensively staring at Zhang Ye's bloated figure on the screen. Not fond of handsome boys, huh? Well, I'll send you one. With a thud, an unexpected sound rang out in the room. Without hesitation, rushed back to the bedroom. Lin Ran had awakened, but low blood sugar made it hard for him to get up after struggling for a long time. In the process, he accidentally bumped the floor stand. The stand fell, making quite a racket. Stepping over the shattered glass scattered on the floor, supported Lin Ran, who wobbled beside the bed, asking, dizzy. Then, he shoved a piece of candy into Lin Ran's mouth. Lin Ran looked at him in panic, you're still here. Clicked his tongue mockingly, how ungrateful. I took care of you all night yesterday. Lin Ran's mind was still a bit foggy, and only when his blood sugar recovered a little did he awaken from his stupor. You shouldn't move around too much yet. There are glass shards all over the floor, let me clean them up first. Lin Ran watched silently as bustled about. What exactly had that doctor done to him last night? After cleaning up the broken glass, sat back by the bedside. I have 2 shoots today. Someone will bring your lunch and dinner later. Lin Ran stiffly shook his head. Why? Why what? Hens, what do you mean by all this? To help you restore your stomach lining, the doctor said it doesn't matter what caused the bleeding, you need rest and care. Hizay frowned seriously, we'll discuss everything else once you're better. Lin Ran was confused, what's wrong with you today? I don't understand a thing you're saying. Hizay gave a light snort, I know gastric issues stem from emotions. I won't stimulate you too much. Just stay put quietly until I finish shooting and the concert, and then we'll sit down and clear things up step by step. Though puzzled, Lin Ran realized Hizay must have found something out. Since he hadn't forcibly taken him to the hospital, it wasn't due to his illness. Lin Ran cautiously asked, what did you find out? The entertainment industry is a gold mine where money can manipulate anything. Hizay tapped his forehead lightly, Lin Ran, you really have grit to hold tight to your principles despite all the suffering. I didn't. Lin Ran covered his forehead. It's also my fault, being arrogant and easily deceived by appearances. This year, I've learned a lot. The past may not be as simple as what my eyes saw, right? Lin Ran felt guilty and leaned against the pillow without answering. From his silence, Hizay got the answer he wanted, the events he witnessed might have just been staged to manipulate his perception. They had never publicly disclosed their relationship, even their former agent wasn't aware of their bond. So who could target him so precisely? Hizay could guess with his toes who these incidents were linked to. Lin Ran suddenly grabbed his arm and forced a smile, Hizay, what nonsense are you thinking about? Hizay clutched his head, you used to clamor for an explanation with me, but one day you suddenly stopped arguing and indulged yourself in a riotous lifestyle as if telling me that you had let go of me. Lin Ran's hands couldn't help but tremble as he attempted to cover Hizay's mouth, saying, don't say it. Hizay pushed Lin Ran's hands away and sighed lightly, alright, I won't say it now. After I'm done with this current period of busyness, we'll settle accounts step by step. Lin Ran stared unblinking at Hizay who stood up, his body still shaking out of fear. He was afraid, terrified that Hizay would figure everything out. He fearful that Hizay might forsake everything, even betraying those who loved him, just for the truth. He feared, afraid that in the end, Hizay would meet the same tragic fate. Knock knock knock. A knock came at the door. Hizay quickly returned to the bedroom holding a bowl of millet porridge. Seeing Hizay's approaching silhouette, Lin Ran felt tears welling up in his eyes uncontrollably, Hizay, can we stop investigating? I know I've done a lot wrong before, I'll definitely change. Worrying too much isn't good for digestion. Eat first. Hizay placed the porridge bowl in front of him. But Lin Ran remained motionless. Hizay raised an eyebrow, do I need to feed you? Lin Ran lowered his head, must you tear open my wounds and see the raw flesh beneath to feel satisfied? Hizay gripped his jaw firmly, gazing fiercely, perhaps I was too dumb in the past, failing to recognize the situation clearly, but now I understand perfectly well. Hizay. It seems like I'll have to feed you then. Hizay blew on the hot porridge, waiting until it was lukewarm before placing it near Lin Ran's lips. Lin Ran turned his head away, I won't drink it. With infinite patience, Hizay moved in front of him again, the doctor said you need to recuperate properly. Hens, we've broken up. Just pretend I want to make amends, I'm flattering you. Lin Ran. Chapter 32, Lin Ran, will you still have me? Lin Ran thought he must have heard wrong. No, maybe it was this person who had lost their senses. In the silent bedroom, both could hear each other's heartbeats clearly. Taking advantage of Lin Ran's dazed moment, Hizay directly shoved a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. Without chewing, Lin Ran subconsciously swallowed the warm liquid down his throat. Ahem, as expected, he got choked badly. Hizay gently patted his back, what's wrong? Covering his mouth, Lin Ran looked fearfully at Hizay full of concern and anxiety for him, feeling just like before they split. Seeing Lin Ran freeze once more, Hizay couldn't help but chuckle humorlessly, surely you aren't scared speechless by just a few sentences from me. Breathing rapidly, Lin Ran glanced around in confusion. This was indeed his home, where he lived for almost a year. But why did today's awakening seem strange, as though all these surroundings were illusions, making him believe that he and Hizay were still deeply in love and entwined? Hizay laid him gently back onto the bed, watching over him solemnly, maybe I was too hasty, if you think my words are premature, you don't need to respond right away. Just wait till I finish talking. Lin Ran sat stiffly, gripping the blanket tightly, his thoughts wandering back to that memorable confession under the cherry blossom tree. Do you know what cherry blossoms represent? Hizay beamed radiantly circling around him. Lin Ran shook his head, what does it mean? To be beside you. You being there. Lin Ran blushed involuntarily, so will you give me cherry blossoms today? Hizay leaned close to his ear, his gentle affection mirroring the cascading flower petals, there are only two wishes I hold dear in this life. Either I stay by your side or you come to mine. Upon finishing, Lin Ran rose on tiptoes to place a soft kiss on Hizay's lips. Staring at the Hizay now, Lin Ran couldn't help but get mesmerized. The Hizay in front of him was no different from the Hizay back then, with bottomless adoration visible in his eyes, overflowing beyond control. Instead of pressing, Hizay started narrating slowly, we met during our freshman year. For the whole year, you kept company through my crazy antics. Back then, I regarded you as a brother, my closest friend. I never thought of crossing that boundary. Later, when you said you hit it off instantly and confessed boldly, I dismissed it as mere playfulness. Gradually I became engrossed in it. When I finally confessed my feelings to you, it was already our second year together. You mentioned your dream of singing, getting selected as a trainee by S1 company, and I unhesitatingly joined you. That year was tough and exhausting. You knew my family's circumstances, my grandfather would never approve of me going into showbiz. So I relinquished my inheritance rights. I thought that by giving up fame and fortune, I could stay together with the person I loved forever. Later on, facing your betrayal, I reflected sorrowfully, was it because I wasn't good enough? So you were always drawn away by others' shining points. I started training even harder. If I danced better and sang more melodiously, your eyes would never leave me. But I forgot, no one has a smooth road ahead, nor will anyone allow you to have a trouble-free path. Lin Ran hastily covered his mouth in panic. That's enough, Heeze. All of this is in the past, there's no need to bring it up again. Heeze took a deep breath and forced a smile with difficulty. Alright, I'll stop. Lin Ran bit his lip. Don't you have work to do? You should be getting busy. Heeze placed the bowl of porridge on the small table beside the bed, stood up, and glanced once more at the little guy who pretended to appear calm but was inwardly trembling. He said, Lin Ran, after we clear up all misunderstandings, will you still have me? Lin Ran clenched the blanket tighter in his hands without responding. Heeze continued pressing on. Lin Ran, will you still have me? These words are premature now. You should finish your job first. Lin Ran lifted his gaze, struggling to curve his lips into a faint smile. He wanted to laugh, but the misty tears in his eyes betrayed a year's worth of grievances. Heeze nodded seriously. Alright, after the concert, we'll sit down and talk things through. Wait for me. Lin Ran watched his departing figure, wiping away the tear tracks on his face haphazardly before picking up the bowl of almost cold millet porridge and forcing himself to swallow it bit by bit. He had to survive long enough to watch Heeze's last performance. Gag. The millet porridge he just forced down mixed with blood was vomited into the toilet within half a minute. Lin Ran sat helplessly on the floor, wrapping his arms around his knees and trembling as he circled himself protectively. He was afraid, he was truly afraid he wouldn't make it that long. Knock knock knock. Lin Ran tidied up his disheveled appearance simply, thinking Heeze might have returned, but instead, someone else was outside the door. Though grandpa he was already 70 years old, he remained robust and sturdy. Just looking at his physique, Lin Ran thought one punch from him could send him straight to the king of hell. Lin Ran was somewhat at a loss, unable to comprehend why the elder man suddenly showed up, leaving his entire body rigid at the door. Grandpa He's tone was indifferent, neither too warm nor too cold, as he asked, won't you invite me in? Lin Ran moved numbly aside. Grandpa He strode straight inside. Lin Ran turned around, feeling his consciousness blur significantly. The elder seated himself on the couch, eyeing the still unmoving Lin Ran fiercely. He opened his mouth and asked, are you afraid to see me? Lin Ran closed the door, politely pouring a cup of hot water and placing it before the elderly man. Grandpa He had no intention of beating around the bush and directly declared, you must know the reason I came here. I've already broken up with Heeze. After breaking up, it isn't appropriate to stay in your ex's home, right? You sent people to monitor him. I didn't originally want to spy on him, but yesterday's farce went way too far. I had to take precautionary measures, and unexpectedly found out that the two of you are back together. No, I didn't. Lin Ran shook his head in denial. Grandpa He observed the flustered young man calmly and chuckled lightly. It seems you've forgotten the lessons from before. Lin Ran couldn't believe what he was hearing. What do you mean? Grandpa He didn't elaborate, but the implications were already crystal clear to everyone. Although Lin Ran might have had some suspicions before, upon hearing the elder confirm them directly, he still felt an unprecedented chill run through his entire body. Why did you do this? It's because you insisted on clinging to Heeze without understanding the rules. Lin Ran pressed his right hand hard against his chest. If you wanted me gone, why destroy my voice? The elder looked puzzled. All I wanted was for you to leave. I never intended to ruin anything of yours. That man I hired certainly knew about his physical condition. I knew he wouldn't be able to do much. It was purely to make you give up easily. That's all. Chapter 33, I will vanish completely. Lin Ran's initial suspicion suddenly became clear. This master plan, along with all these subsequent developments, whether it was suppressing him or bizarre sexual harassment, was all carefully orchestrated by that woman. She had coerced Lin Ran to seek out Heeze. As soon as Heeze learned about all this, there was no way he would stand idly by. In the past, he had given up his inheritance rights for Lin Ran. Now, he would fight against everyone once again, all for Lin Ran. After all, the beginning of all this was started by Grandpa He's initial move. Even if Heeze were to confront him in the end, Grandpa He would still be at a loss for words. I've said what I wanted to say today. You seem like an intelligent person, so you should understand what I mean. The old man's eyes gleamed with sharpness, his expression unwavering. Even though he had retreated behind the scenes, his air remained overbearing and commanding without the need for anger. Lin Ran lowered his gaze but laughed aloud nonetheless, completely unthreatened. The old man narrowed his eyes sharply. What are you laughing at? Lin Ran looked up, took a deep breath, and said, you can rest assured, I won't bother your grandson anymore. I know that kid's temper. If he decides to turn back, not 10 horses could drag him away. It wouldn't matter even if he did. Lin Ran appeared more relaxed now, disregarding any formality as he lounged carelessly on a chair. The elder furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? After his concert, I will vanish completely. In this vast world, he'll never find me again, no matter how hard he tries. Lin Ran declared with certainty. The elder grew increasingly confused. How am I supposed to believe your one-sided claims? I can't prove it to you either. There aren't many days left anyway. If you don't trust me, wait and see, until next month's 5th day. Looking at Lin Ran's casual demeanor, the older man became more skeptical about his sincerity. It might just be a delaying tactic. Lin Ran closed his eyes and said, if we're done talking, kindly make sure to close the door when you leave. Grandpa, he had never been ordered around with such an attitude or tone, and he stood up in uncontrollable fury. Lin Ran, aren't you pushing your luck too far? Lin Ran responded indifferently, it's just asking you to close the door, isn't that within reason? This is your attitude. Do you think I couldn't erase you from the entertainment industry tomorrow? At my current standing, disappearing or not makes little difference. You should trust this point, those with nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who have something to protect. Now it's you who's worried I'll keep bothering your grandson, not me being afraid of you coming after me. Grandpa, he turned red with anger, intensifying his tone, it's easier for me to crush you than to squish an ant. Lin Ran opened his eyes and gazed at the enraged elder with a pleasant smile, saying, then hurry up. Fine, very fine. It seems I truly underestimated you after a year apart. Lin Ran's smile widened even more, but I still advise you, it's better to keep still. After all, I always keep my promises. Once Hee's concert ends, I will disappear. Am I supposed to believe your lies? Think about this, if Hee knows you were involved in the past events, can you guess how things would turn out? You're threatening me. I'm just suggesting you might as well go home and wait. There really aren't many days left. You wait and see if I keep my word or not. Grandpa, he narrowed his eyes slightly, alright, I'll wait. Kindly close the door. Lin Ran continued closing his eyes to meditate. Grandpa, he walked to the entrance and gritted his teeth while shutting the door fiercely. He'd never encountered someone bold enough to command him. Upon hearing the door close, Lin Ran leisurely opened his eyes. The room suddenly felt very quiet, so quiet that he could hear the ticking countdown of his life. It's almost over, truly almost over. As night fell, the gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. Lin Ran sat on a beanbag sofa, hugging a lamb plushie he found somewhere. Beside him, his phone occasionally popped up with some news notifications. Initially dismissing them absent-mindedly, when a familiar name caught his attention, he eagerly picked it up to unlock. Has Hee posted another Weibo? Without delay, Lin Ran opened the app. It turned out Hee hadn't posted anything new himself but instead left a comment under a female celebrity's work. At Lu Chenwan, as promised, picture. Just 4 brief words accompanied by a background image. The picture, although slightly blurry, clearly showed a photograph of Hee's concert stadium upon closer inspection. This caused Lu Chenwan's fans to swarm at Hee directly and assumed he had already chosen her to receive a special place during his concert. In fact, they had only collaborated twice, one was through endorsing the same product, and the other time was singing the ending theme song for her new movie. They merely maintained a normal professional relationship until a certain occasion where Hee, exhausted from constant work, accidentally fell asleep and called out Ran Ran. That mere few-second audio clip set off a major uproar online, with everyone scrambling to figure out who Ran Ran was. It was at this moment that Lu Chenwan came into the picture. She didn't say much either, only shrewdly sending out a bashful emoticon package. That day, did Hee skip recording after posting Weibo just to send tickets to Jian Jian for her concert? Jian Jian, can you show us the tickets? Let all the toxic doubters close their mouths. Our Jian Jian is the empress. Hee had left a comment afterward on this thread. At Hee replied at Jian Jian top 1, I am GAV. The declaration, I am GAV, not only shut down Lu Chenwan's fans who were indulging in self-pity but also muzzled the opportunistic Hee supporters altogether. For minutes afterward, an eerie silence hung over the Weibo post until everyone realized what had happened. Once again, Hee is GAV was trending on the hot search list. No, something must be wrong with how I opened this. Brother, has your account been hacked? People from the studio, don't you announce the loss of the phone immediately. I must still be half asleep. I'll go back to bed and come back to comment later. Lin Ran could only stare speechlessly as he swiftly browsed through real-time posts. The fans questioned incessantly while the black fans took advantage of the chaos to join the mix. The super topic section was hastily shut down from new posts. Chaos reigned, it felt as if everyone was struck dumb by surprise. Meanwhile, the parties involved remained unperturbed, continuing to listen to songs, seemingly adjusting to the newly revised music style that might feel unfamiliar after reorchestrating. Li Nan turned pale when he received the news. Ever since Hee confessed his relationship with Lin Ran to him, he hadn't slept a wink, always fearing that the old man would blurt something accidentally one day. But there was no need for an accidental slip, he had recklessly burst the bubble. I am GAV, I am GAV, I am GAV. Clutching his nose bridge desperately, Li Nan looked pitifully at the calm and composed grandfather figure. What do we do now? Chapter 34, Lin ran, will you still come to my concert? Aware yet feigning ignorance, Hisei asked, what are we going to do about what? Biting his teeth, Li Nan said, you know exactly what my question is. This is the truth, Hisei admitted frankly. But you couldn't have said it straight up. Li Nan covered his head with both hands, feeling more desperate than if the sky had fallen down on him. Hisei removed his headphones and maintained that nonchalant attitude, my current popularity isn't bad. Do you even realize what kind of fans you attract? I do. In the future, I may become even more famous and gain even greater flow of support. Exposing my personal issues then could make things completely uncontrollable. So you bravely chose to ruin yourself ahead of time, are you aspiring to emulate the noble thought that, when a whale falls, all lives thrive? I'm just laying out my problems early before I climb higher, giving them a chance to make their choice. With a splitting headache, Li Nan lamented, even so, this shouldn't have happened right before the concert. Aren't you afraid they will boycott you en masse? A smirk slid past Hisei's lips, in this concert, I only want to sing for one person. Li Nan's pupils dilated again and again, almost bulging out of their sockets, what did you say? If no one else shows up, it doesn't matter as long as he comes. Are you insane? If no one supports me anymore, I'll retreat behind the scenes, I'll compose music and he writes lyrics. Copyright royalties should sustain him well enough. Li Nan hadn't expected that he'd already prepared an exit plan, even to the point of being ready to give up today's fame and honor. No, he wasn't crazy, it was the world that had gone mad. Hisei patted his shoulder calmly, saying, the old loyal fans all know that I once said if I fall in love, I will definitely let it be known publicly. I won't deceive anyone for fame or fortune. You fell in love? Not yet. So, I've only disclosed my orientation without revealing who it is. When he agrees, I'll go public. Stunned, Li Nan had already logged off Weibo entirely, the entire team pretending to die in silence. He didn't even need to think, the announcement of romance as an idol was essentially career suicide, let alone a romance with a man. With double penalties stacking up, this was as good as a death sentence. In Xiqing district, Lin Ran set down his phone. Just a minute ago, Weibo crashed, the whole page stuck in a perpetual loading cycle no matter how many times he refreshed. Hugging his knees, Lin Ran's body trembled imperceptibly. Had he destroyed him? Hisei dared to announce his orientation nationwide during his peak. Would his next move be directly revealing their previous relationship? He was not afraid of being scolded or attacked by fans, he just didn't want Hisei to be trapped in the same quagmire as himself, powerless to turn things around. The taste of being despised by 10,000 people, he didn't want Hisei to go through it too. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door was deafening. Lin Ran rushed to the door with excitement akin to a shot of adrenaline. As soon as he opened it and saw who had come, he immediately grabbed the person's arm and pulled them inside. Hisei almost fell from being yanked so hard, and looked at him oddly, what's wrong with you? Isn't it me asking what's wrong with you? Lin Ran glared at him, panting. Hisei chuckled lightly, I'm fine. I readapted one of my old songs today, I'll play it for you later, I think it's particularly stirring. Lin Ran brushed away his outstretched hand resolutely, what did you mean by your reply? Hisei smiled even more warmly, you saw it. Do you know the consequences of doing that? I think it turned out well, first, it resolved that woman's self-fantasy, secondly, I've preemptively given my fans a peace pill. And the aftermath? What kind of aftermath will there be? They'll cancel on you. Lin Ran, I've said we'll discuss this after the concert ends, you don't need to talk about these matters with me right now. Lin Ran shook his head, teary-eyed, I can't let you. Hisei held his hand, I understand your concerns, and I also know clearly what challenges such straightforwardness might face, but no big deal if we have to start over again. But it won't be the same. No one will tolerate Then we'll retreat behind the scenes, I compose music and you write lyrics, okay? Lin Ran was pulled into his embrace, hearing the powerful heartbeat of the other man, his body trembled beyond control. He had already thought about their future carefully, willing to trade all the brilliance of now for an uncertain future. Wasn't he? Lin Ran buried his head on Hisei's shoulder, yet they already had no future left. If I dare do this, it's because I've calculated everything beforehand. If no one accepts it, we'll vanish from the spotlight, exactly when your health needs proper recuperation. We'll find a southern town and choose a courtyard you like. Are you really not afraid I deceive you? Lin Ran asked hoarsely. Did you cheat me? Hisei countered without answering directly. Lin Ran pondered for a moment and nodded, yes. Was it severe? Lin Ran nodded again, very severe. How severe could it get? So severe that, all of your plans were nothing but a dream. Lin Ran looked at him with bloodshot eyes, but he couldn't utter the last sentence. Hisei's breathing became exceptionally heavy, as though he were thinking about some very serious problem, mentally preparing himself. In the moment, after both stared at each other for at least 2 minutes, he solemnly asked, will you attend my concert? Lin Ran hadn't expected that under such a solemn atmosphere, he was only concerned about this matter. Hisei firmly gripped Lin Ran's shoulders, staring intently, Lin Ran, will you still come to my concert? Lin Ran chuckled and said, I've told you before, I will certainly show up dressed to the nines. The heavy stone in Hise's heart slowly put down. He loosened his hold on him somewhat awkwardly, whispering gently, "Did I hurt you just now?" Lin Ran shook his head. "No, you know your limits. Have you eaten properly today?" "Yes, I ate everything." Hise looked at the neat dining table, everything finished. Not finishing his meal entirely, Lin Ran avoided his eyes guiltily. "Not quite, the rest is in the fridge, I'll heat it up tomorrow and eat it. Don't eat leftover food." Upon saying that, Hise went into the kitchen. Once he opened the fridge, he found it full of packaged boxes, most of which weren't even opened. Lin Ran tried to dash back into the bedroom and close the door to avoid confrontation, but obviously his reaction was too late. Hise forcefully dragged him back. "Is this what you called eating?" Lin Ran lowered his head silently. "Does your stomach still hurt?" Hise observed his unhealthy complexion and felt his question was redundant. Finding a way out, Lin Ran nodded. "It hurts, I can't eat." Hise sighed helplessly. Just 1 year without taking care of him led him to develop a gastric ailment. If he waited 2 more years, would he destroy himself even further? Chapter 35, Spitting Blood. Lin Ran stopped asking him how he'd resolve these troubles, quickly running back into the room. When the noise outside normalized, he dared to check the paralyzed Weibo once more. The page had been repaired and improved, with the square refreshing very quickly. New posts popped up by the hundreds almost instantly. Hise's influence surpassed Lin Ran's expectations. It was the first time he saw how entertainment charts, popular charts, or even unrelated news charts were almost entirely occupied by Hise. An endless string of dark comments made Lin Ran's heart ache painfully. At store manager of He Family and #1 flagship store, I have been a fan following Hise from his trainee days until now and also serve as the general store manager of the flagship store. As everyone knows, the He Family franchise has 10 store managers who have followed He since his debut as a trainee all the way to his current fame. We've accompanied him every step of the way, from obscurity to success. The following video was taken from an event held 1 month before He's debut night. He never hid his romantic history. Some people treated it as a joke, while others dismissed it, but now, accusations that he deceived everyone have arisen. The video quality is somewhat blurry, possibly due to poor original resolution that worsened after being repeatedly forwarded. Hise once attended a stand-up comedy activity, accompanying senior company members. From start to finish, he stood at the far edge. There were 5 people on stage, with only a few fans below, roughly fewer than 50. After the host opened, microphones were passed one by one for each guest to introduce themselves. "Hello everyone, I'm Hise. I'm 22 years old, an S1 trainee." The host barely recognized him, casually glancing at the script before introducing the procedure. The video fast-forwards. The host asked, with few about to debut, "Could you tell us whether Hise would reveal his feelings when he gets famous?" "Yes, I won't hide my emotions. It would be disrespectful to my fans and unfair to my lover. If I fall in love, I'll share it with everyone immediately," Hise replied honestly. "Do you worry they might unfollow you? After all, you're debuting in a boy group and are positioned as an idol singer. I hope that they like my works, not me as a person. People change, and there's no guarantee who will keep liking whom. But if I leave behind a good song, I believe someone will listen and appreciate it." The host didn't expect such high ideals from this rookie and continued probing. "Do you have someone right now?" Hise paused for a moment, then shook his head. "I used to." Then it ended. Aha. Seeing the disinterested fans in the audience, it seemed like no one really wanted to hear more about this new idol's romantic history, so the host joked around. "Let me ask one last indiscreet question, male or female?" People on stage laughed awkwardly, and the camera shifted. But if you listen closely, you'd still hear Hise respond clearly. Amidst bursts of laughter, Hise said genuinely, "A boy. We knew each other for 4 years and loved each other for 3. At the end of the video was a screenshot of a Weibo post that has been deleted. It showed the night the boy group disbanded when Hise posted a photo of torn hands holding, along with a caption, "No longer meeting." Lin Ran had never seen this Weibo post. On the day they broke up, both had silently erased each other's contact information or blocked each other. On the night the boy group disbanded, Lin Ran did not see Hise either. As though escaping, Hise did not even return to the dormitory that night, leaving the company by taxi instead. He drove aimlessly through the city all night, only returning at dawn to pack his things. By then, Hise had already gone. He thought maybe back then, Hise gave him one last chance. Could it be that if he returned, they could sit down calmly and talk? Perhaps their no longer meeting wouldn't have lasted a year. Lin Ran covered his mouth, unable to stop dry heaving beside the bed. "What's wrong?" Hise entered the room carrying a bowl of noodles stewed until almost falling apart, immediately noticing the trembling figure crouched by the bed upon opening the door. Lin Ran tightly clutched his hand, his eyes red, afraid to speak out of fear of breaking into uncontrollable sobs. Seeing the refreshing messages still appearing on his phone screen, Hise turned off the phone soundlessly. "Stop looking at these things. I'm sorry. You don't owe me an apology. Back then, did I make you sad?" "Lin Ran, it wasn't your fault," Hise supported him as he lay down. "Don't shoulder everything. I know it's not my fault, yet I still hurt you." Lin Ran stared at him without blinking, as if seeing again the boy standing confidently on stage who had openly shared his emotional history. He was brave, but behind his bravery lay a betrayal that left him bloodied and raw. Ah! Lin Ran pushed Hizay away and stumbled out of the room. Realizing what had happened, Hizay quickly rushed after him. Lin Ran locked him out of the bathroom. Hizay pounded on the door fiercely, he could hear the deliberate suppression of vomiting from inside. Lin Ran, open the door. Lin Ran stared at the fresh red blood in the toilet and hastily pressed the flush button. With such great strength, Hizay knew the old house's facilities would break easily with just a little force. Losing patience, he twisted both hands together and shattered the doorknob, unlocking the door. Lin Ran sat limply on the ground, hearing the commotion outside but having no energy to open the door. In 2 strides, Hizay reached Lin Ran. Although he did not see the blood flush down the toilet, he noticed the redness at the corner of Lin Ran's lips. Lin Ran weakly raised his hand, saying, I can't walk. Hizay furrowed his brows deeply, picked Lin Ran up horizontally, and as he drew closer, he could faintly smell the metallic scent of blood. I'm fine, Lin Ran muttered while hanging onto him, just too much emotion today. I'll be fine tomorrow. Did I scare you? Hizay took his phone away, you shouldn't read any more messages today. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile slightly, right now, I don't even have the strength to keep reading. As Hizay watched Lin Ran close his eyes mid-sentence, his heart became disordered with sudden panic. Unconsciously, he grasped Lin Ran's hand tightly. Ran, can you hear me? Lin Ran moved his fingers slightly but didn't reply. Hizay felt the coldness at his fingertips and grew increasingly uneasy. Ran, shall I find a doctor for you? Your silence means yes. Chapter 36, Cancer. Li Nan kept checking the real-time information and, assured that the major fans had taken control of the situation, finally relaxed a bit after a tense night. But before he fully let his guard down, he noticed an abrupt change in public sentiment. The fans were no longer fixated on Hizay's orientation issues. Instead, they began scrutinizing another key figure in the interview, analyzing the situation under their microscopes. They've known each other for 4 years and loved for 3, who is this person who had Hee for 4 years but didn't cherish him enough? Why did he post such a thought-provoking Weibo on the day the team disbanded, only to delete it right away? Is the Ran he mentioned the boy he loved for 3 years? I have a bold guess, but I'm afraid to say it. Sisters, we're thinking the same thing, I also had this idea, but I feel like I'm overthinking it. Could it be Lin Ran? Anyone but Lin Ran who snatches resources and shamelessly seeks attention all the time. When Li Nan saw Lin Ran's name appear, his heart, which had been suspended all along, finally broke into pieces. Are these fans all Holmes? How did they so swiftly bring the truth to light? At Hizay, stop guessing wildly. I'm fine, he's fine, and we're all fine. Store manager of He Family in #1 flagship store, Captain, we await your concert, heart icon, dot. Store manager of He Family amusement park #2 flagship store, Captain, invitation received, see you on the 5th. Store manager of He Family cafeteria #3 flagship store, Captain, don't forget the new song, we will listen at the concert. Store manager of He Family inspection group #4 flagship store, Captain, missed the first review but don't worry, I'll be the first one there for the concert. The front rows of the comments section were all controlled by die-hard fans, leaving no chance for haters to cause trouble. Within seconds, any hater comments got drowned out among hundreds of thousands of posts. There was simply no time or interest to go through each one individually. Hizay had no inclination either to get involved in online disputes. Instead, his full focus was on the emergency doctor who had just arrived. The doctor was visibly nervous, barely daring to breathe as his trembling hands made measuring the patient's pulse unstable. Losing patience, Hizay frowned, how long are you going to check? The doctor reluctantly retracted the stethoscope, chuckling helplessly, the blood pressure and heart rate are abnormal. This might be due to blood loss, a further examination in the hospital is necessary. He vomited blood again earlier. Ulcer bleeding can recur easily, has something upset him today? After considering carefully, the doctor said cautiously, a comprehensive examination in the hospital is needed. Repeated bleeding like this is harmful to health. Fine, I'll take him there now. Woohoo. Just as Hizay prepared to lift him up, his phone rang inopportunely inside his clothes. Hizay didn't intend to care who was calling, but after seeing the caller ID on the screen, he knew this was a call he had to answer. Grandpa He's voice trembled with excitement and suppressed anger as he asked, what nonsense are you spouting on public platforms? I'm only speaking the truth, I'm not fabricating anything. Do you understand the consequences of your statements? There's no need for you to worry. I can handle it myself. How will you handle it? Don't think I don't know that you're back with Lin Ran again. Hizay, I've already been disappointed once, and I hope you know when to stop. Hizay looked toward the faint outline of the sunrise in the distance and said, Grandpa, if you feel disappointed, you have the choice to give up on me. Nonsense. I don't want to make things difficult for you, nor do I want to keep disappointing him. Hizay, I'll give you one last chance. Do you really think you've succeeded in the entertainment industry all by yourself? Hizay ended the call. The words he spoke last night weren't about fearing the resistance from fans as a last resort, they were preparation for the possibility of losing everything after opposing the family. He wasn't afraid of losing fame and wealth, nor was he scared of a turbulent future. He just felt that the mistakes of the past year should be borne by him, not left solely for Lin Ran to carry. Are we still going to the hospital? The doctor waited for an answer. Hye took a deep breath and turned back to the bedroom. Lin Ran, however, was lying there awake, looking at him with a bright smile. Seeing his expression change, Hye approached quickly. You're awake. Lin Ran's attention shifted to the doctor peeking out from behind Hye, teasingly asking, why did you call him over again? The doctor suggests we go to the hospital for a checkup. Hye pulled the doctor forward. Talk. The doctor nodded earnestly. Lin Ran laughed. All right, I'll go with him later. Aren't you supposed to have an event today? It's something about the premiere promotion of a new movie, right? You wouldn't want to miss that. I'll drop you off at the hospital first and still make it in time. The event is in the afternoon. You should get some sleep then. Lin Ran gently stroked his eyebrows and eyes. Didn't you stay up all night last night? I slept a little. Shouldn't I hand you a mirror? Your ability to lie straight-faced far surpasses mine. Hye grabbed his hand. I know my limits. Your fans will surely berate me for breaking your heart when they see how haggard you look. You didn't, Hye corrected. It's not your fault. Neither of us made a mistake. Lin Ran sat up. Lie down a bit, I'll go outside for a while. I don't need sleep. Hye stopped him. Lin Ran shook his head. I promised to get checked out, so won't you listen to me for once? Hye let out a long sigh helplessly. Fine. Lin Ran put on his slippers. You rest well, I'll wait for you. The living room fell into such quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The doctor fidgeted uncomfortably, unsure whether he should sit or stand. Lin Ran smiled warmly at him. Please, have a seat. The doctor wasn't unfamiliar with handsome young men, but he couldn't deny that Lin Ran exuded a unique, fragile beauty that naturally evoked sympathy. It seemed to possess a certain charm, making it hard for anyone to refuse him. Lin Ran said, thank you for coming. It's my job. The doctor stiffly perched on the chair. Lin Ran glanced toward the closed bedroom door before asking, isn't this job quite tough? Being called in late at night and working until dawn without any rest. Well, the pay is high enough, the doctor honestly replied. Did he ask you about the cause of the gastrointestinal bleeding? Lin Ran directed his gaze back at the doctor. Startled, the doctor unconsciously nodded. Yes, he did. And what was your response? It started with ulcer bleeding, followed by bleeding caused by medication, or acute bleeding due to irritation. What situation do you think fits mine? Lin Ran probed further. An intense sense of unease suddenly gripped the doctor's heart. This was something he had rejected since the very beginning. Given Mr. He's account, the patient had previously shown excellent physical health, with no signs of any gastrointestinal problems. During their last physical exam before breaking up, everything was normal. Thus, the doctor ruled out the possibility of cancer from the start. But now, that glance in his eyes, that nonchalant tone. Terrified, the doctor instantly broke into a cold sweat, cautiously asking, have you gotten tested? Chapter 37, No Need for Further Treatment. Lin Ran covered his mouth and laughed, pretending not to understand. What are you talking about? Of course I've been checked, my body is fine. The doctor awkwardly wiped the cold sweat that had inexplicably broken out on his face. He swallowed hard and said, to be on the safe side, we still need to conduct a thorough examination. This repeated bleeding must be making you uncomfortable too. Alright, I promised him, I won't go back on my word. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. The doctor finally let out a long sigh of relief. He liked dealing with people who took advice well. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Ran watched as the business car drove away, turning to look at the doctor behind him who was eagerly waiting to personally escort him to the hospital. May I ask which hospital you're from? Lin Ran sat on a stone stool, seemingly leisurely playing with his phone. The doctor replied, I am the deputy director of the gastroenterology department at Chang'an Hospital. This rank isn't low. I didn't think there would ever be a day when I could receive an outpatient consultation from the deputy director of the most expensive private hospital in whose city. It's my job. If I'm not mistaken, Chang'an Hospital seems to be under the He family group. Yes. And if Grandpa He finds out that the hospital under his group is treating his grandson's lover, what do you think his reaction will be? The doctor was struck dumb, as in the hospital he'd seen some messy social circles before, but daring to expose things so openly, and speaking so plainly, this one person really dared to be audaciously bold. Lin Ran's lips curved into a smile as he asked, you probably overheard our conversation that night, right? We broke up, do you know why? The doctor was numb and could only mechanically shake his head. Lin Ran continued, Grandpa He disagreed, so he forced us to split up. This. So, do you think I can get a checkup at Chang'an? The doctor shook his head quickly. As soon as I step inside, someone will rush to inform Grandpa He. What would happen between me and Hye then? We don't even need to guess, but you need to consider what you might ultimately lose. The doctor's heart thudded like an irregular heartbeat. I'll go to the hospital by myself later. After the checkup I'll honestly tell Hye. I promised him, I won't break my word. Lin ran opened a ride-hailing app and entered the address of the second municipal hospital in front of the doctor. The doctor dared not stop him, as long as there were test results, it didn't seem to matter which hospital they were from. The private car arrived very quickly, and Lin Ran didn't hesitate to get in. Second Municipal Hospital Gastroenterology Department. The amount of bleeding is large, I'll stop it first for you, but your condition requires hospital observation. Lin Ran took the diagnosis form and said, I feel extremely dizzy, I can't swallow anything. I don't fully understand the issue with your esophagus yet. I just examined it, the cell tumor is almost blocking the entire esophagus. It needs to be surgically removed. Can we wait a bit longer? If you delay further, you might not even be able to swallow water. Lin Ran lowered his head in despair, can I have intravenous nutrition then? Are you really giving up on living? The food you eat won't digest anyway, and you'll end up suffering again. Lin Ran admitted frankly. The doctor removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling somewhat compassionate but unable to avoid his fate. I'll prescribe you medicine first, starting with stopping the bleeding. Lin Ran sat in the chair of the 4-outpatient clinic, receiving fluids in one hand and blood transfusion in the other. His vision flickered between light and darkness, he didn't dare to sleep, fearing that if he did, he might not wake up, and be sent to the emergency room again. When the fluids ended, it was nearly evening. He finally found time to check his phone. Heizei attended today's event, a pre-screening meeting for the actors in a new movie. The film combined two great leading actors, its popularity unprecedented. Lin Ran hardly needed to open the Superfans forum, just clicking around on the trending topics revealed Heizei's latest photos. Standing at 187 centimeters, Heizei regularly practiced dancing and fitness, his physique more elegant than that of average stars. Even standing at the back of a crowd, he remained the center of attention. It seemed he realized he wasn't the main actor, wisely positioning himself at the far right. But due to his massive popularity, the flow was enormous, how could the main creators allow him to stay behind? Heizei was quietly moved to the left side of the director. Most pictures on the Super Topic forums were uploaded directly without editing. In every photo, he was looking at his phone, occasionally tapping the screen as if sending some message. Only now did Lin Ran remember something, hastily exiting to open WX. Sure enough, Heizei had been sending him messages. My big star, are you done with the checkup? My big star, what were the results? My big star, are you still getting checked up? Let me know as soon as it's done. My big star, I just sang 2 songs, the effect was good, I'll play it for you when I get back. My big star, I'm almost done here, probably another half an hour, then I'll pick you up. My big star, there's a scheduling error, the organizer added one more performance, might take an hour. Lin Ran looked at his constant updates and felt suddenly disoriented, had they really not broken up? The Heizei in front of him now was just like the Heizei from a year ago during their passionate courtship, meticulously reporting every detail about his day, how many new dances he learned, what he ate, what he sang, and what he studied. Sometimes he would even find him annoyingly talkative, just like a chatterbox, constantly typing away. Within minutes of neglecting to look, there would already be 99 plus unread messages. Lin Ran wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and shoved his phone back into his pocket, looking up at the blood bag that was still dripping slowly. He had no choice but to speed it up. At the event site, the crowd surged with excitement. Many fans without invitation tickets couldn't even enter the gates, so they waited eagerly outside the venue. Lin Ran chose a less crowded spot while wearing a mask. Although the evening heat had dissipated somewhat, he was dizzy and blurry-eyed now. If he pushed through the throng, he could guarantee that another black trending hashtag mocking him for playing victim would appear on Weibo by nightfall. Listening to the commotion inside, the event seemed to be nearing its end. In his haste, he'd completely forgotten about needing an invitation ticket. Are you Lin Ran? A sudden voice rang out overhead. Lin Ran looked up in disbelief. The girl approached excitedly and instantly widened her eyes upon confirmation. I thought you looked familiar. You really are Lin Ran. Lin Ran awkwardly adjusted his mask, realizing he didn't recognize this girl, she likely wasn't his fan. I'm the store manager of Heizei's flagship amusement park. You may not recognize me, but I'm very close friends with your fan, Jiofeng Luoya Bian Pian Hong. Do you know her? Why you? Last night, she contacted me, and we went over everything thoroughly all night long. I'm a bit jittery now, but please don't feel nervous. Chapter 38, Being Recognized. I see you're even more nervous than I am. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle at her flushed face. Jiang Xinxin covered her cheeks shyly, I never expected to see you here. Lin Ran also hadn't anticipated being identified so easily. It had been too long since he last attended a purely fan-based event, he almost forgot how to interact with them. Jiang Xinxin noticed his unease and, adhering to the belief that fans should respect an idol's personal life, placed a bag containing 3 promotional items and left tactfully. Lin Ran looked after her in confusion, wondering why she did that. Jiang Xinxin gestured for him to open it and see for himself. Lin Ran picked up the small green backpack from the ground. Inside was a bottle of water, a fan printed with Heizei's cartoon portrait, and a sun hat emblazoned with information about his new song release. When Jiang Xinxin saw him put on the hat, she became even more thrilled, whipping out her phone and enthusiastically typing something without stopping, though judging by her upward curved lips, she must have been sharing some amusing story. Lin Ran swayed the small fan gently in his hand as the warm evening breeze touched his face, carrying with it a delicate fragrance. It was Hee's endorsed perfume brand, the scent he frequently used. Lin Ran widened his eyes in surprise. Truly, the old fan paid attention to every single detail. As the event ended, large crowds of fans dispersed. Those who had been squatting outside the venue started stirring restlessly. Lin Ran worried about being squeezed, so he quickly backed away from the cluster. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Lin Ran wasn't sure which exit Hee's would come from, but seeing the frenzy at the main gate, he assumed Hee's would leave from there. He found a high vantage point, pulling out his phone as he craned his neck toward the entrance to peek. Hee's voice rose and fell noticeably as if he were moving. Are you still at the hospital? Feeling guilty, Lin Ran retracted his neck, but before he could think of an excuse, an ear-splitting uproar erupted around him. Gu Jian! Gu Jian! Gu Jian! By the time Lin Ran tried to hang up the call, it was already too late. Hee's said through gritted teeth, where are you? Lin Ran stammered softly, outside the venue. Hee's. Clutching the edge of his pants, Lin Ran couldn't figure out why, despite their breakup, lying to Hee's made him feel so uneasy. No, he hadn't even had time to lie yet. He couldn't feel guilty, he had to be more assertive. Hee's, just you wait. Lin Ran's attempt at being assertive crumbled in that moment. His anxiety was so overwhelming that he couldn't even feel the summer heat, and miraculously, a chill ran down the back of his neck. At the venue's V3 passage, Hee's suddenly stopped. The staff, confused about the situation, asked, what's wrong? Did Mr. He leave something important behind? Which door did Mr. Gu use to leave? Hee's cut straight to the chase. It was probably the A1 main gate. Hee's immediately changed direction. The staff hurried after him. Mr. He, do you have an urgent matter with Mr. Gu? Should I contact his assistant for you? No need, I'll go there myself. You don't need to follow me. The staff member didn't dare let the superstar wander alone, knowing full well the crowd of fans waiting outside the venue. He quickly notified security. Outside, with Gu Jian's departure, the square lost around 1/3 of its fans, but as far as the eye could see, it was still swarming with people. Ran Bao, you don't need to wait here. Heezy has already left through the V3 passage. Jiang Xinxin stealthily sidled up next to Lin Ran and quietly passed on the information. Lin Ran stared at her in disbelief. What did you just call me? Jiang Xinxin blushed furiously, awkwardly explaining, Sister Feng Yihong always calls you that, so I guess it rubbed off on me. Lin Ran knew who Feng Yihong was, one of his remaining 30 fans, and apparently also the president of his fan club, one of the oldest supporters who followed him since the beginning. With a pang of guilt, he lowered his head, feeling unable to face them anymore, especially because it was he who gave up first. Jiang Xinxin continued, I'll stay here as a decoy. Most of the fans think Heezy will leave from this gate, so Ran Bao, you don't need to wait either. He won't show up. How do you know I came to see Heezy? Lin Ran looked up and asked. Jiang Xinxin proudly raised her eyebrows, well, who else? Unless you came to see Emperor Gu instead. Lin Ran smiled faintly, thank you, I understand. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the entrance suddenly erupted into a roar even louder than before. Instinctively, Jiang Xinxin turned her head and saw a sea of fans surging toward the entrance, as if some major star had appeared. Heezy! Heezy! The fans' excited shouts were loud enough to almost lift the roof off the venue. Jiang Xinxin hesitated for a moment before quickly opening their chat group. Messages in the group flooded in rapidly, all clearly shocked that Heezy would appear at the A1 exit. Heezy wasn't leaving quickly, but rather looking out over the vast sea of people. Security faced an unprecedented challenge as the fans enthusiastically surged forward, one after another trying to get closer. Lin Ran's position was slightly offset, but he feared this man would recklessly charge toward him. In a hurry, he called back. When Heezy heard the phone ring and saw the caller ID, he answered without hesitation, where are you? I'll wait for you at the parking lot. Lin Ran turned and ran. Do you know where my car is parked? Heezy's dark complexion revealed his growing impatience. Down the plaza, by the roadside. I'll wait there. Heezy hung up in a huff. The surrounding fans, noticing his displeased expression, no longer dared to recklessly barge forward. After all, his studio had warned multiple times against crowding, blocking, chasing cars, or staking out airports. Judging from Heezy's perpetual scowl today, it was evident that he was mad. Lin Ran put down his phone and gave the girl beside him one last meaningful glance. Jiang Xinxin also wore an expressive face, possibly still processing what had just happened. Lin Ran made the call, and Heezy answered. Heezy hung up, and Lin Ran did too. She initially had some doubts, but after locking eyes with Lin Ran and seeing that indescribable look, she became completely convinced. Thank you, I'll be going now. Lin Ran waved politely. Jiang Xinxin seemed to have guessed something and mechanically nodded. The messages in her phone kept scrolling, but she had no heart left to respond. Finally, Heizei spotted Lin Ran among the crowd. He stood tall and thin, having practiced posture in the company. One glance was enough to tell the difference between him and ordinary people. Truly, his little treasure had such good looks. But before the joy in Heizei's eyes could fully bloom, it instantly dimmed again. What was that on his head? That green hat. Where did he even get such a weird thing? Chapter 39, A Normal Checkup Report. By the roadside, Lin Ran was picked up first. Heizei, under the escort of security personnel, also slowly moved to a safe location. Although the fans were very excited, they still maintained their last bit of rationality. The scene discipline was quickly brought under control, and everyone quietly followed behind. Heizei successfully got into the car. The moment the car door opened, the fans who were closer spotted someone sitting deep inside. Did I just see wrong? I think I saw it too, there's someone inside. Judging by the figure and clothing, it's a boy. When the car door closed, all sounds were blocked out. Lin Ran pulled on the brim of his hat, attempting to hide his guilty expression like covering his ears while stealing a bell. Heizei immediately flared in anger when he saw that green hat. Unable to tolerate it, he snatched it off in one motion. Lin Ran jumped in surprise. What are you doing? Who gave you this hat? It's so ugly. There was an eerie silence in the car for several seconds. Xiao Wang cleverly closed the soundproof panel. Lin Ran's lips twitched slightly as he chuckled helplessly. Shouldn't you check what is written on it? Heizei stared intently and only then realized it was his official fan color. He was now very angry that he had been foolish enough to choose green before. It's still ugly, you're not allowed to wear it anymore. He threw the hat to the back, out of sight, out of mind. Lin Ran couldn't help but burst out laughing at his childish look. What are you doing here? Heizei tried to maintain a stern face, asking with apparent seriousness. I wandered around after my checkup. Lin Ran lied without any change in his demeanor. Heizei let out a light humph. Chingan Hospital is 50 kilometers from here, could you wander this far? I came from the city number 2 hospital. Heizei's eyes darkened. I didn't ask you. Heizei, you know which group Chingan Hospital belongs to. Lin Ran had to remind him. Heizei suddenly understood, but felt uneasy about this answer. Lin Ran handed over the health examination report he bought from a scalper. Which hospital doesn't matter, what matters is the final result. Heizei hurriedly flipped through the data. Besides a stomach ulcer and mild gastrointestinal bleeding, there was nothing abnormal on the report. The tension of the past few days finally eased, and he couldn't help but exhale deeply. Lin Ran spoke calmly and confidently. I told you this is a minor issue, do you believe me now? Heizei carefully put away the report sheet. Gastrointestinal bleeding is not a minor issue. In the future, I will try to control my diet. Lin Ran curved his lips. You don't need to take me to the hospital for inspection every now and then. I have a good grasp of my own physical condition. Good that you understand your limits. Heizei examined his features carefully once more. Although everything on the report seemed normal, Heizei had a vague sense that the person's complexion was overly pale, definitely not something healthy. Lin Ran avoided his scrutinizing gaze. As his body fully relaxed, a suppressed wave of dizziness surged stronger than ever. Pretending to be casual, he leaned back against the seat, saying, I'm tired, I want to take a nap. Heizei adjusted the chair and draped a thin blanket over Lin Ran. Whispering softly, he said, sleep well. I'll wake you when we arrive. The business car ascended onto the expressway. At the He family estate, servants neatly withdrew from the second floor after tidying up the corridor. Mrs. Zhou Mei, holding 2 cups of hot tea, was about to knock on the door when she heard voices from within the study. A servant hadn't closed the door tightly upon leaving, so Mrs. Zhou Mei lowered her hand and pressed her ear against the crack, breathing quietly as she eavesdropped on the conversation inside. Grandpa, he boomed audibly, take a look at the profit situation from the last quarter yourself. This is the renovation plan you boasted about. Mr. He accepted his father's fury without objection. Did I entrust you with the company just to get these results? Grandpa, he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Do not think I don't know you've recently dismantled all the management team I left behind. Father. The company has been entrusted to you for 2 years, and it's been continuously losing money for 2 years. Grandpa, he stepped in front of Mr. He, looking intimidating. I obviously overestimated you. I just used the wrong people. I've already hired highly paid professionals from abroad. Feng Cheng, I gave you one chance, but it seems you can't handle it. What do you mean? I will have Heizei return to help you. Once he gets familiar with the company procedures, the entire He group will be fully handed over to him. No, Dad, this isn't appropriate. He's completely obsessed with singing right now. If you call him back, he will definitely resist every step of the way. I'll bring the entire management team back immediately, and I'll strictly follow their advice. There's no need. Your abilities cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Does Heizei have it then? Grandpa, he glared down at him imperiously. He does indeed have the guts. Mr. He loosened his tie. Dad, give me one more chance. If I disappoint you again next quarter, I'll resign without your prompting. Feng Cheng, let me make it clear today, think carefully about what to do next. In this family, I only acknowledge Heizei as my grandson. Xiao Xiao is your grandson too. Mister, he countered. Grandpa, he shot a cold glare at him, that woman is not virtuous, and her son will never win my approval. You can't favor him so much. They're all descendants of our He family. Humph, that boy is merely yours, or why don't you ask Xiaozha if he acknowledges this brother? Mister, he was left speechless. You may leave now. Don't forget the promise you made to me, this is your last chance. Grandpa, he waved irritably. Mister, he walked out of the study, looking extremely upset. Mrs. Zhou Mei hadn't had time to slip away, the two exchanged a silent glance. Mister, he pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain quiet. Mrs. Zhou Mei appeared understanding and obedient, nodding to show she hadn't heard anything. Mister, he left quickly. As Mrs. Zhou Mei watched him descend the stairs, the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by an eerie expression as she stared at the empty hall. Indeed, no matter how rebellious He was, no matter how defiantly disrespectful, in Grandpa He's heart, he was still the only acknowledged grandson. Mrs. Zhou Mei lowered her eyes, her lips curling up cruelly. She wondered if Grandpa He would be shocked enough to die upon receiving news of his precious grandson's death. She truly looked forward to it. Chapter 40, afraid of not seeing him one last time. The business car stopped under the apartment building. He gently patted Lin Ran's shoulder. Ran, we've arrived. Lin Ran, however, continued to sleep deeply. Seeing him motionless, He bent down and carried him in his arms. In the middle of the night, Lin Ran's throat began to itch, and he woke up from being choked by incessant coughs, cough, cough. Warm water was pushed into his mouth, and Lin Ran abruptly opened his eyes. Although the room was dimly lit, it wasn't hard to recognize who stood beside the bed. He put the cup down. Are you feeling any better? Confused, Lin Ran looked around. Wasn't he just in the car? Lin Ran, is that health report really yours? He eyed him warily. How could a normal person be unresponsive like that? If it weren't for his breathing, He might have suspected that something was amiss. Lin Ran guessed his condition and chuckled awkwardly. Are you some kind of actor, He? What do you mean? You shouldn't know these over-the-top idol dramas well. Why are you speculating so wildly? Lin Ran covered his throat, which was turning hoarse. I'm thirsty. He picked up the cup again. I'll verify this report at the hospital. Cough. Cough. Lin Ran choked once more. He furrowed his brows tightly. Drink slower. Lin Ran grabbed his hand, clearly shaken. He, don't you believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just I'm worried the report may contain errors. After all, your name is quite common, and there might be misunderstandings during the checkup process. Are you saying it's impossible unless something's wrong with me? Do you actually want me to get sick? He quickly covered his mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ran pushed his hand away. You think there's definitely something wrong with me. He didn't understand why he still felt uneasy, even after trusting those numbers. But Lin Ran's earlier condition compelled him to doubt. He had looked unconscious. Lin Ran threw off the blanket and shakily stood up. He steadied his arm. Where are you going? Lin Ran gave him a sharp glare. To the bathroom. Despite being a megastar admired by half the world, He had never experienced being treated with such resentment and anger from someone else. With anyone else, he'd probably have responded with an equally hostile look. But seeing Lin Ran so lively, He wasn't irritated. Instead, he found it somewhat intriguing. He should have been harsher, angrier, and more unreasonable. The Lin Ran in his memory was supposed to be lively and carefree, beyond all bounds. In the bathroom, Lin Ran leaned both hands on either side of the sink basin. His drowsy vision slowly became clearer under the stimulation of cold water. He cautiously glanced at the broken door lock, ensuring He wasn't waiting outside, then quickly opened the drawer behind the mirror. After swallowing 2 pills, the intense pain in his stomach finally subsided slightly. He couldn't help but admire himself for managing to hold on this long without making a sound. Are you done washing up? I've cooked some noodles for you. Eat a bit before going back to sleep, otherwise, you'll feel bad again in the middle of the night. He did not burst into the bathroom again but waited patiently outside. With a creak, Lin Ran pushed the door open. He observed that the blood had returned to his lips, nodding approvingly. This is what normal looks like. Lin Ran sat at the dining table, staring at the steaming bowl of soup noodles. He rarely cooked, and he was probably best at boiling noodles or dumplings. Sitting opposite him, He waited with bated breath for him to taste the food. Lin Ran picked up his chopsticks, the familiar aroma rushing toward him. He tentatively took a bite. The taste, identical to how it used to be, seemed as if they were still 1 year ago, when he would always grin mischievously and present him with a bowl of soup noodles after finishing his training. Tears welled up in his eyes, spilling helplessly into the soup bowl. He gently wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, teasing deliberately. Why are you crying? The steam got into my eyes. I'm not crying. Lin Ran sniffed, continuing to chew the noodles in small bites. He softly patted his head. In the future, I'll cook for you every day when I have time. Lin Ran looked up at him through blurry eyes, using all his strength just to make out the faint figure before him. He smiled, radiating brightness. Good. At the end of June, He started rushing through his schedule, trying to carve out 3 days for his concert. He had barely touched the ground for nearly a week. Not to mention returning to see Lin Ran again, he didn't even have time to rest except for stolen moments during his travels. In July, at the Premier Cinema in Yanjing, there was the premiere of a new movie. This was He's last event before his concert. Though the premiere was still half a day away, fans who had heard the news already surrounded the cinema completely. Dressed to conceal his identity, Lin Ran appeared outside the cinema. He hadn't told He's, sneaking over quietly. He had a premonition that his time was running short. Recently, the length of time he spent sleeping grew increasingly longer, almost passing an entire day unconscious. He felt inexplicably afraid, fearing that he wouldn't make it to his concert, and even worse, fearing that he wouldn't get to see him one last time. Ranbao, you're here too. Jiang Xinxin thought the figure ahead looked familiar, until she focused her gaze. It was Lin Ran. Surprised, Lin Ran turned around, laughing through tears. We meet again. Did you come for the premiere? After saying this, Jiang Xinxin realized it didn't make sense. How could he, as a guest, be mixed in with the crowd? Lin Ran shook his head. I just happened to buy a ticket and came to check it out. Jiang Xinxin didn't expose his clumsy excuse but smiled instead. Then let's queue together. As twilight approached, security barriers were set up outside the cinema, signaling the arrival of the production team. He's arrived half a day earlier just to avoid being mobbed by fans. He sat happily by the floor-to-ceiling window, occasionally glancing at the bustling crowd outside the mall. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated. Su assistant, I've investigated Lin Ran as you requested. I checked all hospitals for people in his age group. He's immediately sat up straight. What's the situation? Su assistant, 23 years old, Shanghai Huku, physical characteristics verified, all consistent. There's no medical record for anyone matching his profile. After hearing this report, He's felt the stone weighing on his heart finally settle. He said, you've worked hard. After the call ended, He's continued flipping through a magazine. The sunset rays fell on his shoulder. He turned his head to look at the crimson-red clouds in the sky, the smile on his lips freezing suddenly. A forgotten piece of the past rushed into his mind like an uncontrolled flood. His body trembled, and the magazine fell from his hand. My name is Lin Luo, as in graceful Luo, not drop. Don't forget it. A boy's mischievous smile appeared in front of him. His eyes curved when he laughed, bright and starry like little lights, especially beautiful. He's nervously picked up his phone, trembling uncontrollably due to fear as he searched for a number. Wait, he's not Lin Ran. His real name is Lin Luo, elegant Luo. Chapter 41, How should he tell him? Half an hour before the event began, the audience and fans gradually entered the screening room. Buzz, buzz. As Lin Ran just sat down, his pocket began vibrating incessantly with his phone ringing. He only glanced at the number and immediately got up to step out of the hall. In a corner, the cool breeze blew softly. He's where are you? Hearing this, Lin Ran felt a sharp pain in his heart. Instinctively, he turned around, anxiously checking his surroundings as if his secret trip had been uncovered by He's. He's continued pressing, why don't you answer me? Are you not at home? Lin Ran stammered uncertainly for a while before replying weakly, yes, I'm at home. He's I will go back immediately once this event is over. There's something I need to ask you. Aren't you supposed to fly directly to Sioux City? He's no problem, there's enough time. He's Lin Ran's expression turned serious. I don't know what you're going to ask, but between priorities, I still hope that you can distinguish them clearly. He's it's because I am clear about it that I chose to wait until after the event, rather than now. There are only 2 days left before your concert, I'll be there. Can we talk later, after your concert ends? He's refused without hesitation, no. Actually, I also have something important to discuss with you, but not now. An eerie silence followed on the other end, likely as the caller was pondering. Lin Ran added, He's many things don't need to be rushed all at once. After handling everything properly, anything you want to know, I can tell you plainly. He's asked doubtfully, will you really tell me? Aha. He's sighed heavily, Lin Ran, I can feel that you're hiding something from me. I'll wait for you in Sioux City. After the concert is over, I hope you can trust me completely. Alright, I'll trust you. Lin Ran put down his phone and looked outside the window, where neon lights were flashing. Finding the light too glaring, he lowered his head again, with a trace of indescribable bitter smile on his lips. How should he say it? That he was about to die soon. Wouldn't that be too cruel for He's who knows nothing? The fluctuation of emotions brought the pain once more. Lin Ran almost collapsed into the bathroom. Trembling, he locked the door, and the bitterness of the medicine filled his mouth as he slumped onto the floor, helplessly gazing at the empty ceiling. Cries occasionally echoed in his ears. He didn't know where the event had progressed to, so he could only endure the pain and hope the painkillers would save him again. Cough. Blood spurted from his throat, and the world seemed to blur between night and day. Ah. He's Lin Ran shakily held the wall as he stood in the corridor. Even though he hadn't entered the screening room, he could still sense the lively atmosphere and clamor. If he just took a few more steps and pushed open that door, he could see the brilliant He's on stage. But at that moment, he decided to take a step back instead. Let this be the end. He's this is as far as we can go. After the event ended, He's flew overnight to Sioux City. The fans filed out in an orderly fashion. Jiang Xinshin slowly tidied up some trash inside the screening room with several fans. Lin Ran stumbled and sat in the front row, looking up at the stage where the staff were cleaning posters. Jiang Xinshin approached curiously, asking, why hasn't Ranbao left yet? Lin Ran seemed not to have heard her question, continuing to stare blankly upward. Jiang Xinshin thought he wanted to perform on stage as well, consoling him, Ranbao will definitely have supporters in the future too. Lin Ran then noticed the girl standing next to him. The painkiller seemed to have numbed his nerves, causing his responses to become slow and sluggish. Seeing his unfocused gaze, Jiang Xinshin's expression became serious as she hurriedly asked, what's wrong with you, Ranbao? Lin Ran shook his dizzy head, stiffly returning his focus back to the stage. Walking in front of him with concern, Jiang Xinshin asked carefully, are you feeling unwell? What did he sing just now? Lin Ran's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. The movie theme song. Have you listened to it before? Yes, Lin Ran chuckled faintly, I heard it when it came out on music platforms. I have a recording here, do you want to watch it? Jiang Xinshin found Lin Ran increasingly strange. The air conditioning in the giant screen hall was set very low, and she had to wear a long coat because of the cold. But Lin Ran was sweating profusely, with even a large sweat stain spreading around his collar. Was he feeling hot? Do you want to watch it? Jiang Xinshin asked again. Lin Ran shook his head. Jiang Xinshin guessed on her own that he probably wanted to maintain a safe distance from fans and said, there should be many videos on the trending search right now. If you want to watch, you can check them out there. There are recordings from various angles. No need. I can imagine what he looks like on stage. Jiang Xinshin's brows tightened uncontrollably, as she worriedly asked, Ranbao, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Lin Ran gently wiped the sweat off his neck. Maybe the air conditioning isn't cold enough. Jiang Xinshin. Lin Ran's vision became a bit blurry, but he was trying hard to imagine. When the lights hit, He's stood at the center of the stage, and he must have been incredibly dazzling. Will you go to He's concert? Yeah, I'll go. I will definitely go. Lin Ran touched the ticket in his pocket. He looked forward to this performance more than anyone else, how could he possibly miss it? When Lin Ran walked out of the cinema, it was almost midnight. He stood by the roadside, ready to hail a ride to the airport. Buzz, buzz. A string of unfamiliar numbers appeared on the phone screen. Lin Ran, seeing the call display, took several beats to remember that he should answer. Pei Chen, are you trying to drive me crazy until you're satisfied? Lin Ran was already reacting slowly today, and he was even more confused by this inexplicable accusation. Pei Chen, Lin Ran, are you feeling smug now? Do you think finding He's as your backing is enough to step on me arrogantly? Let me tell you, I won't let you succeed. Lin Ran sat on the steps by the roadside, neither replying nor saying anything, just listening to Pei Chen yelling furiously on the other end. Pei Chen, I still have plenty of capital to make a comeback, losing one sponsor doesn't mean anything. I can still ruin you. With a poochie, Lin Ran couldn't hold back anymore and laughed uncontrollably. His laugh enraged the other side even further. Pei Chen, why are you laughing? What gives you the right to laugh? What makes you qualified to use such contemptuous laughter to mock me? Are you done? Lin Ran felt severely choked, not wanting to listen to him blabbering on. Pei Chen clenched his teeth, gritting out, Lin Ran, I'll put all my cards on the table today, don't let me catch any of your missteps. Lin Ran massaged his chest, then you'd better hurry up, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll never get another chance to suppress me. Chapter 42, Give me one more day. Pei Chen, you damn. Lin Ran hung up directly. His heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Cough, cough. A mouthful of thick black blood was spat out. Lin Ran supported himself on one hand on the ground, blankly staring at the blood spreading on the floor. He bitterly smiled and fumbled in his pocket with great difficulty to grab a tissue. The corner of his mouth was still dripping blood in thin streams as he lightly wiped it away, muttering, hold on a little longer, you can endure it. Sioux City. As soon as He's got off the plane, he felt a strange sense of chest tightness and shortness of breath. Li Nan noticed his sudden stop and asked uncertainly, what's wrong? He's raised his hand to his chest. Li Nan observed his action and anxiously asked, is your heart uncomfortable? Is it due to the hectic schedule these past few days? You might have overworked yourself. He's took a deep breath and steadied his emotions again, it's nothing, let's go. Li Nan didn't think it was nothing. If something happened to this person during the concert, he would be the first one dragged out by the fans to take responsibility. For safety's sake, we should still visit the hospital for a checkup. Rehearsals begin tomorrow, and the activities will be strenuous. We can't risk performing while sick. Saying this, Li Nan began arranging the schedule. He's didn't stop him. The sudden palpitations and weakness earlier seemed to have drained all his strength instantly. This wasn't baseless anxiety. Perhaps his body was resisting after having pushed through non-stop for a whole week to save time. The car drove away from the airport. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Lin Ran took the first flight to Sioux City. As soon as he stepped out of the aircraft cabin, he heard a few young girls chatting about something ahead. With just a glance, he guessed that these girls had come to see the concert. Buzz, buzz. His phone rang. "He's are you awake yet?" Lin Ran gave a light and replied, "Awake." "He's are you coming over today?" "If you come over, I'll wrap up things early tonight." Lin Ran glanced at the giggling girls around him and shook his head. "I'll come over tomorrow morning." The tone of He's voice clearly carried a tinge of disappointment. "Alright, what time is your flight?" "I'll have Li Nan go pick you up." "No need to trouble him. Brother Nan is too recognizable, his appearance will definitely draw attention, and I don't want to get surrounded at the airport." He's thought for a moment. "Alright, I'll send you the hotel location, then you can come directly. We could also have lunch together." "Alright, I'll let you know when I arrive." Lin Ran hung up the phone and popped several more pills into his mouth. He knew he shouldn't take any more, as his heart had already grown numb, potentially ceasing to beat at any second. But it hurt so much, his innards were riddled with wounds, each breath feeling like another blade was gouging him deeper. He silently waited for the medication to kick in, just as he lifted his leg to move forward. Suddenly, the smooth road in front of him seemed to twist and warp in his eyes. Panicking, Lin Ran attempted to grab onto something nearby, but the strength vanished from his body all at once. His arm couldn't even reach out in time before his entire body fell to the ground. A dense fog spread before his eyes as he tried to regain clarity. But the black mist grew thicker and darker, eventually enveloping everything in pitch-black darkness. Heart stopped beating. An ambulance screeched to an emergency halt outside a hospital's emergency wing. A stretcher was rushed towards the resuscitation room. Heavily clad, He's stepped out of the outpatient hall. When the sound of the ambulance sirens came nearer, he instinctively glanced at the commotion near the emergency entrance. Li Nan, holding the freshly printed test results in his hands, muttered incessantly under his breath how thankful he was that nothing was wrong. It sounded as if he'd lost his mind. He's had rested overnight, and all discomforts had faded away by morning. Yet at this moment, the familiar tightness in his chest returned without warning, causing him to unconsciously press against his chest. Seeing this, Li Nan reacted as though struck by lightning, asking hurriedly, "Ancestor, are you uncomfortable again?" He's shook his head. He knew this condition wasn't illness, but rather a kind of premonition foretelling some misfortune. "What's wrong? Should we check again?" "You absolutely cannot afford anything to happen." Li Nan was practically on the verge of kneeling down right there and then. He's waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, no need for further checks." "You sure don't look fine." He's pulled out his phone and dialed a number, but no one answered. He removed his mask and sighed deeply, shaking his head with a bittersweet expression. What nonsense was he thinking about? Hadn't he just finished a call with Lin Ran moments ago? Judging by Lin Ran's tone, he sounded perfectly healthy. "Ancestor, should we check at a different hospital?" Li Nan kept glancing at the report, now certain that something must be off. Clearly, He's wasn't feeling well, yet the report still showed everything as normal. He's shot him a glance. "Do you really want me to find something wrong with myself?" "Spit, spit, spit, don't talk nonsense." He's put the mask back on. "Let's go, it's time for rehearsals. After these 2 days are over, I might need to take a break for some time." Li Nan hadn't caught on at first, absent-mindedly nodding. Only when he gave it more thought did it hit him like a ton of bricks. "What did you say?" Li Nan exclaimed in shock. "I said I need to take a break for some time," He's repeated. "No, why?" "Lin Ran is hiding something from me. I must personally investigate." Li Nan struggled to keep up. "Can't you just ask him? What could he possibly be hiding?" He's got into the car. Since yesterday, when memories of Lin Ran's real name surfaced, a deep-seated sense of unease had grown stronger within him. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of fear, an ominous dread of uncovering a truth beyond his power to change. Li Nan continued trying to reason with him. "If you trust me, I can." "I trust no one," He's interrupted bluntly. Li Nan's words were swallowed back in his throat. As a mere hard-working employee, it wasn't his place to disobey the boss's orders. Still, things were bound to get tough for the PR team next. Not exposing anything would be bad enough, but exposing anything abruptly would be far worse. Li Nan quickly consoled himself, nothing serious will happen. It's all just worrying unnecessarily. At the hospital's ER. Awakened by a chill, Lin Ran felt many cold objects pressed against his body, triggering an automatic urge to resist. However, his throat was blocked, preventing him from uttering a single word. His insides felt as though they'd been hacked apart with countless blades. Unable to bear the pain, he finally forced his eyes open. The test results are out, no need for surgery. It should be just a matter of these 1 or 2 days. Isn't he too young? Have we contacted his family? A bit of painkiller will be given later. He must be in severe pain. Lin Ran's fingertips trembled lightly. In his hazy state, he saw countless shadows moving about, though he couldn't hear what they were saying. But he could feel the overwhelming size on those blurry figures. Am I dying? Lin Ran helplessly opened and closed his mouth as if pleading, help me. Just give me one more day. Chapter 43, Absence. Lin Ran regained consciousness the next day. At first, he thought he had only been unconscious for a while and felt immensely relieved that he could wake up. You're awake. Don't move yet, the 4 isn't done. The nurse held onto his arm to prevent the needle from rolling off. Lin Ran looked outside the window, it was already dark. Had he slept through the entire day? How do you feel? Any stomach pain? The nurse carefully documented some data. Lin Ran adjusted the oxygen mask. What time is it? 9 p.m. The nurse attentively helped him readjust the oxygen mask. You're quite weak now. Can we contact your family? Lin Ran felt around his pocket. Where's my phone? All your things are in this drawer. The nurse took them out one by one. Are you planning to attend the concert? Lin Ran tried to sit up but the nurse, unfamiliar with celebrity circles, couldn't understand why someone on the brink of death would still want to chase stars. Lin Ran's body was utterly exhausted, trying several times without success to sit up. The nurse, not wanting to interfere too much with his privacy, handed him the phone. It seems like it's out of power. Would you like me to charge it for you? Lin Ran leaned back against the pillow, dizzy and lightheaded. Could you give me some medication? I have something very important. You mean the concert? The nurse asked. Yeah. You don't have to rush. Even if you go now, it probably ended. Lin Ran felt bewildered and turned towards the medical worker, surprised. If his memory served him right, today was the 4th. The nurse guessed his confusion and explained, you were admitted into the emergency room yesterday morning, and you've been unconscious for 2 days. Lin Ran suddenly sat up but fell back onto the bed with the dizziness. He didn't know what to say. Every ounce of belief and persistence crumbled at this moment. Below him was an abyss of tens of thousands of feet, and he was falling uncontrollably. What's wrong? The nurse noticed his abnormal behavior and was about to call the doctor when she saw him violently shiver and spew fresh blood, rapidly staining the white bedsheet red. Lin Ran fell back onto the bed, continuing to vomit blood. Despairingly, he stared at the motionless figure by his bedside. This time, Lin Ran only fainted for half an hour. What do you want to say? An aged voice resonated in Lin Ran's ear. Lin Ran pointed at his oxygen mask. The doctor removed it. Speak then. I want to leave. Lin Ran forced a faint smile. I don't want to die here. The doctor looked at him gravely before finally nodding in silent agreement. Lin Ran didn't know what the doctor injected into him. By the time he left the hospital, his body seemed miraculously pain-free, even full of energy, as if reborn. In the car, he took out his cell phone which was only halfway charged. Hee's concert had ended. Though it was successful in some ways, there were aspects where it wasn't quite. He didn't seem to be in good form, making significant mistakes in several songs. Lin Ran played back one of the recorded clips. Hee's was just blankly standing in the middle of the stage, unable to sing or dance, seemingly searching for something among the audience. Is this what being top-tier talent looks like? The studio proudly said earlier there would be a surprise today. Well, turns out it really was a big surprise. Hee's must be in love, maybe his same-sex friend didn't come, so he's sad. To this day, I don't know who sat in seat number 3, completely empty throughout. The comments section under the trending topic overflowed with sarcasm. Apparently, Hee's performance tonight was laughable, even fans couldn't defend him openly. What's wrong with Hee today? Could his absent-mindedness really be because no one showed up in that special spot? To be honest, I'm very disappointed. Tens of thousands of fans from all over the country came for him, and he performed like that. Is he worth our efforts? Some people shouldn't confuse the public. He was distracted in 2 songs, but most of them were successful and wonderfully adapted. There's no need to generalize one-sidedly. Lin Ran didn't dare to continue watching and foolishly hit his phone. He deceivingly thought that as long as he didn't watch or listen, his Hee's still successfully completed the concert. At the stadium, fans had completely dispersed. The large venue's stage facilities had already been dismantled by half, only a couple of small racks remained hanging on each side. The night had grown deep, and the staff had left for rest. Lin Ran pushed open the heavy door, and the streetlights illuminated inside. He slowly climbed onto the almost entirely disassembled stage. He imagined what Hee's looked like standing here, surrounded by roaring screams. Uniform green fluorescent sticks lit up one by one. Suddenly, the noise dispersed, darkness enveloped, and all images froze. I'm sorry, Lin Ran fell awkwardly to his knees, hand supporting himself on the ground, his whole body swaying unstably. A car stopped outside the gymnasium. Hee's sat wearily in the driver's seat, unsure why he drove back again, but as if some voice lured him to return once more. All night he waited without any news. He guessed that the unanswered call before the start might be the punishment from Lin Ran for ignoring him this past year. Hee's opened the car door and lit a cigarette in the silent night. Amidst the swirling smoke, it seemed like he heard some sound, an imperceptible crying. Hee's turned his head toward the slightly ajar venue doors, possibly because the staff hadn't finished disassembling everything and left without closing them. The cool evening breeze caressed, and the air scattered with the faint scent of apricot flowers. Lin Ran suddenly raised his head. He wasn't sure if it was a hallucination before death, but he saw someone walking towards him. And that figure resembled exactly the person he had dreamt about countless times. Hizay also didn't expect Lin Ran to show up. The one who promised repeatedly that he would come finally appeared after the concert ended. Lin Ran gazed upward at him, likely testing his reality, unable to resist touching the corner of the other's clothes. Hizay tightly grabbed his arm and forcefully pulled him up from the ground. Was it fun to trick me? Lin Ran blinked. When the worried breath touched his face, he awakened from his dream. Hizay. Lin Ran excitedly lifted his hand to touch the other's face. His fingertips felt warm. The person before his eyes was truly alive. Hizay grasped his arm even tighter. Why did you lie to me? Do you know how long I've waited for you? Lin Ran wanted to explain, yet didn't know where to begin. 1,000 words in his heart boiled down to a simple apology. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Chapter 44, The Last Duet. Hizay loosened his grip, mockingly stepping back 2 steps. Do you know what I was thinking when I couldn't reach you? Lin Ran lowered his head, not daring to meet those initially hopeful but now deeply disappointed eyes. The distraction during the concert was his most direct expression of love, searching, looking for the shadow that kept its word. Hizay lit a cigarette, smiling bitterly, even more self-deprecatingly. Back then, I was still wondering if something happened to you, if the flight was delayed, or if you were held up in traffic, or if some irresistible matter controlled you. Lin Ran felt cold, the despair spreading from the depths of his soul making his flesh turn icy inch by inch. I even thought about abandoning everyone and going back to find you. Being dishonest and being despised meant nothing. As long as you were safe and healthy, I wouldn't care about anything. As long as you are well, I don't mind everyone hating me. Lin Ran teary-eyed looked at him. I'm sorry. During the time when I had no word from you, I anxiously lost myself, desperately wanting to know why you forgot your promise to me. But now, this blank answer has no significance for me anymore. Lin Ran opened his mouth, his body shaking uncontrollably. If you don't forgive me, that's fine too. It's my fault for breaking my promise. Hizay flicked off the ash, feigning calmness. But when he placed the cigarette into his mouth, his trembling hand betrayed him noticeably. He laughed. Let's go, it's quite boring here anyway. Lin Ran, however, grabbed his coat as he passed by. Hizay glanced at him. Where are you staying now? I'll drop you off first. You asked me earlier if I wanted to duet with you. Lin Ran looked straight into his eyes expectantly. Hizay really couldn't figure out what this person was thinking. He turned around, their eyes meeting. The concert's already over. There's no audience, no accompaniment, nothing. What's the point of our duet? Hizay sighed deeply. Lin Ran, that's all for now. It has meaning. One last time, alright? Lin Ran firmly clutched onto him and didn't let go. Listening to his choked sob, Hizay's hands instinctively clenched into fists. Lin Ran, do you even know what I am to you? I just want to sing one more song with you. Will you promise me that? Lin Ran fearfully held his hand. Hizay's fists clenched tighter and tighter, even feeling the pain of nails piercing through his flesh bit by bit. Lin Ran knew he was resisting, yet dared not give in. He was aware that once he left, it would be forever. Separation wasn't merely about being apart, but crossing life and death, never seeing each other again. Looking at Lin Ran full of tearful light, Hizay could ruthlessly refuse anyone else, except Lin Ran. It was like he was a born captive, only capable of submission, never resistance. So, what do you want to sing? Ultimately, he compromised. Lin Ran fumbled around and took out his phone. His mind went completely blank, without even deciding what song they would perform. Hizay, seeing his clumsy actions, snatched his phone and started searching through its music library slowly. Lin Ran stood quietly on the side, staring at the man, despite the dark lighting within the gymnasium, giving him an illusion that Hizay emitted a glow. He belatedly realized it was the Hizay in his memories, the one who was always dazzlingly radiant. How wonderful. Let's go with this one. Hizay casually picked out an old song. Lin Ran recognized the intro. It was the very familiar, the most romantic thing. He nodded. All right. As the music began, Hizay's voice was remarkably steady, as though telling a story with every word he sang. Lin Ran hadn't listened to his clear vocals in a long time. Without any audio effects masking it, Hizay seemed like he was humming softly in his ear, recounting their most romantic pasts. When the song ended, the spacious gymnasium suddenly fell silent. Lin Ran covered his slightly hoarse throat with his right hand, regretting slightly, I didn't sing well. Luckily, nobody heard. Hearing his raspy voice, Hizay frowned noticeably. It's worse than last time. Lin Ran said nothing. Indeed, it's terrible. A cold breeze blew from somewhere unknown. Even though it was the height of summer in July, it strangely made people feel chilled. Hizay could sense there were many secrets hidden within Lin Ran, yet he treated himself as an outsider, guarded and refusing to disclose a single trace. Let's go. Singing in a pitch-black gymnasium late at night, if someone hears, they might think it's haunted. Hizay prepared to leave. Lin Ran remained motionless where he stood. Walking a few meters away, Hizay turned back, puzzled. Why are you standing there? Lin Ran lacked the strength in his legs. He forced out a smile, I just want to stay a little longer. The anger Hisei had barely controlled flared up again. He said, what are you doing here? Daydreaming about the concert process again? Should I go grab a couple of glow sticks so it feels more real? Lin Ran shook his head, I just want to look a little longer. Lin Ran, what do you actually want to do? Hisei irritably pulled at his shirt collar, I don't care about your dishonesty, alright. Good, Lin Ran stretched his mouth wider in a forced grin. He didn't want to cry, yet tears unwillingly rolled down his cheeks one after another. Hisei helplessly sighed, stepping forward and gently wiping away the tears on his face, alright, stop crying. I'm just a little angry, I didn't scold you. No, I'm not sad. Actually, I'm a little happy, I can see you again, talk to you again, and sing a song together. I'm really happy, Lin Ran smiled brightly, yet tears streamed down faster. Something inside Hisei seemed to be tugged, making him very uncomfortable. Lin Ran gripped his hand, can you carry me on your back? Hisei pressed against his chest, taken aback by the sudden unease. It was as if his heart was trying to tell him something, unnamed sadness overwhelmed him. I might not be able to walk anymore. Lin Ran let his hands fall limply by his side, his body swaying unnaturally. Hisei instinctively hugged him, alarmed as he stared at the blurred shadow in the dark. Lin Ran, what's wrong with you? Lin Ran rested his head on Hisei's shoulder. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Can you carry me on your back? Hisei cupped his face with both hands, anxious and uneasy. Lin Ran, you said you would tell me everything after the concert. Is that still true? We can talk about it slowly. Chapter 45, I lost more than just you. In the car, the space was enclosed. Lin Ran sat in the front passenger seat, listening to the crisp sound of rain outside. He looked up at the windshield. It had started raining. Raindrops spread across the glass, and the suffocating air seemed to be purified, gradually dissipating the summer heat. Perhaps it was because the car's air conditioning was too cold, or perhaps the loss of life energy was causing his body temperature to drop. Lin Ran's whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Hisei noticed his subtle movements and quietly turned off the air conditioning without making a sound. Lin Ran forced a slight smile and whispered softly, thank you, I'm not very cold, there's no need to turn it off. Hisei ignored his lie, and silence enveloped the car once more. Speak up. After a long while, Hisei finally broke the silence. Lin Ran appeared to be gathering his thoughts but remained unresponsive for a long time. Hisei rested one hand on the steering wheel, tapping his fingers lightly and creating a faint rhythm. I don't even know where to start. Lin Ran hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Seeing his troubled expression, Hisei felt once again the sting of betrayal, and his fingertips dug into the steering wheel even harder. Hisei, I might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His phone abruptly rang. Lin Ran's words were cut short. Hisei answered directly and hung up without a word. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The phone rang again insistently. Lin Ran suggested, why don't you answer? It's probably someone you know. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The caller persisted. Hisei considered turning off his phone but ultimately chose to answer under Lin Ran's watchful gaze. Speak. The other person seemed to sense his displeasure and an awkward silence filled the line for a few seconds. Hisei frowned deeply, waiting for any response but receiving none. Was this person playing pranks? Pei Chen, Big Brother Hisei, it's me. Beep beep beep. Hisei didn't want to hear anything and hung up without hesitation from this ridiculous call. Lin Ran asked curiously, what's going on? A lunatic. Hisei simply powered off the phone. As Lin Ran was about to say something, his own phone inside his coat began ringing. Recognizing the number, he chuckled wryly and said, oh, it's Pei Chen. You know. Hisei glanced at the unknown number displayed on the screen, realizing that the person had already disturbed Lin Ran before. Lin Ran didn't hang up, pressing the button to accept the call. Pei Chen's voice seeded through the receiver, don't think you can hang up on me this time. Lin Ran smiled, alright, go ahead. I'm curious to see what pearls of wisdom will come out of your dog mouth. Pei Chen replied, what did you and Hisei do at the stadium in Sioux City? I have some first-hand information right now, want to listen? Lin Ran's smile froze, feigning calmness. Since when did you quit being a star to become a paparazzo? Pei Chen boasted arrogantly, now that my leverage is in my hands, you'd better talk nicely to me. Although Hisei couldn't hear clearly, he grasped the general situation pretty well. Snatching Lin Ran's phone, he spoke confidently and dominantly, expose whatever you want. There's no need to consult us. After speaking, he didn't give it another thought before powering off the phone once again. Lin Ran furrowed his brow slightly, maybe he took some pictures. So what? Hisei countered. If he releases those pictures, it'll be bad for you. Do you fear? Hisei asked again. Lin Ran didn't quite understand the implied meaning, what should I be afraid of? Afraid to expose our romance? Lin Ran widened his eyes in shock. What nonsense are you talking? Hisei turned to him, his gaze intense. There must be paparazzi lurking outside. From the moment we got in the car, they could have taken countless photos. Lin Ran anxiously looked around. Then let's leave quickly. Hizay grabbed his wrist firmly, pulling Lin Ran's attention back to him. I ask again, are you afraid? Lin Ran pressed his lips together and silently lowered his head. Hizay seemed to have found the answer, and he gripped his wrist even tighter. Are you afraid of being exposed, or are you afraid of being exposed with me? Hizay, this is bad for you, Lin Ran shook his head. I don't care if it's good or not. I just ask you, are you afraid? If I say yes, what would you do? Then I will deny, and deny to the death any past between us. Lin Ran nodded. Alright, then I'm afraid. Hizay felt a kind of ridiculous sorrow as if his whole heart had been trampled upon. He let go of his hand and sat back in the driver's seat. Lin Ran massaged his sore wrist that had been pinched and continued saying, Hizay, we don't have a future. Is this what you've always wanted to tell me? So before, you were just stalling for time, waiting until after the concert to talk slowly. This was all your makeshift plan, you didn't even intend to tell me anything. Hizay laughed at himself, amused by his own naivety. How could they possibly mend their broken relationship when it had ended long ago? Lin Ran forced a smile as he looked at him. I did have something to tell you. Then tell me. I'm glad to see you again. And then? You will definitely become even more excellent in the future. And then? I will always support you. Hizay applauded sarcastically. Lin Ran, I suddenly find you a little strange, like tonight gave me a feeling that we'll never meet again. Lin Ran turned his gaze away and looked out at the small raindrops tapping on the window. Yes, after tonight, we'll never see each other again. Since you don't want to say, let me speak up. Hizay rolled down the car window, allowing raindrops to splash onto his body. All those misunderstandings were orchestrated. It was my grandfather who sent people to do it, right? The cool voice reverberated inside the car, while Lin Ran tightly clutched the seatbelt without confirming whether it was true or not. Hizay admired how calm he appeared. Even though the truth was laid bare, he still acted composed. Was he truly indifferent, or was he completely disheartened? All those things later, including scandals, including trending negative hashtags, including all your misfortunes, were due to our He family, correct? Lin Ran lowered his eyes and slightly shook his head. Hizay, you're wrong, actually, I deserved everything. Yes, you made mistakes. Your mistake was meeting me, your mistake was falling in love with me, and an even bigger mistake was choosing to believe in me. No, it's not you. Then who? Tell me. Hizay, stop asking, alright? Why? You don't want to pursue it. Do you think our feelings being designed and sabotaged doesn't matter? Lin Ran leaned his head back against the chair, gently turning it, his eyes lingering on him unwillingly. Hizay's expression stiffened, and instinctively grabbed his hand, only then realizing that Lin Ran's palm was full of sweat. Lin Ran smiled weakly and helplessly. Hizay, it's not that I'm not angry or sad, but what I lost, isn't just you. Chapter 46, Danger. Hizay couldn't figure out the sadness lurking in his eyes, but his own heart resonated with it, causing his eyes to redden uncontrollably. Lin Ran intertwined his fingers with Hizay's, trembling as he choked out, Hizay, leave me by the roadside, let's part ways from now on. Lin Ran, what are you talking about? Hizay gasped in a hurried breath. Clutching his hand tightly, he shook his head fearfully. Tell me, what's wrong? I'm fine, both of us are fine, Lin Ran gently patted his quivering arm. It's just time for us to say goodbye. Hizay knew that Lin Ran was hiding something, and it must be something serious. Without hesitation, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car rushed out of the parking lot. Lin Ran felt a strong force pushing him back. Where are you taking me? Hospital. Hizay kept one hand on the steering wheel while holding Lin Ran with the other. Hizay, I really am fine, Lin Ran softly consoled him. Don't worry, drive carefully. Hizay pulled over, restarted his phone, and brought up the navigation to the nearest hospital. The car set off once more. Lin Ran lay back limply. I want to listen to your songs. Hizay couldn't spare a hand. Can you play them yourself? You can choose any song you want. Lin Ran opened the music platform, typed in a name, and immediately hundreds of original or cover songs appeared. Familiar melodies echoed in the car. Hizay, it seems like there's a car following us. Lin Ran looked up and saw a mysterious vehicle lurking behind in the rearview mirror, its lights not even daring to turn on. Hizay had noticed it earlier, but chose to remain silent in fear of startling Lin Ran, instead opting to accelerate quietly. They're not worth worrying about. They're probably paparazzi following us, Hizay said. Aha. Lin Ran covered his mouth and coughed slightly. His palm was damp, and he didn't dare look, so he surreptitiously wiped it on his clothes. Hizay caught a whiff of a faint smell and immediately slammed on the brakes. Because of the inertia, Lin Ran lurched forward. Hizay's breathing became increasingly heavy, as if something was blocking his throat, and he had to exert great effort to take a breath. Lin Ran turned his head, puzzled. What's wrong? Under the streetlight, Hizay saw the blood stain on the corner of his lips that hadn't been completely wiped off. Without responding, Hizay fumbled through his pocket and pulled out a crumpled handkerchief. Lin Ran understood what he meant, shaking his head. It's just a bit of bleeding, no need to worry. There's nothing wrong, everything will be fine, Hizay stammered as he reassured himself. Lin Ran was worried that Hizay might get distracted, so he was about to comfort him when suddenly the car jolted violently. The car that had been trailing them without hesitation crashed into them. The forceful impact pushed their car forward a meter. Out of instinct, Hizay glanced at the rearview mirror. The van did not stop after crashing, but continued accelerating, seemingly dissatisfied with the initial hit. Lin Ran panicked inside, feeling the blood rush up. Before he could cover his mouth, a spout of blood sprayed out from his mouth. This was the first time Hizay had seen him vomit blood right before his eyes. In that moment, he completely forgot about being rear-ended, staring at the person in front of him without blinking. Lin Ran's right hand tightly pressed against his upper abdomen. He wanted to swallow back the blood, but every gulp brought greater pain. Hizay tremblingly supported Lin Ran's unstable body. The usually eloquent Hizay seemed momentarily dumbstruck, anxiously opening and closing his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Lin Ran gripped his wrist, comforting him. Don't worry, it's okay, it's just a little bleeding. If Hizay still believed Lin Ran's claim of being fine, then he must be blind, deaf, or foolish. With a loud bang, the van rammed them again. This collision was even more forceful, nearly pushing the Porsche off the road. Hizay regained some composure, pressing down hard on the gas pedal. The car shot forward dozens of meters instantly. The minivan wasn't willing to let go, continuing to pursue them. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. A ringtone broke out. Hizay looked at the number and unlocked the call. Su assistant, Lin Luo. I'm being followed. The other side doesn't mean well, possibly not just intending to cause trouble. Hizay observed the signs along the way, Su City Yang Street area. Su assistant, I'll send people over immediately. Hizay glanced at Lin Ran's condition. Knowing how bad his situation was, he disguised his panic and calmly said, send me Lin Ran's data. Su assistant paused for a moment, his gaze landing on the stack of checkup reports that had just been retrieved. For a second, he didn't know where to begin. Hizay put down the phone, practically stomping his right foot on the accelerator. The van seemed to have disappeared. When Hizay realized this, there were no extra vehicles left behind them. He gradually slowed down, carefully holding Lin Ran's cold hand. Lin Ran weakly opened his eyes, his lips curling slightly upward. Did we lose them? They're gone, probably lost at some intersection. Hizay scrutinized Lin Ran's complexion intently. The roadside lights slantedly shone through the window, perfectly illuminating Lin Ran's eyebrows. He tried hard to smile, but his smile made others feel uneasy. Lin Ran lacked strength but managed to lightly hook Hizay's palm, grinning, I'm fine. I know you're not. Hizay shook his head. What's wrong with you? Zay, why did the song stop? Lin Ran strained to muster some spirit, his voice hoarse, so much so that he feared losing his voice at any moment. Hizay tremblingly restarted the music player. Maybe it stopped during the call. It sounds wonderful. I'll sing to you every day from now on. Bang. As the last words fell, the car took a violent side hit. The Porsche lost balance immediately, spinning 2 circles before being stuck against the railing. Hizay pressed the gas pedal but the tires slid uselessly in place, unable to break free. The minivan door opened, revealing 4 or 5 men armed with sticks walking out. They confidently knocked the hood with an iron stick, clearly indicating they wanted those inside to get out obediently. Hizay glanced at Lin Ran, who was in a precarious state beside him, and gently patted his hand. No matter what happens next, you're not getting out of the car. Lin Ran knew what he was about to do and helplessly gripped his hand. Let's call the police. We can call the police. Alright, the car has an emergency alarm function, don't worry. I'll just go outside and deal with them, it won't be dangerous. Lin Ran shook his head. They mean no good and will definitely not let you delay. You cannot get out. A loud clang echoed as an iron rod heavily struck the windshield. The impact was so strong that the glass shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Hizay held Lin Ran's cold hand and whispered softly, it's fine, don't be afraid. I'll lock the door after I get out. Chapter 47, Stab. The evening breeze gently blew against the window as the woman softly swirled her wineglass. Moonlight streamed in, falling on her slightly upturned lips. It was evident she was highly spirited and laughing heartily. Why are you still awake this late? Mister, he embraced the woman from behind. Zhou Mei turned around, seductively placing her hand on the man's shoulder, smiling. Isn't there something going on at the company? It's pretty much done. Is there something bothering you? Why are you still drinking? Mister, he took her wine glass and drained it all. I just thought having some would help me sleep well. Zhou Mei flicked her hair back, deliberately exposing her alluring collarbone. Mister, he tilted her chin up, scrutinizing her boldly from head to toe. Though silent, his intentions were clear. Zhou Mei feigned resistance but leaned closer to him. Seems like Xiao Zhe's concert isn't going smoothly. The smile froze on Mr. He's face, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He snorted disdainfully, an insignificant job, who knows what he's insisting on. Fengcheng, you simply don't understand young people's preferences. I think it's quite interesting, lively, drawing attention from thousands. There's a difference between listening to music and performing. Our he family heir being treated like a monkey, jumping around on stage for others, is embarrassing enough. Although I may not fully understand, since Xiaozhe likes it, we should support him as parents. Mr. He gave a cold snort. Only you indulge him. Fengcheng, stop being upset. When Xiaozhe gets tired of playing, he'll naturally come home to help you. Then Grandpa won't have anything more to say. Mr. He's expression darkened somewhat. He said, I am not desperate enough to need a kid's assistance. Zhou Mei patted Mr. He's chest, trying to calm him. Grandpa likes Xiaozhe and trusts him. Even though his ability might not be the best, human nature tends toward favoritism. Mr. He squinted his eyes discontentedly, he's complaining about me. Grandpa isn't complaining about you, rather, he dislikes me. No matter how well I treat Xiaozhe, I remain an outsider to him. All these years, you've worked hard. Mr. He hugged her tighter. Rest assured, your rightful place will not decrease one bit. I don't feel exhausted. Being with you is the luckiest thing in my life. Even if the entire He family excludes me, as long as you care for me, that's enough. I will vindicate you for your patience. Zhou Mei raised her head. Fengcheng, I don't need you to fight for me. I only hope you remember that you have another son. The debt we owe to you too, I have never forgotten. Zhou Mei rested her head on the man's chest, satisfied with her smile. Whether or not Grandpa acknowledges us, as long as you, as a father, keep thinking about him, that's all that matters. Outside the window, clouds rolled by and the moon's light disappeared. Suddenly, the world turned dim and somber. Sioux City. Light drizzle continued to fall, and the entire block was empty, as if cleared out. It was eerie and frightening. Hizei opened the car door quickly and shut it immediately, almost like he was afraid this group would invade before he could close it. How could Lin Ran possibly let him take such risks alone? He prepared to follow out too. But before his hand even touched the door, an abrupt wave of pain forced him back into his seat. He had no idea how much longer he could hold on, blindly pressing against his stomach, which felt like it was being sliced by countless knives. The pain was intense. Inside the confined car, there was only his heavy and disordered breathing. Hizei looked back into the car. Although Lin Ran was facing away from him, he could sense his trembling. Evidently, time couldn't be wasted any longer, he needed a quick solution. The group of 5 didn't have the time to waste slowly on Hizei. As soon as they saw him get out of the car, they surged forward. The iron rod smashing onto the ground reverberated through the air with a loud hum. Lin Ran, gasping for breath, leaned against the car door. His ears were filled with chaotic shouting, and he fearfully looked outside the car. Although Hizei exercised regularly and had a physique and stamina not to be underestimated, even he couldn't fight off so many hands at once, especially unarmed. In just a few minutes, he'd already been hit several times with the rods. These people weren't holding back, they struck ruthlessly at Hizei's hands, back, and legs. Biting his teeth, Lin Ran pushed the car door open forcefully, almost falling out from inside the vehicle. The rain-soaked night road was slippery. Lying on the ground, Lin Ran took 2 minutes before slowly sitting up. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth, carefully controlling his breathing. Blood mixed with the rainwater and was quickly diluted clean. Hizei kicked away the man who wanted to approach the vehicle. His right hand had been hit several times, the pain radiating throughout his entire body. Breathing heavily, he kept guard against these men. None of them had expected this fine-looking individual to possess such formidable fighting ability. Even under their combined assaults, he wasn't at a disadvantage and even showed signs of overwhelming them. In the distance, a sudden police siren sounded. After exchanging glances, they realized they couldn't linger anymore and rushed forward more fiercely. The rods scraping against the ground made an ear-piercing sound. Hizei was once again surrounded by the mob. Several times he narrowly avoided being struck on the head. While defending himself, he sought opportunities to break out of the encirclement. Lin Ran heard the sirens, lifting his head with joy. Supporting himself against the car door, he stood up again, seemingly overjoyed by the sight of victory as he looked toward Hizei, who was being attacked. Under the streetlight's reflection, a streak of silver caught his eye. Lin Ran's joyful expression suddenly froze. Not knowing where he found the strength, acting purely on instinct, he dashed forward, boldly and courageously colliding the man planning to attack Hizei from behind, toppling him to the ground. Hizei noticed the unusual movement behind him and quickly turned around. The originally composed look on his face collapsed entirely upon seeing Lin Ran lying on the ground. Instinctively, he wanted to rush over but was forced back by a blow. Lin Ran! Hizei shouted loudly, losing all reason. Lin Ran felt slightly dizzy, unable to hear the shouts behind him. All he could think about was getting the knife out of the man's hand. The man, not expecting to be ambushed like this, angrily grabbed Lin Ran's shoulder and, without hesitation, stabbed the blade into Lin Ran's body. Stunned, Lin Ran did not feel the pain immediately. All he could focus on was preventing the man from pulling the knife back out. He firmly clutched the man's hand, not letting him retrieve the blade stuck in his body. The man stared at him in shock. Let go. Hack. Lin Ran felt an endless stream of heat surging up his throat. No matter how much he swallowed, he couldn't stop the blood from welling up. In the end, he helplessly spat it all out. Chapter 48, Severe Illness. Lin Ran couldn't describe this kind of pain. It was nothing like internal injuries, this external wound felt more like being roasted by fire, burning so hot that even the blood felt scalding. Unaware of what exactly happened, Hizei only saw the two struggling for something. Filled with rage, he savagely kicked the thigh of the man blocking his way. The man fell down, and the iron rod rolled aside. With sharp reflexes, Hizei snatched it up. The man lying on the ground abruptly widened his eyes, having no time to beg for mercy before receiving a heavy blow to the head. With a boom, the man tumbled multiple times, bleeding profusely from the head before fainting. Seeing this, the rest hesitated and didn't dare rashly step forward. Hizei bared his teeth and angrily pointed at everyone, seemingly encouraging them to come on together. The siren drew nearer, seeming to have reached the end of the street. Beep beep beep. The minivan driver honked a few times, probably signaling for them to retreat. After another quick assessment of the situation, they didn't stay any longer, dropping their weapons and scrambling aboard the vehicle. Lin Ran still clung tightly to the man, subconsciously forbidding him from getting near and attacking Hizei. Crazy guy. The man pushed off this stubbornly clinging Lin Ran and staggered back to flee. Initially, Hizei hadn't noticed anything unusual, but when he saw the blood on the man's hand, his heart dropped like a hammer striking thunder. Without hesitation, he swung the stick at the man's leg, causing him to stumble and fall flat to the ground. Lin Ran lowered his head and glanced at the knife sticking out of his abdomen, only now realizing the tearing pain. He trembled as he touched the wound, and blood gushed out crazily, already soaking a large area of his clothes. Ran. Hizei supported his swaying body. Though he hadn't seen the knife clearly, he smelled the strong scent of blood. Lin Ran dared not breathe heavily and could only gasp for breath while leaning against Hizei. Now Hizei could see the injuries on him clearly, all reactions in this moment seemed deleted and cleared away by someone. It was a long while before he regained consciousness, just staring blankly at the bleeding wound. His mind seemed to still be confirming whether what his eyes were seeing was true. Ran. Hizei called his name numbly. Lin Ran squeezed his hand and forced a smile, saying, it doesn't hurt at all. Hizei shivered and came back to his senses, panicking as he lifted Lin Ran up. Hospital, we're going to the hospital. Black sedans raced over quickly. The first car hadn't even come to a full stop when its occupants impatiently jumped out. Hizei seemed like he had grasped a life-saving straw, his bloodshot eyes staring desperately at the tardy security team. To the hospital, go to the hospital. Lin Ran could tell that he was completely disoriented, softly comforting him, don't be afraid. I'm fine. Hizei's mind went blank as he nodded continuously, you'll be fine, you will definitely be fine, Ran don't be afraid, you'll be fine. Lin Ran listened to his incoherent reply and felt himself becoming limp in his arms. I feel a bit cold, hold me tighter. The car gently bounced along. Hizei tightly hugged him, no longer daring to look at that wound again, as if it wasn't embedded in Lin Ran's body but was instead shooting countless arrows into his own heart, each one hitting the exact spot of his deepest sorrow, hurting so much that even his breathing quivered. There would be nothing wrong, everything could be cured once they reached the hospital. Hizei self-numbed himself, yet tears streamed endlessly, dropping onto Lin Ran's cold hand one by one. Lin Ran opened his eyes slightly, the light in the car flickered, every time the streetlights illuminated inside, he could see the teary-eyed Hizei. Had he cried? Lin Ran called softly, unsure if he had even voiced it aloud, unable to resist calling out to him. Hizei lowered his head, nodding with tear-filled eyes, Ran, I'm here. Lin Ran tried to lift his hand, but lacked all strength, he could only whisper faintly, don't cry. Alright, I won't cry. Those words. I haven't finished. I haven't said them all yet. Lin Ran turned his head, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hizei saw the bloodstain spreading across his arm, all pretense of calmness instantly crumbling to pieces. He was scared, how could he not be scared? His beloved was fading in his arms. He was terrified to death. Lin Ran held his hand tightly because of the pain, his voice trembling uncontrollably, I deceived you, really, deceived you. I'm sick, very seriously sick. Hizei stared at him dumbly, past memories replaying like a slideshow. Lin Ran's pale complexion, the red on his lips, his forced smiles of denial, his sorrowful, hopeless goodbyes. Hizei stiffly lowered his head, slowly moving closer, though hesitant, he still asked, will you die? Lin Ran curled his lips into a smile, everyone, will die. Is it now? Will you die now? Lin Ran did not answer, only gripping Hizei's violently shaking hand even more tightly, wanting to give him comfort but his consciousness gradually slipping away. He suddenly became very afraid, fearing that if he slept, he might never wake up. He panicked and tried to open his eyes, stay with me, talk to me. Hizei didn't know what to say, blankly looking at Lin Ran's already unfocused eyes, the feeling of discomfort he thought was sickness from those days returned. He suddenly realized, it wasn't that he was sick, it was his heart sensing the fear of his deeply cherished love slowly dying. Ran, what do you want to hear? Anything you want to listen to, I will tell you, just don't sleep, okay? I want to hear you sing a song again. What song does Ran want to hear? A's songs, all of them are nice. A tightened his grip on his hand and began to softly sing. A's, can you come closer? I can't hear clearly. A bent down and pressed his lips to Lin Ran's ear, humming the song again. Lin Ran blinked, he saw the figure just within arm's reach, the appearance he loved most in his memories. He smiled as he wanted to touch the warmth that belonged to him once more. A light kiss landed on A's cheek. A's voice came to an abrupt halt as he felt the scorching heat on his cheek, as if his beloved had left a permanent mark there. Lin Ran struggled to raise his lips into a tender smile. Don't cry, after I leave, don't cry, can you promise me? Ran, can I be disobedient? Then won't say it. A shook his head and tightly embraced him. Ran, speak. Whatever you say, I'll listen. Come closer. A obediently leaned close to his lips again. Ran, I'm here. I love you. Chapter 49, On the Brink. Hospital. A sat stiffly in a chair, drenched in blood, while countless figures moved about around him. However, he seemed completely unaware of the pulse of life surrounding him, his eyes blankly staring at the operating room. Assistant Sue had rushed from Who City in haste. Running anxiously, he initially didn't notice A sitting quietly in the corner. The usual A was always brimming with arrogance and brilliance, like the brightest sun in the sky, impossible for others to look at directly. But now, A resembled a ghost buried deep in darkness, no longer glowing, his entire being enveloped in shadows. A heard the disordered footsteps but lacked the energy to inquire who had arrived. Instead, he waited numbly for death's verdict. He began thinking where his beloved should be buried. He feared the heat and liked places shaded by lush trees. So they would find a mountain forest by the water, away from all chaos, far from betrayal and deceit. Only me. Little master, Assistant Sue tentatively called out. A mechanically raised his head slightly, just glanced at the person speaking, then silently withdrew his gaze again. Do you still need these documents? Sue pulled out a large stack of files from the folder. A was now in no mood to look at those words, yet he yearned desperately to understand what his beloved had gone through this past year. He frantically wiped the blood off his hands, but wiping only smeared it further, making him appear even more disheveled than before. Sue handed over a clean handkerchief. Do you need to clean up? I can have someone bring you fresh clothes. A shook his head, took the handkerchief, and hastily wiped away the blood stains, flipping through those medical examination reports page by page. There is something I might need to tell you. Sue's expression grew solemn. Around 2 months before your debut, Mr. Lin had an accident and stayed in the hospital for half a month or so. A looked at him. What are you saying? The admission records were erased back then. It's unclear whether Mr. Lin requested the hospital to hide them, or someone else intentionally did it. I only traced it yesterday evening when things became suspicious, so I decided to pay special attention. Why was he hospitalized? His throat was damaged, having mistakenly ingested V1V poison. The hospital asked him to undergo reconstructive surgery, which might harm his vocal cords, so Mr. Lin chose to refuse. Holding the report, A's hands couldn't stop shaking. He suddenly recalled some bits and pieces of their time together. They fell silent towards each other, not communicating for weeks. When A could no longer bear it and wanted to properly address the matter with Lin Ran, he instead received news of their breakup. At that time, Lin Ran was like a wild horse whose reins had been cut loose, indulging in revelry every night, coming back drunk to the dormitory each day. There was always a strange assortment of perfume smells on him, nauseating A, driving them farther apart until neither one looked back. A felt all his strength instantly drained, scattering the reports all over the floor. His voice was ruined. Why was it ruined? Why didn't he tell himself? Why did he choose to break up without hesitation? Could all of this somehow be related to him? Sue felt choked, realizing that these were merely their speculations, but connecting the dots seemed to make perfect sense. Did my grandfather do it? A looked at him in dismay, watching the pillars of faith in his heart crumble piece by piece until nothing but ruins remained. Sue shook his head. I'm still investigating. Time was too short, and the incident happened too long ago. There are barely any clues available. A burst into uncontrollable laughter, bitterly mocking himself. Other than him, who else could make Ran shut up? Sue did not refute, as everyone knew the old master's dissatisfaction with the young master's preferences. He didn't dare to tell me because he was afraid I'd hate them, hate myself. He would rather let go of my hand than have me turn against my family, right? I'm not sure if this is directly related to the old master, but upon reflection, something still seems fishy. Assistant Sue squatted beside him and handed over his phone. A glanced at him. What's this? It's the hospital surveillance footage from that time, very blurry, but it roughly shows a woman had visited. The camera memory couldn't retain that much detail for long, so it could only be restored to this level. A couldn't make out the figure in the image. It looked like a big blur of snowflakes. Assistant Sue elaborated. The attending doctor told me that the patient strongly insisted on abandoning treatment, leaving a deep impression on him. The incident happened when he was sent to the hospital by a woman. Hizay carefully examined the traces in the video but still couldn't recognize who it was. I'm arranging for someone to repair it again. If all goes well, it might become slightly clearer before noon. What do you want to say? Hizay gave him a sidelong glance. After pondering his words, Assistant Su finally revealed the truth. The old master is a businessman with strict principles. His appointing me to assist you means he expects your troubles to be resolved promptly by the He family. So, are you making excuses for him or for the He family? Even if the old master dislikes Mr. Lin, he wouldn't destroy his vocal cords. That would essentially ruin his life. They were just forcing me to give up voluntarily. Assistant Su fell into another dilemma. I suspect someone wanted to kill two birds with one stone. This woke Hizay up as though from a dream. Hizay's eyes darkened, his clouded mind seemed wiped clean as everything became clear to him. He bent down and slowly picked up those reports, pretending nothing had happened as he turned each page calmly. Assistant Su no longer said anything more, quietly stepping back to the other side. Time ticked by second by second. The operating room light turned off in the early morning. Everyone emerged exhausted. Hizay's hands and legs trembled, each step felt like walking on blades. A distance of no more than 10 meters took him several minutes to cover unsteadily. The doctor looked regretfully at Hizay, delaying any response to his hopes. Though Hizay already knew the answer in his heart, he asked anyway, almost self-deceptively, is he alright? The doctor shook his head. Even without the stab wound, he probably wouldn't last more than 2 days. It seemed like Hizay didn't understand, yet he began laughing, only to find himself crying uncontrollably after. He nodded furiously. Can I go see him? He hasn't awakened yet. Perhaps he'll regain consciousness briefly around evening. I understand. Hizay instinctively wanted to rush into the operating room. Taking 2 steps forward, he hastily retracted his foot. Let me clean up, I'm too dirty. He won't like it. Chapter 50, The Truth. Hizay repeatedly washed the blood off his hands until they turned white before stopping this act of self-torture. The water was icy, chilling his veins inch by inch. No worries. There's still time, even if it's just a day, an hour, it'll suffice, it'll be enough. The ward was very quiet. Lin Ran's consciousness drifted heavily. All sorts of strange noises reached his ears, yet he couldn't identify their sources. Hizay remained rooted to the chair, ignoring the bustling figures around him as though wearing noise-canceling headphones. He neither heard nor saw them. 2 young nurses finished dealing with the emergency equipment and exited orderly, one after the other. Is that really Hizay? I thought I was mistaken. Are they involved in some sort of relationship? Is that something we should know? Both exchanged meaningful glances, afraid to think further, and quickly left the ward. If word got out that Hizay brought a boy with terminal cancer and severe injuries to seek treatment here, Weibo would likely crash for 3 days straight. The ward soon returned to silence. Hizay cautiously slid his hand under the blanket and tightly held Lin Ran's cold hand, unable to warm it up no matter what. He knew Lin Ran was gravely ill, barely hanging on by a thread. The midday sunlight shone through the window as little birds chirped incessantly in the treetops. Lin Ran awoke sooner than the doctors anticipated, albeit with a foggy mind that kept him momentarily unaware whether he was still alive. Hizay noticed his fluttering eyelashes and eagerly leaned in. He didn't rush to speak but waited for Lin Ran to slowly wake up. The light in front of Lin Ran gradually became brighter. With a slight turn of his head, he saw Hizay smiling beside the bed. Hizay gently lifted his hand to his lips. The doctor said you would wake up in the evening. Is your wound hurting? Lin Ran blankly looked at him, only realizing he was still alive when the familiar pain from his stomach returned. Hizay didn't press further but gazed affectionately into Lin Ran's eyes. Lin Ran's throat tightened, and he struggled several times without saying a word. We're not in a hurry, take it slow. The doctor gave you some medicine, so you might temporarily lose your voice. Hizay explained. Lin Ran used his fingertips to write something on Hizay's palm, every stroke carefully done to ensure Hizay could understand. Hizay focused attentively until Lin Ran finished. I'll take you back to Hu City later, alright? Hizay ignored his question. Lin Ran shook his head slightly. He didn't have much strength left, using this brief period of energy to continue drawing symbols. Hizay firmly gripped his hand, preventing him from continuing his nonsensical actions. He smiled faintly. I've arranged an ambulance, it'll be safe on the road, don't worry. Zay. Lin Ran's heavy breath sprayed onto the oxygen mask. Hizay caressed his face tenderly. Yeah, I'm here, we'll go home together. Lin Ran's eyes reddened as he helplessly shook his head. He understood, every implication in his words made perfect sense. Did he want to die with me? Lin Ran resisted. No. No. Hizay smiled. What are you refusing? Do you not want me to come along, or do you not want to see me again? Zay. Hizay meticulously rubbed his face, as if caressing a priceless treasure. He feared that his rough fingers might shatter him, trembling, too afraid to touch any further. Ran, time is running out. I haven't found the right place yet, but it doesn't matter. Money can make anything possible. As long as I have enough, all problems will resolve themselves. Lin Ran's blood pressure surged dramatically, setting off alarms on all the machines. Hizay leaned close to his ear to soothe him. Ran, no rush, we have a whole day left. Lin Ran despondently closed his eyes. Hizay wiped away his tears and recomposed himself. Do you want me to sing for you? Knock knock knock. Before the words had faded, a knock came from the door. Come in, Hizay returned to his chair, ready to flip through his song playlist. Su's assistant entered and immediately noticed the strange atmosphere in the ward. Lin Ran was awake. But it seemed these young lovers were arguing. Why did they seem upset with each other? Hizay's gaze fell on the bag in Su's assistant's hands, carelessly tapped a song, and placed it by the bed. Ran, wait a moment, I'll be right back. Hizay stood up and walked toward the adjacent restroom. Su's assistant followed closely behind. As soon as Hizay glanced at the repaired surveillance footage, he clapped his hands approvingly. What a clever scheme of killing two birds with one stone. If we want substantial evidence, it might take a few more days. Hizay coldly laughed, tossing the phone onto the sofa. There's no need for such trouble. Su's assistant felt unsettled by his chilling laugh. Hizay raised his eyes, staring coldly at him. Su's assistant swallowed nervously, sensing an answer already brewing within. Hizay said, I'll take Ran back to Hu City shortly. Su's assistant stiffened his expression, intending to say something but was cut off by Hizay's sharp gaze. He hurriedly lowered his head, trying to avoid his eyes. Help me one last time. Hizay's tone softened with a hint of request. Su's assistant hesitated, unsure what this last time implied. Was it his final task in life or his last professional mission? Either way, one meant death, the other separation from home. Neither was a pleasant choice. Hizay fingered the cigarette in his pocket but refrained from lighting it. Lin Ran's body was too fragile to withstand any irritation. Sir, should we wait for more evidence? Su's assistant cautiously suggested. Can we afford to wait? Hizay countered. Su's assistant wanted to speak but held back. Hizay's smile carried an air of sarcasm as he crushed the cigarette and tossed it into the trash. Besides, do we really need to wait? Su's assistant stiffened, realizing that evidence wasn't really necessary. From the moment that woman appeared in the hospital, everyone already knew who was orchestrating things behind the scenes. No matter how ruthless the old man might be, no matter how much he despised this relationship, he would never use such an inhumane method on a child. She wants me to make trouble, let me give her some now. Some truths don't need evidence or wasted time speculating and imagining. Hizay turned around with blazing eyes. Please help me. Su's assistant's heart trembled sharply. Hizay glanced at the clock. You should be able to get those things soon. Su's assistant nodded. Young master, I understand. Hizay left the lounge and opened the door to see his beloved struggling to wait for him, so he happily took big strides. He had never thought this journey was the borderline between life and death, he only believed it was their path toward each other. That day you protected me, and now I'm by your side. Chapter 51, Revenge. At the He family residence. Zhou Mei sat calmly on the sofa, carelessly trimming flower branches. She was in a good mood today, humming occasionally. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone ringing disrupted the serenity of the living room. Zhou Mei glanced at the caller display and her smile grew wider as she pressed the speaker button. Is the matter resolved? The person escaped. With a snap, the scissors were too sharp, cutting not just the flower branches but also piercing through her sleeve accidentally. Zhou Mei's upward curling lips slowly turned cold during the silence. She looked at the damaged sleeve and slammed the scissors hard onto the table. The person on the other end of the phone didn't dare to breathe a word. Zhou Mei carelessly threw the broken flower branch into the vase and said, useless. Li Si was injured and couldn't be brought back. Zhou Mei's face tightened. Why didn't you capture him? It happened suddenly, there wasn't enough time. Zhou Mei's composed expression began to crumble as she stood up and surveyed her surroundings. The servants were orderly handling their own tasks, and none noticed her unusual state. Find a way to retrieve him, we can't leave any leverage. Zhou Mei quickly went upstairs. I've been working on it since this morning, but... Zhou Mei closed the bedroom door, all rationality collapsing at this moment as she shouted, is this the promise you gave me? I barely found this chance, and not only did you fail to kill him, but now they have a hostage. Are you really not afraid of the He family finding out anything? Li Si's hospital is full of police officers and bodyguards, we can't get inside. I don't care what methods you use. If you can't bring him back alive, then make sure he can never speak again. Zhou Mei glared fiercely out at the stormy clouds outside the window. After everything she'd done to reach where she was today, there was no way some incapable underlings would ruin her future. The man on the other end was shocked speechless. Zhou Mei continued, if you fall into the hands of the He family, do you want just one person dead or a whole group? The man paused briefly, I know how to handle this. Zhou Mei set down the phone, trying to suppress her anger but eventually lost control and smashed the phone on the floor. The device shattered instantly upon contact with the ground. Zhou Mei exhaled deeply, having endured humiliation for so many years. No one would destroy everything she'd built. City Hospital. Lin Ran was dimly conscious when someone helped him sit up carefully, as if fearing hurting him. Hizay undid Lin Ran's patient gown, trying his best not to touch his wound. Lin Ran opened his eyes, still somewhat confused, straining to look at the blurry figure before him. I'll change you into a clean set of clothes, Hise explained. Lin Ran didn't have the strength to object and could only allow Hise to clumsily remove his gown. Every move Hise made was cautiously weighed, fearing that his roughness would worsen Lin Ran's injuries. It's fine, I'm not in pain. If Lin Ran had even a bit more energy, he would probably try to unbutton himself. Hise shook his head, there shouldn't be bleeding. Lin Ran smiled bitterly, this is a hospital, if there's bleeding, the doctor will handle it immediately. That won't do, it'll hurt you. Hise worked up a sweat from the anxiety. Lin Ran stopped urging him and simply let him do as he pleased. Hise kept his eyes fixed on a thick bandage covering Lin Ran's abdomen, feeling as though his heart was being slashed repeatedly, leaving him unable to speak for a while due to the excruciating pain. Lin Ran covered his eyes and smiled, the wound isn't deep, but because my coagulation function isn't good, it just looked a little worse. Hise's eyes became both sore and swollen, and he deceitfully nodded to agree with him, yeah, whatever Ran says goes. I feel a bit cold. Hise didn't dare to take his time anymore and hurriedly put a clean shirt on him. The white clothing made Lin Ran, who was already pale, look like a snow baby. Leaning against the bedhead, Lin Ran said, Aze, can you? No. Hise refused without even hearing the rest of his sentence. Lin Ran laughed bitterly, I haven't finished yet, how do you know whether I can or cannot? Then continue. Forget it, even if I say it, you won't listen. Lin Ran pulled his hand, carefully tracing the palm lines, where will you take me? You'll see soon. Your place or mine? Hise took out a clean towel and wiped his face gently, my place. Lin Ran stared at him in surprise, as if understanding something. He anxiously wanted to sit up but resigned himself and lay back down again. Hise patted his hand smilingly, don't be afraid, I'll handle everything. Aze. There are some things we can't let go. Hise gently caressed his cheeks tenderly, let's set off. The doctor gave Lin Ran some medicine that kept him unconscious throughout, ensuring there would be no accidents on the way home. Hise tightly held his hand, admiring his delicate features with an exuberant smile. His beloved really was so beautiful, like a piece of jade, translucent and flawless. The ambulance arrived smoothly at the He family manor. Upon receiving the news, the butler rushed to the entrance, intending to chase away the mysterious ambulance, but upon seeing young master, opened the gate in disbelief. What happened to young master? The butler inquired. Hise glanced at the tranquil He residence, raising the corners of his mouth slightly, almost mockingly, are they all here? Yeah, Grandpa is having dinner. Would you like to join for some food? The butler pulled out his phone to notify the kitchen. No need, I'm not hungry. Hise noticed the car driving over from a distance. Su assistant got out of the car, looking grave. Hise stretched out his hand, where's the stuff? After hesitating for a long while, Su assistant handed over a glass bottle. Thank you, Uncle Su. Your task is complete from here. Young master. Without saying much more, Hise turned back to the ambulance. Lin Ran had already woken up, but his head was spinning heavily. He couldn't quite describe himself now, as if his whole body was floating in the clouds, ready to fall down and shatter into pieces at any moment. Hise lifted him up horizontally. Lin Ran murmured weakly, did we arrive? Yeah, we're going home. Ignoring the gawking butler, Hise strode confidently carrying Lin Ran into the manor. Regaining composure, the butler scurried after them. At the He family dining room, the old master heard the noise and raised his head towards the hall. Hise walked steadily, fearing that even the slightest rashness might cause discomfort to Lin Ran. Although Lin Ran actually wanted to say that he couldn't feel any pain, his throat felt clogged with something indescribable, making it hard for him to speak a word. Hise placed him on the sofa and put a cushion behind his waist, do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Ran shook his head, his breathing a little rapid. Hise worried he wouldn't sit comfortably, so he gently supported him in a half-lying position. Lin Ran was very dizzy, the light before his eyes kept spinning repeatedly. Without energy, he could only close his eyes. Chapter 52, Dying Together. Hens, what are you doing? The old master angrily threw down his chopsticks. Zhou Mei stifled her laughter, never expecting Hise would ruin such a great chess move himself. Enraged red-faced, the old master shouted louder, take him, this person Lin Ran, and leave the He family immediately. Ignoring the old master's anger completely, Hise strolled slowly toward the dining room. Fuming, the old master yelled, what attitude is this? Hise bypassed the red-faced old master, directly locking his gaze on Zhou Mei who was smirking in stealth. Cautioned, Zhou Mei lifted her head and acted gracefully, old master, let's talk peacefully. It's rare for little Zay to come home, let's have dinner first. Is this amusing? Hise asked. Confused, Zhou Mei replied, is little Zay asking me? You schemed against me, using Lin Ran as bait. Is this amusing? Hise revealed the truth. Zhou Mei's expression froze, feigning ignorance as she shook her head. What nonsense are you talking about, little Zay? Since you can't remember, let me refresh your memory. Hise strode with long steps to the woman and, before anyone could react, he grabbed the glass bottle in one hand and yanked Zhou Mei's head with the other, forcing her to raise it and open her mouth. Then he poured a steady stream of blue liquid down her throat. At first, Zhou didn't know what it was. But when an excruciating burning sensation swept through her throat, she realized its nature. Aya! Her agonizing screams reverberated throughout the living room. Zhou struggled violently, blood mixed with the blue liquid spilling uncontrollably from her mouth. Ignoring her pain entirely, He continued to force the liquid into her. What do you think you're doing? Their father finally snapped out of it, pushing his irrational son away. On the ground, Zhou clutched her neck in torment as their father tried to support her. Choking on large amounts of blood, Zhou cried out hoarsely, "Fengcheng, my throat." Their father glared furiously at his son who dared harm his stepmother, shouting angrily, "He, what kind of poison is that?" With bloodshot eyes, He slammed the empty bottle to the floor. "Poison? You can ask this woman exactly what kind of poison it is." The old master regained his senses and looked down at the shards scattered across the floor. Clearly shocked, he panted heavily, "Xiao, you'd better give your father an explanation right now. She wants to ruin my life, so I'll ruin hers." He stepped back, still unsatisfied with her current suffering. Picking up a piece of broken glass, he stabbed Zhou leg without hesitation. Ah! Zhou was terrified and frantically scrambled to hide behind their father. Staring in shock, their father had never imagined a day when his son would become a lunatic. "He, have you gone mad?" The old master grabbed his arm. He shrugged off his grip, coldly tossing aside the broken shard. "Grandpa, don't you want to force me back home?" The old master glanced at Lin Ran who remained motionless in the living room and frowned. "Did he tell you to do this?" He laughed, bitterly and tragically, wiping the blood from his hands. "Grandpa, from today onward, there will be no more ties between me and the He family. I renounce the He surname and will live as a nameless person." "You? What do you mean by that?" He surveyed everyone stunned by his actions and said, "Are you satisfied now? I've given up everything I ever wanted, does that make you happy?" Little Zay. Turning around, He returned to the living room and firmly picked up Lin Ran. Lin Ran blinked his eyes open, habitually leaning onto his shoulder with a faint smile. "Are we done speaking?" "Yes, we can leave." He carried him and walked away without looking back. The old master chased after them and continued trying to persuade. "He, do you realize what you're giving up?" He looked up at the glowing sunset on the horizon and nodded. "I know. Finally, we are free. You'll regret it." No one in the He family dared to say a word. Never had the old master been so enraged, his face dark enough to swallow someone whole. Their father also stopped worrying about where the unfilial son was going, anxiously picking up Zhou instead. "Hurry, get a car ready. What are you all standing around for?" The old master turned back and gave him a glare. In his fury earlier, he'd overlooked too many things. Now, the more he thought, the stranger it seemed. He might act recklessly, but he would never have been this irrational to attack within his own home. "Father, you're defending He even now? This was an attempted murder. Is it? Without a cause, would such consequences arise?" The old master waved his hand as the butler approached, continuing, "Have these drugs examined thoroughly." Outside the estate, Su's assistant had just finished a cigarette when he spotted He appearing with a beaming face. He wondered why He looked so delighted. He placed Lin Ran in the passenger seat carefully, buckling his seatbelt for him. "Little master, you too. Uncle Su, you can use any of my cars in the garage. I'll borrow this one. Where are you going?" "I can drive you there." Assistant Su prepared to get into the car. "No need, where we're headed doesn't require a third person." He closed the door without giving the other time to react and stepped on the gas, sending the car speeding down the road. Su's assistant's brow twitched, and he instinctively took a few steps forward. The sun was setting, painting half the sky with fiery hues at dusk. He had both hands on the steering wheel as he turned with a radiant smile toward Lin Ran beside him, calling softly, "Ran." The sports car sped over the road, never slowing down as it broke through the railing and plunged resolutely off the cliff. As the car lost gravity, Lin Ran felt as though time had frozen. He turned his head, blurry-eyed tears gazing at the man next to him. Just moments before, he had been barely holding on to life, like an afterglow before death. But now, strangely, he was brimming with energy. "Ran," He's voice rang in his ears. Lin Ran admitted that he was somewhat scared. The moment he saw the car crashing off the cliff, he admitted his cowardice, wanting to flee, wanting to try living just a bit longer. But He's decisiveness gave him no chance for regret. The car plummeted quickly toward the bottom of the cliff in the most tragic way possible. He undid the seatbelt and gently pulled Lin Ran into his embrace. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Boom! The car exploded, flames making the sunset even more magnificent. Chapter 53, Rebirth. He woke up from the severe headache that gripped his head. Breathing rapidly, he glanced around with a hint of confusion. It seemed Li Nan was negotiating something, his face darkened. "I've said no to any variety shows recently, Xiao Zhe's schedule is too tight. The studio should pre-screen the itinerary so I don't have to deal with it again." He touched his forehead which throbbed as if about to explode. The searing pain of burned flesh hadn't dissipated yet, vivid reminders of how clear the pain still was. This wasn't a dream. Didn't he die? Hizay pinched his thigh, intensifying the pain, causing him to panic and sit upright suddenly. Li Nan looked at the startled Hizay with confusion, asking, did Xiaozhi have a nightmare? Drenched in sweat, Hizay didn't make it hard to doubt whether or not he had been awakened by a nightmare. Hizay had never believed in ghostly superstitions, but he did respect divine beings. Thus, when resurrection happened, he didn't think it was entirely absurd. Where's my phone? Hizay clumsily fumbled through his pockets. It's here. Li Nan pointed towards the wireless charging station. In a rush, Hizay picked it up. The moment he unlocked the screen, disbelief filled his eyes. May 25th, it was the day he had heard from Lin Ran again. Not sure if it was a prank or not, Hizay instinctively opened a search. Li Nan, seeing his odd behavior, became all the more puzzled. Is something wrong with Xiaozhi? Struggling to speak due to overwhelming excitement, Hizay was focused solely on finding every trace of Lin Ran. All that appeared online about Lin Ran were scandals. No matter how he searched, only negative information about him surfaced. His remaining fans would be attacked mercilessly by anti-fans until they were driven to delete their accounts and disappear. If you're too tired, we could take a break tomorrow. Your recent schedule has been. I'm feeling good today, so out of kindness, I'll sing a few songs for you. Hizay's red, teary eyes stared unblinkingly at the figure searching for songs on the screen. He should have noticed earlier, the healthy, energetic Lin Ran of the past had faded away. From the first appearance onward, his Ran had always looked pale and frail. How could he have been so blind to not sense his pain? Li Nan was shocked as he stared straight ahead at what his elder ancestor was doing. Was he watching a live stream? Not only that, he was crying while watching. Had the world gone mad? Li Nan repeatedly rubbed his eyes, trying to bring what he saw back to reality. Thank you, number one, for the gift. Did I misunderstand? You want me to play a song? Lin Ran smiled brightly as he leaned closer, partially revealing one side of his collarbone. Hizay frowned deeply and started typing quickly, lean back. With too many hostile comments online, any fan expressing goodwill toward Lin Ran would be viciously attacked without discrimination, aiming to leave Lin Ran completely isolated, disliked by everyone. Hizay took screenshots one by one to record the JD numbers. He knew his two hands couldn't withstand 4 punches, and cursing so many people was definitely not fast enough. Therefore, he used GIFs to cover the entire public screen. Large and small GIFs stretched endlessly as far as the eye could see. Lin Ran stared blankly at the screen, probably also doubting its authenticity. After rubbing his eyes and opening them again, another wave of gift rankings dazzled his vision. Sister, please stop sending gifts. If you want to hear something, just type out the song name. Lin Ran took a deep breath, carefully considering which among his remaining 30 fans was the big spender. Seemed like they were all poor. Could it be a wild fan? Lin Ran rested his cheek on his hand, contemplating whether this person might have sent gifts to the wrong person. 1. Any song by Hizay is fine. Lin Ran understood, this person was a fan of Hizay and wanted him to sing a song for promotion. But Lin Ran lowered his head with a hint of disappointment, lacking interest as he said, he wouldn't like me singing his songs. Can the sister pick a different song? 1. No. Lin Ran bit his lip. In light of that never-ending list of gifts, a person always has to bow down for money. After all, he still needed funds to buy medicine. The familiar tune of music began to sound in the live stream. Lin Ran cleared his throat and gave his all to hum seriously and carefully. Hizay's songs were mostly fiery and fast-paced. After singing just one, his voice started to become hoarse. 1. You can stop singing. Lin Ran shook his head, since you're a fan of Hizay, I'll sing a few songs none of you have ever heard before. 1. I don't like Hizay, I like you. Lin Ran had never thought that one day he would encounter such an enthusiastic fan, and all the bad mood from today disappeared because of a simple declaration of affection. His lips curved involuntarily, and he couldn't help humming along. Listening to the voice through his headphones, Hizay didn't need to listen long. With just the first note, he could guess this was his recently released new single. Li Nan was already frightened out of his wits, unable to describe his current feelings. The buzzing sound in his head wouldn't stop. It was all chaos. Crazy, the world has gone crazy, his elder ancestor has gone crazy. Hizay glanced up at him calmly, what are you puzzled about? Li Nan approached hesitantly, ancestor, could you tell me what you're doing? I'm falling in love. Li Nan. Hizay then felt this term wasn't appropriate, since they were both in love, it should be mutual rather than using a term for one-sided love like infatuation. So he added, work needs to pause for a while. Confirmed schedules should be delayed if possible, and if not, let the legal team handle compensation for breach of contract. At this point, Li Nan wasn't just buzzing in his head, his entire body was buzzing. Had Hizay been possessed? Could those words just now be uttered by a normal person? Also, give me your phone. Hizay held out his hand. Li Nan's soul was numb, and he mechanically extended it. Hizay input a string of numbers, and as soon as the call connected, he ordered directly, arrange domestic and international top gastroenterology experts, and invite Li Jun. He may need to treat the throat issue. Your throat has a problem. Li Nan immediately became serious. Could the ancestor suddenly announce a halt to the schedule due to some health issue? Heze continued, also, print out all the treatment reports of Lin Luo from the city's second hospital. Li Nan was bewildered again. Why did another person named Lin Luo appear? Once Heze finished his instructions, he set the phone aside and focused entirely on watching the last live stream of his beloved. He didn't know why he'd come back to life after death, but now that he was alive, he couldn't let Lin Ran keep harming his own body. Back then, he hadn't carefully examined Lin Ran's medical records, only knowing the condition was severe and progressed rapidly, almost spreading throughout the body within a month. A month. His precious one had been diagnosed today, so starting from today, every day mattered and every second counted. But how could he explain all this to Lin Ran? Just reveal everything outright? He estimated Lin Ran would be shocked into spitting 2 mouthfuls of blood before he even finished speaking. Heze gently hit his head with one hand. He couldn't rush into things right away. His baby was too weak and couldn't handle absurd shocks like this. Chapter 54, A Brave Declaration of Love by an Obsessed Fan. Lin Ran didn't know whether it was because of the money or being flattered by such an enthusiastic fan. Either way, he sang 7 or 8 songs straight without stopping. He didn't announce going off stream until his throat went hoarse and it became strenuous to even speak. It's been a great pleasure having all of you around. Wish everyone sweet dreams. As soon as Lin Ran finished his stream, he heard a new message in the group chat. Someone had invited a newcomer. 1. Lin Ran, I like you, I love you the most, I super love you, and I will always support you. Lin Ran's eyes were fixated on this enthusiastic fan who fearlessly declared her feelings upon joining. So this was what it felt like to have a fervent supporter. 1. Eat well, sleep well, and from now on, every day I'll loudly proclaim my love for you. Her antics made Lin Ran laugh so hard that his stomach pain vanished. Unprecedentedly, he replied, thank you, take care of yourself too. After putting down his phone, Lin Ran exhaled deeply, stood up, and headed into the bathroom for a quick wash. In the kitchen, the kettle boiled. Lin Ran made himself a bowl of cornmeal porridge, sitting by the window as usual, staring at the star-studded night sky while stirring the small bowl. He ate slowly, pausing for long periods after each bite, afraid his throat might not swallow or his stomach couldn't digest properly. Buzz. The phone rang suddenly. Lin Ran looked at the unfamiliar number. Who could be calling at this hour? Hesitating for a moment, he answered out of politeness. Is this Mr. Lin Ran? The caller was quite polite. I'm Lin Ran. Mr. Lin, nice to meet you. I'm the producer of the show, Senpai. I watched your live stream tonight, really enjoyed your singing voice, and I hope there's an opportunity to collaborate. Lin Ran had never heard of this program, so he asked, collaborate on what? We're a talent show featuring the top 12 students from various music academies. We need 2 mentors to help teach and guide them. The format spans 3 episodes over 3 weeks, with a public performance each week. The team with the most votes get signed by Fengying Entertainment for a debut under a group model. Frowning, Lin Ran said, I may not be qualified. You were extraordinary tonight. In fact, it might sound bold, but I've researched your work since your debut, which was astonishing. I believe our students would benefit greatly under your guidance. I'm sorry, I really can't sing. That's fine. Our program doesn't require mentors to sing. You just need to guide their teamwork in song adaptations. Are you sure you trust me? Do you know how many scandals are associated with me? Our students admire you and aren't swayed by outside influences. Lin Ran knew little about the program, but it seemed credible. Looking at the lively fans group on his phone, triggered by the newcomer's arrival, his eyes watered slightly. He thought he should leave behind something meaningful, just 3 weeks, surely he could endure. If you think it works, we can sign the electronic contract first. Once you're ready, we'll finalize it with a paper contract later. So fast. This is for both your and our protection. After all, both sides clearly want to collaborate sincerely. Lin Ran couldn't understand those intricate legal terms and, following the caller's instructions, clumsily added his name without much thought. When the electronic contract was generated, he vaguely realized he had acted impulsively. Teacher Lin, it has been a pleasure cooperating. I'll send you details about the recording schedule through WeChat shortly. The call ended. Lin Ran sat dazedly by the windowsill, rubbing his restless heart. Why was he suddenly so uneasy? He lost his appetite, got up for a glass of water, but no sooner did he stand than the room grew dark before his eyes, overwhelming dizziness hit him. Hastily, he grabbed the wall to steady his slipping body. The smooth floor seemed bumpy all of a sudden, and despite trying, he stumbled forward twice, unable to maintain balance and eventually collapsed to the ground. He thought he was forcing himself too much. How could this fragile body last? Humph. The food he'd just swallowed churned in his stomach, coiling violently, forcing him to curl up in agony. Downstairs in the neighborhood, Heze leaned against his car door and silently lit a cigarette. Looking up, he could see the lit-up window. Was Ran still awake? Heze reopened his phone page, where messages kept refreshing, yet Lin Ran hadn't responded once. He must be washing up. Heze waited patiently for several more minutes, but finally couldn't stay seated any longer and began bombarding the group again. 1. Ran, can I confess my feelings to you? If you don't respond, I'll take it as a yes. Red packet, red packet, red packet, red packet. 1. Ran, can I kiss you? If you don't respond, I'll take it as your permission. 1. Mua mua mua. 1. Couldn't help myself, kissed you 3 times. Ran, I really love you so much. He didn't feel embarrassed by his behavior, he just wanted everyone to know that he loved Lin Ran, loudly and clearly, with no shame. The night was misty, the evening breeze gentle. Pei Chen put down his phone, satisfied as he opened a bottle of wine. A mysterious billionaire fan appeared, did they? Lin Ran, look at yourself, without doing any background checks, you directly signed the contract. Do you really think appearing on a show is an opportunity to regain fame? Pei Chen smirked coldly as he swirled the red wine in his glass, then I'll trap you in a failing variety show. The next morning, the sun was bright. Ding ding dong dong. He was woken up by a series of notification sounds. His irritated expression quickly softened upon seeing the name Ran, nearly hitting his head on the car's roof in excitement. Ran is Ran, there's new work coming up. Next month, I've been invited to be a mentor for a reality show competition. I will give my all to let everyone see a brand new me. Await with anticipation. Is our Ran really a mentor now? I'm getting a little excited and even tearing up. Ran has finally made it, finally recognized. There were only 30 people in the group chat, but it felt like there were 300 participants. In less than a minute after Lin Ran sent the message, the notifications reached 99+. However, He frowned deeply, calling immediately, what's going on? Which program did Lin Ran join? Su assistant was confused by the question but soon replied, I have no record of any schedule on this side. He narrowed his eyes, investigate the background of senpai. Contact the producer. If they agree, buy the copyright. If not, acquire the company. Su assistant. Chapter 55, An Eerie Pain. Su assistant wondered if his boss had gone mad, mysteriously asking him to investigate things like this and then wanting to acquire companies. Acquire what? A shell company? He soon obtained the entire plan for the variety show, from selecting trainees to forming a team later. It was like playing house, a complete joke. Just looking at those subpar trainees, He could imagine exactly how Lin Ran would be criticized when the show aired. Su assistant, I've already purchased the copyright. Do you want me to stop the recordings? He glanced upstairs at a certain window, feeling bewildered. This didn't match his previous memories. Reasonably, Lin Ran shouldn't have taken this job. But why did he suddenly agree last night? He began to doubt himself, suspecting whether he was having a nightmare. Actually, Lin Ran wasn't sick, he had always been healthy. But the test reports were starkly present before him, page after page forcing him to accept the truth. Lin Ran was ill, gravely ill. Su assistant, the director told me, actually their show had already announced suspension. Last night, the producer sent out a sudden notice, demanding him to sign Lin Ran. Regardless of the means, even if Lin Ran makes excessive or unreasonable demands, they must have him sign. He sneered, now understanding why things had gone off track, there was someone manipulating things behind the scenes. Lin Ran had offended many people. With such looks, wanting to remain clean in a murky entertainment industry naturally led to offending capital. It wasn't hard to suspect that there were people who couldn't get their way and thus wanted to destroy him. Su assistant, I found a person. Who? Su assistant, also one of your former teammates, Pei Chen. He hadn't fully adapted to this timeline yet. He truly forgot that Pei Chen wasn't dead yet in this lifetime. Su assistant, Pei Chen relies on Huayong Group, should I investigate them together? You decide. He was about to speak when he saw his beloved in sight, hastily saying, you decide, I have to hang up. Lin Ran stood by the roadside wearing a mask, occasionally checking the phone, probably waiting for some message. He dared not reveal himself, hiding secretly behind the steering wheel, pondering whom his Ran wanted to contact. Whoa. The phone rang again. He irritably asked, didn't I tell you to not? Su assistant, the director just inquired if Mr. Lin could come over to check the company. He furrowed his brows, he had yet to decide how to handle this chaotic program. Lin Ran definitely could not participate. In his current physical condition, every extra day outside increased the risks. Stall him for now, don't let him go over there temporarily. He ended the call. The next moment, he saw Lin Ran receive a message, first smiling with joy and then falling into worry. It was probably a kind of uneasiness creeping in, fearing whether he might be deceived. Lin Ran sighed softly and put down his phone dejectedly. Those people shouldn't be playing tricks on him, right? He's an 18-line actor so obscure that no one would bother fabricating something grand just for him. Lin Ran bit his lips, feeling uneasy, and started experiencing a dull ache in his stomach. Unable to stand upright any longer, he squatted by the roadside, pitifully holding his phone as if waiting anxiously for someone's reply. If his itinerary was cancelled after already being revealed, wouldn't the little girls in the chat group be very disappointed? It felt like it had been half a year since he last formally participated in any commercial activities. Every time he appeared in front of the public, he brought along some disgraceful negative publicity. No matter what, he wanted to leave something behind. Hizay watched with unwavering eyes at the frail silhouette by the roadside, so lonely, so helpless. Maybe this has been his normal state over the past year, always being abandoned, even mocked, with everyone stepping on him as a stepping stone, climbing to glory upon his sacrifice. Hizay clenched his fists tightly, redialing the number. Li Nan had finally received the reply he'd awaited impatiently. Excited cheers erupted from the earpiece. Xiao Zhe, I'm downstairs at your place, what's today's activity plan about? I just sent you a document, look through it carefully. Let the planning department redesign the event plan as fast as possible. No need to consider investment limits, create confidently, I want it to become the biggest hit of the year. Li Nan received the file, but seeing the word, casting, made his head hurt already. What new wild ideas was his grandfather coming up with this time? Hizay added, time is a bit tight. Give me the rough draft by 3 p.m. today, while keeping the main format intact. Li Nan tentatively asked, will Xiao Zhe participate? That's still uncertain. Hizay put down his phone and resumed observing the figure by the road. Isn't Lin Ran squatting there for too long? He noticed something wasn't quite right and prepared to open the car door. Lin Ran shakily stood up using his hands on his knees, deciding that the other party didn't have time to meet him today, so he gave up and went back to his rented apartment. Hizay hurriedly pulled back, hiding himself. Lin Ran noticed the luxury car under the shade of greenery. It seemed to have been parked downstairs since last night. He looked around curiously. How could anyone rich live in such a rundown neighborhood? Not pondering too much, he slowly entered the building. Hizay sighed deeply in relief. If Lin Ran had found him, he would undoubtedly rush forward to embrace him. But it seemed Lin Ran stopped testing at the final moment. Perhaps this was fate, allowing them to proceed step by step, slower, more steady, more genuine. Back home, Lin Ran felt dryness and pain in his throat. He quickly gulped down a full glass of water to relieve some discomfort. Singing so recklessly last night did damage his voice after all. 1. Ranan, I'm looking forward to your new variety show so much. You will amaze everyone. Go forward bravely, and we will accompany you together through all difficulties. 1. From now on, no one will dare to bully you. I'll stay by your side, accompanying you to witness your stardom. 1. Take good rest, we are waiting for good news from you. Lin Ran stared at the lively new fangirl. She probably hadn't understood his past. If she knew those things, who knows how long she'd still like him. 1. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Ran hastily pressed his hand against his chest as a strange sense of familiarity overwhelmed him, as though a shadow echoed in his ears. Someone once said the same words to him. Lin Ran breathed heavily. He intensely disliked this sensation, akin to painful memories buried deep within his soul emerging, hidden behind these 4 simple words, concealing unbearable despair. Cough, cough, cough. A mouthful of blood spilled onto his hand. Dumbfounded, he stared at the streak of red in his palm, trembling slightly. He didn't feel the pain, just the discomfort. Trying again, blood spattered all over the ground. Chapter 56, Coma. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Ran woke up to the sound of the phone ringing. Lying sprawled on the floor, stiff all over, he stared at the mobile phone fallen beneath the chair, its screen cracked like spiderwebs, the numbers flickering large and small. Lin Ran raised his hand, painfully trying to retrieve his phone. Is this Mr. Lin Ran? I'm downstairs at your place now. Aren't you going to discuss the show with me? Lin Ran's consciousness was blurred, hearing fragments. Can you repeat that again? His voice was very soft, so soft that if one wasn't paying attention, they might not have heard him at all. The director repeated again, I'm downstairs. Let's talk about the program details. Lin Ran struggled to sit up while leaning on the floor, his vision swam dizzily. I'm not feeling well today, can we reschedule? You're unwell. Well then, call me whenever you're better. I'm free anytime. The director hung up politely. Hearing the word, unwell, Hizay instantly lost all reason. He shoved open the door and rushed upstairs in 3 long strides. Lin Ran seemed even more resilient than Hizay had imagined. Despite the pain before, he still managed to act calm. Now that he admitted himself as unwell, it surely must be worse than just a little discomfort. Hizay stood by the door, ready to barge in, but paused briefly for a touch of calmness as he lifted his leg. He pushed away the doormat and, as expected, found a spare key underneath. With a click, he quietly opened the door, careful not to disturb the inhabitant. Lin Ran couldn't stay seated, severe palpitations caused him to fall backward helplessly. His vision was clouded with flashes, making him feel nauseous. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spilled onto the ground. Hizay froze momentarily. Standing 2 meters from Lin Ran, his legs felt tied down by something unseen, unable to take a step forward. Ran. Hizay almost crawled to Lin Ran's side, trembling and hesitating to touch him. Lin Ran realized someone was approaching him. Out of sheer survival instinct, he reached out weakly, help, please help me. Upon hearing the plea, Hizay's body jolted violently. All his fears vanished in that moment. With panic, he lifted Lin Ran into his arms. Ran, hold on, we're going to the hospital. Lin Ran tried to keep his eyes open, wanting to see who was before him. Why did he smell something familiar? But he couldn't focus. The world was foggy, every figure appeared only as an outline, a mix of familiarity and estrangement. At the hospital, doctors gathered in a circle, quietly discussing their plans. Hizay didn't bother asking about their upcoming treatment plan. Stiffly seated beside the bed, he stared intently at the unconscious man lying there. Whenever he recalled Lin Ran being alone, vomiting blood and slipping into unconsciousness, this horrifying scenario happening routinely, he felt as though he were being cut into pieces. During the year he was absent, how much suffering had his beloved endured? The suggestion is to surgically remove the affected area first, followed by 3 rounds of chemotherapy, the chief doctor explained. His esophagus is also compromised, impacting his swallowing ability. The later stages of chemotherapy could induce severe vomiting which might lead to suffocation, a serious danger, Li Jun said carefully after reviewing all the reports. All gazes fell upon Hizay, waiting for his final decision. Hizay tightly gripped Lin Ran's hand. Will this affect his singing abilities in the future? It will somewhat. After consulting my mentor regarding his status as a singer, we've devised a new treatment plan, surgically remove part of the tumor first, then support it with traditional Chinese medicine. It might take longer, but it poses the least risk and ensures safety. Will this impact other surgeries? No, this surgery is minor. In about a week, he'll be able to swallow and speak normally. However, singing will require 1 or 2 months of recovery. Hizay trusted Li Jun, and the expert guidance from behind him, nodding solemnly. Thank you. I'll confirm the surgical date with Director Li. Everyone exited the ward. Hizay brushed Lin Ran's face gently, feeling relieved yet haunted by dread. Once Lin Ran wakes up, he'd confess everything to him. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Awoken by the chirping of birds, Lin Ran suddenly opened his eyes. The room smelled faintly of lemons, his favorite fragrance. He looked around bewilderedly, slowly regaining clarity. Where am I? Are you awake? Do you feel any discomfort? Can you talk? The nurse kindly raised the bed for him. Lin Ran was confused. He couldn't recall how he ended up in the hospital. Sensing his doubt, the nurse explained, your neighbor found you passed out at home and sent you here. As Lin Ran thought further, some details felt off. Was this really a regular hospital room? No, it wasn't just a regular room, it was a suite. Startled, despite his lack of energy, he decisively threw off the covers. The nurse was startled and quickly intervened, if you need anything, please tell me. You shouldn't get out of bed. I don't need treatment, I'm fine, I want to be discharged now. That's impossible. Lin Ran had overestimated his strength, after struggling for a while, he fell back onto the bed, exhausted. His eyes instantly turned red with frustration as he vividly imagined himself fainting at the sight of the hospital bill when it came time to settle the charges. How much would this cost? The nurse took a deep breath, you don't need to worry about the medical expenses, your neighbor has prepaid for you. Lin Ran was astonished. His neighbor seemed just as poor as he was. Afraid she might say too much, the nurse quickly tidied up the 4 equipment and left the ward. The room grew quiet again, leaving Lin Ran in a panic. He couldn't stay here any longer. Absolutely not. At Jin Chenghua Fu apartment. Hizay glanced at the recipe as he simmered chicken soup. Before serving, he carefully ladled out a small bowl to test it for poison, confirming there was nothing amiss before pouring the entire pot into the thermal flask. Ding-ling-ling. The phone buzzed on the table. Is Ran awake? Hizay pressed the speakerphone. Mr. Lin refused treatment and signed out to leave. Clang. The thermal flask fell to the ground, who allowed him to leave? The patient insisted on being discharged. We cannot forcibly detain anyone. Hizay gritted his teeth, realizing he'd have to go and catch him personally. The tumor's location is very dangerous. Try not to stimulate it before surgery. If it ruptures, it will affect all subsequent treatments. Hizay's lips twitched slightly, realizing that this would cut off his option of forcefully taking Lin Ran by force. I know you're worried, but our side has already contacted a team of experts from Yanjing Hospital. There's no guarantee, but there's over a 90% chance of success with joint surgery. Hizay bent down to pick up the thermal flask. He knew Lin Ran had concerns, but he wasn't sure if Lin Ran was more worried about the surgery failing or missing work. Sitting on a chair outside the hospital, Lin Ran shivered despite the hot sun of late May. Just one night and day, 36,000. It wasn't blood he vomited, it was gold. Chapter 57, Are They Scammers? Lin Ran meticulously organized all the receipts, feeling heartbroken. Once he returned, he'd need to pay every cent back. Many families had moved out of the old housing complex, and only 4 or 5 households remained in the building. Lin Ran knocked on door after door, each reply indicating that the helpful neighbor he sought didn't exist. Confused, he descended the stairs and found a brand new thermal flask placed by his door, with a note attached. Homemade stew suitable for patients, try to have some. Lin Ran looked around hurriedly, but the hallway was empty, not a single soul in sight. Which neighbor was this? Anxious, he stared at the thermal flask on the table, unsure whether to drink the soup from an unknown stranger. Feeling famished, he massaged his stomach and weighed the pros and cons repeatedly. Either way, since he didn't have long to live, he wasn't afraid of poisoning. The flask contained spare rib soup, already cleared of grease, looking very light. Lin Ran tasted a little bit. Surprisingly, it was quite delicious. Unable to resist, he drank a small bowl, his stomach feeling warm and comfortable without any discomfort. Knock knock knock. A knock echoed from the door. Lin Ran wiped his mouth and looked up. Who is it? Mr. Lin Ran, I'm the producer who contacted you yesterday. Lin Ran opened the door, surprised the producer had come directly to his place. Had he really been scammed? These people had shocked him from the start, making him increasingly feel like it was all part of a scheme. Smiling widely, the producer handed over a large box of supplements. We arrived in a rush. Did we disturb your rest? Stiffly, Lin Ran accepted it. Please come in. Sitting uneasily on the sofa, the producer asked, you said last night that you weren't feeling well. Are you better now? Lin Ran poured a cup of hot water and nodded. Thanks for asking, I'm feeling much better. I especially came to inform you that our program may need to be postponed. Lin Ran's expression turned serious. What? Don't panic, because the following procedures need adjustment. It's delayed by about a month. So long. Lin Ran frowned deeply, thinking that by then he probably wouldn't have the energy to participate. Also, we need a copy of your physical examination report. Lin Ran paused silently. The director said earnestly, you must not misunderstand. Because the subsequent pressure may be very high, we just need a health checkup report. Can I withdraw? No problem, there is still a month to go. Even if you're unhealthy, you can treat yourself first. After these words, both of them chose silence tacitly. The director almost bit his tongue in haste. It seemed he had rushed things a bit. Lin Ran took a deep breath. My body may not meet your requirements. The director chuckled awkwardly, forcing an uncomfortable laugh. It's fine, we have plenty of time. Our show has changed sponsors, and the producer is determined to make this year's hottest hit. We've also invited the most excellent and popular mentor team in the country, along with dozens of the best trainees nationwide. Lin Ran was confused. Wait, how is that different from what you said before? Aren't they students from the music conservatory? The original plan was to discuss this last night, but because you weren't feeling well, I didn't elaborate. We've switched teams, and all procedures are being re-established now. This is just the preliminary plan for you to review. Lin Ran took the proposal, and just by seeing the long list of sponsors, his mind blanked out further, making him increasingly think it resembled a scam ring. In order to deceive him, they were already falsifying reports to such an extent. Wasn't this a bit exaggerated? The director continued, Zhou Xinyang and Wang Yi have already agreed to join as mentors. Lin Ran clicked his tongue repeatedly, unable to listen anymore. Do you even know what you're saying? The director looked puzzled. What? Did I not explain something clearly? No, you should exaggerate more, and tell me Heze will come too. The director blinked. That shouldn't have been revealed in the documents. Lin Ran returned the proposal helplessly with a mix of laughter and exasperation. I'm just a small potato. You don't have to paint such rosy pictures for me. I've signed already. Do you think I'll run away? That's not true, I am telling facts. Because it's still in the confidentiality phase, the mentor lineup hasn't been released yet, it will be disclosed gradually later on. Don't worry. Forget it, let's talk about the penalty fee. I estimate that 6 times compensation, 30 million yuan. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ran nearly choked again and felt like spitting up another 2 ounces of blood. He covered his mouth, staring at the other person incredulously. How much did you say? Your signing amount is 5 million after tax, so the penalty fee is as high as 30 million. Lin Ran picked up the glass of water without caring whose it was and drank a big gulp. Shouldn't the money have been deposited into your account this morning? Didn't you receive a text notification? The director asked. Lin Ran hurriedly opened his phone and sure enough found a transaction record. It was such a long string of numbers that he had to count the zeros twice. If you have any issues, I can apply for higher approval. Just tell us what number seems reasonable to you, and we can recalculate for you in the later stage. Lin Ran's head was spinning like tangled yarn. It took him quite a while to fully comprehend the situation. Do you have any more questions? The director looked forward expectantly. Lin Ran shook his head. I might need some time to process this. No rush, take your time. If you have any questions, you can contact me anytime. Are you really inviting me? Yes, the contract has been signed, it cannot be falsified. You also invited Zhou Xinyang and others. Sure, if you don't believe it, I can bring out the contracts for you to check. Lin Ran declined. No need, this is too private, I wouldn't want to pry. Because of the changes in the program workflow, we need to readjust in the later stages, thus delaying the start until around July. During this period, we will need your health examination report. Please prepare accordingly. Full body checkup. Just routine tests would suffice. What if I'm diagnosed with a disease? In that case, we will suggest you get treated first. After all, it's your own body, it should not be taken lightly. The director politely smiled. Lin Ran put down his phone, pondering carefully. Understood. If you feel unwell, be sure to seek treatment as early as possible. Since the delay time has not been set yet, you can focus on getting your health back. At first hearing, Lin Ran thought there was something wrong, but upon closer consideration, it did seem reasonable. Changing teams, changing models, switching all trainees surely needed time to reformulate the processes. After sending the director off, Lin Ran skeptically reviewed the proposal again. He finally figured out where it felt off. Why would such an exquisite production team target someone like him? Chapter 58, I'm dying. Lin Ran hadn't fully straightened out his thoughts when he was interrupted by the ringtone of his phone. The caller ID showed the hospital. Instinctively, he didn't want to answer the call, but the persistent ringing kept bombarding him. This hospital was overly conscientious. Were they worried he'd die at home from a sudden illness? This is Lin Ran, right? I'm calling from the gastroenterology department of City Second Hospital. I said I cannot. Here's the deal, 2 experts from Yenjing have arrived, specifically concerning your vocal cord issue. They've discussed it in depth. Have you heard of Dr. Li Junbo? He's the most authoritative expert in traditional and modern Chinese medicine. He's willing to take charge of your treatment, guaranteeing that after the surgery, you'll be able to sing normally again. Lin Ran was stunned. He thought either he misunderstood or the other party made a mistake. It had been a year since this problem arose, so how could it still be treatable? Do you want to come back for another checkup? Lin Ran asked uncertainly, is it really curable? In medicine, there's no 100% guarantee, but Dr. Li Junbo has quite a bit of confidence. Lin Ran put down the phone, only now realizing his hands were covered in sweat. He didn't know what was going on these past few days. One piece of good news followed another. Is this called rebounding from the bottom? He waited downstairs and discreetly followed a taxi after confirming Lin Ran had left. At the hospital, Lin Ran anxiously awaited the doctor's diagnosis. Dr. Li Jun carefully reconfirmed the location of the tumor, gently touching it. Will there be any pain? Yes. How's your daily swallowing? I can only eat some liquid food. Liquid food all the time. Lin Ran nodded, for the past half year. Dr. Li Jun finally understood why his stomach condition had worsened so quickly. It was entirely due to malnutrition. The situation isn't too complicated. Do you mind having a scar? There might be a very small wound, but it won't be very obvious. Can it be cured? Lin Ran stared intensely at the man. Dr. Li Jun smiled. It's not an overly complex disease itself, it just became complicated due to your profession. We must ensure your vocal cords are not damaged, so we'll need to proceed with caution. Don't worry, it's just a minor surgery. Finally, Lin Ran exhaled in relief. Can I still sing afterward? After the surgery, I will give you acupuncture treatment for 6 months. During that time, you can sing, but it needs to be controlled. Lin Ran's body trembled with excitement. After such a long time without tasting sweetness, he had almost forgotten what happiness felt like. Dr. Li Jun patted his shoulder. You'll get better. After the esophagus surgery, we'll follow up with gastric tumor removal and about 3 cycles of chemotherapy. It may not make you live forever, but living for another 30 to 40 years shouldn't be a problem. Lin Ran grabbed the corner of the doctor's coat, his throat tight, and despite trying hard, no words came out. Dr. Li Jun calmed him. Take your time, say it slowly. Lin Ran gasped for breath, trying to compose himself as much as possible. Am I really going to recover? You're lucky. With 2 top experts diagnosing together, it's definitely fine. Dr. Li Jun confirmed the location of the tumor one last time, and it wasn't bad, it was within his ideal range. Lin Ran was immediately arranged to be admitted to the hospital that day and underwent a thorough examination from head to toe. Throughout the entire process, he was utterly bewildered, even suspecting if someone had planned everything for him in advance. Post-surgery, you might feel uncomfortable. A caregiver will be needed to accompany you throughout the recovery period. Do you have someone in mind? If not, the hospital can arrange someone for you, the nurse explained while processing the records. Lin Ran arrived hurriedly and never expected he would be hospitalized on the same day. The nurse smiled. I'll assign someone from the system, who will officially start when you undergo surgery. Can I go back and pack my things? I didn't expect to be hospitalized so soon. You don't need to bring anything. The hospital has already prepared all the necessary personal items. Lin Ran found it increasingly hard to understand. This wasn't the first time he was being treated at City Second Hospital, yet why did the medical staff seem more friendly this time, and even hospitalization was prearranged? When did City Second Hospital begin providing daily necessities? Because you're a special patient. Given that experts from Yenjing personally consulted, the hospital has opened a green channel for you. You don't need to worry about anything, the nurse explained. Lin Ran thought this seemed reasonable, nodding. Then, could I be placed in a multi-person room? Single rooms are too expensive. After the surgery, your body will be weak. The experts suggest that for better recovery, you need a quieter and more comfortable space. It was quite hard to approve this single room for you. Others would even compete for it. Lin Ran lay on the bed, strangely familiar with this ward. It seemed to be the same one from last time. Dean's office. He listened to the surgery arrangement. Though he didn't understand these technical terms, since multiple parties were consulting together, it must be the best treatment plan. With his current condition, cancer cells spread too fast. Around 3 days after the esophagus surgery, we need to schedule a second operation to remove the stomach tumor. The blood test isn't good, the platelet count is too low, which will extend the post-surgery recovery period. Chemotherapy has to be postponed a little. It's a bit tricky. At this stage of deterioration, chemotherapy must start as soon as possible, as the cancer might have already metastasized. Jose became increasingly anxious. How could it have metastasized? Starting now, every minute counts. No one can guarantee whether it'll spread tomorrow. Director Jean adjusted his glasses, and his frown had never disappeared since he got the report. Indeed, he underestimated the patient's situation, which turned out quite difficult. Jose couldn't let down his guard. Tell me if there's anything else needed, I only want him to recover. Everyone exchanged glances but avoided speaking too plainly. As night fell, the hospital was eerily quiet. With a creak, the door to the ward opened. Lin Ran woke up groggily, sensing someone touching him, and opened his eyes sleepily. It was dark in the ward, and he couldn't see who the person was. Jose wore a mask, deliberately lowering his voice. I'm the hospital-appointed caregiver. You don't need to mind me, rest well. The doctor had given Lin Ran a sedative, so he was only briefly awake before drifting off again. Jose gently caressed his eyebrows and eyes. Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Lin Ran smelled a familiar scent, snuggling closer to him. Jose placed a kiss on his forehead. Ran, I'm here. I miss you so much. I know, I won't leave you anymore. Jose will always stay by Lin Ran's side. I'm dying. You won't die, it's the top expert nationwide. How easy could it be? How fortunate am I to have such a good fate? Chapter 59, I love him. Lin Ran enjoyed a rare good night's sleep. Touching his warm belly, he couldn't help but marvel at how effective big hospitals were. He didn't feel any pain throughout the night. Did you sleep well last night? Dr. Li Jun checked on him and glanced at the corner where the spirited away girl was standing. Jose hid behind a crowd, looking at his beloved through gaps between people. He looked soft and smelled fragrant. Yes, may I wash up first? Lin Ran pulled back the blanket and saw an extra fluffy pair of slippers on the ground, his favorite bunny ones. He looked somewhat puzzled toward the doctors. The hospital's humanistic care was too considerate, knowing even his preferences. Don't rush, the surgery is scheduled for 9 o'clock, said Dr. Li Jun kindly, nodding in agreement. Lin Ran pushed open the bathroom door and immediately saw all kinds of toiletries packed on the wash basin counter, all with unfamiliar foreign labels. They weren't any famous brands. The hospital was truly thoughtful, arranging everything from clothing to daily needs. Dr. Li Jun smiled brightly as she looked at Master He of the He family. A smirk appeared on her lips. General anesthesia won't take long during the surgery. Afterward, you might be a little confused and need a caregiver to accompany you throughout. Water still dripped from Lin Ran's face, and he looked a little troubled. I haven't found a caregiver yet. The hospital has arranged it for you. Didn't you see him last night? Dr. Li Jun asked knowingly. Lin Ran thought for a moment. Last night, when he was half awake, it seemed like someone did enter the room. You don't need to worry about anything, the hospital has arranged it. He'll guide you into the operating room later. Lin Ran sat on the edge of the bed. Sorry for the trouble. Dr. Li Jun double-checked several times again before leaving the room with the rest of the team. Just before leaving, she paused in front of Jose for a moment. Cover up tightly. Don't give me any stimulation before the surgery or risk the tumor rupturing. If that happens, the one crying will be you. Lin Ran exhaled deeply, ready to change clothes, when he realized there was still someone left in the room. Jose was afraid of being recognized, so he disguised himself. Long hair, a white coat, black-framed glasses, and a mask. He believed even the King of Heaven wouldn't recognize him. Lin Ran inspected the man from head to toe and felt an inexplicable familiarity. Jose coughed lightly, muffling his voice. I'm the caregiver sent by the hospital. My last name is Zhang, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. Lin Ran stood up and deliberately stepped closer. Have we met somewhere before? I feel like I know you. Jose nervously shook his head while laughing sheepishly. People in our line of work all look similar. It's physical labor after all. Lin Ran still looked skeptical as he circled the man twice. Jose's heart was in chaos as he feigned ignorance. What are you looking at me for? Lin Ran withdrew his gaze, perhaps realizing his behavior might seem abrupt. He said, sorry, I must be overthinking it. Jose slightly turned aside, avoiding eye contact with him. It's almost time for the surgery. You should change first. Lin Ran sat back on the edge of the bed, still pondering whose silhouette overlapped with this person's in his mind. Suddenly, he tensed. Shaking his head in exasperation, Lin Ran thought, I must be imagining things. There's no way this person could be Jose. How would Jose possibly show up here? Jose specially rolled a wheelchair in. Lin Ran frowned. I can walk myself. It's quite far. Lin Ran didn't want to make things hard for himself, so he obediently sat down. Jose sneakily observed the round back of his beloved one, unable to resist the urge to touch it softly. Lin Ran looked at the shadow reflected on the ground, his heart beating faster than before. That peculiar sense of familiarity made him want to take another glance. He really reminded him of someone. How long have you been working in the hospital? Lin Ran asked. 2 years. He lied without hesitation. Must be tough. Not too bad. We don't have it hard, the patients are the ones who endure the most. Lin Ran smiled faintly. Are you uncomfortable? He looked at his frail body tenderly, regretting how blind he had been to ignore Lin Ran's weakness back then. Lin Ran shook his head. I've gotten used to it, not painful anymore. Used to all these pains? Lin Ran didn't reply. You'll get better soon. From now on, you'll be healthy and happy, achieving everything you desire. Lin Ran glanced back at him. You must be the most popular caregiver in the hospital. Their gazes accidentally met. Lin Ran's heart twitched violently. It was so similar that he nearly mistook this person for He pushed his glasses up conspicuously to cover his tracks, pretending to be shy. Not necessarily, everyone in our hospital talks well because comforting the patient's mood is part of our job. Lin Ran hastily retracted his gaze, quietly calming down his restless heart. He noticed his movements and quickly stopped the wheelchair. What's wrong? Is your heart feeling unwell? No, it's just that you remind me so much of someone I know. Doesn't he look like A lot of people say that, especially his fans. Has anyone really said that? Aha, are you also a fan of Lin Ran didn't know how to respond. If he said no, why did he find this person familiar through him? Is a big star? Why is he so popular? Every day people ask if I am him. Exaggerated deliberately. He's more than a big star. He's the most popular male singer both domestically and internationally, the winner of the Best Album Award at the Music Grand Ceremony. Not only is he excellent in singing and dancing, but he's also the most outstanding composer of the year. He's not just a flashy idol artist, he's a versatile singer. Didn't expect him to rattle off such a long compliment. Even though he was shameless enough, he couldn't help blushing when praised so openly by someone he loved. Lin Ran realized what he'd said and bashfully lowered his head, adding apologetically, he's very talented and has many fans. Do you like him? Shamelessly persisted with his question. Lin Ran bit his lower lip and didn't answer. You must really like him since you praise him so casually. Lin Ran twisted his trouser cuffs in his hands. Anyway, this person didn't care about celebrities and didn't know their shared past, so whether he admitted or denied it didn't matter. You're not answering. Do you dislike him? Teased. I like him, I like the most, he's my one and only. A warm breeze swept through the narrow corridor, filling the air with a sweet honey scent. The scene froze, time stood still, and every sound around could be heard distinctly. Had heard it, even though the words were spoken softly, yet they rang so clearly, so powerfully, so deafeningly in his ears. He murmured, I love him. Chapter 60, Surgery. The surgery began. Waited outside the operating room without moving an inch, staring intently at the red light. After about 2 hours of absolute silence, the quiet passageway finally echoed with a faint noise. Startled like a frightened bird, hurriedly stepped forward. He couldn't bring himself to speak but watched the doctor with urgency in his eyes. Dr. Lee smiled kindly and nodded, it went smoothly, don't worry. A 6-month recovery will return him to his best condition. He's legs shook uncontrollably, forcing him to bend over and brace himself on his knees with both hands. Dr. Lee added, the general anesthesia hasn't fully worn off yet. Would you like to see him? Can I go in? After he wakes up, you can enter. Disinfected himself thoroughly twice, even changing into sterile clothes out of fear that any bacteria on his body might contaminate his beloved. Lin Ran lay quietly in bed, his neck wrapped in thick bandages while the cardiac monitor next to him operated systematically. Squatted by the bedside and gently took Lin Ran's hand. His touch was soft, just carefully intertwining their fingers. Bip. Bip. The cardiac monitor gave an irregular beat. Immediately stiffened, concerned for any abnormalities and ready to fetch the doctor. But as he rose, his right hand was tightly held back. Looking down, he saw Lin Ran gazing at him with 2 large shimmering eyes. His disguise had slipped, anyone slightly familiar with him should have been able to recognize him. In the moment their gazes locked, he nervously covered his face with his hands. Lin Ran continued to stare unwaveringly, not knowing whether he was fully conscious or still somewhat dazed. Noticing something strange, waved a hand in front of Lin Ran, who continued to keep his eyes open without any reflex. Lin Ran was awake, but not fully alert. Let out a barely audible sigh of relief, reseated himself beside the bed, and cautiously placed his black-rimmed glasses back on for cover. Time passed silently minute by minute. Lin Ran gradually regained full consciousness from his drowsy state. Aware that Lin Ran couldn't talk, made gestures exaggeratedly in sign language for humor. Unable to hold back, Lin Ran weakly waved a hand dismissively. Handed over the writing pad. Lin Ran, lacking energy, could only painstakingly scribble a message, you can speak. Realizing this, chuckled and said, I messed up. In the few days since he had kept silent, Hizay seemed to find joy in constantly teasing Lin Ran to write messages. Who cares about that guy Hizay anyway? I listened to his songs yesterday specifically, but they're chaotic nonsense and hurt my ears. Fuming, Lin Ran grabbed the writing pad again and wrote quickly as if composing a short essay. His songs are good, the best ever. %, hashtag. Holding back laughter, Hizay criticized further, you think his songs are good because you're biased, but I'm an outsider, so I find them bad. Actually, it's just your filter making everything seem better. Lin Ran glared at him viciously, say another word and I'll fire you. Unmoved by the threat, Hizay replied, I'm officially employed by the hospital. Lin Ran threw the board aside, clutching his stomach as he fell back onto the bed. Seeing this, Hizay stopped his teasing, hastily soothing him, yes, you're right, his songs are the best, I'm shallow and lack appreciation skills. It's my limited knowledge causing trouble, I need to see a doctor at the ENT department soon, I must treat my hearing issue. Lin Ran pulled the blanket over him, refusing to acknowledge him anymore. Hizay moved to the other side of the bed and tried to placate him, shall I play his new song for you? It's unreleased. Lin Ran opened his eyes, what did you say? Unreleased songs aren't supposed to spread. Confidently patting his chest, Hizay responded, don't worry, it's probably a discarded draft and will be revised later. Lin Ran hesitated. Hizay then took out his phone and played a melody he had secretly recorded a couple of days ago. Just upon hearing the first sentence, Lin Ran interrupted, how did you get this? Unreleased songs shouldn't be distributed. Relax, Hizay reassured, this should be a discarded draft and will likely undergo revisions later. Lin Ran was half convinced and couldn't help but want to listen more. The melody sounded familiar, as if it were indeed an old discarded draft he had heard before, though he couldn't recall where. Hizay repeated the playback once more. Lin Ran leaned against the bed rail and drifted off into a doze. Hizay gently brushed back the strands of hair from his forehead, sleep, little fool. Knock knock knock. There was noise outside the ward door. Hizay set the music to loop playback, then pulled the blanket tighter around Lin Ran. After confirming everything was in place, he went to the door. Dr. Lee's expression turned grave, the results from yesterday's final biopsy weren't good. A second surgery needs to be carried out as soon as possible. Has it metastasized? Hizay became anxious. It's uncertain right now. It will need inspection after removal, and if there is metastasis, Dr. Lee paused halfway through. What will happen? His body may not withstand a third surgery. Hizay closed his eyes, his voice trembling involuntarily, can I trust you? I consulted with my mentor, his suggestion is also for immediate surgery. Meanwhile, 2 leading gastroenterology directors here are studying the next treatment plan after the operation. Chemotherapy drugs have large side effects on his current physical state, and we fear he might not endure them. What if we don't go with chemo? In the short term, we can't determine if cancer cells have spread. We can only try to kill these bad cells using medication. Dr. Lee deliberately explained it in simple terms for Hizay. So we still need chemotherapy, correct? Yes, Dr. Lee recommends surgery tomorrow. That quick? His throat hasn't fully recovered yet. Hizay expressed his concern. I know, but we cannot delay further. I originally planned to stabilize him with medicine for another week, but the cancer cell numbers increased too fast. Hizay held onto the wall, feeling dizzy and weak at the knees. He shook all over, high risk, right? The blood test report isn't promising, fearing internal hemorrhaging. Hizay understood this was heaven's punishment for him, retribution for what he'd done over the past year, for saying one thing but meaning another, for being timid and cowardly. But why must this karmic return not fall upon himself? You shouldn't worry so much either. Lin Ran is stronger than you or I could imagine. He'll make it, said Dr. Lee, patting Hizay's trembling back. Hizay returned to the ward. Lin Ran was already awake and slightly turned his head toward the sound. Familiar melody surrounded him, making him dream just now, a dream about that cherry blossom tree again. He finally realized where this melody came from, it was a small snippet Hizay had hummed offhand during his first confession. He had said, when this becomes an actual piece, Ranan will be the first person to hear it. If one day Ranan suddenly hears it, remember, this is Hizay confessing. It's substituting for me, telling you. I love you. Chapter 61, Is the Wound Painful? Hizay always felt something strange about Lin Ran's gaze, as if he were looking through him at another person, someone deeply buried within who he dare not mention. Lin Ran averted his eyes, admitting that momentary mistake. That overly familiar figure made him suspect for a moment that Hizay was there. Still, how could he possibly show up? Is anything uncomfortable? Hizay asked cautiously. Lin Ran shook his head and pointed at the phone by the bedside. Hizay smiled, do you like it? Lin Ran blinked, nodding. This one should soon come out as a single. Its style is very different from his previous works. I think you must want to dedicate it to a dear friend. Hizay turned off the music. Lin Ran clenched his fists unconsciously beneath the blankets, realizing that things are the same but people are different. If that person can hear it, he would definitely be delighted. This song feels like a love song, Hizay confirmed. Lin Ran feigned weariness and closed his eyes, seeming uninterested in continuing the topic. Indeed, this is a love song, just no longer exclusively for him. Hisei fell silent and sat quietly by the bed. The following day, the second surgery began. Unlike the flustered days before, Hisei was surprisingly calm sitting outside the operating room today. He deceived himself into believing that he wasn't afraid today. Big deal, what if he dies again? However, the longer the time dragged on, the fake composure he maintained crumbled bit by bit. He began to breathe deeply repeatedly, tightening and loosening his fists countless times, leaving clearly visible crescent-shaped nail marks on his palms. Dun dun dun. A string of disordered footsteps echoed down the corridor. Hisei rose in panic, unable to make sense of the situation before seeing a nurse drenched in blood run past him. He took a few hurried steps forward, then shakily retreated. Ran in. Hisei experienced real voice loss for the first time. Though his mouth was open, not a word came out. It felt as if something foreign had tightly blocked his throat. Not only could he not speak, but his breathing also began to break apart intermittently. He was afraid, terrified to the core, so scared that his heart was being torn up again with fresh wounds. Operating room. Lin Ran felt a chill and thought he had awakened, weakly opening his eyes. It was misty and pitch black before him. He tried hard for a long time to see clearly. He wasn't awake but in a dream. He saw Pei Chen kneeling down, constantly bowing his head, seemingly begging for mercy. On the other side was Zhang Yi, like mud, stretching his hand painfully towards him, seemingly waiting for Lin Ran to save him. One after another figure appeared in sight, filling the room with people on their knees. Lin Ran felt confused, raising his hand to lightly wave, causing the shadows below to slowly dissipate one by one. In the end, he saw the beginning of his nightmare. The woman crawled to his feet, her tongue as if cut out, her mouth full of fresh red blood. Lin Ran admitted he was startled, instinctively trying to avoid her touch. Help me, the woman lunged at him with her mouth wide open, covered in blood. Ah! Lin Ran let out a shocked scream. Don't be afraid. A familiar voice whispered beside his ear. Lin Ran looked up, his vision gradually clearing. He saw Hisei, whom he hadn't seen for what seemed like an eternity. Hisei's hand was firmly hugging his shoulder, shielding him from all chaos with his arm. Ranon, would you like to come with me? Hisei held both sides of Lin Ran's cheeks, his eyes burning brightly, brimming with affection. Where are you taking me? Lin Ran asked blankly. I'm here to bring you home. Hisei held Lin Ran's hand. Lin Ran didn't know where he was going, yet instinctively followed Hisei's steps. The darkness dissipated as dawn approached, Lin Ran feeling warmth like never before. Overjoyed, he grabbed onto the hem of Hisei's clothes. But before he could say a word, the light around him abruptly shifted. He woke up. The doctor excitedly turned to the side. Lin Ran's consciousness drifted back and forth, he could hear the chaotic voices and feel the surrounding crowd watching him closely. It seemed as though he was being publicly observed. Why are they so happy, wondered Lin Ran briefly before waking for a short moment and fainting once again. Night fell, and silence enveloped the hospital inside and out. Lin Ran fully woke up. The anesthetic wore off, leaving behind fiery pain from the wound. He thought himself overly sentimental recently. In the past, he would remain silent even when the pain caused him to faint, yet now even minor pain made his eyes tear up. Hisei leaned in anxiously. Why are you crying? Does your wound hurt? Despite usually keeping distance, Lin Ran understood that he shouldn't appear weak in front of strangers. However, he simply nodded without hesitation, admitting the discomfort. Hisei panicked, frantically rushing about because Ranon never complained about pain while awake, surely this indicated unbearable agony. Recalling this, Hisei immediately pressed the call bell. Doctors and nurses arrived hastily. Hisei moved aside, waiting for the doctor's diagnosis and medication. After reattaching the painkillers, the excruciating sensation finally abated. Hisei used a clean damp towel to wipe the sweat off Lin Ran's forehead. If you're uncomfortable again later, don't endure it. You've worked hard. Lin Ran experienced such meticulous care from a stranger for the first time, leading him to ponder if he had indeed been under his close attention during these days of unconsciousness. Hisei went back to the bathroom and changed the water in the basin. Since you've broken out in a sweat, you might need to change into a clean hospital gown. Blushing slightly, Lin Ran averted his gaze. I haven't sweated. Hisei cautiously placed his hand inside the blanket. Lin Ran was too weak now. Doctors repeatedly emphasized avoiding catching a cold since any fever would certainly cause the wound to inflame, thus delaying recovery. Chemotherapy would begin soon, and if the wound recovered poorly, the chemotherapy process would likely intensify the pain. Lin Ran noticed his movements and resisted, asking, What are you doing? It's my job, Hisei said earnestly. I'm a professional, there's no need to worry. Lin Ran pushed his hands away, insisting, I haven't sweated, really. Hisei didn't dare to make any further requests. After confirming that Lin Ran wasn't sweating, he simply picked up the towel again and wiped his neck. Lin Ran knew this was part of Hisei's job, yet there was a strange sensation, like extreme embarrassment. It clearly wasn't Hisei, but subconsciously, he imagined him as that person. It was almost a spiritual comfort, he pondered, if it really were Hisei, how wonderful it would be. But expectations ultimately fell through, and the beloved one remained an illusion. Chapter 62, He must have missed him. Heze didn't dare to let down his guard all night, often getting up to touch Lin Ran's forehead, afraid that he might endure discomfort silently and suffer secretly. At dawn, the first light of morning appeared. The moment Lin Ran woke up, he saw a head appear in front of him, which startled him and caused all the instruments to begin irregularly jumping. Heze realized his brusqueness and hurried to reassure him, "It's me, don't be scared." After a brief scare, Lin Ran exhaled a breath. "Did you get up so early? You had a slight fever last night." Heze used the warm towel to gently wipe Lin Ran's cheeks. Lin Ran didn't feel even a hint of discomfort. Though he understood that this was Heze's actual duty, the thought that he might have troubled him for taking care of him all night made him feel somewhat apologetic. He said, "Why don't you go back to sleep? I'm feeling much better now." How could Heze rest when he wished to keep his eyes on Lin Ran 24 hours a day? He firmly believed that any sudden incident could take his life, and he needed to watch him every minute. Lin Ran stiffly turned his head. It was too similar. If he wasn't sure that Heze wouldn't show up, he might suspect this person was indeed Heze. "Today, you can eat some liquid food. What do you want?" "I'll order it later." Heze re-wetted the towel and gently cleaned Lin Ran's hands. Lin Ran furrowed his brows. "Can we skip that? We can't rely on nutritional fluids forever. The doctor suggests eating a little bit, even just 1 or 2 mouthfuls will suffice." Lin Ran was indeed not hungry, pretending to be asleep. Heze saw through his tricks and took out his phone without saying anything. At noon, Lin Ran couldn't believe what he saw, a table piled with various nutritious meals. He wondered if his brain was numbed by the general anesthesia, otherwise why did he have this memory loss feeling? He didn't recall asking for food at all. Heze carefully counted and asked, "Would you like porridge or soup? What did you buy all this for?" "All from hospital delivery. Since you didn't specify, the hospital prepared more choices for you to select from." Lin Ran. Was this really the second hospital he remembered? He wasn't unfamiliar with the cafeteria, and the food served there could only be described as edible, far from being considered delicious, let alone having such an appealing appearance. Which cafeteria could ever outperform restaurants in luxury? "Do you fancy some fish slice porridge? It's reportedly a sturgeon freshly air-freighted in this morning, very healthy." Heze picked up one meal box, stirred it twice, scooped up a spoonful and delivered it to his lips. Lin Ran's mind went blank, unable to think for itself. By the time he reacted, he had obediently taken a bite. Heze attentively wiped his mouth, not rushing for the second spoonful. He waited until Lin Ran had fully swallowed and showed no sign of discomfort before leisurely scooping up the second spoon. Lin Ran marveled at how incredibly tasty the porridge was, distinctly different from the 2-yuan bowl of plain rice porridge sold on the streets. These grains melted in the mouth the moment they entered. After feeding 3 mouthfuls continuously, Heze stopped. "Let's stop here for now." Lin Ran pursed his lips, still wanting more. "What are those?" "That's black chicken matsutake soup. Would you like a taste?" Heze pushed aside a few floating white matsutakes on top of the soup and served a spoonful of chicken soup to his lips. Lin Ran sipped lightly and brightened immediately. "Tasty." Heze watched Lin Ran's overjoyed expression, as if he'd tasted something never before experienced, and felt a deep ache inside. His dear treasure had been left neglected for too long. Thinking back to those days when he ran away from home, though he wasn't completely destitute on the street, it seemed that he hadn't taken him to many good places to eat. He always claimed that though he ate a lot, he was easy to nurture. A bowl of white rice paired with a packet of salted vegetables would suffice, saving money wherever possible. Heze struggled to control the trembling of his hand holding the soup bowl. Now that he had financial freedom, he could offer him the finest life. But his beloved treasure couldn't even drink another spoonful of soup. Heze shook his head after composing his disordered heartbeats. "Do you want more?" Lin Ran nodded vigorously and opened his mouth impatiently. "Which cafeteria made this? Can you give me their takeout number? Next time I'm hospitalized, I can order it myself." Heze's eyes darkened. "You won't be coming back to the hospital, you'll be healthy with no calamities." Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "I know my body better than anyone else, don't I?" "You will get better," Heze asserted firmly, with a tone even heavier than before. Lin Ran was truly amused by his serious look. All right, I will get better. You mustn't curse yourself like that. People who care about you will feel distressed." Lin Ran froze, blurting out instinctively, "Will there be anyone else who cares for me?" "Of course, you'll receive the true affection of everyone in the world." "I'd never dare to hear you say that." Lin Ran shook his head. "No one will ever like me, I've got plenty of scandals." "They're blind not to see you, you are the most amiable celebrity I've ever met." "You're bound to become famous soon," Heze pledged. "Do you know I'm a celebrity? Aren't you teammates with Heze?" Heze pointed out. Lin Ran blushed involuntarily. He had only just loudly proclaimed how much he liked Heze days ago, and now outsiders already knew their past connections. Embarrassed, he turned away. "I'm full, no more please." Not daring to feed more, Heze packed up the soup bowl. "The doctor said we should eat less but more frequently. If you want more later, they can send another serving." "That's too wasteful. Heating these up would work." "Not at all, I'll eat everything later." Lin Ran was astonished. This was surely the food quantity for 3 or 4 grown adults. Right, he could have eaten all this alone in the past. He's worried about his digestion, swiftly attaching the Chinese herbal medicine pack to his stomach. Tell me right away if you're uncomfortable. Lin Ran gazed out the window, little birds chirping noisily. He asked, when can I go outside for a walk? You can't leave before your wound heals. If you find lying down uncomfortable, I can hold your hand and take you for a spin inside. Lin Ran didn't push himself unnecessarily, as being uncomfortable later would still hurt him personally. He's adjusted his blanket. Don't sleep so soon after eating. Let me play some music for you, okay? Lin Ran showed little interest but still nodded. Can you replay that melody for me? I heard He's added another segment, making it more complete than before. He's opened the folder and played the audio file. Lin Ran listened intently. The additional part is clearly about yearning, even an outsider like me can tell. He's inquired, as ex-teammates, do you think he's pining for someone? Lin Ran did not reply, merely trying to conceal his embarrassment by turning his head away. This song sounds like a love ballad. If it's a love ballad, then it must be sung for the one he loves. I wonder if his beloved one can hear it, and whether she'll fall in love too upon hearing it. Lin Ran clutched the bedsheet tightly, still silent. He must miss her deeply. Chapter 63, Should I Not Have Stimulated Him? Suddenly, the room became deathly quiet. The large room only had an incomplete melody looping endlessly. In mere moments, He's gulped down lunch, barely disposing of the garbage at the door when a shadow appeared cautiously peeking from the corridor. Li Nan wanted to cry. The studio had almost been stormed by fans. Half a month without seeing He's the fans all assumed he was either on ice or had encountered something unfortunate. They laid siege around the company building 24/7, storming towards any living soul they came across. He's squinted and simply closed the door pretending not to see. With great courage, Li Nan approached the ward door and was about to knock when the door was suddenly opened from inside. He's looked grim, definitely hiding anger, though feigning ignorance, asking, what's wrong? Big brother, why don't you make a quick appearance on Weibo? I understand. With those words, He's closed the door. Li Nan was once again left outside the door, but the stifling air in his heart eased slightly. His revered elder would surely consider the bigger picture. He's touched his pocket, only then remembering the music still playing on his phone. He returned to the bedside, originally thinking his precious treasure had fallen asleep listening, yet as he reached for his phone, noticed a slightly trembling body. His expression stiffened immediately as he rushed closer. Lin Ran didn't know when he had started crying. He felt ugly in his current state, knowing perfectly well that He's could never remember him again. Yet, still foolishly correlating it with his own feelings. Ugh. The food that he had swallowed and hadn't yet digested churned in his stomach like poison. He tried to hold back the urge to vomit, but before he knew it, everything came out onto the pillow. He's hurriedly helped him sit up, afraid that he would choke on the vomit. Take it easy, just let it out. Lin Ran strained to swallow, not wanting to appear too disheveled. He's was drenched in sweat. The doctor is coming soon, just hang on a bit longer. Lin Ran heard the approaching footsteps. Looking up with a sense of injustice, he wasn't sure if his illness had made him delirious. He truly mistook the person in front of him for the one he loved. Lifting his hand tentatively, Lin Ran touched He's face and choked out, will you miss me? He's nodded without hesitation, yes, I'll miss you, I think about you every moment. Lin Ran smiled, then suddenly his stomach contracted, and a warm stream rushed through his throat. Before He's could react, his face was splattered with a few drops of blood. Stunned, he watched as the red spread within his line of sight before snapping back to reality. Lin Ran clutched his mouth, rivulets of blood seeped through his fingers. Overcome by discomfort, he tightly gripped He's hand to stay upright, but his consciousness slipped away like a broken kite string. He felt as if he were floating higher and farther, increasingly terrified. Am I dying? Outside the ward, He's stood frozen, gazing at the partly congealed bloodstain on his chest, his mind still stuck on the moment Lin Ran had coughed up blood and passed out. Li Jun looked grave at the state of the usually composed master, and had no choice but to speak plainly. I remember reminding you not to provoke him. I didn't think one sentence would have this effect, He's said, covering his face with both hands. Right now, he's extremely sensitive and insecure. He may already suspect you, afraid that you're genuine, but also afraid that you're not. In this condition, even the slightest guidance can sway his emotions. If he breaks down now, he won't be able to withstand the chemotherapy. If he gives up now, do you know what will happen? He'll die, and quickly, Li Jun earnestly advised. That's why from the beginning, I suggested you maintain silence. I couldn't help it, I hate to see him suffer, or worry endlessly. Li Jun sighed deeply. A person who has been forgotten for a whole year, when suddenly cared for, won't consciously feel it as you returning to love him. Instead, he'll think you're only showing sympathy due to his illness. Any pure affection you show would become twisted in his mind, turning into guilt or a need for compensation. No, I'm not sympathizing. He's denied outright. So stop talking and start acting. What should I do? Just keep doing what you're doing, quiet, supportive care without making him feel any psychological burden, until he discovers himself that you've always been there. Li Jun patted him on the shoulder. He's returned to the ward. The doctor had administered medication, and Lin Ran was now sleeping peacefully. His bloodstains had been cleaned off, leaving no difference from before except for his pale complexion which was nearly translucent. Heeze sat silently beside the bed, gently gripping his hand. I'm sorry, I caused you pain. Deep into the night, the moon hung high. At Heeze, picture. He didn't add any text, merely posting a hazy photograph of night scenery, a lone tree with moonlight filtering through its branches, a simple scene that could have appeared anywhere. Brother, you finally showed up. Is the concert still happening? I heard it's postponed. Why did he postpone it? Is there a new change in work plans? The studio employees are useless, they eat but don't work. Why delay the concert? Was he injured, or did something else interrupt? Flagship store managers don't have recent updates either. What's happened to Hehe? Heeze put down his phone, looking again at the moonlit tree, and picked a leaf. Lin Ran fully regained consciousness on the third day. His memory of the events leading up to the bleeding and fainting was somewhat jumbled, and it took him a few minutes to piece them together slowly. Heeze was arranging flowers by the window when he heard movement and promptly turned around, smiling warmly as he greeted, "Are you awake?" Lin Ran stared blankly at him. The sunlight illuminated his back, deliberately blurring his figure. For a brief moment, Lin Ran thought Heeze was present. Heeze adjusted the bed height. "Do you like them? I picked some purple asters for you." Following his gesture, Lin Ran looked but didn't recognize these flowers that resembled chrysanthemums. Puzzled, "What kind of flowers are these?" Heeze chuckled, "I don't know either. I bought them by the roadside. The vendor said this flower is very unique. Very pretty." The bright sunlight illuminated the petals. A gentle breeze brought an array of faint floral fragrance into the air. Asters, their name means, reunion. Chapter 64, he might not be able to hold on. Lin Ran's recovery these past few days has been slow, with occasional low-grade fevers. His entire condition was worse than before surgery, like a half-withered flower. This was Heeze's 10th trip to the doctor's office, and his impatience had led to mouth ulcers. Faced with relentless questioning, Dr. Li Jun had no choice but to be truthful. "There's some bad news, the cancer cells may have metastasized." Heeze's legs gave way under him as he leaned against the table for support. "Didn't you already remove it?" Before the removal, there might have been signs of metastasis that were not yet obvious. Recently, his test values have gradually gone up, indicating a very serious situation. "What should we do now?" Dr. Li Jun paused deeply before answering directly. "We cannot wait for his wounds to heal, chemotherapy must begin immediately." In his current state, can he endure it? Dr. Li Jun hesitated, and anyone could tell that Lin Ran's body was showing cracks, ready to break at the slightest touch. And if the chemotherapy doesn't work? Dr. Li Jun remained silent. This might be the last possible move. If this fails, there would only be waiting for death. Heeze didn't remember how he made it back to the ward. A mere 20-meter stretch of road left him swaying, having to rest every few steps. His heart felt suffocated, painful enough to black out, with churning blood and energy. Today, Lin Ran was surprisingly energetic. Supporting himself against the bed frame, he slowly sat up, looking down at the slippers next to the bed and struggling multiple times before finally slipping them on. As soon as Heeze opened the door, he saw a trembling figure hanging on the edge of the bed. His already aching heart skipped a beat in terror. He almost fainted from the sudden fright. Lin Ran managed a bitter smile. "I want to go for a walk." "You aren't fully healed yet, we can't leave the room." Heeze gently helped Lin Ran stay steady by his arm. "I'll just stroll in the corridor, not in the yard." Lin Ran gritted his teeth and stood up. "Just help me along." Heeze carefully assisted him, asking cautiously, "Does your wound hurt?" Lin Ran shook his head. "It's fine, I'm not uncomfortable." Heeze avoided all obstacles with extra care, more vigilant about potential dangers around them. This was a public hospital where many visitors came and went. He was afraid that these careless people might bump into his precious one. "Holy crap, don't you think that guy looks a bit like Hehe?" "Where?" "There." The two girls dared not get too close and instead observed from 3 meters away. "He looks so much like Hehe, but also different. He has long hair. It's probably a mistake. Why would Hehe be here at the hospital, dressed as a caregiver?" Both of them found it funny and eventually walked off. Lin Ran had overheard the girls' chatter and couldn't help but tease jokingly, "Seems I'm not the only one who mistook you for someone else." Heeze smiled without reply. "You have such good posture. You'd make a better model than working here as a nurse. It's too tiring." Lin Ran found it hard to take another step, leaning his right hand on the wall as he looked at the tall and handsome caretaker with regret. I'll give it a try. I think I should first ask you for an autograph. You're bound to become famous." "Forget it, my handwriting is ugly. If I ever get the chance, I'll improve my writing first and make up for it later. I hope I'll still have the chance to receive your signature." Heeze frowned slightly. "You will definitely get it." Lin Ran lifted his eyes to gaze toward the seemingly endless hallway, giving a self-deprecating chuckle. "I may not last long." "What did you say?" Heeze lost control and yelled loudly in desperation. Lin Ran got startled and quickly covered his chest. Heeze massaged Lin Ran's lower back gently. "Sorry, I shouldn't have shouted at you. Lin Ran shook his head. I know my limits. Even if the doctors don't say it, I can feel my body failing. He tightly shut his lips to stop himself from shouting again. Lin Ran forced a smile. Do you know? I actually fantasized about being cured one day. But reality is harsh, what I yearn for always goes against my expectations. He blinked back red tears, shaking his head. No, you will live to be 100 years old. I won't survive the chemotherapy. Lin Ran sighed helplessly. All I want now is a little more time. There are still so many people waiting for me, hoping I'll sing to them on stage once again. That's right, your fans are still looking forward to you. Let's try a little harder. I believe you can get through this. Let's go back. I can't walk anymore. He squatted down. I'll carry you back. Don't overdo it. Lin Ran helplessly leaned on the man's back. Thank you. He deliberately slowed his pace. He wanted to stay longer, be more steady, and get closer to him. Ward. Lin Ran lay in bed with low spirits. The wound was itchy during the healing process, but he endured without scratching or touching it. He patted pillows behind his waist and whispered gently, do you want to take a nap? Not very sleepy. Do you want to listen to music? He didn't dare to play that melody again. Instead, he found a few recent popular songs randomly and began playing them on loop. Lin Ran listened and fell into a drowsy state. He tucked him in tightly and left the ward after making sure Lin Ran was asleep. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone vibrated on the bedside table. Awoken by the sudden ringing of the phone, Lin Ran anxiously looked around. The room was quiet, with only the persistent buzzing phone besides him. Less than 10 seconds after the ringtone stopped, it rang again. Lin Ran stared at the unmarked number on the screen and glanced outside. Xiao Zhang must have gone out. The person on the other end seemed very anxious, calling again immediately after hanging up once. After hesitating, Lin Ran finally answered the call. The ancestor of heaven. Please, for heaven's sake, respond. Your ambiguous Weibo post got interpreted as being sick in the hospital by your fans. Now everyone thinks you're ill, everything is collapsing, and our studio is drowning in the tears of the fans. Before Lin Ran could explain his identity, the other side continued their rant. Just respond saying that you went to visit someone else who is sick. You're not ill, you're perfectly healthy. The postponement of the concert has nothing to do with illness but rather due to more important matters causing the delay. Lin Ran was thunderstruck. He moved the phone away from his ear nervously, his eyes fixated on the rolling call time displayed on the screen. Are you listening, Xiao Zhe? Make sense of things for me. Your Weibo is going berserk. I don't know how these fans discovered. Why would they think one tree signified a hospital? Lin Ran's body twitched involuntarily. His phone fell onto the bed as he didn't know what to do, impulsively hanging up the call. It was He. Really, He. Why was he here? Did he know that Lin Ran was dying and so showed him some pity? Lin Ran collapsed onto the bed, stomach cramping in excruciating pain, shaking uncontrollably. Muffled moans resounded throughout the room. There was a sound, clang. He was just about to enter when he heard an unexpected sound inside, hurriedly pushing the door open. Lin Ran was on the ground, curling up in agony. In 2 quick strides, He rushed to his side. Lin Ran lifted his head, seeing only blurred features in a foggy vision. He knew, it was him. It hurts, so much. Lin Ran clenched He's arm tightly, tears spilling uncontrollably, feeling as though his body were enduring something catastrophic, writhing in indescribable pain. Cough. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and silence descended once more. He thought, maybe this was death. Chapter 65, he had no breath anymore. Lin Ran's body lost control and began falling. He tried to grab onto something, but his hands hung limp and powerless. He no longer held back and instinctively hugged him tight. Lin Ran's face wasn't pale as usual, but ash-gray as if lifeless. He dared not test but gathered courage to feel for his pulse anyway. He couldn't feel any heartbeat, possibly because he was trembling too violently. Doctors and nurses rushed in one after another. He was asked to leave the ward. He stood motionlessly at the door, dazed and lost, eyes vacant, mind blank. Lin Ran seemed like he had stopped breathing. He had no breath anymore. He glanced down at his hand, residual blood stains remained in his palm. Though cold now, he felt an intense heat, burning his heart painfully, contracting and expanding. Did you upset him? The doctor stepped out of the ward and asked. He stiffly turned around and dumbly shook his head. The doctor sighed in relief. He had an emotional outburst, luckily not a gastric hemorrhage. He's stabilized with medication already. Is he alive? He blinked repeatedly, clearly still somewhat dazed. He tried hard to focus on the doctor's words but all he saw and heard was Lin Ran, blood-soaked and unmoving. The doctor steadied He's swaying body and comforted him. Don't worry, the situation isn't terrible. He might be under too much pressure. You can help by talking to him and distracting him from his anxiety. He was having trouble catching his breath, leaning on his knees as he started deep breathing uncontrollably. The situation is not that bad yet, the doctor reassured. The head physician is already brainstorming solutions. We're not at a dead end yet, there's still hope. Hizay tried hard to steady his emotions. Numbly straightening up, he supported himself against the wall and took tiny steps back towards the ward. Lin Ran was sleeping peacefully, regaining some color in his face but still looking unnaturally pale like an easily shattered bubble. Hizay clutched his cold hand fearfully, his voice trembling heavily. Ran will be fine. I'll figure out a way to treat you. Don't give up, can we keep holding on? Your fans are waiting for you, and so am I. Lin Ran wasn't deeply unconscious. He had residual weak awareness and felt someone coming closer when Hizay appeared. He heard it, he clearly recognized Hizay's choked sobs. So it really was him. Hizay noticed Lin Ran's gently quivering fingers and quickly wiped away the tear streaks on his face, pretending nothing happened before standing beside Lin Ran nonchalantly. The next moment, Lin Ran opened his eyes. Hizay stepped forward with forced ease. Do you feel any discomfort? Lin Ran stared fixedly at him. Hizay was doing a decent but imperfect job of masking his true emotions. There were too many signs, the inconsistent tone of voice, the occasional forgotten glasses, even the rigid posture. It was clear now. But Lin Ran refused to acknowledge it. Or perhaps feared acknowledging it. Why aren't you speaking? Are you feeling extremely uncomfortable? Hizay's voice cracked anxiously. Lin Ran clenched both hands into small fists, his breathing tight, white mist building on his oxygen mask increasingly rapidly. I'm not in pain. Hizay knew this person's tolerance level well, he could say he was fine while enduring late-stage stomach cancer without flinching. Without hesitation, Hizay immediately summoned a group of doctors once more. Lin Ran was again surrounded by them. He searched for Hizay's silhouette through the cracks. His anxious expressions didn't seem fake. Was he truly afraid? The doctors conducted a thorough examination from head to toe, cautious enough to prepare hair samples for analysis. So far, no issues have been found. A good rest for the day is necessary. Starting tomorrow morning after 8 o'clock, no food will be allowed. The first phase of chemotherapy will begin around 10. Tomorrow. Ignoring potential consequences of revealing anything, Hizay frantically pushed through the crowd to approach. Didn't they say next week? The directorly team has decided unanimously to start tomorrow. Tonight, the patient must have full rest. Family, starting tomorrow, Xiaozhong nurse, you'll need to assist. Despite all of Hizay's worrying glances, Lin Ran lying in bed showed surprisingly little reaction. Was he unafraid of death, or just resigned? No, Ran still harbored hopes. He certainly wanted to live. Their eyes met briefly. Lin Ran wasn't entirely calm, though. A strange feeling overcame him. Maybe he knew Hizay was filled with sympathy, making up for something. Yet he also selfishly wanted Hizay to stay. As long as neither Lin Ran nor Hizay said anything, they could silently keep this shared understanding. After the doctor left the ward, Lin Ran fiddled uncomfortably with the blanket, guilt gnawing at him inside. 3 of Hizay's souls seemed almost scattered, frozen dumbly in place, thoughts consumed by scenes unbearable to imagine. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang. Lin Ran tensed instantly, sneakily peeking at Hizay who remained steadfast. If he were still his agent, would his earlier call's secret be exposed? Hizay's mind was already agitated. After glancing at the number, he dismissed it immediately and cut off the call. The caller persisted without interruption. Hizay had no mood to deal with work anymore, glaring coldly as he switched off the phone entirely, cutting off all possible disturbances right at their source. Lin Ran noticed his little actions and secretly rejoiced inside. You don't need to be scared. This is, Hizay frowned slightly. Was he laughing? No, was his beloved one giggling mischievously? Lin Ran covered his mouth and lightly coughed. If there's anyone constantly calling you, it must be something urgent. What did you laugh about just now? Hizay approached, puzzled. Trying to suppress his expression, Lin Ran only thought of the flustered broker across from him and couldn't help but find it humorous. Coughing softly again, Lin Ran spoke. Someone capable of constantly contacting you must surely have emergencies. Nothing matters more than you. Hizay said without hesitation. Lin Ran was stunned by his straightforward statement. The old Hizay wasn't one for sweet talk, instead, he had a maturity and steadiness beyond his years. His words always carried a layer of rhetoric, never so straightforward. No wonder after mixing in the entertainment circle for a year, he became much smoother in dealing with people and situations. Hizay also belatedly realized what he had blurted out, hurriedly trying to mend. I've taken this job's salary, so I must seriously treat this responsibility. No outside distractions can make me leave your side, it's my duty. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. All right, I understand, it's your responsibility. Hizay nodded affirmatively. My responsibility is to take care of you 24 hours a day without ever leaving. A gentle breeze blew through the curtains, carrying whiffs of fragrance in the air. Lin Ran glanced at the windowsill where a cluster of vivid flowers sat, asking, did you say these are aster flowers? Following his gaze, Hizay murmured, yeah, they're quite pretty. I seem to remember their meaning, don't they symbolize reconciliation? Chapter 66, Hizay. Hizay's heart quivered involuntarily as if his secret was revealed publicly, yet instead of embarrassment, there was an unnameable sense of pride. As if the small surprise he prepared had finally been discovered by him. Lin Ran's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. They're very beautiful, they surely hope to bring happiness. More than that, they wish for something else. Lin Ran clutched the bedsheet uncomfortably. What do they wish for? They wish for us both to have completeness. Lin Ran slowly relaxed his clenched fists, turning back with an intent gaze on the other, us. Yes, Hizei took a deep breath, looking hopefully at the seemingly glowing bouquet under the sunlight. It's us, you and me. Lin Ran lay back down, possibly tired, closing his eyes again. All right, may our wishes come true. Hizei tenderly adjusted the blankets. Our wishes will come true. Night fell, a soft breeze blowing steadily. After confirming Lin Ran was already asleep, Hizei no longer forced himself to stay alert, dragging over a chair and slumbering right beside the bed. Lin Ran opened his eyes, staring fixedly at the ceiling. It wasn't until his eyes grew sore and swollen that he turned to glance at the figure beside the bed. Hizei was cautious even in his sleep, wearing a mask, though inevitably this caused breathing difficulties. Lin Ran gently brushed away something covering his face. When his features were fully exposed, though Lin Ran had anticipated such a moment, his heart still raced wildly. He had never thought he'd see Hizei again, much less here in the hospital. So, he had known all along, known about his illness. No wonder lately things seemed to go smoothly, thanks to someone behind the scenes. Lin Ran gave a self-deprecating shake of his head. Why? Why bother, Hizei, why bother? We parted ways long ago, why do you care about my life or death? Lin Ran turned over, biting his lip hard to stop any sobs. He couldn't fathom, nor understand, whether his appearance was out of pity. Hizei woke suddenly from a dream, at first not realizing his mask had slipped off. All he saw was the trembling figure facing away from him, making his heart instantly contract as he urgently grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Upon hearing his own voice unmasked, Hizei quickly realized the issue. Panicking, he covered his face, hurriedly adjusting the mask, thinking nothing more than that he had subconsciously pulled it off due to the heat. Lin Ran had tried his best to remain calm but couldn't convince himself otherwise. I'll call the doctor, don't worry. Hizei started to rise, only to be held back by a sweaty hand. The room was dark as Lin Ran hastily wiped away his tear streaks, shaking his head. I'm fine. Hizei frowned. Why are you crying? Lin Ran kept shaking his head repeatedly. Tears flowed like floodwaters breaking through a dam, impossible to suppress despite his efforts, each attempt only worsening his emotional collapse. Hizei worried he would harm himself with excessive worry and became increasingly anxious. Is there pain? Is it discomfort in your stomach or chest? I'm a bit scared. Lin Ran randomly made up an excuse. Hizei let out a sigh of relief before bending over to slightly brighten the lights in the ward. The experts coming from Yenjing conducted a successful surgery, didn't they? They will surely devise the safest chemotherapy plan for you, so don't be afraid. Are you scared? Lin Ran suddenly asked. Hizei's hand subtly trembled, but he forced himself to sound unbothered. I'm not afraid. I trust the doctor's abilities, and I trust you. I'm actually very cowardly. Hizei looked at his frail body, his trembling hands slowly clenching into fists, as he restrained his impulse to embrace him. You're not weak. You're very strong. How can this be considered strong? You are the most gentle and powerful person I've ever seen. Hizei said it firmly, with an air that seemed to want to declare it to the world. Lin Ran was stunned by his shout and forgot what he was going to say next. He could only blankly stare at the robust and confident man in front of him. Snicker. Unable to hold back, Lin Ran laughed. Feeling embarrassed, Hizei rushed into the restroom, dampened a clean towel, and then returned to the ward. Lin Ran didn't resist his approach and let him gently wipe away the sticky tears from his face. Both of them maintained silence tacitly. After Hizei wiped him mostly dry, Lin Ran slowly opened his mouth, saying, there is something I don't understand. Hizei hummed softly, what is it? Is it important? You know my previous relationship with Hizei. Why would he stay up late to post a photo without sleeping? Hizei paused for a moment, pretending ignorance. What photo? Lin Ran showed him the phone. Isn't it strange? Hizei put on a show of analyzing. Maybe he felt moved. Do you mean midnight emotions? What could Hizei feel emotional about? With all his wealth and influence, along with so many fans, if he were emotional now, it'd seem shameless or lacking honor. Unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, Lin Ran said, it's not necessary to scold him like that, I just think it's strange. Let me take another look. Hizei took the phone and started explaining seriously, perhaps he couldn't sleep and randomly took a picture. He rarely posts on Weibo. There's no way he would be bored enough to snap a random shot and casually post it. So, what do you think it is? Lin Ran thought for a moment, perhaps it really was midnight emotions. Hizei put down the phone and wiped Lin Ran's hands again. What did you see in the picture? There's a big tree, and moonlight shining through the gaps in the leaves. Is the tree more beautiful, or the moonlight? They are both quite beautiful. An idea came to my mind, it might be this meaning. Hizei sat back in his chair, the room wasn't too bright, allowing him to meet Lin Ran's eyes without restraint. Lin Ran listened attentively. What idea? The bright moon conveys yearning thoughts. There will always be a ray of light landing on his figure. If it shines on him, please tell him on my behalf that I miss him. As soon as the words were spoken, the room felt like it had been hit by a pause button, the lights dimmed, the wind stopped, and someone's heart beat faster. Lin Ran's eyes twinkled, and tears gathered in them as he raised his head high, deceiving himself into trying to suppress these feelings. But in a blink, he was sobbing profusely. You're wrong, he's indulging in those midnight emotions. How would he ever miss anyone when he has ceased to love? Chapter 67, Side Effects. Heze dared not speak too directly, choosing silence while re-wiping away the tear stains on Lin Ran's face. Lin Ran swatted away his hands, angrily lying back on the bed. The night regained its quietness. Yet it seemed neither of them had any sleep left in them. Lin Ran stealthily observed the big head still resting by the bedside and felt as though he had walked into a dead end. He couldn't fathom Heze's intentions. Why did he keep looking at him with such ardent and tender eyes? Those flowers, that implied meaning, did he wish to reconcile their broken mirror-like relationship? Was it because of this illness, out of sympathy for his loneliness? Lin Ran closed his eyes in disappointment, the tears he had managed to stop flowing once again quietly soaking his pillow. Heze dared not move, knowing Lin Ran hadn't fallen asleep yet. Those heavy breaths, was he crying again? The more he thought, the more anxious he became, wishing the doctor would come and give him some sedative. Only after he fell asleep would Heze dare to embrace this little fool. In the morning, under the brilliant sunshine, the doctor looked helplessly at Lin Ran's swollen red eyes, sinking his heart even further. Heze furrowed his eyebrows. Can he endure chemotherapy in his current state? The doctor took a deep breath. Director Lee has devised 2 plans. Let's try the first medication. If the side effects are too severe and he can't handle it, we'll try the other one tomorrow. And if neither plan works? Heze asked worriedly. The doctor hesitated, paused for a moment, and then truthfully replied, we can only persist. Lin Ran stared intently at Heze, who was pale-faced and anxious. If he hadn't known his identity, Lin Ran might have even thought how dedicated this nurse was. As the chemotherapy drugs entered his body, Lin Ran didn't feel any unusual sensation and still had the strength to browse the news. Online, there was already an uproar over Heze's disappearance, with all sorts of speculation springing up. Heze stood anxiously by the bed, eyes glued to the medicine as though it wasn't something meant to cure but rather poison, each drop toxic, slowly corroding the precious body of the one he cared about. Lin Ran was also made nervous by his demeanor and said, why don't you go out for a walk? I can't leave, the doctor said I must stay close by. I feel fine right now, with no side effects. If I start feeling unwell, I'll call you immediately. But Heze remained standing rigidly beside the bed. Not even the King of Heaven could make him leave the ward today. With no way around it, Lin Ran continued scrolling through Weibo to distract himself. Time passed slowly, and the medication gradually decreased. Heze alternated between glancing at the medicine and observing Lin Ran. Lin Ran played quietly on his phone, his face slightly flushed but otherwise showing no abnormalities. Lin Ran smiled faintly, I'm fine, you don't need to be so anxious. Heze sighed deeply, do you want some water? I can't eat anything now. Lin Ran declined. Heze patted his head, I forgot the doctor's orders. The first day of chemotherapy passed without incident, which even surprised the doctor. The unexpected happened on the second day. The medicine had been hanging for less than 5 minutes when Lin Ran felt as if a blender had been placed in his stomach. He didn't even have time to speak before lunging toward the edge of the bed. At first, he only vomited some clear water. Gradually, after emptying his stomach, came gastric fluid streaked with blood, then pink blood, and finally fresh red blood. Caught off guard, not only was Heze rendered at a loss, but even the swarm of doctors rushing in couldn't believe their eyes at the sight of the pool of bright red blood on the floor. Unable to support himself, Lin Ran slipped his hand and collapsed back onto the bed. Blood kept gushing from his mouth like a fountain as he looked painfully at Heze's shadow being pushed into a corner by the doctors. He knew it all along, he just wasn't that lucky. The doctors urgently stopped the drug, applying measures to stop the bleeding while running tests. The ward was filled with chaotic footsteps. Under the hazy night sky, a cicada flew in from somewhere and began buzzing noisily among the branches of the trees. Lin Ran opened his heavy eyelids. An oxygen mask hung loosely on his face, and he tried pushing it away uncomfortably. Heze grasped his hand gently explaining, the doctor says your blood isn't sufficient. A little oxygen will help. Lin Ran shook his head uneasily. I'll have them switch to a nasal oxygen tube later, let's just endure it for now. Heze's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse, revealing that he'd cried for a long time. Lin Ran stared dazedly at him, memories from before his coma slowly surfacing in his mind. He gave a bitter laugh, am I doing poorly? Tomorrow, they'll switch to another type of drug. These past 2 days' medicine is a bit too strong for your body to handle. Lin Ran closed his eyes resignedly, if this fails again, how much longer do I have? It won't fail, don't be afraid. Heze gripped the bed tightly, his voice trembling. Listening to his deceptive reassurance, Lin Ran chuckled softly, could I last another month? Just 1 more month would suffice. What are you talking about 1 month for? You're not just lasting 1 month, you've got 10 years, 20 years, 100 years ahead of you. Lin Ran opened his eyes and glanced at the increasingly agitated man, suppressing a smile. If I really lived for 100 years, wouldn't I become a monster then? If I say you can live, then you can. And what about you? Has Zhang Daxian calculated his own fortune? Before He realized who Zhang Daxian was, he pondered carefully and suddenly understood. He was the lesser version, Xiao Zhang. He nodded solemnly. As long as I get one extra day compared to you. Lin Ran didn't delve deeper into the question, knowing certain things left unsaid could continue fueling his fantasies. On the following day, as the intravenous drip started, Lin Ran no longer possessed the calmness of the previous 2 days. Clutching the sheet tightly, he muttered repeatedly not to be scared. Everyone in the room was uneasy, none daring to take even a single step away easily. The medicine dripped quickly, and Lin Ran was unsure if it was a psychological effect or the medication acting too fast. He only felt an intense churning in his stomach, golden flashes blinding his vision, the urge to vomit growing stronger by the second, and his entire body spinning uncontrollably. Dizzy, more dizzy than he'd ever felt before. Ugh. He noticed the sudden change in his expression and immediately helped him sit up. Lin Ran clutched the trash can and threw up until everything around him seemed to blur into darkness. He looked around at the group of people nearby as though begging for help, but no one moved, leaving his beloved to suffer alone. He suddenly understood, it wasn't mercy that brought him back, it was punishment, punishing himself with Lin Ran's pain for turning a blind eye before. Lin Ran helplessly lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed from the pain or perhaps sheer frustration. Gripping He's hand tightly, he pleaded weakly, hug me. Chapter 68, Suffering. He's no longer hesitated, tightly embracing his frail, boneless figure. At that moment, a thought struck him. He wanted to give up, stop struggling, stop demanding. His Ran shouldn't have to endure such torment. Lin Ran blacked out briefly, only to be jolted awake by an indescribable pain coursing through his body. He couldn't describe what he was feeling, like being set on fire, his body harboring molten magma that seared his flesh and blood relentlessly. Watching sweat pour down his face, He wiped it off frantically, muttering repeatedly, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Lin Ran felt nauseous again but nothing came out. Leaning against He gagged continuously until he finally managed to expel a bit, catching a glimpse of red when he opened his eyes. He realized it was blood again, but thankfully, after this small episode, he passed out. The side effects of chemotherapy are severe, but we can't stop now, Director Li said gravely, looking at the master who seemed like his spirit had already fled. Once we pause, the consequences would be catastrophic. In despair, He held Lin Ran's hand tightly, unable to hear the doctor anymore. A single thought looped in his mind, he might have to relive last life's painful journey all over again. Deep into the night, silence hung so heavy you could hear a pin drop. At the end of the corridor, He stood by the window, gazing at the stars scattered across the sky. The phone was answered on the second ring. How's the investigation going? He asked straightforwardly. Assistant Su, the materials are ready. Do you need them now? Not yet, just hand them over to my grandfather later. When? I'll inform you then. Assistant Su, do you not want to take a look? Give me a copy. Assistant Su, what about the video? Is it surveillance footage? Assistant Su, not surveillance, another segment. Send it over. He ended the call and shortly received a message. He had no idea what kind of video it was. He assumed it might show his beloved being framed, some malicious edits designed by the woman to incriminate him. But instead, he saw Lin Ran tied up, kneeling on the ground, while her shrill laughter echoed through the room. Then, there was the bottle of blue liquid. He's hand trembled violently, and his phone slipped and fell to the floor with a loud crack. The video continued, her laughter even more unhinged. He heard it, the faint plea for help from Lin Ran. Struggling desperately to spit out the drugs, his jaw forcibly dislocated, mouth unable to close, leaving the toxic liquid to flood and corrode his throat and body. One reason Lin's cancer progressed so rapidly is that he accidentally ingested poisonous drugs in the past, which weren't properly treated afterward. Add to that esophagus damage, making both treatment medications and regular food impossible to swallow. Over time, untreated wounds festered. If he had undergone surgery half a year ago to remove the decayed parts, things may not have deteriorated this fast. He slumped onto the floor, his phone still playing the disturbing footage. He extended his hand weakly, trying to rescue his beloved from the screen. He recalled those dim days in the slum apartment, where Lin Ran had been confined in a tiny room alone. Wasn't he willing to seek treatment? He didn't have the money. He closed his eyes painfully, hurriedly shutting off his phone. He dared not remember the forced cheerfulness of Lin Ran on the screen, his beloved decaying out of sight. Back in the ward, Lin Ran stared blankly at the ceiling, bewildered, even losing touch with the boundary between reality and dreams. When the suffocating sensation in his heart grew increasingly intense, he finally snapped back to reality. Had he endured another day? He glanced around, it was deep into the night. Except for him, there wasn't a soul in the hospital ward. Lin Ran slowly supported himself as he rose from the bed. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him. What if He thought he was too much trouble and had left? As soon as Lin Ran stood up, he clutched his stomach and crouched down. The pain hit fast but quickly subsided. Still feeling uneasy, he leaned against the wall and walked towards the door. In the dead of night, the corridor was quiet and empty. Shaking, Lin Ran pushed open the door. In the distance, at the end of the hall, he saw a figure kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. From far away, Lin Ran couldn't hear what he was doing, but he was sure that he was upset. Lin Ran didn't know where he found the strength, but he hurriedly approached. Hearing some noise, Hizei wasn't sure whether it was another patient's family member walking by, so he hastily pulled out a mask to disguise himself. A famous celebrity like him couldn't be caught sobbing openly in the hospital at 3 in the morning. He knew it would dominate tomorrow's hot search lists again. What's wrong? Lin Ran wavered on his feet, asking uncertainly. Hizei suddenly looked up, their eyes locking. Lin Ran continued pressing, why are you crying? Hizei hurriedly got up from the ground, when did you wake up? It's my turn to ask you first, Lin Ran furrowed his brow. Did something happen? Hizei shook his head, nothing, just a little work issue. I lost control of my emotions. Lin Ran seemed to understand something. Hizei's sudden disappearance, constant online speculations, it must have been private messages from trolls, cursing at him. Too familiar with those days of being torn apart online, Lin Ran urged anxiously, then go handle your work. It's already taken care of. Lin Ran sighed in relief, I'm fine here. If you have other things to do, you can quit your duties here, and I'll hire a caretaker. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay and watch over you. Lin Ran felt a lump in his throat, his hand resting on the wall slowly curling into a fist. Gagging, he asked, what are you guarding me for? I don't even know how much longer I can hold on. It will get better, I promise it will. Hizei held him. You need rest now. Don't think too much. 2 more days, and the first week will be over. Lin Ran managed a weak smile, let me try. Hizei knew he couldn't walk. Bending down, he squatted before him. You need to conserve energy. Let me carry you back. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ran obediently rested on his back. Hizei was smart, he'd changed all the shampoos and shower gels he normally used. From head to toe, he masked himself as someone else. It wasn't that he dared not think, it was that he was too good at pretending. As Lin Ran lay back in bed, he began to feel dizzy again. Instinctively, he reached for the side of the bed. Hizei took his hand, sleep, don't think too much. Am I not going to die, am I? Lin Ran whispered faintly. You're not going to die. I want to sing so badly. Have you ever heard me sing? Yes, I love hearing you sing. When I get better, when I get the chance to give a concert, I'll save you a ticket. Will you come? I'll definitely be the first one there. Chapter 69, Unstoppable Blood. On the 4th day, Lin Ran slept soundly for half a day. When he woke up, the medicine had been almost fully administered. Looking at his face pale as paper without a speck of color, Hizei's heart tightened as if it were broken. Clutching Lin Ran's icy little hands tightly, he repeatedly rubbed them, trying to warm them up. Lin Ran tried to squeeze out a smile, but just as the next moment arrived, his smile froze, and with clarity came an overwhelming urge to vomit. By the end of the chemotherapy, Lin Ran felt like he had died multiple times over. Even though it was the height of summer in July, he was freezing all over. Hizei placed a basin of hot water beside the bed and carefully helped him sit up. Lin Ran's consciousness fluctuated. Weakly opening his eyes, he looked at the other person and asked dazedly, what's going on? I'm soaking your feet, Hizei noticed he was shivering. Lin Ran couldn't make out what was on the floor clearly, so he let the other person gently lift him onto the sofa. Hizei squatted beside him, soaking his feet while lightly massaging a few acupoints according to Li Jun's guidance. Lin Ran leaned back in the chair, staring intently at Hizei's head. He whispered softly, do all your fellow caregivers take care of patients like this? You're different. Hizei was focused on finding the acupoints, it was his first time practicing this skill on site, so he had to be extra cautious. Lin Ran smiled faintly, why am I different? Aren't we both just employer and employee? I've only washed feet for you. Should I pay double then? That's my complimentary service, no charge. You're really nice. Lin Ran felt too weak to keep up the spirit, and soon closed his eyes while speaking. Hizei heard no more sounds and looked up to see Lin Ran already asleep on the sofa. He grabbed a clean towel to wipe the water off Lin Ran's feet. In that instant when Lin Ran was picked up, he subconsciously hugged the other person's neck, muttering under his breath from deep within, don't leave me. Hizei stood motionless where he was. Listening to the almost inaudible whispers, his heart turned even more sour. He nodded, I won't leave you, not ever. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by silence. Hizei gently caressed Lin Ran's cheeks with his fingers, finally letting them rest on a scar on his neck. He dared not recall the scene from the video anymore, the one where Lin Ran lay abandoned on the ground spitting out large amounts of blood. At that moment, wasn't he terrified? A tear fell onto his hand, feeling as scalding as molten magma. On the last day of chemotherapy, Lin Ran was uncharacteristically normal, without any abnormal symptoms during the entire medication process. He was conscious and even energetic enough to play on his phone, just like on the first day. Hizay warmed Lin Ran's hands while observing his complexion, confirming that there was indeed no discomfort. After several days of constant anxiety, his nerves finally got some relief. As Lin Ran scrolled, he accidentally came across the official announcement of Senior. The first announcement featured 32 trainees chosen from the best potential talents of various entertainment companies. This show had already aired 2 seasons but was suspended after either 1 or 2 episodes each time. It couldn't be found anywhere in the entertainment circle, thoroughly fading into obscurity. Yet when the 3rd season was announced, the comments section was flooded with question marks. Everyone seemed baffled about how the show could continue, let alone have so many people brave enough to sign up this time. That's enough screen time, Hizay said firmly as he snatched away Lin Ran's phone and locked it inside the cabinet. Lin Ran gave him an exasperated look. Where did you come up with such nonsense? You need rest now. I'm feeling fine today. Lin Ran glanced at the remaining liquid in the 4 bag and saw nothing but joy at the prospect of success. Hizay, however, was deeply concerned. At moments of seeming calm, he worried more about a brewing storm ahead. Once the injection was completed, the nurse removed the needle. Lin Ran sighed in relief, slowly sitting up with a sense of liberation. I want to use the restroom. Hizay helped him put on his slippers. Let me know if you feel unwell. Lin Ran nodded. I'm completely fine, don't worry, we've succeeded in the first phase. Hizay paced outside the bathroom door, occasionally pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds inside. Lin Ran stood in front of the sink, bending down to turn on the faucet, allowing warm water to pour over his hands. Plunk. A red blotch spread across the water. Startled, Lin Ran lifted his head, fixing his gaze on the person in the mirror who wouldn't stop bleeding from the nose. His bewilderment grew as he instinctively wiped the blood from between his nose. The water in the basin grew redder drop by drop, continuously. Lin Ran's vision went dark. Feeling his legs go limp, he panicked, reaching out to grab something for support. In the end, he stumbled and sat down hard on the floor. Hizay immediately became alert at the slight sound. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Give me some response. There was no sound from inside the bathroom. Hizay couldn't wait any longer and barged right in. Lin Ran's breathing was rapid and labored, helplessly covering his nose with both hands, but he couldn't stop the incessant flow of blood. Hizay froze, startled, as he took steps forward, disbelieving the blood spots covering the floor. Lin Ran was rushed back into the operating room. Outside, Hizay stood numbly, people moving around him endlessly. Stiff and unsure whether to sit or stand, he remained immobile like a rock outside the surgery room door. Not long after, Li Jun walked out of the operating room. Hizay seemed to grasp the lifeline, his limbs moving mechanically forward. Why is he like this? During chemotherapy, the body is in an extremely weak state, with poor blood clotting function. Even a small wound can cause uncontrolled bleeding. The blood was stopped after medication just now, but due to the large amount of bleeding, he might sleep for 2 days. Li Jun explained. Will it happen again in the future? Be more careful after discharge. As long as there's no collision or external injury, there won't be such severe bleeding. Then we won't leave the hospital. Li Jun frowned. Staying in the hospital for a long time will add greater psychological pressure on the patient. Taking him out for a walk appropriately can ease his mood, making the 2nd week of chemotherapy easier. Hizay's mind was chaotic. He didn't dare to gamble, nor did he want to. Besides, the decision-making right lies with him. Neither you nor I have the qualification to make decisions for him. Li Jun patted Hizay's shoulder. You also need to relax. Your condition now is worse than his. If you stay so tense, problems will arise with you too. Lin Ran came out of the operating room, and after an emergency blood transfusion, his face was no longer as pale as before, though the fatigue of his illness remained evident. Hizay remained steadfastly by the bedside. When sleepy, he dozed off beside the bed. When hungry, he nibbled a few bites of compressed biscuits. Li Jun thought he had mental issues but didn't dare to say it directly, only persistently urging him, he won't wake up today. Hizay faintly hummed once, then continued to stay by the bedside. Li Jun. Chapter 70, I need money to get treated. When Lin Ran woke up, a head suddenly appeared before him, almost causing him to faint again. Li Jun smiled kindly, awake. Good, today's data improved quite a bit. Lin Ran felt confused, subconsciously looking around the room for someone. Li Jun laughed, are you looking for your diligent little caregiver? He watched over you for 3 days and nights without rest, just now knocked out by my needle. Only then did Lin Ran notice the somewhat cramped figure sleeping on the sofa. Hizay was too tall, with legs too long for the single-seat couch, half of his legs hanging outside. Li Jun added, ignore him. Although he looks overnourished, enduring some hardship isn't bad either. Lin Ran innocently blinked, sensing that the doctor implied something. Li Jun amiably adjusted the drip speed, observe for another 2 days. If there's no further bleeding, you can be discharged to rest at home. The hospital will notify you in about 2 weeks to return for the 2nd round of chemotherapy. Lin Ran secretly glanced at the sleeping Hizay. Are you still thinking about staying in the hospital? How could I? Who likes being hospitalized anyway? Besides, I still have work to do. How are you supposed to work with this body? Li Jun emphasized seriously, I'm letting you go home so that you can fully relax and rest properly. I'll try my best. Li Jun sighed deeply, for work that absolutely must be done, my advice is to act within your limits. Do not bleed excessively, avoid exhaustion, if the pain becomes too intense, seek medical attention immediately, under no circumstances should you take medication carelessly. Alright. Your malignant tumor spreads quickly. As soon as any abnormality is detected, return to the hospital immediately for examination. I understand. I will certainly take good care of myself. Hizei slept all day, waking up only to tumble from the sofa. Lin Ran couldn't help laughing at the man lying on the ground looking utterly perplexed. Hizei snapped back to reality, instantly scrambling up from the floor, and their eyes met. Lin Ran said, Are you hungry? The hospital has just sent some food. Hizei rushed over to the bed, elated to confirm Lin Ran was awake. He seized his hand, asking anxiously, Do you still feel unwell? Lin Ran shook his head, I feel very well now. My dizziness is gone, I don't feel nauseous anymore, my stomach doesn't hurt. It's as if I've truly lived through it. Hizei, still unsure, touched his forehead, finally relieved upon finding everything normal, exhaling deeply. You've slept all day. Eat something first, waiting too long might cause hypoglycemia. Hizei hurriedly washed up briefly, then took the lunchbox to somewhere Lin Ran couldn't see, whereupon removing his mask and quickly eating, afraid of keeping the other party waiting for too long. Lin Ran kept reviewing the workflow sent by the director. In the first episode, the 32 trainees would each perform their signature acts in sequence, then 4 mentors would extend offers. After the first public performance, the 4 teams, each consisting of 8 students under a mentor, will be voted on by an audience of 1,000 people at the scene. The team with the least number of votes will all be eliminated. Lin Ran's gaze fell upon the phrase, eliminate the whole team, and this mechanism was so cruel it made people afraid. Hizei walked to the bedside, looking at his beloved who seemed cheerful with good mood, involuntarily raising his own lips in smile. Lin Ran said, I can be discharged tomorrow. I've troubled you with my care during this period. Hizei's smile froze momentarily as he asked in surprise, discharged so quickly? Can your body handle it? Dr. Li said my current situation allows me to recuperate at home, and they will notify me ahead for the second round of chemotherapy. Just need to relax my mind, this time's data is slowly recovering, indicating that the chemotherapy has been successful. Hizei furrowed his brow tightly, saying, the doctor mentioned earlier that no collision should occur, because if there's bleeding, it would not stop easily. I think it's still safer in the hospital. Dr. Li also explained about the coagulation issue, it might take 3 to 5 months to resolve this problem. I can't stay in the hospital forever, and I still have work. Work? What kind of work? I need to earn money to get treated. Hizei almost blurted out, I'll support you. Lin Ran continued, I want to sing, I want to hold concerts, I've said I'll invite you to listen to my concert. Hizei hesitated to speak, he hadn't seen such a vibrant Lin Ran for a long time, it seemed as if there were endless expectations for the future, expectations for success. He received too little happiness from life, so even just a candy, to him, was pure bliss. Lin Ran handed over a piece of paper, tentatively asking, can you give me your contact information? In the future when I hold concerts, I'll inform you first. I'm really looking forward to your concert. Hizei wrote down his number and hastily saved the number after receiving the call. On the day Lin Ran was discharged, it was still a bright sunny day, with brilliant sunlight falling on him. He spread his hands wide and breathed in fresh air for the first time in ages. He felt like he had died and was reborn, truly alive once more. Hizei sat in a car not far away, thinking whether to disguise himself as someone passing by to bring him home, but was also worried his sudden appearance might scare this white rabbit. Lin Ran casually hailed a taxi, driving off into the distance. 3 days later, the list of mentors for Senpai Senpai was announced. At Senpai Senpai, a new lineup, a new start, inviting everyone together to open up this dream-filled summer. At Lin Ran at Zhou Xinyang at Wang Yi at Pei Chen, Friday, see you then. Did I see correctly, is it Zhou Xinyang and Wang Yi? Also Pei Chen, could the show manage to hire top stars? Wait, is Lin Ran the one known for stealing credit? How did he have the chance to participate? This must be another case of backdoor entrance, too disgusting. Producers change him before filming, otherwise this program will be ruined. Reject blood-sucking Lin Ran, with him, the program will definitely fail. Lin Ran skimmed through various sarcastic comments in the comments section, and he guessed once his scandalous past was dug up, it would cause a huge disturbance. But he didn't expect the negative reviews to come so fast and fierce. In a matter of minutes, comments broke 10,000, with 8 or 9 out of 10 criticizing him. Just as he refreshed again, it showed that the comments section had been closed, only mutual follow friends could comment. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. This clear-cut approach reminded him extremely much of someone's style. Chapter 71, Sudden Situation. In the kitchen, the kettle sounded boiling. Lin Ran put down his phone, prepared to make rice porridge, but heard the door knocking. The corridor was quiet, Lin Ran curiously looked around everywhere until finally his vision rested on an insulated bag lying next to the door. There was a sticky note on the bag. I heard you were hospitalized due to illness recently, cooked an extra portion today, hoping you recover soon. Signed, a concerned neighbor. Lin Ran inspected the crooked handwriting, which should be someone's deliberate attempt to write using their left hand. He didn't overly suspect anything, took the insulated bag back into the living room. Inside the bag were common 3 dishes and a soup, but carefully examining, it wasn't hard to notice that both the ingredients and presentation were definitely from a high-end restaurant. Downstairs, inside the car. Heze responded cheerfully to the phone message. Buzz buzz buzz. Li Nan, ancestor, the movie promotion can't be absent. I know, I'll attend, Heze responded absent-mindedly. Li Nan, then I'll finalize the schedule. You must not change your mind at the last minute. This movie is this year's big hit, and we're preparing to compete in all the major national film festivals by the end of the year. We can't miss out on this opportunity. I know what's important. Heze raised his head to look at the quiet alleyway leading to the apartment building. He didn't know if his beloved had finished eating yet. Lin Ran walked out of the apartment building carrying a garbage bag. Heze immediately became serious and hurriedly ended the call as he watched the sun. Today it wasn't too hot. Lin Ran casually threw the garbage bag into the bin, then slowly started walking around the green belt. The sun was not too harsh, but even so, being outdoors at the end of June meant enduring stifling heat regardless of direct sunlight. Lin Ran's physical condition was weak, and he dared not overdo things. After glancing a few times at the car parked under the big tree, he decided to go back home. Hize's heart nearly jumped to his throat as he stared anxiously at the little person who hadn't gone back inside yet. Didn't he know he should be resting quietly in bed? As Lin Ran stepped into the building, the difference in lighting made him dizzy, and before he could react, he swayed unsteadily and collapsed onto the ground. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he sat helplessly with a hand propping himself up. Apparently, he had pushed himself too far. What's wrong with you? Heze rushed over in a panic. Lin Ran heard the blurry voice behind him and turned his head dizzily. With the light shining directly at him, he couldn't see the man's features, but familiarity told him that Heze had arrived. Heze knelt beside him, trying hard to control his overly anxious emotions as he asked casually, "Do you feel unwell? Should I take you to the hospital?" Lin Ran shook his head slightly, speaking weakly while extending a hand, "A little dizzy, maybe I have heatstroke." Hize's lips twitched. He didn't argue against Lin Ran's poor excuse but said, "Where do you live?" "I'll take you home. Apartment 2, second floor." Heze offered courteously to help Lin Ran up, but Lin Ran's trembling limbs made it impossible for him to stand. "Can I carry you back instead?" Heze politely asked. Lin Ran softly nodded in agreement. Heze carefully adjusted his mask before bending down to scoop him up. Lin Ran leaned his head against the other person's shoulder, catching the familiar scent of lemon from the hospital lingering in the air. Heze carried him straight to the bedroom as though he'd been there multiple times before. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lin Ran frowned slightly. Heze had never been to his place, so how did he know the house layout without even asking, effortlessly delivering him into the bedroom? Had he been here before? Heze continued on his own accord, "Do you need medicine? I'll boil water for you." And with that, he quickly left the room. Lin Ran gazed fixedly at his departing figure, attempting to rise by supporting himself against the wall. But he had barely taken one step when he fell again. There was a loud clatter, causing quite a commotion. Heze rushed back flustered. "Why did you fall again?" Lin Ran had countless questions but did not know how to express them. Seeing his silence, Heze grew even more nervous. "What do you want to say? Do you feel uncomfortable? Should I call a doctor?" Lin Ran felt so dizzy he wanted to vomit, his stomach churned uncomfortably. After suppressing it for a moment, he could no longer hold it in and stumbled toward the bathroom. Worried about possible injuries from bumping into anything, Heze quickly pulled a trash can close. "Just throw up here." Within a minute, Lin Ran expelled everything he had managed to eat during lunchtime. Not knowing what to do, Heze tightly hugged his quivering body, almost unable to stay seated. Ran, we must endure, we cannot throw up anymore." He was scared, terrified that fresh blood might appear next. Lin Ran lost consciousness and collapsed into Hize's arms, seemingly enduring an indescribable pain within his body. His eyebrows furrowed increasingly tighter, and his breathing grew increasingly erratic. When Li Jun arrived at the rented apartment, Lin Ran had already passed out completely. His pale face was almost transparent. Li Jun checked his pulse, then carefully inserted 2 needles. "Why has this happened?" Heze asked anxiously. Li Jun was equally puzzled. "You mean he just strolled downstairs and fainted? That shouldn't happen, right? He is physically weak, but not to the extent that 5 minutes would make him collapse." "Yes, it was less than 5 minutes. It doesn't make sense. And now, he isn't just unconscious, but he also vomited, expelling everything he ate at noon. We should observe for another 2 days. If the situation doesn't change, he must return to the hospital for a recheck." "What should we check?" Li Jun hesitated multiple times before truthfully saying, "The condition might not be good." Hize's heart missed a beat as his legs uncontrollably stepped backward twice, and his body heavily leaned against the wall to barely stabilize himself. Li Jun consoled him, "These are just my guesses. The first phase of chemotherapy was effective. It's impossible for the disease to recur or metastasize so quickly. Maybe it's just because his body is too weak and can't withstand even slight changes. You need to take extra care. Hizay closed his eyes. He felt like the one standing at the edge of the cliff, teetering on the verge of collapse. He was only tethered by a rope that might break any second, with the other end in Lin Ran's hands. As long as Lin Ran stayed, he would too. Should Lin Ran leave, Hizay would fall into that bottomless abyss the very next moment. It wasn't Hizay who was saving Lin Ran, but Lin Ran saving him. I'll go ask my teacher again. If necessary, I'll invite him here to help. Hizay had no sense of direction and could only numbly walk back to the bedroom based on memory. Lin Ran was still asleep, but his complexion had turned rosier than before. Hizay squatted beside the bed, tightly gripping Lin Ran's hand, nodding, if it happens again, I will still stay with you. Chapter 72, A Weighty Guest. The twilight fell, and a gentle ray of light entered the house from the windowsill softly. Lin Ran woke up from his slumber, cupped his head which was still a bit dizzy, and slowly sat up. The room was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, without any sign of a second person. Lin Ran wobbled to the window, immediately spotting the car downstairs. He hurriedly pulled his head back inside and pretended to be unaware, then sat back on the couch. His heart started thumping faster. Originally feeling somewhat suffocated, his chest suddenly filled with inexplicable joy, and he couldn't help smiling down low. Friday, the weather was bright and sunny. Lin Ran had deliberately gotten up early, although it took him half a day lying lazily in bed before he finally had enough strength to wash up. By the time he got everything ready and left the house, it was already nearly noon. The recording site was at the Huqing TV station. For the first episode, the audience was almost entirely occupied by Pei Chen's fans. Everywhere around the event floated Pei Chen's blue cheer color ribbons, making quite a show with impressive scale. When Lin Ran got off the taxi, he intentionally scanned the surroundings, finding his own supporter's little signboard tucked away in a corner. Finally, after much effort. Bro Ran, you will surely light up the sky. The girl's loud voice easily drowned out the mass fan group surrounding Pei Chen. Lin Ran blinked, startled, thinking what a waste it was for such a high pitch to belong to a fan. The girl showed no embarrassment whatsoever and continued shouting at full volume, Bro Ran, you have never been fighting alone. We've always been here for you. Lin Ran's eyes instantly watered up. He nodded solemnly toward the two brave girls, I won't let you guys down. Onlookers nearby watched this funny scene, whispering their opinions quietly. Isn't that Lin Ran who constantly tries to capitalize on our Chen's fame? So theatrical. Hiring some actors to pretend as fans, yet hiring too few, making it seem awkward. I finally understand why the production team invited Lin Ran. I hear that the competition is brutal, the bottom group gets eliminated, right? So they brought in an unfamous figure as the scapegoat. Truly sorry for those students in his group. All of this has been predetermined anyway. Lin Ran's purpose is to avoid conflicts among others, only his loss will bring joy to all parties. Chi Hong glared fiercely at all the gossip voices, trying to interject many times but being stopped by the girl beside her. No worries, let them chatter endlessly. We'll wait until the day we get to slap their faces with reality. Chi Hong took a deep breath, our Bro Ran isn't alone, there are 31 of us in our support group. Inside the TV station, all staff were running around busily, feet barely touching the ground. Though youngest, Pei Chen was the biggest star, naturally enjoying the treatment akin to a moon among stars. Zhou Xinyang did not have the popularity of Pei Chen but had released several hit albums and was considered a highly respected senior in the industry, everyone addressing him as Master Zhou upon meeting. Wang Yiwei was a returned overseas artist who had once been the ace of a famous female idol group abroad, proficient in singing and dancing, with top-notch professional abilities. In contrast, Lin Ran truly looked like someone here just to offer up defeat. The three chatted happily together, while Lin Ran was deliberately forgotten in the corner. It had been a long time since he had appeared in public, even forgetting how to greet people and ingratiate himself. Surrounding cameras were gathered around him, possibly finding his isolated stance courageous and seeing it as a good potential ratings booster. Pei Chen casually glanced at Lin Ran in the corner. After finding out that the program's investor had changed, he had recommended himself through several layers of connections. He wanted to see who was backing Lin Ran. This useless guy with a shady background, full of scandals, deserved to rot in a garbage heap. Teachers, it's time to go on stage. The staff pushed open the door of the restroom. The content of the first recording was for 32 trainees to perform one by one, and the process would be long, estimated to take 4 hours. Lin Ran intentionally took double the dose of medicine before going on stage, but halfway through the program, he gradually started feeling powerless. On camera, it looked like he had a permanent scowl, as if he might be acting diva-like. Now, please allow our teacher Lin Ran to comment on contestant number 18 Song Ying's performance. Lin Ran glared without cracking a smile, his trembling hand holding the microphone barely under control as he said, excellent work. The short 5 words ended his remarks. An eerie silence filled the scene, probably even the host didn't expect him to be so dismissive. How many teachers have chosen contestant Song Ying? The host continued awkwardly. Song Ying was the ace prepared by Star Moon Entertainment, their precious young master, naturally being the most sought after. Faced with 4 lights simultaneously turning on, he hesitated for a moment wanting to choose Pei Chen. But at the last second, he remembered the agent's veiled reminder, the official Weibo at order has Lin Ran ranked first. Song Ying's gaze landed on Lin Ran, who appeared to be deep in thought, looking so confident as if he were sure of victory. I choose teacher Lin Ran. This reply not only shocked the 4 mentors but also left the entire audience in disbelief. Lin Ran looked at the first trainee to pick him with a disbelief akin to a final glimpse of light. Song Ying repeated again, I choose teacher Lin Ran. Thank you, welcome to join my team, Lin Ran stuttered nervously. The program continued. Lin Ran propped himself up on the table to stand up, drenched in cold sweat, and whispered to the nearby staff, can I go to the restroom? Sure, the staff led him out of the recording site. Lin Ran sat on the toilet, his vision flickering between darkness and light. He felt panicked, fearing that he couldn't hold on. Knock knock knock. Lin Ran heard the knocking and hurriedly said, I'll be done soon. Teacher Lin, there is no need to rush. There's been an accident at the recording site, and we need to pause the taping, the staff informed. Lin Ran let out a sigh of relief, I understand. The staff left. Lin Ran took a deep breath, waiting for his blood sugar to slowly return. Did you hear? Master Zhou's invited guest mentor could be King Chen, just as his fan club has reported about his arrival in Shanghai. King-level stars coming to our show. We haven't heard who Wang Yue will bring yet, but it must be someone important. Can't imagine how much buzz there will be at the grand unveiling. I'm more interested in Lin Ran, given his status, who could he possibly invite? Will it just end up being him alone? Lin Ran listened to the discussions outside, his expression turned stern. The editor had never mentioned anything about a guest mentor. He stood up in panic but collapsed back down immediately, catching a fleeting image. He's a... Could it be him? Chapter 73, Guest Unveil. Intermission. Everyone thought Song Ying had gone crazy, even good friend Jiang Tian believed his mind wasn't right, otherwise, how could he skip all the correct answers and specifically choose someone problematic? Song Ying, why don't you reconsider? This is only pre-recorded, and the editing team can cut your choice. Teacher Pei sent me to ask if you're considering joining his team, Jiang Tian questioned. Song Ying put down his phone and shot a significant glance at his openly disloyal friend trying to lure talent from another team. You shouldn't be getting involved in this. I'm just worried you're acting on impulse. Pei Chen has the highest popularity, and joining his squad will only bring benefits. How do you know Lin Ran isn't a dark horse? Song Ying smiled confidently. Jiang Tian laughed helplessly. Ultimately, this competition is about the mentor's fan base. Look at how many fans of Pei Chen are present here, more than 80% are his. Song Ying remained speechless about this point, but deep down, he harbored a peculiar anticipation. He somehow felt that Lin Ran had a big move planned, something that could make a stunning entrance. Jiang Tian failed to persuade Song Ying and could only leave unhappily. The scene paused for at least 10 minutes, everyone was getting anxious. Staff members moved back and forth dozens of times on stage, but no one seemed to be adjusting anything. The host just kept explaining that there was a problem with the equipment which was still under repair backstage. Lin Ran washed his face. He didn't dare take random medicine but felt more uncomfortable in his body as time passed. Reluctantly, he decided to increase the dosage. Noisy chatter echoed continuously throughout the studio. Despite the air conditioner set to low temperatures, Lin Ran was breaking into cold sweat. His only wish now was to finish as soon as possible. The competition resumed soon. Pei Chen occasionally glanced at Lin Ran, who remained silent all through. Wasn't he always camera hungry? Why did his style suddenly change today, acting aloof? Does he really think doing this will get him more screen time? Pei Chen smirked. As the most popular mentor, he was confident that once the episode aired, only his image would remain from among the mentors. I choose teacher Lin Ran, said trainee number 22, also joining actively. I choose teacher Lin Ran, followed trainee number 25. The one no one had faith in actually finished forming a team first. Pei Chen didn't care about the cameras in front of him anymore, his face darkened so much it seemed ready to drip ink. Several trainees he had his eyes on bizarrely chose Lin Ran. Were these people blind or had their brains malfunctioned? Lin Ran looked curiously at the nameplate on the table, feeling buzz in his head as he gave each member of his group their badge, let's work hard together. As each round ended, 4 trainees entered elimination, and they were then reselect in order. Pei Chen clenched his fists silently. Out of courtesy, he humbly promised to select his last replacement before filming started, but he was left with the worst 2 participants. He thought he'd be the first to have a full team, but instead became the biggest joke. Isn't this an inside job? A fan questioned from the front row. Why does no one pick our Pei Chen? Where did Lin Ran even come from? One after another choosing Lin Ran. I checked online, this guy is skilled at creating misery for attention. Rumors spread that he took the initiative to cozy up to the director to grab resources. This is definitely a black operation. Our Pei Chen came here sincerely and was treated like this. Voices of doubt grew louder and louder, with almost every front row fan throwing things until the floor was littered. Lin Ran paid no attention to the commotion behind him. Opening Weibo, he checked Heizei's super topic page. There was calm on the super topic page without any news regarding his itinerary. In the past month, Hizei had only attended the promotion events of 2 film festivals. Otherwise, it was as if he disappeared into thin air. Will he show up? Pei Chen was very satisfied with the commotion among the fans. The greater the chaos, the better. If it made everyone start questioning the program, then it would expose Lin Ran's conspiracy. Everyone, please calm down. Students choosing teachers is absolutely fair and impartial. Everyone has their own considerations. Please don't doubt the authenticity of the program. The host went on stage to calm emotions. Lin Ran doesn't have a single notable representative work. How can he qualify as a teacher? Fan sentiments grew increasingly radical. Please don't question the abilities of any teacher. The host picked up the schedule and continued, next, we will reveal the guest lineup. There are more guests. As the host concluded, the crowd quieted significantly. Participants in the contestant area looked at each other in confusion, not expecting there to be guests aside from the on-site teachers. Are the guests students or teachers? Everyone awaited expectantly. The stage lights dimmed, and the big screen began to roll. The first supporting guest walked out slowly. Chen Shi waved at the camera. Hello everyone, I am Chen Shi, the supporting guest for Zhou Xinyang's team. King Chen. It's King Chen. He doesn't usually appear on variety shows. Who would have thought the production team would pull out such a trump card right away? I'm sorry, I actually dared to question the black curtain earlier. If this is a conspiracy, King Chen would have been the first one to tear apart the producers. This is too strong, frighteningly powerful. The audience erupted in applause. The second supporting guest walked out from the opposite side. Hello everyone, I am Fang Meng, the supporting guest for Wang Yue's team. It's the second-generation girl group, My White Moonlight. Who would have thought I'd see my ex-loves co-starring on the same stage? Lin Ran's heart leapt to his throat. As time ticked by, the sweat from his tightly clenched fist soaked through his palm. Pei Chen cast a smug glance at Lin Ran, who was tense to the point of tears, and then looked away with disdain. Let's see what kind of guest you can bring. The third supporting guest stepped on stage. Hello everyone, I am Zheng Yanhe, the supporting guest for Pei Chen's team. Zheng Yanhe, leader of a popular domestic male group, had a long-standing rivalry with Pei Chen. Neither of their fans ever imagined they'd cooperate one day. This sight stunned the entire audience. Pei Chen was pleased with the effect. He smirked again while looking at Lin Ran, who was equally speechless. Working together with an enemy is fine, as long as I outshine you, that's victory. Lin Ran noticed the unfriendly gaze and slightly turned his head, meeting eyes with Pei Chen. Pei Chen sneered, deliberately provoking, I'm very curious who teacher Lin Ran can invite for the final act. Given the build-up, it must be someone famous. Lin Ran didn't respond to his sarcastic taunts, but became increasingly uneasy as he looked toward the stage. Time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding voices disappeared. Next, please welcome our last supporting guest. Chapter 74, Sensation, I am his partner. Lin Ran in the entertainment industry could be described as obscure to the core. Although today saw a minor comeback, given his limited circle, no one cared about who he might have invited. Likely, it was someone as unknown as him. The on-site audience showed little interest. Even the other 3 mentors were busy chatting with their own guests without paying attention to what happened on stage. The lights lit up again, and a vague figure emerged from the backstage. As the person appeared, the spotlight slowly converged, all finally focusing around him. Hello everyone, I am Hizei, Lin Ran's supporting guest. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into silence. After about a minute, when everyone confirmed the person on stage was truly Hizei, the studio erupted with thunderous cries. Lin Ran wasn't sure if he was startled by the real appearance of Hizei or overwhelmed by the unbelievable screams of fans. He clearly felt his heart convulse twice, followed by an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Hizei seemed completely unaffected by the apparent lowering of his own status, instead shamelessly boasting, saying, our team members are all excellent. Of course, teacher Lin Ran is also outstanding, with exceptional adaptation skills. You can look forward to our performances. Lin Ran took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm his agitated emotions. However, when facing Hizei glowing under the spotlight, he couldn't help but feel his eyes welling up with tears. Why did he suddenly show up? And why treat me like this? Was he pitying my sick self, or regretful about our once destined but unrequited relationship? Lin Ran bowed his head, tears pooling in his lashes. He feared discovering the final answer, yet he desperately wanted to know it. Thoughts surged, medications losing effectiveness. Lin Ran felt a surge of heat rushing up. He kept swallowing it down until he could only secretly spit blood into his sleeve. The dark suit perfectly concealed the scalding hot blood. Overcome with pain, he closed his eyes, trying to pretend everything was fine. With a faint smile, Hizei descended the stage. Rarely did he reveal such an open and cheerful demeanor in front of cameras, but just thinking about the dumbfounded expression on his beloved moments ago made him almost unable to suppress his cool and aloof facade. Kid, shocked by your husband's grand appearance, huh? As Hizei moved, all the cameras shifted towards him. He was a walking ratings magnet, who wouldn't shoot him? When Hizei arrived at the judges' area, he was already prepared to face 10,000 questions from Lin Ran. But upon seeing Lin Ran's disoriented eyes, he panicked first, then hurriedly blocked the cameras from getting closer. No need to keep shooting me, you should go back to the main stage. Heesei refused everyone. Lin Ran's body felt burning hot, and he began sliding uncontrollably. With quick reflexes, Heesei grasped his arm worriedly asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Ran instinctively held on to the other person's hand and shook his head, "I'm fine, thank you." Heesei knew that all attention was on them and dared not make any overly bold physical contact. His thoughts were chaotic. Is there something wrong with your health? Lin Ran lifted his head, straining to focus on the person before him. It's not an illusion, not a dream, it's really Heesei. The host on stage continued introducing the next segment, but it seemed like no one in the venue cared about the upcoming program. Almost everyone was still reeling from the shock of today's supporting guests. Heesei's super topic, a term used for popular discussions by celebrities, exploded with sharing ticket links for those wanting to attend. In just one night, scalper tickets surged by several or even 100 times in price, even back row seats soared into five-figure amounts. I always thought my older brother was going to exit the entertainment industry. I never imagined he quietly prepared a deep water bomb for us. Even though I don't know who Lin Ran is, if he can bring Heesei, then that must make him the most promising newcomer this year. I'll start following him. I didn't manage to grab any tickets, so who exactly got them all? I just asked the most reliable scalper I trust, and even he said there was nothing he could do. I've heard that the store managers also couldn't get tickets and are frantically begging within their groups for adoptive uncles and aunts. He shouldn't be so spontaneous next time. Do you have any idea how many favors I had to ask just to secure these tickets? I've never been this humble in my life. Before the show was even edited and aired, some snippets were already shared online, directly flooding the trending searches with, "Big Brother, Big Brother." That night, all the mentors and trainees were arranged to stay in a collective dormitory. The production team generously booked 4 riverside villas, directly facing the city's most expensive wealthy neighborhood. Good grief. This is the first time I've come to Lu Park, and I never dreamed that I would actually have a chance to stay here someday. I heard before that the show's crew had an unlimited budget, but I never thought they were this generous. These living conditions practically create a new legend in domestic entertainment. Lin Ran only brought along a small bag. Based on his experience at the hospital, he felt confident everything would be well arranged here, so bringing luggage might not even have been necessary. As expected, when he pushed the door open, he felt like he was coming home. The production team has arranged for both of us to live together, came Heesei's voice from the doorway. Lin Ran swiftly turned around, incredulity written all over his face. Us? Yes, there are a total of 5 rooms in the villa, with each of them housing 2 people. Lin Ran quickly entered the room and upon discovering 2 single beds, let out a sigh of relief. Seeing through his subtle concern, Heesei chose not to break the silence. Today's filming took a few hours, so go ahead and freshen up, and we can talk more tomorrow. Lin Ran nodded and retreated into the restroom as if trying to escape. He slipped off his blood-stained jacket and pulled the medicine box out of his pocket, carefully pondering whether or not to take another dose after much hesitation. Outside, Heesei, hearing the intermittent sound of running water inside, lay back on the bed with an indulgent smile. No problem, we will have plenty of time, and we can gradually open up to each other. Deep into the quiet of the night. Heesei knew Lin Ran wasn't feeling well today. His complexion was terrible at the recording site, clearly exhausted. Half asleep, Lin Ran smelled the familiar scent of laundry detergent. Blinking groggily, he opened his eyes and instinctively snuggled closer to the warm chest. Gently massaging his icy and stiff stomach, Heesei whispered, "Sleep now, you'll feel better soon." Lin Ran muttered faintly, "It hurts." "I know, it'll stop hurting soon." Heesei planted a kiss on his forehead. Lin Ran murmured incoherently, almost in a dreamlike state, "Heesei. I'm here. Does the moonlight touch you?" He froze his movements, instantly tearing up. "Yes, it touches me every day." "Do you feel it?" "Yes, I know, you're thinking of me." "Then, do you think of me?" "Yes, I miss you every single day, my heart breaks over it." Lin Ran grabbed his hand, tightening his grip progressively. "I hurt so much." He realized this must be what it felt like, heartbreak. Holding on to him even tighter, Heesei promised, Ran, you won't feel this pain ever again." Chapter 75, Heesei spreads his wings. Bang! The abrupt sound echoed endlessly through the night. Pei-chan furiously smashed the glass in his hand to pieces. Next to him, the woman seemed considerably calmer. She remarked, "Heesei's appearance was something I didn't foresee. What are we going to do now?" Lin Ran's momentum is too strong, adding fuel to the fire with Heesei, which means I am being used as Lin Ran's stepping stone to rise again. Chen Jia put down her tablet, weary as she pinched her nose bridge. Why did Heesei appear? His intentions are still unclear to me, but I'm certain he isn't here to help Lin Ran. How can you be sure he's not here to assist Lin Ran? You two were former teammates, but during the month when 5 debuted, Heesei and Lin Ran might have had some interaction on stage, but off stage they never even exchanged a glance. He treated him more like a stranger than he does you. Besides, if he intended to help, why wait until now? So why would he debase himself by coming on this wretched show? Sister Chen mused thoughtfully, perhaps it's for the same reason as your aim, to test the waters. Test what? Lin Ran suddenly has an unknown benefactor backing him. This person could be a potential enemy to both of you in this competition. Pei Chen narrowed his eyes. Is he on my side? Let's observe quietly for now. Don't disrupt yourself. Wait till after the first round of performances, then we can see He's real intentions. He must be planning something else. Pei Chen was deeply worried, sensing that things were not simple. He's had always been arrogant. Why would he condescend to come to such a clearly rigged competition? In the early morning, a beam of sunlight shone through the window. From time to time in the corridor came the sound of voices conversing briefly, before fading away completely. He's woke up from his dream, gently looking at the small head still resting peacefully on his chest. Carefully, so as not to wake him, he moved his already stiff and numb arm, carefully placing Lin Ran back on the bed. Lin Ran had actually woken up earlier, but dared not move, fearing that the other party would know that he had seen through his disguise. In this feigned intimacy, he greedily wanted it to last longer, just a little bit more. He's twisted his shoulder slightly, trying to alleviate the numbness. Lin Ran pretended to wake up, sitting upright and asking knowingly, what happened to your arm? Slept on it, went numb. He's lowered his hand, carefully examining Lin Ran's complexion. Thankfully, it was rosy white, indicating that last night's rest had been good. Lin Ran evaded his gaze. I'll go freshen up. He's hearing the door close, slowly pulled out his phone. The messages had exploded last night. Both his phone and WeChat were almost entirely filled with 99+ notifications. Li Nan once again knelt down. Brother, my dear brother, next time you make a decision, could you please inform me ahead of time? I'm not commanding you, but humbly requesting it. A servant's life matters too. He's was in a good mood. Alright, I'll try not to act spontaneously. Li Nan pressed anxiously. You're just a friendly participant in this variety talent show, right? You have nothing else to announce, correct? He's feigned ignorance. What could I possibly announce? Li Nan pondered for a moment, cautiously saying, you and Lin Ran are really just former teammates, right? He's almost blurted out, haven't I told you everything? But then he remembered, these words were said in another lifetime. Apparently, his poor manager still didn't know about his intimate relationship with Lin Ran. Nothing else, for now, He's didn't disclose anything further. He needed to wait until treatment was over, letting his beloved one understand that his presence was sincere and without ulterior motives. He loved him purely, transparently, openly. Li Nan sighed in relief. The studio will announce your schedule today. You're just a guest host for one episode, right? Through the entire process. Li Nan. Hearing the water stop, He's ended the call without further discussion. At the very next moment, the bathroom door opened from within. Lin Ran's hair was still dripping wet, casually wiping it off before quickly moving past the figure by the bedside and squatting down in front of his bag to search for clean clothes. He's mockingly hummed, I'll freshen up as well. Soon the villa manager will deliver breakfast, everything is uniformly arranged, no special treatment. Lin Ran gave no response, continuing to rummage through the messy pile of clothes. Once sure that the bathroom door had closed behind him, he finally let out a deep sigh in relief. No longer forcing himself, he crossed his legs directly onto the carpet. Behind him, the sound of running water continued as he turned back stealthily for a peek. Knock knock knock. Lin Ran rose up with the support of the table. Upon opening the door, he saw 4 people enter grandly. This is the breakfast arranged by the production team. Enjoy your meal. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the wide array of luxurious food covering the entire table. Even if he wasn't worldly wise, he certainly wasn't stupid enough to believe such extravagance came from the production team's arrangements. Their generosity would not extend to such absurd lengths. As the steward exited, the room fell silent once more. Sent so quickly. He's pushed open the door, and the steam swirled before dissipating. He seemed to emerge slowly from mist, as if carrying a fatal virus that instantly infected everyone. Lin Ran's eyes were glued to the figure wrapped only in a towel who appeared so casually. He's while drying the water droplets from his hair, approached the dining table. The production team has shown great sincerity, the breakfast is very abundant. Lin Ran caught the strong scent of shampoo, swallowing hard and feeling his throat go dry. He turned away like he was escaping, his pale face turning instantly red like a ripe cherry. He's deliberately tightened the bath towel around his waist. I'll change clothes, you eat first. Lin Ran shot him a sidelong glance, and his eyes accidentally fell on the chiseled abs. Unwillingly, Lin Ran pinched his own stomach. He had it too, but not as sculpted. He's strutted proudly after finishing his show, picking out a shirt at random and slipping it on with an amused smile. Lin Ran idly stirred an unidentifiable bowl of congee, trying hard to listen for any sounds behind him. What was he doing so slowly? He's quickly styled his hair in front of the mirror, then applied some skincare cream he usually despised. He even felt the collar was too tight and deliberately undid 2 buttons. Only after completing his look did he turn around contentedly, strolling towards the dining table like a proud peacock lost in joy. With a clang, Lin Ran dropped his spoon into the bowl. He stared fixedly at He's who was impeccably groomed from head to toe, feeling oddly perplexed. Wasn't it just a year since they last saw each other? Why did He's seem so obsessed with maintaining an idol image now? If one knew better, they'd confirm this as a talent show audition, otherwise, people might mistake it for a beauty pageant. Is he showing off? Chapter 76, he knows his condition isn't good. He slightly tilted his chin according to the angle deemed most beautiful by magazines, confidently displaying his perfectly sculpted jawline. Kid, easy pickings. Lin Ran coughed lightly into his hand, aren't you going to eat? He nodded while continuing to exude charm, casually picking up a steamed bun nearby. Lin Ran slapped her forehead, eat properly, don't just pose. He, whose trickery was uncovered, became even more smug, he knows I'm posing, meaning he's always paying attention to me. Lin Ran simply drank a few sips of congee and stopped moving. He frowned, putting aside his thoughts, asking anxiously, why aren't you eating? Not hungry or dislike it? Lin Ran had a peculiar feeling, perhaps from being overtired yesterday. He shook his head, not very hungry. You should still eat a little. We'll need to go to the training room later, and today's workload won't be less than yesterday's. He followed his habit and chose another bowl of soup noodles for Lin Ran. He especially instructed them to cook the noodles soft, but after soaking for some time, they inevitably became mushy, losing their initial appeal. Lin Ran stirred the bowl of noodles, hesitating for a long time without taking a bite. He furrowed his brows deeper and deeper. Lin Ran's state didn't feel right. Post-surgery, there shouldn't be such a strong sense of fullness. Lin Ran forced himself to eat a few more bites before pushing the bowl away in defeat. He dared not urge him, if you can't eat, that's fine. If you get hungry later, we'll ask the production team for food again. You don't have to worry about me, you eat more. Lin Ran stayed seated, staring at him as if silently urging him to eat well. After breakfast, everyone gathered. The TV station specially allocated an entire floor as the training room. Every training room was fully equipped with musical instruments and the most professional vocal coaches, ready to adjust accompaniments anytime according to the team's modifications. Lin Ran arrived a bit late, and all participants were already sitting together, chatting enthusiastically. The addition of He made the originally deflated team suddenly rejuvenated. They started out merely wanting to take a gamble, never expecting to join a top-notch team. The first round is self-selected songs. Any suggestions? Lin Ran sat on a chair, soliciting opinions one by one. Song Ying raised her hand, everyone knows fiery stages attract more attention. I picked a foreign rock song, amb.v. This song won't undergo significant changes. This program's definition lies in breakthrough and innovation. If a song's height cannot rise anymore, our only option is to choose a milder one and invigorate it anew. Lin Ran refused. But abrupt modifications are too risky, Song Ying countered. Xiaofeng and Yimin excel at sentimental styles, CRJS specializes in rap, and you Song Ying can ace any genre. Since our team covers such a diverse range of musical styles, we need to integrate everyone's strengths. We shouldn't just blindly chase excitement but aim for layered excitement instead. He leaned against the wall, his eyes full of affection as he looked at his beloved treasure. He suddenly didn't regret bringing him to this stage, even though he was competing while sick, his darling still shone brightly. He seemed like warm yet intense sunlight, leveraging everyone's strength so that each member could shine and grow in their own field. Mr. He, what do you think? Song Ying, unwilling to be contradicted, shifted attention to He, who had been silent throughout. She didn't know where Lin Ran got the confidence to show off his expertise in front of He. Everyone hesitated to say anything, as He's status was too high. Until he spoke up, no one would trust Lin Ran's suggestions, no matter how convincingly he argued. He glanced at the arrogant trainee and bluntly said, Teacher Lin is correct. After saying this, he even enthusiastically clapped. The room fell silent. He raised an eyebrow, clap. Do you have objections? Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted from the scene. He smiled brightly, Teacher Lin, please continue. Lin Ran awkwardly coughed lightly and took out a few carefully selected songs for them to choose from. Song Ying felt a headache just looking at the names. Bringing these obscure slow songs to a competition stage, was Lin Ran really a professional teacher? He leaned closer for a quick peek and smirked widely, these were songs they had previously adapted together. What does Mr. He think? Lin Ran raised his eyes and stared at the man who was smiling effortlessly. He replied, not too difficult. I'll stay late tonight and adapt it further. By tomorrow, I'll hand in a perfect assignment to Teacher Lin. Well then, it's thanks to our Mr. He, Lin Ran smiled despite his embarrassment. In the afternoon, there was a short break. Lin Ran evaded the camera crew and stumbled into the restroom. He splashed cold water on his face, yet the feeling of increasing oppression refused to subside. Shakily falling into a stall, he locked the door hurriedly. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he hastily fumbled for his medicine box. Director Lee had mentioned that chest tightness, shortness of breath, palpitations, fatigue, and anemia were all side effects. Yes, just side effects. He was fine, he'd had surgery to remove the tumor already. Lin Ran slumped heavily onto the toilet seat, growing increasingly uncomfortable, way beyond what his body could handle. Helplessly collapsing to the ground, sweat soaked through his collar as his breathing grew labored. Lin Ran, are you in there? Hise's voice came from outside the door. A pin could drop in the silent restroom. Hise searched around briefly, finding no response, and turned to leave the restroom. Lin Ran lay curled over the toilet, knowing Hise was looking for him, but dared not answer. Clutching his mouth tightly, his face turned pale, his vision darkening. Thud thud thud. His heart beat violently inside his chest as if someone was pounding on a drum, and he could clearly feel something trying to burst out of his throat. Cough cough. Blood spurted into the toilet bowl. Staring dazedly at the pink swirl spreading in the water, Lin Ran knew his condition was bad and he might need immediate medical attention. Unsure how much time passed, Lin Ran slowly exited the stall, leaning against the wall. By the sink, he cleaned the blood off his hands. Song Ying approached with a disgruntled expression and cut straight to the point. Teacher Lin, I think we should pick a safer song for the group performance. I don't want to fail in the first round. Lin Ran turned off the faucet. I respect everyone's opinions. If you're dissatisfied, you can choose a song that everyone can sing. This is a team competition, not an individual showcase. We shouldn't cater to any one person. If it's a team competition, then we mustn't bury anyone's talent. That's fairness. Lin Ran braced himself against the edge of the sink, trying his best to appear normal and healthy. Are you lecturing me on life philosophies, Teacher Lin? Given your shady past, do you think you're qualified to give me advice? Chapter 77, Drug Poisoning. Lin Ran clenched his fists tightly. If you look down on me, why did you choose me? Teacher Lin, I don't mean to disrespect you. I just think you may not have the capability to bear the responsibilities required by this position. Just by your choice of songs, you're practically trying to ruin us all. That's your narrow-minded view. Lin Ran lowered his tone sternly. It stems from your lack of trust in Mr. He. I'll give you a chance. Upon hearing this, Song Ying excitedly asked, do you agree to select MB.V? No, I agree that you should join another team. If you feel awkward asking other teachers, I can do it for you. Song Ying's expression froze. Leaving the team at this point would be an extremely amateurish move, especially since she was in Hise's team. If his fans found out, they'd surely attack her. Lin Ran lifted his eyes and said decisively, I'll give you time to think about it. Give me your answer before tomorrow's rehearsal. I won't leave, Song Ying said hastily. I'm not leaving. You don't have to force yourself, I've already said I'll respect your opinion. Song Ying gritted her teeth and said, I have no objections, I'll follow Teacher Lin's arrangement. Lin Ran bypassed her and walked straight out of the restroom. After walking 10 meters away, he swayed and nearly collapsed against the wall. The road beneath his feet began to twist. He tried hard to maintain his balance but didn't know where to place his steps. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around his waist. Lin Ran shook his head, seeing a blurry figure through his vision. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could sense the worry and unease from the other person. He shook his head again. I'm fine, just low blood sugar. Hise silently supported him and entered the nearest restroom. Lin Ran weakly leaned on the sofa, trying to stay alert, but his mind gradually became hazy until all his vision turned black. A slight sting spread from his hand, causing Lin Ran to subtly frown. Dr. Li looked seriously at the man behind her who was practically jumping with anxiety, and said, his blood sugar is very low, his blood pressure isn't normal either. It's best to take him back to the hospital for a checkup. Hise felt a pang of terror he couldn't express. Isn't it supposed to be a normal reaction after chemotherapy? Normal reactions don't include coughing up blood. Hise felt as if he had been hit on the head, coughing up blood. Pulse feels weak, these signs indicate critical illness. It's best to conduct systematic tests back at the hospital. Hise turned pale, looking even more fragile than the unconscious Lin Ran. Dr. Li sighed, maybe I'm overthinking it, but acute bleeding caused by drugs isn't impossible either. That's why I emphasized avoiding increased dosage on my own. Looks like he took too many pills. Hise. He hurriedly bent down to feel through Lin Ran's pockets. Dr. Li opened the medicine bottle and noticed how the full bottle from his discharge was now empty. She helplessly massaged her nose bridge. Is he taking them like candy again? Hise tightly clenched the medicine bottle. I'll supervise him from now on. Don't scare him. If you cause something bad to happen, you'll end up hurting yourself. I understand. Lunch break ended. Song Ying secretly sneaked into the neighboring practice room. Before entering, she heard thunderous music inside. Just listening to the melody, she could predict how explosive the stage effect would be. It seemed every team had unspokenly chosen the rock and roll genre, which perfectly suited stage performances. Even Zhou Xinyang, the most rigid of the four mentors, broke his comfort zone and specifically chose a fast-paced song. Song Ying grew increasingly uneasy. Their risky choice of a slow song might indeed be unique, but it lacked memorable points. With bad luck, people might forget about it once it's played. If they fail, they will all get eliminated. Song Ying closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She never expected Lin Ran to be so stubborn, a universally despised vampire in the entertainment industry. What right did he have to direct them? Looks like she had no choice but to deal with Hise. Where have you been, Song Ying? We've all been discussing how to adapt this song in the end. What do you think? Xiao Feng pulled her back into the training room. Song Ying snorted contemptuously, what's there to discuss? This song won't make it to the stage. Everyone was surprised. Song Ying coldly hummed, just wait, the final selection will definitely still be a high-tempo rock song. Time ticked away until Lin Ran woke up groggily just before evening. He heard some noise behind him and quickly removed his headphones, hurrying over to the couch. Lin Ran, still half awake, stared at two overlapping shadows before him. His brain hadn't awakened yet, but his right hand did. He cautiously touched He's cheek, and the warm sensation instantly cleared his confusion. He's curved his lips slightly and murmured softly, awake. Are you still dizzy? Lin Ran looked around, where am I? In the waiting room of the TV station, you fainted just now. There are too many people around here to take you back to the villa, so we could only rest here for a moment. Are you still feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Ran looked at the needle mark on the back of his hand. You said you had low blood sugar. The medic injected you with some glucose. Lin Ran shakily sat up. What time is it now? 7 o'clock. Lin Ran's eyes widened in shock. 7. It's almost dark. So you and I have been here since then. What about those kids? I haven't finished the rearrangement yet, so we don't need to worry about them for now. He's handed over an earphone. Do you want to listen? Lin Ran took the earphone that was still warm from his use. I didn't touch much on the front part, I only changed the chorus section, adding a segment of chanting and rap. The chant section was recorded by He's as if there was a breeze blowing through a vast valley, soft and gentle yet beautiful. Then came the rap segment which intertwined seamlessly with the preceding chant, trying to stir Lin Ran's tranquil inner being, sparking waves of passion and turbulence. He's casually cross-legged sat on the edge of the sofa, like a big dog wagging its tail, awaiting its owner's praise, his eyes shining brightly, brimming with vitality. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle at his unbridled attempts, nodding, it sounds great, no wonder teacher he has won the Best Arranger award. That's all. What else do you expect? Lin Ran thought for a moment, took off the headphones, clapped hands continuously, sincerely and candidly saying, you're awesome. He's couldn't help but smile, shaking his head, can I make a request? Go ahead. If it's something I can do, I'll agree. What's the medicine in your pocket? Lin Ran's eyes suddenly widened, instinctively covering his pocket. He's pushed aside his hand, doctors say all medicines are poison. No matter what kind of medicine, it must be taken in moderation. You want to say what? From today onwards, I will take care of it for you. Chapter 78, Fight. Lin Ran stuttered, glaring at him, why do you have the right to manage my medication? The production team required health check reports before filming. Are you sure you'll pass under your current condition? He's asked instead of answering directly. Lin Ran became silent, turning his head in anger. Now he could be certain this irrational demand was set by He's himself. And it's not like he was joining a company, who would require a full-body checkup just for recording a program. He's swiftly transferred the pill bottle from Lin Ran's pocket into his own, tell me how many times a day, and how many pills each time. I'll give them to you accordingly. 5 times, 3 pills each time. He's If Dr. Li hadn't already told him, he might have believed Lin Ran without question. The waiting room strangely went silent for a few seconds. He's chuckled slightly, I'll go ask the hospital. Lin Ran grabbed his hand, 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. He's narrowed his eyes, so you've been taking them randomly all along. Lin Ran felt guilty and kept quiet. What's this medicine? Why were you taking them arbitrarily? He's asked again. Just, replenishing energy and chi, when I'm not feeling well, I take 2 more pills. Lin Ran's voice got weaker as he continued. Listen, whatever type of medicine, it should always be within the prescribed range. Your current state may indicate drug poisoning. He's softened his tone, gently patting his head. Lin Ran thought they both had problems. Wasn't this overacting tiring? As the night fell, city lights lit up one by one. Everyone gradually returned to the villa. Knock knock knock. He's opened the door and saw Song Ying standing uninvited outside the room. Song Ying peeked inside cautiously, whispering, Teacher I want to talk to you. Sorry, it's resting time. Let's talk about it tomorrow, He's cut her lengthy explanation directly. Song Ying blocked the door with her hand, Teacher our group really cannot follow everything Teacher Lin says. He's stopped dismissing her, arms crossed, ready to hear what interesting things this traitor had to say. Song Ying frankly stated, he doesn't have any stage experience, surely he wouldn't understand the current trends. The stage show must have explosive points to grab the audience's attention. He's smiled, so. Song Ying excitedly said, I specifically selected several songs. Would you like to take a look? I think these are suitable for our whole team. He's glanced briefly, indeed, quite fitting. You think I'm right? It does suit you. He's tore the page into 2 pieces. Song Ying's smile froze completely, what do you mean by that? If you want to sing, then sing, if not, get out. Do you understand? Song Ying. He's slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Song Ying turned red with anger. After all, he was the young master of Star Moon Entertainment, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Inside the room, Lin Ran smiled as he watched Hizay speak without leaving any face for others, saying, "Aren't you afraid he'll go and tell everyone that this senior bullied a junior? It's his own fault for not knowing his place." Huh? Knowing one's place? People who don't have an ounce of discernment, our team is under the control of Teacher Lin. What about you? Shouldn't you listen to him? Hizay chuckled, "What am I? I'm nothing at all." Lin Ran lay back on the bed, "Then tonight it will be tough for you, teacher he, who is nothing." Hizay walked to the bedside with a grin, "Teacher Lin, rest well. I'll stay up tonight and adapt all of them." Lin Ran didn't force himself. His body right now needed time to recuperate. As the moon hung high in the sky, everything around was silent. Lin Ran felt a noticeable depression on one side of the bed, and as usual, he rolled towards the source of warmth. Unsurprisingly, he crashed straight into someone's broad yet warm chest. Hizay carefully held his arm, afraid of waking him up, gently soothing, "Sleep." Listening to the strong heartbeat, Lin Ran realized he didn't know when he had gotten so dependent on Hizay. Suddenly, he felt a little scared, fearing the day their disguise would be uncovered. At that point, would he still choose to pretend this broken mirror was reunited? Fear surged, and Lin Ran couldn't help but start shivering. Hizay hugged him and lightly patted his back, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The next day, the sky was slightly darker. When everyone heard the newly adapted melody, they were all bright-eyed simultaneously. Even Song Ying, who always had the most complaints, stayed quiet. But after getting his lyric sheet, all grievances exploded. Fuming, he threw down his lyric sheet. "Why do I only get 2 solo lines? Shui Yimin gets 4. Are you targeting me because I contradicted you yesterday?" Lin Ran listened to the noisy complaint, took the lyric sheet, and looked at it carefully before explaining, "I divided the lyrics based on each person's vocal condition, and I did not target anyone specifically. Are you saying my voice is worse than Shui Yimin's? I'm not implying that. Shui Yimin has excellent vocal conditions, and in a choir, his voice would be particularly attractive. Do you even realize who you are? Have you listened to your own voice? You, with your cracked voice, what qualifications do you have to direct us? Song Ying, don't be like this." Xiao Feng tried to hold back his increasingly unreasonable teammate. Song Ying shoved his hand away, "I just can't stand it. How could this lousy program invite someone like you, a bloodsucker who leeches off others' popularity? Now I have to suspect if you didn't bribe some producer." With a slap, Lin Ran slammed the lyric sheet onto Song Ying's head, "Shut up if you can't speak properly." Song Ying got enraged, sneering, "Am I wrong? Haven't you forgotten how Zhang Yi fell for your tricks? That's enough, Song Ying. Don't talk nonsense." Shui Yimin hurriedly tried to stop him. Song Ying continued stirring the pot, "You're helping him so much, aren't you too?" Bang, Song Ying hadn't finished speaking when he was kicked away by someone. Hizay had just walked in and heard that sentence, instantly losing his temper. That kick was fast and brutal, shocking everyone on site and freezing them momentarily. Song Ying fell on the ground, crying out in pain, "Who dares to hit me, damn it." Hizay rolled up his sleeves, "Since you have such a loose mouth, I'll tear it apart." Staring wide-eyed at Hizay advancing fiercely, Song Ying shrank back fearfully, "Teacher he, what are you going to do? Beat you?" Lin Ran snapped out of it, instinctively wanting to pull back the uncontrollable man, shouting, "Hizay, calm down." Hizay glanced at Lin Ran, whose face had turned pale from anxiety, and said to the nearby students, "Stop Teacher Lin." Lin Ran became breathless, watching as Song Ying got beaten up in just a few seconds, making him angrier as he prepared to rush over. Shui Yimin hastily interjected, "Teacher Lin, don't go over there. You might get hurt accidentally." How could Lin Ran ignore this? It concerned Hizay. If word got out that a mentor had hit a student, who knows what kind of slur Hizay would face. Anxiety surged as he wanted to stop it, but just as he moved, it felt as if something struck his heart and his vision abruptly went dark. Panicking, he grabbed onto the table for support. "Teacher Lin, are you alright?" Shui Yimin steadied his arm. Lin Ran shook his head, feeling the air growing thinner. He opened his eyes and struggled to look at the blurry figure in front of him. A bit frightened, he shakily lifted his hand, Hizay. Chapter 79, Possible Transfer. Outside the door, many trainees gathered to watch the commotion, initially thinking it was part of rehearsal until they realized it was a fight. "What's going on?" Zhou Xinyang rushed over to mediate. Holding Song Ying by the collar, Hizay's eyes were bloodshot with fury, his face dark as ink. "Repeat what you just said. Who exactly is mixed up with whom?" Scared witless, Song Ying's legs trembled so violently he dared not utter another defiant word, shaking his head repeatedly as a plea for mercy. "Xiao He, calm down first. This is a TV station, don't act rashly." Ignoring the plea, Hizay tightened his grip around Song Ying's neck like a predator ready to pounce and rip its prey, saying coldly, "Speak. Weren't you boasting earlier? I'm waiting for your words." Song Ying cast desperate looks around the crowd, having been utterly cowed by Hizay's ferocity. Struggling, Lin Ran lost balance and fell back, landing hard on the ground. Flashes of light clouded his sight as he weakly raised his head. Hizay. In the cacophony, Hizay suddenly tensed, turning sharply with panic. Pained, Lin Ran stretched out his hand towards Hizay. I can't breathe. With a fierce shove, Hizay threw Song Ying aside like a sack of mud, rushing chaotically to Lin Ran's side, asking helplessly, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Lin Ran strained to open his mouth, the sensation of suffocation intensifying, as if a heavy rock was lodged in his chest, heavy and oppressive. Wasting no time, Hizay scooped him up into his arms. Zhou Xinyang noticed the strangeness and hurried after them. What's wrong with Teacher Lin? There was no time for explanations as Hizay carried Lin Ran swiftly away from the broadcasting station. Upon receiving the call, Li Nan's heart sunk deeply. As expected, his troublemaker had gone too far again. Fighting publicly with a student inside the studio? No, it was an outright beating. If this news spread, he couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences, being banned or vilified. Li Nan silently lit a cigarette and started paging through his contact list once the cigarette burned halfway. At the hospital. The gastroenterology department chair hesitated awkwardly when facing the desolate figure squatting in the corner, probably sensing fear and imagining himself hidden. Upon hearing footsteps, Hizay looked up pale-faced. Seeing the chair approach, he leaned against the wall and struggled to his feet. After much deliberation, the doctor carefully chose his words. Uncontrollably, Hizay's hands twisted together as he tightly pinched his palm to steady himself. Taking a deep breath, the chair announced, things aren't looking good, preliminary suspicion points to lung metastasis. Hizay's legs gave way almost instantly and he nearly fell to his knees. Fortunately, the doctor quickly caught his arms. Red-eyed, Hizay, the articulate star normally so fluent, could now not even utter a coherent sentence, only gasping uselessly. The doctor continued, the test results haven't come back yet, this is just my suspicion. Don't worry prematurely, perhaps it's not as severe as imagined. Why? Why like this? Hizay leaped forward gripping the doctor's shoulders. Didn't they say chemotherapy was effective? Not achieving anticipated success, only the best within the worst scenarios. And now what do we do? Surgery, or? The dosage may need increasing next week. Hizay let his hands fall in despair, he won't withstand it. A couple days hospitalization might be necessary for recuperation. If the condition improves, we could potentially maintain prior treatment effects. The doctor recommended. Back in the ward, sunlight quietly seeped through the curtains and rested on the windowsill. Watching medical staff gradually leave, Lin Ran propped himself up slowly with his elbow on the bed. Don't move around too much. Hizay strode briskly into the room. Forcing a weak smile, Lin Ran said, you're still here. Hizay adjusted the bed height, do you still feel unwell? Shaking his head, Lin Ran replied, not anymore. You should hurry back. Such a big mess requires your personal handling. Li Nan will handle it, you don't need to worry. Being your agent is really suffering. Hizay wanted to say something but stopped, instead feigning calmness as he picked up the water cup. Do you want some water? Lin Ran noticed his slightly trembling hands and forced a cheerful smile. There's nothing much on my end. You should go back and supervise their practice. I'll be fine after this. The doctor requested hospitalization. Hizay poured half a cup of water and handed it to him. Lin Ran's eyes widened. I can't be hospitalized. I know what you're going to say, but it's impossible. Hizay, by what identity do you have to restrict me? Regardless of my identity, when it comes to your health, there's no room for negotiation. Lin Ran took the water cup, looked down at the ripples in the water, and let out a self-deprecating chuckle, not pretending anymore, huh? Hizay's expression stiffened. What are you talking about? Lin Ran lifted his gaze, meeting his eyes directly. I said, aren't you pretending anymore? What am I pretending? Hizay, why has it come to this? Why did you suddenly change? Lin Ran stared intently at him, clearly capturing the fleeting panic in his eyes. Hizay sighed deeply. When did you find out? No one would just randomly treat another person well. You've overacted. Hizay brought a chair and sat beside the bed. Apparently my acting still needs improvement. I need to think of ways to improve at the drama academy. Don't change the subject. Lin Ran put down the water cup. Hizay, what exactly are we now? Counts as me having no shame. Hizay tried to hold his hand. Lin Ran subtly avoided the gesture. I'm not joking around with you. I'm not joking either, Lin Ran, there are some things I can't say right now. I'm afraid you might not bear it. When your health improves, we'll talk slowly. So? Is it because you're worried that I'll die from being sick, so you've suddenly become merciful? Hizay covered his mouth. Don't mention the word death. You won't die. Lin Ran pushed away his hand, but I'm close to dying now. Hizay's eyes instantly turned red. Fine, then let's die together. Lin Ran froze completely, looking unblinkingly at Hizay who had lost control of his emotions all of a sudden. Before Lin Ran could react, he was tightly embraced. He looked incredibly panicked, his arms holding strongly, as if trying to crush Lin Ran and meld him into his own bone and blood. Hizay choked out, you won't die. Lin Ran smiled bitterly, you're hurting me. Hizay quickly loosened his rough grip. Lin Ran helplessly gazed at him. Hizay, I don't need sympathy. Whether it's because of your awakened conscience or lingering feelings for me, you shouldn't show up right now. Then just count me as having no shame. You'll never drive me away. Lin ran. Chapter 80, Chemotherapy Failure. Hisei sulkily returned to sit by the bed. Since being gentle wasn't working, he decided to be firm. Lin Ran couldn't understand why he suddenly changed like this. The Hisei of before was mature and steady, never causing such unreasonable troubles. Until the four finished, neither of them said another word. The nurse bent down to remove the needle, stealing a glance at both men. It really was Hisei. Hiss, Lin Ran exhaled lightly, seeing large beads of blood instantly gush from his hand's vein. Hisei's pupils contracted immediately, and without regard for the third person present, he hurriedly pressed on the needle hole on Lin Ran's wrist. What happened? I'm sorry, the nurse continuously apologized. Lin Ran glanced at the young nurse who was scared pale and smiled faintly. It's not your fault, it's my physical condition. The blood flow was fast, quickly soaking a piece of gauze within seconds. Hisei couldn't stay seated, losing his mind as he demanded, stop the bleeding fast. The nurse quickly ran out of the ward. Lin Ran frowned, she's your fan, you shouldn't be so harsh on her. There are times when I'm even harsher. Hisei anxiously watched him, only you can soothe me. Lin Ran. Embarrassed, he turned away, his cheeks slightly reddening, probably due to shyness. To tell the truth, Lin Ran felt like he couldn't keep up with this man's brainwaves. How could he so naturally say these cheesy love words? Hisei's lips curled up in smug satisfaction. Indeed, the love guidebook proved useful. Little one, wouldn't you be charmed beyond control? The doctor soon arrived. Lin Ran noticed the bleeding had stopped and made a move to get off the bed. Hisei stopped him, what are you doing? We need to go back to the TV station and intensify training. We have a public performance on Friday, and there's no time to waste. Lin Ran pushed his hand away. Hisei forcefully pressed him back onto the bed. The doctor said you need to be hospitalized. I'm fine. Lin Ran shoved his head away that was getting too close. Also, male-male intimate contact is inappropriate. Please keep your distance. Hisei. Lin Ran mumbled as he got out of bed, even if something does happen to me, it's my own business. We've broken up. Hisei became so angry steam seemed to come out of his head, gritting his teeth and pulling at the other person's hand. In your current state, there's no way I can let you go back. I've told you before. Lin Ran suddenly collapsed when he stood up. Hisei held his swaying body with great alarm. After a while, Lin Ran slowly recovered from the sudden dizziness and softly murmured, don't upset me. Hisei didn't dare say a harsh word, will you be good? Seeing you like this makes me afraid. Say, I have my own dreams too. Lin Ran faced him, struggling to force a smile. That stage, I've dreamed about it for an entire year. Ran will have more chances in the future. Hisei choked on his words, tears wetting his eyes. Lin Ran shook his head, I don't know if I'll get better. You will get better, Hisei swore firmly. I have hope, which is why I want to live. Lin Ran pushed his support away. Hisei, I may not have many fans, but they are all looking forward to seeing me standing under the spotlight. Ran. Do you not want to see? Lin Ran's eyes brimmed with tears, smiling until his whole face shone brightly. Hisei pulled his hand, will you promise me something? Promise you what? Just watch from the sidelines. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ran nodded, all right. Hisei felt around in his pocket but found nothing, then said, just wait a bit. Lin Ran didn't understand what strange idea had come to his mind and obediently sat back on the chair. In a short while, Hisei rushed back with a set of paper and pen, write. Write clearly word by word, starting today, follow Hisei's arrangements. Lin Ran. Hisei raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to write quickly. Lin Ran felt a little confused, why do I need to write? You said you'd listen to me. I only agreed not to meddle in your rehearsals, not everything you say. Hisei bit his teeth, how could this person become so sharp after not seeing him for a year? Lin Ran thought and thought, how could this person seem like his brain had shrunk after not seeing him for a year? Hisei grabbed the pen and wrote a long paragraph himself, then passed it back to Lin Ran, I don't care. If you don't sign, I won't agree to you being discharged. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh at his childish behavior, carefully analyzing each word and sentence, finding nothing too extreme. Hisei was very satisfied as he safely stored Lin Ran's letter of guarantee. Lin Ran got up, big star he, can we go back now? Hisei bent down and directly carried him. Lin Ran instinctively hugged his neck, startled, what are you doing? The doctor said you can go back as long as you're not tired, not anxious, not cold, and not injured. Lin Ran resisted, I can walk myself. It's at least 300 meters to the door. Any movement beyond 30 meters counts as overexertion. Lin Ran was shocked, what nonsense are you saying? The doctor personally gave the instructions, I'll send you a copy later. Lin Ran looked at the passing people around, hurriedly putting the mask back on Hisei's face, we might get photographed. It doesn't matter, Lin Ran will handle it. His broker must earn a lot, right? I am a very conscientious boss. With all these troubles he deals with for you, he must be very pitiful. It's his job, he should feel honored for having so much value. Hisei gently placed him in the vehicle, even kindly fastening the seatbelt. Lin Ran felt a bit headache, and a bit fearful. It seemed like breaking this thin layer made him even more reckless. So why did he come back? Heze walked around to the other side. I'll take you to eat something first. Lin Ran didn't object. Even if he couldn't eat, Heze still needed to. The car merged into the traffic. Heze chose a members-only restaurant, avoiding the noisy crowd. You order first, I need to answer a call outside. Heze left the private room after taking off his coat. Li Yun, the test results are out, lung metastasis has been ruled out. Heze sighed with relief, but before he had a chance to rejoice, the other party poured cold water over him without mercy. Li Yun, unfortunately, a new tumor has been found in the liver. Heze's mind went blank as all he could hear was Li Yun's incessant talking, but he couldn't make out a single word. Li Yun, it hasn't even been a month, and we suspect it has already metastasized. The first round of chemotherapy has failed. You, tell me how to treat it now. Mr. Li will be here tomorrow, we'll discuss it. The tumor's location isn't good, the surgery carries too much risk, and the success rate is less than 30%. Will he die, right? Li Yun hesitated, not knowing whether to feel relieved or regretful, relieved that it was discovered early, otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted through this month, yet regretting why it wasn't sooner. Just a bit earlier. Chapter 81, You apologize, I won't accept. Heze returned to the private room in a daze. Sunlight shone in, Lin Ran quietly looked through the menu, his eyes carrying a faint smile, perhaps out of curiosity for new things, he would occasionally ask questions to the young waitress standing beside him. The waitress smiled like a mother explaining to him. The scene was beautiful, so beautiful that Heze thought it wasn't real at all, as if the person in front of him was just an easily broken bubble about to vanish. Can I eat fish? Lin Ran lifted his gaze, full of anticipation, looking at Heze who seemed to be daydreaming or thinking deeply. Heze nodded, you can eat whatever you want. Lin Ran didn't speak, his finger traced on the menu twice, then confidentially looked at the waitress taking notes. Wishing they were on the same wavelength. Truffle yaoshan soup, pan-seared silver sturgeon fish, boiled choy sum, strawberry fluffy ice. Wait. Although Heze was somewhat distracted, he still keenly noticed something odd. Lin Ran hurriedly said, don't include the last one, I was just pointing randomly, don't write them all down. Heze took the ordering device from the other's hand and glanced at the guilty person who seemed to want to bury his head inside the table. Lin Ran began dodging his eyes, it's so quiet, how about some music? All cold drinks are off the list, Heze handed over the menu. The waitress didn't dare linger long and quickly left the private room with the menu in hand. The room was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Lin Ran sipped a mouthful of hot tea, possibly due to being overly nervous, half of it spilled back onto the table after he set the cup down. Heze helplessly wiped it up for him, I haven't scolded you, why are you panicking? Lin Ran glanced at him, I didn't know that was made of ice, it looked so nice on the picture, I just got curious and ordered one. I'm so afraid of death, there's no way I would eat something harmful. Even if it's served, I wouldn't take a bite. Heze couldn't help but laugh, you don't need to justify yourself, I won't blame you, you have the right to be spoiled. Then I can. But you don't have the condition to act tough, you're not allowed to touch it. Heze refused without hesitation. Lin Ran turned his head away, pouting discontentedly. During the meal, Lin Ran only drank a small bowl of soup. Heze stared solemnly at him, thoughts filled with the worst results mentioned by Li Yun. He admitted that he was more afraid now than the moment he fell off the cliff. Hope was right in front of him, but he was afraid he couldn't hold on to it. Lin Ran put a piece of fish into Heze's bowl, smiling at each other, this fish smells delicious, you try it for me. Heze obediently picked up the fish meat, but before putting it into his mouth, the chopsticks shook and the fish fell onto the table. Lin Ran laughed, such a big person, and you can't use chopsticks. Heze mocked himself, yes, quite embarrassing. No third party saw it, don't worry, I won't tell anyone that the great star Heze can't use chopsticks. Lin Ran held his hands under his chin, gazing at him with a teasing smile. Heze's nose tingled and his heart swelled with emotion. He hid his fragile expression by looking down, swallowing food continuously like he wanted to stuff everything in his mouth. Lin Ran chuckled, eat slowly, I'm not competing with you. After the meal, it was close to dusk. In the training room, everyone was uneasy, including Song Ying who had been battered speechless. Previously, however boastful he had been, now he was just as pitiful. Though he looked like the victim, everyone present knew it all stemmed from his insolent words. What are you all dumbfounded for? Have you memorized the lyrics, or have you mastered the pitch? As soon as Heze entered, he saw everyone frozen like quails, displeased, he threw the sheet music onto the piano. The sudden sound startled everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. Heze surveyed each of them in turn, Feng Xiaofeng, you come first. After speaking, Heze sat down at the piano. Facing such an authoritative Heze even when he wasn't angry, Feng Xiaofeng was too nervous to open his mouth. Relax, slowly find the pitch. Feng Xiaofeng took a deep breath and carefully listened to the sheet music. Lin Ran peeked into the training room. Shui Mi noticed the movement at the door and his face lit up with joy, Teacher Lin, are you feeling better? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their heads to look over. Heze pushed away from the stool, advancing fiercely, have you forgotten your own assurance letter? Lin Ran was seated on the sofa, laughing bitterly. I haven't interfered with your practice. I just came to take a look. I haven't said a word. Sit still, if you move, I will immediately take you back to the hospital. Hizei returned to sit in front of the piano, his tone colder than before. Next person. Everyone was on tenterhooks, none daring to step up. Song Ying. Hizei called out names. Song Ying covered his swollen red face and stiffly moved forward 2 steps. Hizei continued playing the piano. Song Ying's legs were shaking so much that his singing was entirely without quality, breaking several notes. Hizei looked up meaningfully, not saying a word, but staring intently at him. Song Ying was close to tears. Sorry, teacher I apologize for my rude words. If you really had sincerity, you wouldn't have even apologized to the wrong person. Hizei coldly laughed. Song Ying rushed to teacher Lin Ran's side and bowed deeply. Teacher Lin, sorry. Lin Ran was stunned by this thunderous apology. It didn't feel like an apology. Anyone uninformed might think it was a declaration of war. Song Ying, with his bruised nose and swollen face, sucked in air sharply. I apologize for my loose tongue, teacher Lin, sorry. I don't accept it. Song Ying looked up, disbelieving. I've already apologized, what else do you want from me? You're apologizing because you're afraid, not because you realize you've done something wrong. But This matter has a terrible influence, it damages more than just my reputation. This is during the competition period. I may not hold it against you, but I won't forgive you. Song Ying's eyes suddenly darkened. How could it be possible that as the esteemed Master Song, the young master of Star Moon Entertainment, humbled himself and offered an apology, only for this 18th-tier nobody filled with scandals to dare refuse his olive branch? Lin Ran didn't pay him any mind, continuing to listen as the next student began singing. Song Ying glared at Lin Ran, who had no idea of his high status, and furiously thought, what does he have to strut about? Just because of a little charm. Song Ying glanced at Hizei nearby and brightened as if realizing something. So, he wasn't cozying up with Shui Min, instead, he'd ensnared Hizei. Chapter 82, A Little Pain. Deep into the night, the students gradually left. Lin Ran fell asleep at some point, and in his half-awake state, felt like someone was lifting him up. Is it over? He leaned on Hizei's shoulder, muttering softly. For today, that's all there is. My throat is already exhausted. Hizei strolled through the empty corridor. Lin Ran opened his eyes slightly. I can walk myself. No one will see us. Hizei pushed open the safety passage fireproof door and directly left via the stairwell. Lin Ran stopped trying to act strong. Hizei, I'll become a huge problem. That's a coincidence. In teachers' eyes, I've never been a good student either. We cancel each other's negatives and get a positive, we suit each other. You're great. That's because of lover's blindness. Lin Ran couldn't help but blush. No, it's an objective evaluation. Do you like me like this? Lin Ran didn't answer, closing his eyes pretending to sleep. He couldn't say, love. He knew it was like a sharp blade, ready to stab towards the person he loved most. Hizei stopped asking and firmly carried him away from the TV station. On the day of the public performance, Lin Ran realized his condition was deteriorating badly. The mild pain in the upper left abdomen that had been bothering him suddenly intensified sharply. It wasn't simple stomach pain, it felt like being burnt. Clutching his left rib area, Lin Ran slowly crouched by the toilet. The scope of pain quickly spread throughout his body almost instantly. The pain made him feel as though he'd been torn apart limb by limb, and his weak legs caused him to fall heavily onto the ground. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came at the door. We should head out now. Lin Ran shakily stood up, his voice lacking strength. In a moment. Hizei's expression suddenly turned serious, his hand paused as he was buttoning up his shirt. He was no longer calm, and began pounding on the restroom door with more force. What's wrong, Wan? Lin Ran tried to conceal it, but looking at his reflection in the mirror, a face even ghastlier than a ghost, unless Hizei was blind, there was no way Hizei would believe any of the lies Lin Ran might say. As Hizei received no response, he became more anxious. Open the door. Lin Ran reluctantly unlocked the door. Seeing Hizei rush in, he slightly shook his head apologetically. It hurts a bit. Hizei steadied his wobbling body, bending down to scoop him up. Let's go to the hospital. Lin Ran pressed on his hand. We'll go after tonight is over. Lin Ran, I'm not asking you. Hizei stressed his tone. Lin Ran applied more pressure to the painful spot, too afraid to argue back, and instead gave Hizei a pitiful look. Hizei trembled violently. Wan, we can't wait anymore. Whether it's a day earlier or later makes no difference. Lin Ran forced a smile. Hizei, you don't need to feel guilty about anything. I'm not feeling guilty. You don't have to be sad either, my current condition has nothing to do with you. Hizei gritted his teeth and placed him on the sofa, kneeling half down, his eyes blazing. Lin Ran, just because you didn't say doesn't mean I don't know. That account from last life, which never had the chance to settle, I will reclaim it all for you this time. Lin Ran knew Hizei's abilities. With his current status, it was impossible for him to not find out. Hizay took his icy hands into his. If you don't trust me, then feel it slowly, whether my feelings toward you are guilt or sincerity. Lin Ran pulled back his hands. Let's start. We still need another rehearsal. Hizay remained motionless, continuing to kneel halfway. Lin Ran sighed lightly. I don't have any strength. Hizay lifted him again. I'll give in this one time, next time, regardless of finals or anything else, I will bind you to the hospital if necessary. Hizay, I am a free man, you have no right to restrict my behavior. I don't want to reason with you, you have to listen. In front of the TV station, there were already large crowds of fans gathered. Hong sister, it's so scary, I feel like we're being swamped, the young girl shivered nervously, glancing at the massive crowds on both sides. On the left was an overwhelming green army, its expanse covering 2/3 of the area. On the right were the determined support groups for Pei Chen, proudly waving blue flags, though they fell short both in numbers and spirit. Among them were various other fan groups, some pink, some purple, creating a riot of colors, a sea of brilliance. Chi Hong wasn't without imagining what the scene would look like once Hizay arrived, yet she grossly underestimated his popularity. Eventually our Ran baby will also have a troop cheering us on, Chi Hong waved her small flag proudly, and one day, the red maple leaves of our Ran baby will fill the entire square. Yes, our Ran baby will shine brilliantly across half the sky. The judge's lounge. Pei Chen felt a headache brewing. Prior to yesterday, he was full of confidence. At least based on the popularity of himself and Zheng Yanhe, they could surely rival Hizay somewhat. However, after observing the first round of rehearsals, he began to feel uneasy. Even though it was a niche song, Hizay's adaptation was astonishingly impressive, perfectly complementing the stage. Among a host of crazy rock songs, it flowed like a refreshing spring that purified restlessness and calmed hearts. The imagery was beautiful, the lyrics were beautiful, and the melody was beautiful, it was as if one was transported to a serene utopia. Admitting defeat was reluctant, but inevitable, he simply lacked the skill. At the competition venue, the audience started filing in gradually. Lin Ran sat in the judge's seat, inexplicably feeling a chill. Without a sound, Hizay slipped off his jacket. Lin Ran noticed something had been added on his knees and instinctively looked down. Hizay had draped his coat over Lin Ran's legs, earnestly stating, I'm feeling a bit hot. Lin Ran didn't expose this ridiculous excuse, comfortably wrapping himself in Hizay's jacket. Hizay's lips curled slightly, capturing the cameras. This tender smile sparked feverish excitement throughout the venue. Hizay worried that the shrill screams would frighten his treasure, so he quickly covered his mouth and signaled everyone to maintain order in the field. The performance commenced, the first act was Pei Chen's team. The collaboration of two major idols ignited the crowd as soon as they appeared. Lin Ran felt tense, his palms drenched in sweat. Avoiding the camera, Hizay gently grasped Lin Ran's sweaty right hand, softly saying, Don't be nervous, you're the ultimate ace. Lin Ran subconsciously wanted to avoid his tugging, yet he relied on his soothing. Hizay's smile was even more radiant on his face, increasingly enjoying the caress of his baby's palm. Lin Ran shot him a fierce glare, What are you doing? I'm teasing you. Lin Ran. Hizay no longer wanted to be subtle about anything, openly and shamelessly propping his cheek on his hand as he observed the flushed little face beside him. Occasionally, the light would shine over, flickering on Lin Ran's brows. He looked just like a delectable piece of mousse cake, smooth and sweet. He really wanted to take a bite. I feel something's off. Has he ever smiled like this before? It's not just off, I also sense a different kind of vibe. Why does he look at Lin Ran with such an obvious gaze? And why is he smiling so lewdly? A few young fans exchanged glances with each other, tacitly deciding not to indulge in further random thoughts. No way, there he is straighter than steel. Chapter 83 Little Tricks. How do you think our group's chances of winning are? Lin Ran asked in a lowered voice. Perhaps Hizay didn't hear clearly, for he didn't respond after a long while. Lin Ran couldn't help but lean closer to him. Hizay remained motionless, eyes fixed on the stage, possibly engrossed in watching. Lin Ran leaned closer again, almost all of his upper body about to cling into Hizay's embrace, repeating, Do you think we have a good chance of winning? Hizay smiled gracefully as he gazed at the little head that had appeared right before his eyes, pretending as if he'd just noticed. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Lin Ran glanced around, wary of disturbing others, then leaned forward even more. Are you confident we can advance? Oh, what did you say? It's too noisy, I didn't hear it. Hizay theatrically pointed at his ear. If Lin Ran couldn't figure out his little trick, then his time in the entertainment industry this year was wasted. Suddenly, all the lights went out, leaving only one spotlight in the middle of the stage in the entire screening hall. Hizay seized the opportunity to wrap his arm around the waist of the person next to him. Lin Ran lost his balance and directly fell into his arms. The scene froze, sounds faded. Hizay's hot breath was entirely sprayed onto Lin Ran's neck. Lin Ran first froze in place, then started in alarm, instinctively wanting to break free from his grip. But Hizay disregarded everything, completely imprisoning the person within his embrace. Their two hearts seemed to collide together. All Lin Ran could hear in his ears were messy heartbeats, drowned out by any melody. Snap. The lights turned back on, and shouts echoed continuously from around them. Still shaken, Lin Ran sat back down on the chair, as if he could still hear the other person's heartbeat ringing in his ears. He panted heavily. More excitement than fear, it felt like his entire being was boiling. Hizay calmly waved toward the nearby staff, "Could you please get a cup of warm water?" The staff soon returned with the request. Hizay placed the warm cup in front of Lin Ran, grinning broadly, "Teacher Lin, have some water." Lin Ran gave him a furious glare, snatching the cup and gulping down a big mouthful. "Slow down, don't choke." Hizay handed over a tissue. Lin Ran turned his head away, unwilling to say another word to him. "I'm sorry," Hizay apologized. "What exactly are you apologizing for?" Lin Ran huffed. "Do you know what kind of setting this is? I helped steady you because you weren't standing properly, wasn't that okay?" Lin Ran angrily set down the cup. "Have you considered how many pairs of eyes are on you?" If needed, I'll disclose again publicly." Lin Ran was a bit confused. Disclose what? Hizay smirked. "You'll naturally know when the time is right." Lin Ran stared at him blankly. On stage, Hizay was dazzling and unreachable, giving an illusion-like feeling akin to flowers in a mirror or moon in water. But the Hizay right here in front of him made them seem as if they'd reverted to the way they were a year ago. Even though they were once at rock bottom, they hadn't cared much about their situation, living carefree, arrogant, unbound by rules. He thought perhaps it wasn't Hizay who had changed, but himself. He had become timid and cowardly, overly self-deprecating and ridiculous, too scared to love, too afraid to hate. Like a rat hiding in the dark, he could only secretly admire the light. His heart throbbed slightly, so he gently pressed on the painful spot. How could someone with no future dare to dream of returning to the past with him? Ran. Hizay grabbed his arm, sensing his almost imperceptible trembling, and immediately became tense. Lin Ran shook his head. "I'm fine." Hizay saw the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his frown deepening. "Where do you feel unwell? Is it stomach pain or dizziness?" "I'm really fine." Lin Ran shivered as he picked up the water cup and drank several big gulps. "The water is too cold, you shouldn't drink it anymore." Hizay quickly took it away. "I'll have them replace it with a new cup for you." "No need to trouble, I'm not thirsty anymore." Lin Ran stiffly stared at the stage, avoiding any thoughts of him. A performance group had finished, and now Wang Yi's team was up next. With the same energetic music filling the air, the stage suddenly dropped by a few centimeters in the center. The spotlight illuminated the water, creating ripples. Lin Ran looked surprised. "Water dance." Hizay followed his gaze. The stage sparkled with shimmering waves as workers began pushing several large drums onto the stage. "Drum dance." Lin Ran exclaimed. "Everyone has brought out their best skills. You're the ultimate card." Hizay gently patted Lin Ran's hand under the table. Lin Ran instinctively pulled back. "This time, it's all your rearrangement and design, I didn't participate. The next one will be yours." "Do you really think so? Don't you trust me?" Lin Ran turned toward him, their eyes meeting firmly and fearlessly. "I trust you." The drum beats resounded around them like an explosive battlefield filled with ambushes and danger. Fearing that he might not hear, Lin Ran repeated more firmly, "I trust you." Unhesitating, Hizay gripped his hand again with a tender smile. "I'll give you a satisfying answer." Lin Ran turned his focus back to the stage, still letting his hand be entangled by the other's persistence. It wasn't that he minded being pulled by him, but there were too many people watching, and he feared any noticeable struggles might draw attention. The second match ended. The on-site atmosphere was completely ignited, leaving all the audience excited and unable to settle down. Lin Ran's third team was next. Lin Ran sat upright with stiff posture, breathing faster than before. Hizay casually clasped his hand. "You said you trust me, so don't be nervous. Just enjoy the musical feast I'm bringing to you, it's the song you chose after all." The venue fell completely silent, and the stage was cloaked in darkness. Just as everyone grew curious, a beam of light descended from above, and within the tranquil hall, a gentle hum echoed like a breeze caressing the face. The previously intense atmosphere instantly quieted, while the ethereal voice reverberated endlessly. Lin Ran's eyes welled with redness, he didn't know why, as though a lingering regret weighed heavily on his heart. Hizay continued to hold his hand tightly, as if silently telling him, "I'm here, don't be afraid." Lin Ran turned to look at him. "Hizay. Are you regretful?" Hizay smiled. "What should I regret?" "I don't know, but I can tell from what you said, there's a hint of regret in your tone." "I have no regrets. In fact, I'm very happy." Lin Ran didn't understand. "What are you happy about?" "I'm happy because you're alive, I'm alive, and we're all alive." Chapter 84 Deterioration. Lin Ran could no longer focus on the rest of the songs being performed, his mind stuck only on Hizay's strange words. He couldn't figure out why he would say something so peculiar. They were all living perfectly well, weren't they? His heart seemed to react to his emotions, not painful as before, but a profound and indescribable sadness washed over him. As the competition concluded, the director began tallying the final votes. The rankings weren't announced publicly on site, but everyone present knew the outcome. With Hizay's immense popularity, he was undoubtedly the runaway first-place winner. In the backstage area, all trainees focused intently on the large screen, awaiting the life or death verdict. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. "Director, I have something urgent to attend to and must leave early. Please send me the final results and a new list of participants via phone," his aide declared bluntly. "You go ahead with your business. I'll send the updated participant list to your phone, and we'll regroup next Tuesday." "Next Tuesday doesn't work for me, my schedule is full." The director hesitated. "When exactly do you plan to come?" "My agent will contact you." The director wanted to protest but held back. This entire show was sponsored by him. For the golden benefactor, how dare he refuse anything? Hizay hurriedly left the backstage area. Pei Chen stepped out from the corner. He hadn't heard everything clearly, but he understood well enough that the director's deferential behavior was not merely due to Hizay's star power. Lin Ran waited at the staff passage, feeling unsteady on his feet, his entire back pressed tightly against the wall. A sensation of alternating cold and heat swept through him. The worsening discomfort made him dizzy and queasy. "Can you still hold on?" Hizay supported his arm. Lin Ran weakly raised his head. "What did the director say?" "He won't refuse me. He'll send me the final scores, don't worry. Our team is definitely not going to be eliminated." Hizay picked him up horizontally. Lin Ran lacked the strength to resist. "Would it be bad if we leave early? The worst they can do is criticize me for being too big-headed." "Don't worry, Li Nan will handle it." Lin Ran couldn't help but feel some sympathy for his agent, chuckling bitterly. "You should increase your salary." "All right, however much you say I should add, I'll add. But that's your agent, how can I decide?" Lin Ran closed his eyes. Hizay didn't reply further, quickening his steps instead. The business car was parked at the entrance. Sitting inside the luxurious-looking car, Lin Ran joked, "Hizay, if I vomit all over your car, would you get mad?" Hizay's expression turned serious. "Do you feel like vomiting?" "I'm afraid I can't control it." Hizay fastened the seatbelt, readying a sick bag early. "Vomit if you need to, don't hold it in. Holding it in too long can cause stomach pain." Lin Ran obediently held the sick bag, but his hands started becoming increasingly numb and stiff. Feeling powerless, he glanced at the man beside him. "I can't hold it anymore." Hizay carefully supported his hand. "I'm here, don't worry." The hospital was just ahead. Lin Ran didn't know when exactly he passed out, but when he woke up again, all he could hear was the beeping sound of the heart monitor. It was very late at night, probably after midnight. Dizzy and disoriented, Lin Ran tried to sit up but was stopped by a pair of hands. The room was dimly lit, and Hizay's features were blurred. "Lie down properly." His voice was raspy, as if his throat had been damaged. Lin Ran anxiously gripped his hand. "What's wrong with you?" Hizay feigned calmness. "Nothing's wrong with me, I just haven't rested well these past 2 days, my throat is a bit sore." "Is it because of my condition?" Hizay covered his mouth. "Your situation is fine, stop worrying unnecessarily." Lin Ran lay back down, "Then rest well. You're a singer, you can lose anything but your voice must remain healthy." Hizay nodded seriously. "All right, I'll sleep well tonight." "Oh yes, has the ranking come out yet?" "It's come out, first place." Lin Ran's voice brightened considerably. "You're truly amazing. It's you who's amazing. You've brought out the best in everyone, whether it's choosing songs or assigning parts. It's you who put them in their shining positions." Lin Ran curved his lips upward. "Then I'll take full credit without any shame. It's all you're doing anyway. Have they confirmed the airing date yet?" "The first episode airs next Friday. Then I have to recover quickly. The second round starts soon." Lin Ran struggled to smile. Hizay tucked him in better. "You'll get better, definitely." Lin Ran firmly clutched the bedsheet. "Yes, I'll get better." The next day, the room was filled with doctors. Lin Ran stared at the crowd of people before grabbing onto Hizay's wrist for the first time out of fear. Hizay sensed his terror and consoled him softly. "Don't be afraid. These are experts invited from all over the country, the most experienced oncologists." Lin Ran looked at the authoritative-looking elder in the group. "Is he an expert too?" "This is Teacher Li Jun, the most respected master of traditional Chinese medicine in the country." Before Lin Ran could fully react, a needle pierced into him, leaving him bewildered as he looked at the elder. Master Li rarely smiled, saying curtly, "Don't waste time." Lin Ran suddenly felt heavy in the mind. He wanted to stay awake, but once he closed his eyes, he drifted off to sleep. Hizay was asked to leave the ward. Collapsing into a chair, both hands supporting his forehead, he couldn't bring himself to recall those dreadful possibilities. These next 2 days may see significant hair loss. As celebrities, you artists are bound to care a lot about appearance, so it's crucial to keep his emotions stable. Li Jun sighed, not speaking too explicitly. Hizay turned his head. "Will there be hair loss?" "Yes, the medicine is quite potent, all body hair will fall out." Hizay was so stimulated that he seemed confused, repeatedly saying, I understand, I understand. You shouldn't be too nervous. The teacher said the situation is not bad, and the degree of deterioration is not too serious. If this chemotherapy can control it, a second surgery won't be necessary." Hizay sat dazedly in the chair, his eyes unfocused, as if his soul had left. Time passed quietly, and Lin Ran woke up again in the middle of the night. He was a bit disoriented. Did he wake up for a while today? Heizei adjusted the brightness of the light. You're awake. Let's eat something. Lin Ran's mind was blank. He said, why can't I remember what I did today? It's nothing, you just fell asleep. Don't be afraid. Heizei raised the bed. Do you want to have some porridge? Lin Ran felt there was something strange about him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what. Heizei moved a chair closer to the bedside, gently blowing on the food. After ensuring it wasn't too hot, he handed it to Lin Ran's mouth. Eat as much as you can. Finally, Lin Ran figured out what was off. He snatched off Heizei's hat, wondering why he wore it indoors at night. But when the light reflected on his bald head, Lin Ran's heart clenched painfully, as if pierced by a sharp blade. He stared with disbelief. Heizei awkwardly touched his own head. It's a new singles required look. Actually, bald heads are pretty cool too. Chapter 85, Heizei, you bully me. Lin Ran uncertainly touched his smooth scalp, as if understanding something. Then he lightly ruffled his own hair. Sure enough, his palm was full of fallen hair. Heizei patted his hand. Let's eat first. Lin Ran looked up and gazed intently at the young man who overlapped more and more with his memories, not the big star restrained by the spotlight on stage, but the unrestrained and carefree youth from their first meeting. His eyes filled with tears. He didn't want to cry, but one blink and his emotions spiraled out of control. What are you doing, Heizei? Why did you do this? Are you trying to make me feel guilty? To make me? Heizei hugged his sobbing body in panic. Ran, it's not because of you, it's my choice. It's the event requirement. How could I bear to see you sad? Lin Ran hit his shoulder. You shouldn't have done this. Hair will grow back. Unable to accept it, Lin Ran cupped his face, seemingly wanting to confirm whether it was all just an illusion. Heizei gently wiped away the tears from his eyes, but no matter how many times he wiped, they wouldn't stop. He was like a broken faucet, dripping continuously. Can we stop crying? Crying too much will only make us uncomfortable later. Lin Ran turned his head. Heizei, I want to be alone for a while. I'll go after you finish eating. Heizei picked up the bowl of porridge again. Lin Ran hesitated, refusing to open his mouth. Heizei dared not force him and quietly set down the bowl before leaving the ward. In the empty room, Lin Ran wrapped his arms around his knees, recalling everything from the past in his mind. From breaking up to losing contact, in the past year, he experienced too much coldness of human nature and endured too much framing. He couldn't even remember what happiness tasted like. Was it sweet or bitter? Heizei walked to the window, pulling out a cigarette he hadn't smoked for a long time, only putting it between his lips without lighting it. After an unknown period of time, he heard the sound of the door opening behind him. Lin Ran leaned against the wall. They silently looked at each other from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Heizei quickly removed the cigarette from his lips, crushed it into the trash can. Lin Ran's eyes were very red, and tears continued falling like they would never stop. Heizei rushed to his side in 2 strides, carefully extending his hands but not daring to touch him. Why did you get out of bed? Do you feel dizzy? Lin Ran didn't answer, silently gripping his hand. Heizei's expression changed dramatically, astonished by the entwined fingers. Lin Ran turned around, wanting to go back to the room. Heizei followed instinctively. I'm hungry. Lin Ran sat on the bed and glanced at the bedside cabinet. Heizei touched the bowl of porridge. It's cold already. I'll have them send another bowl. Lin Ran didn't oppose and lay back down. After sending the message, Heizei tiptoed to the bedside. Ran, is there anything else you'd like to eat? Pretty ugly. Lin Ran started out feeling somewhat sympathetic, but now he only found it amusing. Looks like hairstyle really affects one's appearance. Look at that handsome face, yet with a head as bald as a boiled egg. It was quite the shock, and Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh. Heizei casually touched his head and said, I think it's great. This look is manly. Then shave mine too. Heizei paused in surprise for a moment before understanding what Lin Ran meant. With tears forming in his throat, he whispered, okay. I don't want to walk around looking like a bald egg. Our Ran will still be cute even if hairless. You'll be like a boiled egg, soft and smooth. Lin Ran burst into giggles. A boiled egg is ugly too. I've already asked my assistant to prepare wigs. They'll be here before we leave the hospital. Will it look like how I look now? Yeah, I asked them to prepare a lot of wigs so our Ran can change styles every day. Lin Ran stretched his hand from under the covers. It's a bit cold. Heizei tightly held onto his hand, kneading it over and over. The fluid must be too cold. Let me warm you up. My feet are cold too. Heizei got up and prepared to leave. Lin Ran quickly asked, where are you going? I'll bring you a hot water bag. Watching Heizei's retreating figure, Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle amidst tears as he pulled the blanket over himself. The moon shone brightly against a star-sparse sky, and everything around was peaceful. Next day. Lin Ran was knocked down again by an injection. He had no idea what happened during the day. All he knew was that when he woke up, the chemotherapy had ended. Heizei anxiously stayed by the bedside. On the first day, Lin Ran had only slept for 5 hours, on the second day, 8 hours. Now, 10 hours had passed, and there were still no signs of him waking up. Dr. Li carefully felt his pulse and truthfully stated, his body is getting weaker, and the length of time in unconsciousness will increase. Fearing, He looked towards the elderly doctor, will he never wake up? The numbers from today's test have decreased, showing that the chemotherapy has shown initial results, Dr. Li explained. We can only keep treating him, pushing through the pain. Will he suffer? He worriedly asked. The pain isn't too intense, but it will take some time to recover. The family must take good care of him. Avoid stimulating him, and try to go along with him for now. Dr. Li then reapplied a few needles. Lin Ran's eyelashes trembled slightly. With joy overwhelming him, He moved closer. Lin Ran's mind was not fully awake yet, but upon seeing He couldn't resist curling his lips into a tender smile. He gently stroked his cheek and softly asked, is anything uncomfortable? Lin Ran could hardly hear what he was saying but continued to respond with a smile. He's heart raced intensely, as if several wild fawns were rushing around inside. He didn't speak anymore, just gazed deeply into Lin Ran's eyes. Medical staff quietly and orderly exited the room. Regaining consciousness, Lin Ran calmly rubbed his stomach. He elevated the bed and silently picked up the pumpkin porridge he'd kept warm. Lin Ran pitifully pointed at the pillow, so much hair fell out. I've arranged for an assistant to send over hair clippers. Once you finish eating, I'll cut your hair cleanly. Lin Ran obediently opened his mouth, taking 2 bites before pushing He's hand away, signaling refusal. He embraced him, sitting on the stool. Lin Ran watched each strand of hair drift down, filled with a myriad of emotions. It will grow back, right? It will grow back quickly after the treatment ends. It's really ugly. It's very handsome. What's handsome about it? Just handsome. Lin Ran turned back, their eyes meeting. You can still choose to leave now. What am I choosing? He feigned ignorance. I'm trouble. I won't live long. I don't want to be your future burden. He squatted down, speaking earnestly, did you give me a second option when you gave up on me? Lin Ran avoided his gaze. He firmly looked into his eyes, so now I also don't have a second option. Chapter 86, Is Lin Ran ill? Lin Ran resignedly sighed deeply, realizing that he ultimately dragged He into this abyss. He wiped the stray strands of hair off him, smiling cheerfully, our Ran looks great, soft and smooth without hair too. Lin Ran wiped away his tears and chuckled, are you complimenting me? Isn't it true? You'll still look great without hair. Lin Ran tried holding back laughter. He proudly jutted his chin, of course, I'm ranked in the top 10 of the world's most handsome artists. Day after day, Lin Ran's second phase of chemotherapy ended on the exact day the first episode of Senior aired. That day was bright and sunny, with clear skies stretching endlessly, just as it always had been, a good day. Lin Ran had sat before the TV early, not knowing how the final cut would look but imagining that with his current standing, there wouldn't be many shots of him left. But when the show began, what immediately caught his eye were the few precious fans who had come to cheer him on. Kudos to the camera crew for managing to capture those little splashes of red in a vast sea of people. The girls excitedly waved their tiny flags, probably realizing they were on camera. They called out even more fervently, Ranbao, everyone is here. Can you see us? The flags were magnified, showing their faces. Lin Ran nodded heavily, I see you all, thank you, you've worked so hard. How did watching make you cry? He usually followed the doctor's advice and didn't say a harsh word, but a program had moved his beloved to tears. It shouldn't have aired today. Lin Ran covered his face, denying untruthfully, I'm not crying. Your fans came, you should be happy, they really like you. Lin Ran sniffed, they're students. Running so far, they'll need to tighten their belts again for a long time. He hesitated, never imagining this would make him sad. They were worried I'd be upset without fan support, so they traveled from afar. The money they pooled together for transportation has been seen by me already. He gently embraced him, it's fine. They want to see you. Our Ran hasn't participated in any formal programs for a year, and now they must be so proud. After 1 year of unwavering support, we finally made it through. Lin Ran wiped away his tears, yeah, I have to get better. I still want to sing for them. As the brief advertisement passed, the program resumed broadcasting. He stood up and walked into the bathroom. Taking advantage of Lin Ran being distracted by the show, he hurriedly sent dozens of large red envelopes into the group chat. Not bad, our tycoon sister number 1. Is sister also watching Ranbao's first appearance on variety shows? So many red envelopes, thank you, sister number 1. Ranbao looks amazing in his makeup today. Did sister watch? Aren't you guys finding something odd? Seeing this message, He became nervous at once. Could his cover have been blown? Ranbao's complexion looks so bad, it's not due to makeup. I was there. His complexion looked worse in the venue, maybe because it was too hot inside. He kept sweating in the latter half, and even left the stage for about 15 minutes at one point. This comment was met with silence in the group for a few seconds before screenshots flooded in. Everyone seemed to be looking for proof to confirm if Lin Ran was ill. There were a lot of close-ups of Lin Ran, so many that it surprised everyone. Even during the competition, where trainees performed in order, the camera would repeatedly focus on him. And every angle captured him beautifully, making him appear like an exquisite doll in a store window, his every smile and frown a hook drawing the audience further in. Hsieh initially hadn't paid close attention while watching the program, but now he started noticing how much attention his darling was getting. It seems many people are taking notice of my baby. How gorgeous is this guy? Isn't he a participant? This is simply better looking than those over-makeup trainees on the stage. I specifically checked the debut night of Fuo from a year ago. Was I blind last year? Why didn't I notice Lin Ran then? He's so beautiful, was I really blind? Hey Hsieh, tonight I won't be going home. Climbing the wall might not be right, but doing it all together makes it okay. Lin Ran had no idea what was happening online. All he cared about was listening to the live performances carefully. His physical condition wasn't great back then, and he wasn't fully focused during the latter part of the show. Now, attentively listening, he noticed several particularly unique voices. He quickly dug out the director's sent list for the second round of public performances. Students would reselect mentor groups based on their rankings, with 3 leaving his group and 1 new addition. Jiang Tian, a sophomore at the Academy of Traditional Chinese Opera. With excitement, Lin Ran stood up, nearly losing balance and falling. Hsieh scrambled to steady his swaying body, furrowing his brow. Didn't we agree to take things slow? Lin Ran tightly gripped Hsieh's shoulders, his excitement barely contained. I thought of a song. Speak slowly, don't rush. Hsieh hooked a stool with his foot and helped Lin Ran sit down again. For the first round of selection by the Academy teachers, we'll choose an ancient-style opera song, and for the second round of audience voting, we'll go with hip-hop music. Isn't that too much for these kids to handle? 2 different styles. Lin Ran's eyes were shining brightly, I trust you. Hsieh chuckled at his unhidden intentions, alright, I'm just a hard-working person. Lin Ran beckoned him with his finger. Hsieh squatted down, what is it? Taking him by surprise, Lin Ran gave him a quick kiss on the face. Hsieh startled momentarily as if bitten by a mosquito, a strange tingling sensation spread through his body. Blushing, Lin Ran turned away and feigned concentration on the TV. Hsieh smiled faintly and continued watching the show as if nothing had happened. I can agree to do anything you ask, as long as you promise me to rest well. This chemotherapy has good effects, but the drugs are too strong, and recovery will take some time. Hsieh grabbed his hand, intertwining their fingers. Lin Ran didn't resist, nodding, I won't overwork myself anymore. We'll get better. Hsieh tightened his grip. If we can make it to the final public performance, I want to sing a song. Which song? Lin Ran glanced at him, smiling brilliantly, the piece you haven't finished composing yet. Hsieh's heart clenched, do you really want to sing it? I've already written part of the lyrics, we're just waiting for you to finish the melody. Ran. If we make it to the end, I want to sing this song. If you hear it, remember, this is Lin Ran's confession, it speaks for him. I love you. Chapter 87, Hsieh falls off his horse. Hsieh wondered why heaven had given him another chance. Before, he thought heaven was pitying his regrets, but now he realized that heaven wanted to fulfill Lin Ran's regrets. All the unfinished matters and unsaid words from their past life, they could walk slowly together, watch carefully together, and talk leisurely together. When the program reached its finale, without doubt, the peak viewing point was undoubtedly those few minutes when Hsieh appeared. Originally the barrage of comments was dominated by Pei Chen's fans, but gradually they were replaced by Hsieh's supporters. A tidal wave of AS filled the screen, like celebrating the return of a king. Lin Ran hadn't watched enough and wanted to replay it. But as soon as he picked up the remote control, Hsieh got ahead of him. Without room for negotiation, Hsieh turned off the TV, bent down, lifted Lin Ran's knees, and carried him horizontally in his arms. Frowning, Lin Ran asked, what are you doing? The doctor said to rest properly, Hsieh forced him back into bed. Lin Ran didn't resist. He knew how frail and sickly his body currently was, so he obediently leaned against the pillow. When can I be discharged, he asked. There are abnormalities in the blood test report, you can't be discharged yet. I feel. You feeling something doesn't count, the test report is more convincing. Hsieh interrupted his self-diagnosis, listen to the doctor, look at the red dots on your arm. Your platelet levels are too low, any bump could cause severe bleeding. Lin Ran guiltily hit his arm, it's not much lower than before now. It's my fault I haven't protected you well. Lin Ran, hearing the dispirited tone, quickly said, not you, it's the side effect of the drugs. Besides, aren't I doing fine now? Hsieh hesitated, wanting to say no, far from fine. In his memory, Lin Ran was always healthy and lively, not this cautious and sickly version now. Lin Ran deliberately changed the topic, I'm a little hungry. Upon hearing this, Hsieh immediately became enthusiastic, hungry. Let me arrange for some food to be delivered. What do you feel like eating? Anything will do. I think I can eat a whole bowl of rice today. Hsieh grinned while dialing the phone. Lin Ran sighed deeply. After Hizay left, he hurriedly rummaged through the bedside cabinet for his phone. He wasn't sure whether his little group of fans was satisfied with his performance. There were too many messages to scroll through completely. Did Sister One send all these red envelopes? After joining the group chat, I received red envelopes endlessly and saw so many beautiful pictures of Brother Ran. Today, I am a cheerful little girl again. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. Unable to view previous messages, he used the search function within the group chat to locate Sister One's comments. Ran, according to what the doctor said, will still have to stick to light meals for the next few days. Once you're better, I'll take you. With a sly smile curving at the corner of his lips, Lin Ran directly handed the phone to Hizay's face. Hizay's words came to an abrupt halt. Lin Ran rarely saw Hizay with such a look of unspeakable emotion, as if he were a naughty child who had done something wrong, clearly inscribing the 4 characters, guilty conscience, on his face. Hizay chuckled nervously and evaded, is this your fan group? It's pretty lively. Yeah, should I invite you in? Lin Ran said while clicking open his VX contact list. Hizay stopped his hand, although he had entered the group using a side account, now it wasn't convenient for him to continue hiding. Lin Ran arched an eyebrow, can't tell that the big star is so leisurely, doing a sideline job. Hizay feigned ignorance, what sideline work am I doing? Lin Ran laughed, Ranbao, I like you so much, can I confess to you every day? Hizay. Lin Ran continued scrolling through his phone, Ranbao, you're so good looking. I want to hide you in my heart and take a peek when I miss you, then another peek when I miss you again. Ah, it's not enough. Hizay. Lin Ran never imagined it would be so entertaining, reading aloud enthusiastically, Ranbao yesterday I kissed you, today I want to kiss you again. Yesterday I only kissed 3 times, but today I want to kiss you 30 times. Hizay tearfully snatched the phone from him, Ran, just spare me, alright? Lin Ran looked at him smilingly without speaking. Hizay cleared his throat, what does Ran want to say? Never thought that such a great star could end up as a crazy fan. Hizay. Is it fun? Though a bit exaggerated, they are all from my heart. Lin Ran took back his phone, considering kicking him out of the group to avoid becoming a laughingstock in the entertainment circle one day. But thinking about all those red envelopes on the screen, he finally decided against kicking him out. Hizay shamelessly leaned forward, Ran will keep my secret, right? Lin Ran gave him a sidelong glance, pretending to sleep as he lay back down. Hizay tucked the blanket properly and said with a joyful smile, Ran sleeps for a while, I'll wake you up when the food arrives. It was peaceful in the hospital, but online it was stormy and full of bloodshed. Pei Chen's fans were dissatisfied with the program's editing, nearly wiping out the official Weibo comment section, demanding the host to give an explanation, why Pei Chen had only a few shots. That Lin Ran has all kinds of bad press across the web, yet his screen time is 5 times more than our Chinchin's. Even several top popular veteran contestants actively chose him. There must be some backstage manipulation. My whole family will die unless there's a dark plot behind. When the preview clips leaked, I thought it was just a marketing gimmick. Unbelievable how far off the final episode turned out. This is what the entire show meant to prop him up. Even Hizay is invited as a green leaf for him. The show crew really thinks people can't see through your schemes. Pushing someone hard invites karma, Lin Ran won't ever get popular again. You argue all you want, but whoever dares to bring down he will find out what it's like for our he shop to outnumber and overpower them. Lin Ran's fans could be counted on one hand. They wanted to make excuses but were forced into deleting their accounts before even starting, overwhelmed by Pei Chen's fans. At Hizay, all presumed black plots are just excuses for lack of skills. Pay attention to my partner at Lin Ran. The picture was the only preserved photograph from a year ago when they debuted, both standing in the corner, the lighting slightly dim. Hizay tilted his head as if sneaking a peek. This seemingly ordinary photo exuded an inexplicable ambiguity. He is right, if you suck, practice more. Stop yapping all day about underhanded rules and black plots. I haven't seen this photo. He is handsome, even cute when sneaking peeks. Why do I feel like a son-in-law looking at his future wife and getting secretly jealous? Hizay no longer looked at the chaos online, tenderly gazing at his dear one lying in bed, not sure whether asleep or awake. He raised his hand and lightly stroked Lin Ran's face, stopping at his earring eventually. He tried to suppress the inner impulse, but at the peak of emotion, he had already lost control. A light kiss landed on Lin Ran's forehead. He resembled a child who had eaten candy in secret, flowers blooming in his heart as he covered his face with his hands, secretly rejoicing. Chapter 88, Heart Discomfort. Clang, Li Nan heard the sound of his heart breaking. Hizay's smile froze, abruptly turning around, displeased at the unexpected visit from a certain agent. Li Nan awkwardly picked up the fruit on the ground, quivering and unsure what to say. Hizay stood up and went straight forward. Scared, Li Nan took several steps back. Surely, he wouldn't kill him to silence him, would he? Hizay passed by him, come out. Li Nan mechanically followed behind. Hizay pushed open the nearby safety passage. The quiet stairwell, he stood under the window, looking at his broker who was tiptoeing and clearly full of guilt. He asked, why did you come to the hospital? Li Nan's mind was a mess, unable to recall why he had come here in the first place. He's expression grew increasingly grim. I remember saying there should be no work arrangements for the next 6 months. Li Nan numbly nodded. I just. If it's not about work, then forget it. Little Zay, did I just see something wrong? Li Nan gathered the courage to ask. You didn't see it wrong, I kissed him, Zay frankly admitted without any detours. Li Nan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but at this point, how could he possibly stay calm? Zay continued, he's not well, we can't make an official announcement yet. Li Nan couldn't believe it when he looked up. Wasn't the worry supposed to be about the potential effect on resources after coming out? Did their boss actually fear the impact it would have on Lin Ran? Zay put one hand in his pocket, speaking with apparent nonchalance, in these 2 days, let the PR department carefully monitor public opinion online. Negative news, get rid of it directly. Keep an eye on the comment sections as well. If necessary, arrange for internet trolls, don't let anything affect his recovery. Li Nan. Master, we've never even bought internet trolls for your own blacklisted trending topics. Li Nan couldn't help but suspect that their master had gone head over heels, and words like these could even escape from his mouth. Wardroom. A nurse entered the ward carrying a tray of medicine. Lin Ran, while still sleeping, sensed a slight prick on his elbow and dazedly opened his eyes. The director arranged a new bottle of medication, only 10 milliliters, so don't worry, the injection will be quick. The nurse explained. Lin Ran gave the needle a brief glance, didn't think much of it, then glanced around the ward, noticing Zay's absence. The nurse tidied up the syringe. There might be some discomfort after taking the medication, but they're all normal. You don't need to worry, all the discomfort will vanish in 2 days, rest well. Lin Ran pressed on the needle mark, thank you. After the nurse left the room. Zay had just pushed open the channel door and saw someone walk out of the ward. His face stiffened, and he hurried back into the room. Lin Ran greeted him with a bright smile. Zay inquired, who came? The doctor added medication, it was just injected. Lin Ran tossed the blood-stained cotton swab into the trash can. Zay anxiously asked, why didn't you tell me about adding medication? Lin Ran couldn't help laughing, you weren't here just now. Zay cautiously inspected the needle mark on his elbow, did they mention what drug it was? Lin Ran shook his head, no, do you think others are trying to poison me? Zay also thought himself overly cautious, this was a hospital after all, in broad daylight, no one would dare pull such a trick under his nose. Lin Ran chuckled, I neither have wealth nor fame, there's no reason for anyone to plot against me. Don't overthink it. I'll go check. Zay stood up. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound was heard. Hotel staff delivered food. Lin Ran smiled, let's eat before you go. Zay sat back down onto the chair. Whether or not he was hungry was irrelevant, he couldn't let his beloved one go hungry. For reasons unknown, perhaps feeling happier, Lin Ran surprisingly ate more than half a bowl of clear soup noodles. Zay wiped his mouth, seeing how unsatisfied Lin Ran looked, dared not feed him more, instead swallowing the remaining noodles in a couple of bites. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Ran lifted the quilt. Zay supported him, what's wrong? I want to take a walk, I ate too much. Zay prudently helped him into a coat. Lin Ran turned his head and looked at him. Zay said, the doctor said it's best not to fall sick during this period, a cold or fever could cause inflammation. It's 35 degrees outside. Lin Ran pointed at his coat, it was lined with fleece. Zay nodded, I'll take it off once we reach the yard. Lin Ran knew how stubborn this person could be, so he silently endured his irrational fussing. The July whose city felt like a furnace. Zay didn't bring him to the yard. If exposed to the sun, he'd ensure this person gets a horrifying illness tomorrow. To be safe, they merely strolled in the corridor for a round. Lin Ran had barely walked a few meters when he felt weak and reached out to support himself against the wall, his dizzy head swaying. You're short on strength right now, walking for a bit is enough, Zay quickly carried him back into the room. Lin Ran was already happy to be allowed out, satisfied half reclining on the bed. Zay brought in a basin of hot water specifically to clean Lin Ran's hands, the outside was full of bacteria, and he couldn't be infected. Lin Ran intently watched his every move as he carefully cleaned even the spaces under his fingernails. Hack, hack, hack. A slight itch in his throat made Lin Ran cough uncontrollably. Zay immediately raised his head, alarmed. What's wrong? Did you catch a chill? Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh wryly. Nothing, I'm just a little thirsty. Zay got up and poured half a glass of lukewarm water. Drink slowly, don't choke. Lin Ran held the cup with both hands, smiling at the ripples inside it, then when he was about to take a sip, an intense pain shot through his chest as though something pierced him. Suddenly, a metallic sweetness surged into his throat, which he instinctively swallowed down. Seeing him freeze in place, Zay leaned over to ask, why did you stop drinking? Do you dislike plain water? His voice was tender, dripping with concern. Lin Ran recovered after a while and shook his head. Nothing, my heart felt slightly off just now. It's fine now. Heart discomfort. Zay grabbed his hand anxiously. Why would your heart feel uncomfortable? Lin Ran himself didn't know what had happened. How could he tell whether it was the heart or just stomach discomfort? After taking a sip of water, he laughed, maybe I ate too much. There was no way Hizay would let this go unnoticed. Once again, he rallied a group of people. All the specialists checked Lin Ran thoroughly, and only after verifying that today's reports matched yesterday's exactly did Hizay dismiss everyone with a sigh of relief. Lin Ran lay listless on the bed, hearing the approaching footsteps. He forced a smile. I'm fine. Hens, are you afraid I'll die? I am. What would you do if I die? Die together with you. Hizay answered resolutely. He wasn't afraid to die again, indeed, he had already braced himself for it. If we can't live together, then let us choose to die together. Chapter 89, Teacher Lin is embarrassed. Lin Ran knew that if he dared say so, then he would surely follow through. Yet, when he heard him so decisively declare their mutual death, it was as if a massive storm erupted in his heart, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. Hizay grasped his trembling right hand and tried to sound carefree. It was just a passing remark. Ran will get better soon. Lin Ran struggled to maintain his composure. I also casually asked, these words shouldn't be taken seriously by either of us. The ward suddenly fell silent. Lin Ran was discharged 3 days later. The night before, it had rained heavily in Hu City, and the originally stifling heat became somewhat cooler. In the rehearsal room, everyone gathered early. Song Ying scoffed at Jiang Tian in the corner who was listening to music and transcribing notes. Aren't you looking down on Lin Ran's team? Why did you pick him this time? Jiang Tian removed his headphones and smiled. Isn't everyone here because of Hizay's popularity? Song Ying sneered disdainfully. Aren't you worried Pei Chen will make things difficult for you? Now, there's only some leftover talent in his team, so he must hate you deeply. It doesn't matter how many old, weak, and disabled people he has, ultimately, the one to be eliminated won't be him. Pei Chen and Hizay were once teammates, though now they're competitors, still, they might have deep private feelings for each other. For you to openly betray them. No wonder Hizay beat you up, Song Ying. We're at least friends, so there's a word I need to warn you about, talk less, do more, especially on such a team program. You want to gain favor, not resentment. You're playing both sides. Song Ying glared furiously at the guy daring to openly challenge him. Who do you think you are to play me? Jiang Tian picked up his notebook and stood up respectfully. I am nothing special, just a minor trainee. The others looked at Song Ying, fuming with anger, and wisely stayed far away. Lin Ran entered the rehearsal room with a beaming smile. His recovery had been pretty good these past few days, his complexion was much rosier than before. At first glance, his face seemed even more delicate. Song Ying was very unhappy with this kind of dainty, feminine appearance, but she had to admit Lin Ran was really handsome. That gentle smile was like a spring breeze sweeping past, making people involuntarily lose themselves in it. Hizay arrived a moment later. When he saw 6 pairs of eyes all fixed on his wife, he nonchalantly stepped forward, conveniently completely blocking Lin Ran from view. Lin Ran, unaware of the situation, asked, what's going on? Hizay replied, go sit on the couch. I'll supervise their practice. It's my turn to give guidance this time. You just sit and listen, point out any issues. Hizay firmly moved him to the couch. Lin Ran did not argue either, instead putting on his headphones to focus intently on everyone's single beat part. The song had already been sent to them 2 days ago, and after 2 days of practice, it wasn't too strenuous to sing. The morning passed harmoniously with singing. In the afternoon, it was time for choreography practice. They were all ace trainees sent by major entertainment companies, skilled in both singing and dancing. With a slight reminder from the dance teacher, they went smoothly through the entire routine in perfect harmony. Teacher Lin, how about you try one section? The dance instructor, noticing Lin Ran sitting on the sofa with eyes gleaming attentively, invited him actively. Upon hearing this, everyone started cheering. Everyone knew Lin Ran had also made his debut as a member of a male idol group before, this sort of all-round ace who could sing and dance surely wouldn't find these simple movements challenging. The cameras surrounded him, such scenes are always indispensable before the main episode plays. The dance instructor selected another piece. What kind of style would you like to perform, Teacher Lin? With a stiff expression, Lin Ran walked into the center of the room and tried to move his rigid limbs. I haven't danced in a long time. It might not be very good. It's fine, Teacher Lin, just freestyle. Lin Ran took a deep breath, just ready to start when he suddenly sensed an ominous aura coming from behind his right shoulder. Alertly turning back, he directly locked gazes with Hizay, whose eyes seemed intent on eating him alive. Breathing hard, Hizay opened the door and asked knowingly, what's going on here? The dance instructor explained, Teacher Lin is going to perform with the kids. Hizay smiled brightly at Lin Ran who dared not look straight at him and said, Teacher Lin is performing? Lin Ran coughed lightly, covering his mouth, forget it. I am too old for this. You should let Hizay perform. He's the real dancer. All of them looked at each other, wondering who dared to suggest that Hizay should perform. Hizay shrugged off his coat and placed it over Lin Ran's head, go back and sit. Lin Ran held on to his coat and obediently returned to his seat on the couch. As the music began, shouts rang throughout the rehearsal room. Without a doubt, Hizay was a beloved idol, even with only a few moves, earning him loud applause from the crowd. Lin Ran watched intently as the man sparkled under the spotlight, his heart beating rapidly as if jumping with joy. Lin Ran trembled as he pressed against his chest. That strange pain had returned fiercely, blanking out his mind for a moment. He didn't even know whether he was conscious or unconscious during those brief seconds. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Lin Ran carefully caught his breath while hearing more intense cheers echoing around him. He slowly raised his head, the hazy double vision clearing up gradually. How amazing teacher he is. Thunderous applause echoed through the rehearsal studio. Proudly wiping the sweat off his forehead, Hizay said, "Practice hard. We only have 3 more days until our public performance. Time is tight, so we must make every second count." After saying this, he squeezed through the crowd. Lin Ran gazed as the figure approached nearer, smiling gently. Hizay noticed the sweat on his face, frowning. "Why are you sweating so much?" Lin Ran handed the clothes back to him, a little hot. Heated but still holding on. "Teasing me for liking my coat?" Hizay joked. Lin Ran opened his mouth, then silently swallowed whatever he wanted to say. Sitting beside him, Hizay whispered, "My whole person belongs to you. One coat doesn't matter." Flushing bright red, Lin Ran turned away sharply. "What nonsense are you talking?" Hizay laughed, pushing his boundaries further. "Does our teacher dislike me? That makes me appear self-centered. However, no problem, I'm shameless and love clinging desperately." Lin Ran was shocked by his bold words, fearing that the nearby cameras had recorded it all, glaring daggers at him harshly. Hizay teased again, "Is Teacher Lin blushing?" Lin Ran stared furiously at him. Hizay glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention to their actions, then brazenly grabbed Lin Ran's hand. Struggling to break free from his grip, Lin Ran stuttered, "What are you doing? Blushing means there is some fondness. So Teacher Lin does think of me somewhat, doesn't he?" Lin Ran. Chapter 90, Despair. If Teacher Lin stays silent, I will take it as your acknowledgement of what I've said. Therefore, shall we transform this unspoken admiration into open affection, and proceed accordingly? Lin Ran quickly covered his mouth, fearing he would keep spouting nonsense. He fervently nodded in agreement, "Yes, yes, yes, whatever you say is correct." Hizay laughed heartily and pulled away his hand. "Since Teacher Lin agrees, everything I do from now on will be legitimate." "Huh? What are you planning to do?" Lin Ran felt as if he had missed a beat. Hizay didn't reply but instead gave the other a deep, significant look filled with an indescribable intention that couldn't be articulated out loud. Lin Ran seemed to have seen through his intentions. This time, not only did his face flush, but it felt like his whole body was boiling. He shyly turned his head away, avoiding eye contact. The day's training finally came to an end. One by one, everyone left the rehearsal room. After tidying up all the sheet music, Hizay glanced back at the now empty sofa, furrowing his brows into a tight knot instantly. He rushed into the restroom anxiously, knocking on each toilet stall door. Ran, are you in there?" Lin Ran heard the voice outside the door and suddenly opened his eyes. He wasn't sure when exactly he had passed out, but now he lay twisted in a rather strange position on the floor. Ran, if you don't answer me soon, I'll kick down the door." Lin Ran tried to sit up but could barely muster any strength in his hands and legs. All he could do was lightly bump the bathroom door with his head. Hizay heard the slight sound and immediately ran over. Ran, is that you inside?" Lin Ran attempted to fumble with the lock but as soon as he raised his hand, it fell limply back down. Given the confined space of the restroom, Hizay didn't dare to forcefully crash through the door, so he gently consoled, Ran, can you manage to open the door?" After waiting for quite a while, Lin Ran regained a bit more strength. With a soft click, a crack appeared in the toilet door. Hizay hurriedly pushed the door open. Lin Ran managed to squeeze out a smile. "Don't worry, I just fainted due to low blood sugar." Knowing his frail state, Hizay tenderly picked him up. "From now on, tell me if you're going to the restroom. I'll accompany you." "Okay. With how cold your body is, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else?" "The floor was too hard, my bones ache where I landed." Hizay said seriously, "Tomorrow, I'll arrange for a personal restroom just for you, lined with thick cushions." "How could I possibly accept such an arrangement? People will think we're crazy. If it makes you uncomfortable, then it must change." Lin Ran hadn't expected that after a year's separation, Hizay would become so irrational because of his emotions, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I'm not in such a dire situation yet, there's no need to get mad at the restroom floor." Hizay carried him as usual, leaving through the safety corridor. In the quiet stairwell, the light flickered on and off. Lin Ran looked at the figure before him, who kept appearing and disappearing in front of his eyes, clutching the fabric of the man's shirt with his left hand nervously. He wasn't sure whether he should say anything, nor how he should say it. This absolutely wasn't a side effect of chemotherapy. Perhaps something else in his body had gone wrong, and it was advancing rapidly. Suddenly, he became very afraid, fearing that all the hopes Hizay gave him would eventually turn into despair for both of them. Hizay sensed the little guy trembling in his arms and held him even tighter. "Are you cold?" Lin Ran nodded, a little. "See, I told you to dress warmly." Before we went out, you shouted at me and said I was being unreasonable. I will definitely follow elder people's advice from now on. Hizay stopped walking and stared deeply into his eyes with meaning beyond comprehension. Am I old? Lin Ran buried his head in his chest. I didn't say that. Hizay buckled him into the car and intentionally provoked him by raising their entwined hands high above their heads. Do you want to repeat it again, Ran? Lin Ran squirmed a bit. This is the TV station, stop messing around. Meaning we can mess around once we go home? Hizay fastened his seatbelt and slammed the car door shut. Lin Ran couldn't believe his boldness and was about to refute him when another piece of clothing was draped over his head, filling his nose with the unique scent that belonged solely to Hizay. Hizay turned the car around and drove out of the parking lot. Take a nap. I'll wake you when we arrive. Lin Ran tightly gripped his clothes and nodded. All right, please make sure to wake me. Hizay turned on the music player and adjusted the volume to a suitable level. The car disappeared into the night. Lin Ran woke up surrounded by the sharp smell of disinfectant. He was still a bit confused at first, but when he realized his surroundings, he understood he was in the hospital. A bit odd, weak pulse indicates exhaustion, but the test reports are normal. Dr. Lee repeatedly examined it for quite some time, always feeling like something was amiss. Is Dr. Lee gone? Hizay could only place all his hopes on the elder. Dr. Lee stated, the teacher went back to Yanjing these past couple of days. His granddaughter-in-law is still in recovery, hence, he can't make it temporarily. I can only discuss and analyze the situation with him online. Hizay couldn't understand those data, but he could sense something was wrong with Lin Ran. He certainly wasn't right. Dr. Lee added, it might just be my overthinking. The chemotherapy dosage this time was indeed heavy, causing significant harm to his body. Since he's still recovering, being frail is very normal. Was there a nurse who came by to change the medicine? Could there be something wrong with the substitute drug? Hizay suddenly asked. Dr. Lee looked puzzled. Change the medicine or add more? What are you talking about? Just as soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Lee hastily pulled out his phone. Yes, I did add some medication. The transaminase level was too high, so I instructed Xiao Wang to give him some liver protection medicine. Is there anything wrong with that? After releasing a sigh of relief, Dr. Lee said, there's nothing serious. It's just that the data seems a bit abnormal, so I'll ask Director Jean. After hanging up, the two looked at each other. Hizay realized he had been overly anxious and pinched his nosebridge wearily. With a squeak, the door behind them opened from the inside. Lin Ran, wearing slippers, smiled cheerfully as he looked at both of them. You're awake. Hizay rushed to his side immediately in quick strides. Lin Ran tilted his head, looking intensely into his eyes. Why did you bring me back to the hospital again? Just for a checkup. Do I have any problems? You're fine, there's nothing wrong. Lin Ran gently brushed away his furrowed brow. If there's nothing wrong, why do you still look so worried? I'll laugh then. Hizay forced out a strained smile. Lin Ran led him back into the room. You're just too tired. Get a good night's rest, don't overthink. Hizay lay down in bed, truly closing his eyes and falling asleep instantly. Lin Ran stood up and watched him sleep, unwilling to leave. Gently, he traced his eyebrows and features with tender hands. Leaning forward, he placed a soft kiss on Hizay's lips, his tears falling silently into their interlocked mouths, salty, bitter, and heart-wrenchingly sour. This was his destiny, their shared fate. Chapter 91, Exploiting Attention. Hizay tightly hugged him, pulling his trembling frame closer to himself. Ran. A low whisper echoed by his ear. Lin Ran desperately clutched at his lover's shirt. He felt deeply dissatisfied, as there were still so many things left undone, songs unsung, words unsaid. It will be alright, it has to be alright. Hizay's voice was raspy and hoarse, even rougher than during the period when Lin Ran's voice was ruined. Lin Ran raised his head, red-eyed, and they gazed silently at each other for a few seconds before he shakily cupped Hizay's face and fervently kissed him with all his might. Amidst bright stars and faint moonlight, evening breezes whispered through the air as clouds dispersed and regathered endlessly. The next day, rehearsals continued. Compared to minor mistakes in the first 2 days, after 2 intense days of training, everyone could now skillfully handle both songs with ease. On the day of the second public performance, small changes occurred in the group of supporters outside. Chi Hong was shocked to see several unfamiliar faces around her, all dressed in similar shades of maple red, carrying counterfeit flags in their hands. For no particular reason, she suddenly felt like crying. For a year, most of the fans had drifted away, likely consuming their last remaining passion while waiting or choosing disbelief due to rumors. She witnessed the official fan club dissolve one by one, familiar faces fading away. In the end, only a handful of them remained, the nearly withered leaves clinging on. Big sister, may I join you? A shy girl stepped forward to ask. Chi Hong quickly handed her a colorful ribbon tied around her wrist. Welcome to Fonglin Garden. The girl nodded enthusiastically. I love Ranbao so much, he must receive support from more people. As Chi Hong looked tearfully towards the massive green army gathered nearby, she repeated the same statement, our Ranbao will definitely rise to fame. Inside the viewing hall, the final positioning rehearsal was underway. Hizay searched for a long time before finding the little guy hiding in the stairwell watching live streams. Lin Ran was seriously counting every dot of red on the screen, as if proud that the whole screen was filled with fans cheering for him. Amused and exasperated, Hizay approached him. "Why are you hiding here?" Feeling guilty, Lin Ran hid his phone behind his back. "Weren't you helping with the rehearsals? I couldn't possibly sit still when I can't see you every time I turn around." Hizay didn't mind the dust on the stairs and sat right next to him. Occasionally, one or two excited shouts could still be heard from the phone, sounding extremely loud in the empty staircase. Hizay asked knowingly, "What is this sound?" Lin Ran replied rather bashfully, "Someone is live streaming the offstage support. I occasionally take a look." "Oh, it's quite lively out there." Hizay feigned surprise. You have so many fans. Green leaves accentuate red flowers. Look at how vibrant our Ranran's maple red looks amidst all that green." Lin Ran smiled with satisfaction. "There are several more today. The first public performance aired last week went very smoothly. Everyone has great faith in our Ranran's abilities. By the time the second public performance airs, I think the maple red in the square will be even more spectacular." Lin Ran turned off the live stream. "It's fine as it is. Too many people would make them hard to remember. But I believe they wish for more people to genuinely like and support you, accompany and protect you. I'll try my best to remember them." Lin Ran stood up. Hizay gently patted the dust off his body. "I'll stay by your side." The two exchanged a smile. When the stairwell restored its quietness, only then did someone descend leisurely from upstairs. Pei Chen clicked his tongue, probably still digesting what he had just seen. No wonder this wretched show suddenly came back to life. No wonder Hizay wouldn't hesitate to lower his status to be a guest performer. No wonder all outstanding trainees would choose Lin Ran. Pei Chen glared at the closed fireproof door, thinking of their sudden rise. "Then I'll destroy both of you." The performance began. In the second round of public performances, each group selected 2 songs. The first one was scored by a professional panel consisting of 100 music school teachers. The highest scorer received 4 points, and so on, with the lowest receiving 1 point. The second song was voted on by 1,000 audience members on site, using the same cumulative scoring system where the top scorer received 4 points, and the last place got 1 point. After the performances ended, the total scores of the 2 songs were added up, and the team with the lowest score was eliminated. According to the draw, they took turns going on stage. At the end of the first round, Pei Chen received the lowest score. Zheng Yanhe looked grim, ready to quit. In contrast, Pei Chen seemed much calmer, and even had some leisure time to secretly observe the two whispering not far away. "Do you have any chances to win?" Zheng Yanhe asked impatiently. Pei Chen smirked. "You don't have to expect anything from this competition, you can anticipate the final public performance." Zheng Yanhe didn't know what trick Pei Chen was playing, furrowing his brows. "I'm afraid that after today, both you and I will become laughingstocks. The one who laughs last truly wins." Pei Chen grinned, watching the staff cleaning the stage nearby. "Someone will soon become the biggest laughingstock." Zheng Yanhe thought this person must be delusional. Annoyed, he tugged his collar. "If I had known Hizay would participate, even if you offered me 10 endorsements, I wouldn't have agreed to join this lousy program and disgrace myself." The competition continued. Lin Ran dared not let down his guard, instead focusing intently on the stage. Hizay's hand hidden under the table quietly gripped his sweaty hand without making a sound, soothing, "Don't be nervous. As long as they perform steadily, promotion won't be an issue." Lin Ran took a deep breath. "What if they don't perform steadily?" "There's no such what if," Hizay declared firmly. Lin Ran didn't expect such determination from him, smiling. "Mister, he is quite confident. I trust not them, but you." Hizay tightened his grip, his broad, warm palm enveloping him snugly. Lin Ran smiled slightly. "Then I'll trust Mr. He too." Even before the competition concluded, the internet was already abuzz. All the superfans pages were updating the latest developments, with pictures from the scene spreading throughout the web. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel the word doting applies when I see He's face? Whenever he and that Lin Ran appear together, something seems amiss. I might be overly suspicious, but has he ever been this gentle to anyone? At Hizay Supporter Club, warning, don't spread rumors. Everyone should clear the photos if possible. Don't be used as a pawn by those with ulterior motives. Some people shouldn't be here trying to jump on the bandwagon. Since the Supporter Club has come out, we've clearly been manipulated. Lin Ran does live up to his reputation as a notorious bloodsucker in the industry, daring to prey on anyone. Since the very first performance, Lin Ran had been subtly gravitating towards Gage, clearly aiming to ride on his coattails. Did the Supporters Club issue this statement without He's approval? He even acknowledged Lin Ran as his partner last time. The Supporters Club represents He. Some people are trying to cash in too obviously and must be called out. Chapter 92, Discovered. Chaos erupted in the Super Forum. At He Family and #1 flagship store manager, starting today, the position of president of at He's Wishlist Supporters Club is terminated, and the deputy president at He's Garbage Collection Station will temporarily take over the management of the Supporters Club. I'm a bit confused. Why was President Xin Yuan dismissed? No way, what just happened? I stepped away from the Super Forum for just a few minutes, and now I hear the Supporters Club is dissolving. The post has already been deleted. It seems that President Shin Yuen issued some confusing statements to fans without permission, prompting the Grand Store manager to dissolve the supporters club. This is ridiculous. When did the celebrity supporters clubs become controlled by megafans? Hashtag he's a megafan hashtag. Hashtag he's a supporters club announces dissolution hashtag. Hashtag he's a super topic muted hashtag. Hashtag he's a draws clear boundaries with Lin Ran hashtag. In just a few short minutes, he's a hit 7 or 8 hot search trends, overshadowing even the recent popularity of Senior. Almost no one paid attention anymore to the results of the second public performance that had just concluded. Pei Chen sat in the car, laughing uncontrollably. I haven't even made my move yet, and they're already fighting among themselves. Sister Chen glanced at him. You'd better not interfere. Now that they're a chaotic mess, anyone stepping in might shift their battle fire. I think now is an excellent opportunity. Adding fuel to the fire might directly pull Heizei down from his pedestal. Pei Chen reveled in flipping through those ambiguous photos one by one, realizing how many intimate moments there were between the two privately. After much deliberation, Sister Chen said, still, you shouldn't be the one stirring up trouble. What do you mean? With a teasing smile, Sister Chen replied, there's joy and sorrow on the list of those advancing, and those who've been left out might feel quite aggrieved. Pei Chen understood, nodding, indeed, there's someone who hates them more than me. Inside the villa. A glass shattered loudly as Song Ying, furious, threw it to the ground. Her roommate, standing beside her, didn't dare to breathe audibly, quivering to reduce her presence. Song Ying kicked a chair forcefully, shouting, why don't they choose me? Am I inferior to Jiang Tian? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, indiscriminately throwing anything within reach, entirely devoid of reason. Ding dong. A notification came. Song Ying had no mood to check who was contacting her at this moment but reached for the phone to turn it off. However, upon seeing the text reminder on the screen, she abruptly halted her actions. Photos arrived rapidly, one after another, all high definition and uncensored. Song Ying's expression slowly turned into a sneer. No wonder these two kept exchanging glances in the rehearsal room, there really was something going on. At the hospital. Lin Ran had his phone confiscated and obediently underwent the latest checkup. His heart didn't hurt anymore, but occasionally he felt oppressed, making it hard for him to breathe. As soon as the ECG monitor was hooked up, irregular heartbeats appeared, causing Li Jun great concern. Lin Ran awkwardly remarked, I guess I still haven't fully calmed down. Li Jun watched as the data gradually normalized, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Will you experience any pain in the next few days? Lin Ran shook his head. I don't feel anything now, except occasional palpitations which are all pretty much like the side effects you mentioned. Taking some medicine should help me recover. You need plenty of rest and avoid overexertion. If you have any problems, ask the person outside, I see he'd gladly follow your commands. Outside, Heizei handled matters while the studio had closed private messages due to harsh criticisms. Yet, someone intentionally hired water armies to create confusion, causing total chaos across the entire internet in less than a night. Remove all entries related to Lin Ran immediately and instruct the flagship store to stop responding. Heizei glanced into the ward where Lin Ran seemed to be in high spirits, likely excited about tonight's match. Li Nan sighed heavily, that supporters club inexplicably ignited the war. She was definitely intentional. We can't get in touch by phone either, she's purposefully staying silent. She was sent by my grandfather, an old man merely intending to give me a lesson. Li Nan. Is this how wealthy families play? A small lesson involves almost burying their own family member alive. Just leave her alone. Even if we find her, she'll stay completely silent. So, should we also play dead? Li Nan didn't think that feigning death would settle this storm, as there was certainly someone behind the scenes stirring up trouble and wouldn't let them minimize the issue. However, in the current situation, once the He family got involved, it would be even harder to calm things down. More likely, the other party might be just waiting for them to jump into the situation so that they could escalate a minor issue. Heizei ended the call and walked back into the ward. Lin Ran buttoned up his shirt and smiled gently. Are you done handling everything? It's all trivial stuff. Heizei cast a glance at Li Jun and asked, how is the situation? The test report shows no difference from before, the blood test reports are gradually improving. When will Senior Li arrive? Just within these 2 days. He seems normal now, so don't worry too much. It's normal to feel weak during this period. Li Jun reassured him. Since entering the hospital, Heizei's brows had never been unfurrowed. He spoke carefully, when is the 3rd phase of chemotherapy scheduled? There's still a week, which happens to coincide with the end of your talent show. Lin Ran was surprised, you know about that. The nurses in the department discuss it every day, and even if I didn't go online, I'd have heard something anyway. I even watched your first public performance the other day, it was really impressive. Lin Ran blushed slightly and lowered his head, it's all thanks to Heizei's good choreography. Today's performance will be even more spectacular. Li Jun turned off the ECG monitor and smiled, then I'll be sure to tune in on time. After the examination was over, Lin Ran stood in the courtyard for a while, basking in the evening breeze. As midnight approached, the surroundings were silent and desolate. Hizay took off his jacket and draped it over Lin Ran's shoulders. We should head back. Lin Ran turned around and gazed intently at Hizay's features under the glow of the lights, saying, I can't wait for the third public performance. Hizay understood what he meant and nodded. I am looking forward to it too. I haven't sung on stage for a long time. Lin Ran walked in front of him, wrapping his arms around Hizay's waist, pressing himself tightly against Hizay's chest. Hizay gently stroked the little head in front of him. On that day, my Ran will surely stun everyone. Lin Ran listened contentedly to his steady heartbeat. Moonlight bathed the two figures, and Hizay leaned down to kiss his forehead. Lin Ran buried his face in Hizay's neck, breathing lightly. You must listen carefully. All right, I'll listen word by word, each one etched into my heart. Chapter 93, Exposure. The He family manor. The old man glanced at the heated-up internet and confidently put down his phone. Sometimes, he does need a bit of a lesson. Water can carry a boat but also capsize it. Since he enjoys fan support, naturally, he has to endure being criticized by them. Master, isn't this a bit too harsh? Young Master is young and brimming with pride. If such a blow destroys his confidence, that wouldn't be right, said one of the house staff. The old master of the He family cast an askance glance at the overly talkative butler and replied, he chose his own path and thus, must bear its consequences. After all, he is nothing more than an unworthy actor. It would be better if he retired. The old butler hesitated to say more. And that Lin Ran, why doesn't he just leave quietly? All he uses are cheap tricks. Just look how Hizay falls prey to them so easily. The old master's countenance darkened like an approaching thunderstorm. That child is quite seriously ill. Young Master has even invited the master TCM physician from Yanjing. Someone so young, how serious can their illness be? That bit of craftiness could only fool someone as dull as Hizay. Surely the hospital cannot collude together to trick young Master, and moreover, Lin Ran lacks the ability to buy anyone off. The elder glared at the steward who seemed to take sides, asking, whose side are you on? The steward chuckled bitterly and replied, I just think it's not the right time to teach young Master a lesson. Both internal and external concerns press upon him, it's too much for one person to handle. In that case, he should come home obediently. With his abilities, he'd better not think of defying the family, said the elder as he rose. Dismiss all the news tomorrow. All this mess irritates me to no end. The steward nodded quickly, understood. Silence returned to the main hall. Zhou Mei came out of the kitchen, swaying a glass of wine that was nearly empty. She surveyed the second floor and observed that the old man still couldn't bear to harm his precious grandson. Since that was the case, she decided to fan the flames further and make this fire burn even brighter. She wanted all the prestigious families in Hu City to see how frivolous and carefree the He family heir was. Being fond of men. Disgusting. The next day dawned bright and sunny. The two of them hadn't returned to the program-arranged apartment last night. Instead, they had stayed close at Jinchenghuafu. Lin Ran was new to this place, and as soon as he woke up in the morning, he walked around the house several times. The most modern and intelligent equipment was adopted, equipped with the top-notch constant temperature system, neither dry nor damp. The air was filled with a faint lemon fragrance. Hizay feared Lin Ran would walk himself dizzy, so he smiled and said, go wash up first, breakfast will be ready soon. Lin Ran joyfully pushed open the glass door of the bathroom and saw that all the toiletries on the wash basin were complete as he bent down to turn on the faucet. The warm water flowed over his fingers. He looked up and was about to grab the toothbrush when everything before his eyes suddenly turned dark. Instinctively, he supported himself on the sink as an intense dizziness gave him a feeling of earthquake-like instability. After a few minutes had passed, Lin Ran stood in confusion, gazing at his own white-as-paper face in the mirror. Are you feeling better, Ran? Outside the door, Hizay gently knocked on the glass door. Lin Ran fumbled to turn on the tap, I will be. The sound of running water concealed his weak breaths. Hizay did not notice anything wrong and softly said, take your time, slowly wash up, there are clean towels in the cabinet to your right. Lin Ran slowly crouched down. He could barely tell where it hurt, it felt like all his internal organs were burning. Biting his lips, he refrained from letting out a single moan. Knock knock knock. Hizay couldn't help but knock on the door again. Though he verbally said no rush, the absence of his dear one made him anxious. There came a click as Lin Ran wiped the water off his face while jokingly saying, would I get lost in your house? Hizay carefully inspected him. His complexion was rosy, and there didn't seem to be any abnormality. Nodding, he teasingly coaxed, my heart feels empty after only a short separation. From now on, wherever you go, I must follow. Lin Ran poked away the shameless head that had drawn close, I don't have the strange habit of needing someone to watch me use the restroom. Hizay led him back to the dining room, the noodles are cooked, eat while they're hot. Lin Ran wasn't very hungry and put down his chopsticks after just a couple of bites. The pain had disappeared, but there was still a feeling of tightness in his chest, fearing that another bite would make him throw up right then and there. Hizay didn't dare force him to eat more. Seeing him look apologetic, he picked up the bowl of noodles and gulped down every bit, including the soup. Lin Ran handed him a napkin to wipe his mouth, you don't have to rush like that. Hizay smiled without responding and cleaned up the dishes. Lin Ran turned his head to look outside the window. What great weather today. Rehearsal doesn't start until the afternoon, let's take a walk in the park later. We appear in the park now, and the next moment will be all over the internet. Lin Ran dismissed his ridiculous idea. Hizay thought nothing of it. We'll reveal anyway, it's just a matter of time. We. Hizay covered his mouth. I think what you're going to say next is something I won't like, so I'm stopping it at its source. Lin Ran pulled away his hand. As an idol, exposing any kind of relationship will do you more harm than good. So. Does Ran Ran want me to keep you hidden forever, sneaking around for life? Not necessarily for so long. Hizay smirked lightly. When does Ran Ran want to give me my title? Give you your title? Isn't it? Lin Ran was amused by him and touched his wig. When our real hair grows back. Hizay considered it. It wouldn't be more than a year. Lin Ran laughed. I don't want to talk about growing old together under a fake hairstyle. Hizay liked this word, excitedly hugging him. Then it settled. When the hair grows back, I'll announce it to the whole world. I'll accompany you. Lin Ran held his hand, their fingers intertwined. In the afternoon, everyone gradually arrived at the rehearsal room. Just as Hizay parked the car, his phone started ringing incessantly. Lin Ran saw the incoming call displayed on the screen and got out of the car first, saying, handle your work affairs first, I'll check if everyone has arrived. Okay, if anything happens, wait for me to arrive, I'll be there soon. As soon as he said that, Hizay pressed the answer button. Lin Ran noticed something odd about the way people were looking at him as soon as he entered the station. He seriously checked his attire, finding nothing different from usual. So why were they staring at him with such incredulous looks? Puzzled, Lin Ran pushed open the door of his team's rehearsal room. Chapter 94, Anger to the Core. Inside the car, as soon as Hizay pressed the answer button, the desperate roar of the other party burst through the earpiece. Li Nan, I don't know which bastard took pictures of you and Lin Ran, and bought hundreds of marketing accounts to post them online. Hizay narrowed his eyes. Expose me and Lin Ran. Li Nan, yeah, the other party bought top trending search topics. I removed one, but another appeared immediately, just like after a spring rain. Contact the platform manager, take down all the photos first. Hizay opened the car door and ran anxiously towards the rehearsal room. Li Nan, I've already contacted them, they claim they can't handle it. Hizay paused for a moment, seemingly realizing something. Such a grand gesture couldn't possibly be unrelated to the He family. Li Nan, what are your plans? He asked hesitantly, fearing that this ancestor might announce it recklessly without consideration. There have been idol singers who announced their relationships, but massive fan desertions after announcements are normal. To make matters worse, the ambiguous object of this old man's interest is a man. Each move in this play spells trouble. Hizay clenched his fists. I'll talk with my grandfather. This isn't a good time to announce it. Li Nan slightly relaxed. At least this ancestor still has some sense. I'm not afraid of their resistance against me, I'm worried about their misdirection tactics. Hizay hung up the phone. He didn't rush to the rehearsal room. Instead, he pushed open the nearest fireproof door. At the He family residence. Upon hearing the cell phone ring, the old man glanced at the caller ID and smugly closed his book. Now they finally come begging. Grandfather, take down the trending topic first, I'll go home tonight. Hizay directly cut to the point. The old He let out a cold snort. Is this how you beg? I'll bring him back with me tonight. The old He suddenly stood up from the sofa. Even if his vision wasn't clear anymore, he could understand what this scoundrel was implying. Hizay continued, we need to discuss certain matters openly. I originally intended to wait until the competition ends to explain clearly to you, but currently, we must address this sooner. The old He turned red in the face, grinding his teeth as he said, if you dare bring him back, then don't ever come back. I didn't come here to plead, but to lay things on the table. Lay things on the table? Hizay, don't forget who has been strategizing behind the scenes for you to achieve today's success. Grandfather, if Lin Ran and I split, it wouldn't happen without interference from the He family. The old He was dumbfounded. I'm not afraid of our relationship being exposed, I just don't want someone to tarnish his pristine record with accusations of backstage dealings. In the last 2 competitions, his victories were well earned, not because I predetermined his win. The old He exhaled gently, family scandals should not be aired publicly. I am not so stupid as to broadcast your personal preferences to the entire world. Then kindly warn that woman. Once is enough with her knife in the back tactics. These little tricks of hers won't work above board. The old He set the tablet aside and his gaze lingered meaningfully on the elder housekeeper beside him. The housekeeper silently handed over the tablet. All the trending topics have been removed, but the impact has been enormous. The old He casually browsed through the internet after the morning's brewing effect. Everywhere he looked, there were traces. Screenshot images occasionally popped up, all unclear pictures of Hizay and Lin Ran together. The sender has been traced upstream by the legal team, preparing lawsuit lists. Lawsuits will commence shortly. One would think public opinion pressure alone could destroy Hizay's reputation. She indeed lacks class. Should we notify Fengqing? No need. Little Zay will return tonight. Let the drama unfold slowly, it will be much more captivating. The old he threw down the tablet, borrowing someone else's weapon to kill. Why did little Zay use such a term? Whose weapon is being borrowed? The elder housekeeper suddenly felt a chill. Instinctively, he glanced out the window. Somehow, the weather had changed, bright sunlight now darkened into a heavy gloom, as if signaling an upcoming storm. Inside the rehearsal room, Lin Ran looked at the trainees from other teams and said, "It's time to practice. If you're not part of my team, please leave." Song Ying sneered coldly, acting as if he hadn't heard anything, continuing chatting and laughing with his group. Jiang Tian was fed up with his sarcasm and impatient said, "Teacher Lin has asked you to leave, don't disturb our own rehearsal." So eager to be his sycophant, do you and that Hizay also fancy having a leg under the same desk with him? No wonder Hizay indulges himself, these red lips and white teeth certainly do have an enticing look. Song Ying mocked freely. Song Ying, clean up your mouth and stop treating those messy news online as your entertainment here. Shui Yiming could no longer bear it and pushed the person away. Not only was Song Ying not angry, he laughed instead. It's obvious that you're also putting a lot of effort into protecting him, but wake up. He has Hizay backing him up, and you sycophants. You can fawn all you want, but they still look down on you. I originally thought he was just cannon fodder meant to be a stepping stone, another person chimed in. Who would have guessed that he's the main character, ready to step on the other three to rise again? No, make that 6 people, including King Chen. Lin Ran initially didn't understand their remarks, but when they became increasingly absurd, he realized that something must have happened online. He quickly reached for his phone, only to remember it was still in Hizay's pocket. Song Ying approached, leaning close with a wide grin. Turns out Hizay likes men. Lin Ran felt like he had been struck by lightning and pushed the man away. What are you talking nonsense about? Song Ying shook his phone, the internet is full of pictures of you two. TSK, 2 men together certainly do look disgusting. Lin Ran supported himself on the piano beside him. Who posted them? With that sickly look of yours, it's no wonder you managed to attract him. It really does make one feel pity, Song Ying laughed loudly. Hizay is now so screwed. Without this powerful backer, what kind of achievements will all of you end up with? Lin Ran tried to remain calm, but every word pierced into his heart like a sharp knife, each forming his greatest fear. Unable to control himself, Song Ying laughed uncontrollably. Clearly, he had held on to resentment for several days and finally found an outlet for release. He laughed wildly and showed his teeth. Hizay is ruined, he's gay, he likes men, and even blackmailed the entire competition just for some guy, treating everyone else like puppets. Does he deserve respect from anyone? From all the trainees who worked hard, from teachers who earnestly guided them, and from millions of fans who trusted him? Starting today, we should join forces to boycott Hizay. We demand an apology. Lin Ran stumbled back a few steps. He didn't hear clearly what Song Ying said, just looking at his wild face seemed like seeing a demon slowly corroding the moonlight in his heart. Teacher Lin, Teacher Lin. Jiang Tian rushed forward to support Lin Ran's swaying body. Lin Ran pressed both hands on his chest, feeling as if a hole had been torn in his heart, releasing an endless stream of heat. Pfft. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, splattering all over Song Ying who was still ranting non-stop. Chapter 95, Lin Ran's suffering. At first, Song Ying hadn't realized what substance was on his face. When he raised his hand and saw a trace of red on his fingertips, his legs gave way, and he fell backward sitting on the floor. The surrounding clamorous cheers immediately ceased. Nobody expected Lin Ran to cough up blood, such a shocking scene usually seen only on television. Teacher Lin. Jiang Tian recovered first, panic-stricken, hugging Lin Ran's sliding body. Ran. Hizay squeezed through the crowd gathered at the door and rushed 2 steps into the rehearsal room. He didn't know what had happened inside, but judging from the crowd packed at the entrance, someone must have caused trouble. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Ran turned his head stiffly. The sensation of relief from vomiting blood made his previously constricted heart somewhat more comfortable. But then came an even stronger urge to vomit. Afraid of spewing more blood in the other person's face, he dared not open his mouth. Unable to bear the discomfort, he weakly lifted his hand, trembling, trying to reach out for Hizay. Teacher he. Jiang Tian was at a loss, mechanically supporting Lin Ran until both eventually collapsed on the ground. Staring in shock at the crimson on the corner of Lin Ran's mouth, Hizay felt as though all strength had been drained from his body. He almost stumbled toward Lin Ran. Ran, hold on, let's go to the hospital. Lin Ran's eyes were red-rimmed, tightly gripping Hizay's wrist. Finally, unable to suppress the rising tide of blood any longer, he expelled it all onto Hizay's chest. Sensing the warmth spreading across his chest and abdomen, Hizay staggered as he cradled Lin Ran in his arms. Ran, hang in there. Let's go to the hospital. Get out of the way fast, stop recording. Wang Yi slightly regained her senses and hurriedly shoved the practice members blocking their way. Quickly notify the director. Where are the production team's cars? Send someone to the hospital immediately. Zhou Xinyang arrived too late and gasped at the sight of the blood covering the floor. Song Ying remained frozen on the ground, shocked beyond measure by this sudden event. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. With a bang, Shui Yiming kicked Song Ying in the shoulder. If anything happens to Teacher Lin, I won't forgive you. Song Ying was terrified, helplessly lying on the ground without daring to retaliate. The director arrived upon hearing the news, and stared in shock at the bloodstains on the floor, grabbing a trainee shakily and asked, "What happened?" Everyone spoke at once, but seemingly no one could properly recount the events that had just unfolded. Things had escalated too quickly. Everyone was engrossed in watching the drama unfold when Lin Ran suddenly started coughing up blood, which not even TV shows would dare to depict. After hearing the whole story, the director felt as if the sky had fallen down. Hee's mind was chaotic, yet he ran fast. Lin Ran lay back limply, the flickering corridor lights dancing across his eyes. He wasn't sure whether he'd made a sound, but as he was about to die, it seemed like there were 1,000 words he wanted to say to Hee's. Azay, promise me, don't be sad. I will sing for you. That song. I want to say. I love you. Lin Ran couldn't see clearly who was in front of him, wanting to give him another smile, but it was so painful, making his smile twisted and ugly. Azay, please, clean me up. I look so ugly. His hands fell limp, and a drop of blood dripped from his fingertips onto the floor. Hashtag Lin Ran fainted from blood loss. Hashtag Hee's Lin Ran romance exposed. Hashtag senior scandal. Hashtag their relationship exposed in the morning, followed by a coma in the afternoon. Is this a new cleansing strategy? He was all energetic in the morning, but suddenly dying in the afternoon. Fact. Hee's is gay. The entertainment industry is such a mess, anyone can become an idol. These kinds of con artists should be banned permanently. Stop being pathetic, Lin Ran. Do you think pretending to faint will save you from backlash? Pei Chen paid close attention to online reactions. He didn't know what was going on with Lin Ran, but he was highly satisfied with the current situation. While someone is weak, it's time to finish them off. He needed to speed up spreading rumors before Hee's could respond. Buzz buzz buzz. His phone rang. Ms. Chen, don't cause more trouble. Many people are looking for a piece of the pie, don't draw unnecessary attention to yourself. Pei Chen replied arrogantly, I know my limits. With the current situation, I only need to slightly guide things, and plenty of others will do the dirty work for me. Ms. Chen, the condition of Lin Ran is still unclear, this concerns human life. Let your trolls tone down their comments and avoid talking recklessly. Pei Chen smirked, Lin Ran obviously staged all this, it's impossible for a healthy person to suddenly cough up so much blood. His acting deserves credit. Ms. Chen, regardless of whether it was staged or not, we still lack information on Lin Ran's side. Focus on diverting the fire towards Hee's instead. Lin Ran is just an utterly unknown 18th tier figure, unworthy of so much concern. Pei Chen didn't agree. From the moment he met Lin Ran, he knew that given the slightest opportunity, Lin Ran would definitely surpass him. Every uncertainty posed potential danger, and he had to take action, and thoroughly cut off any chance for Lin Ran to make a comeback. Hashtag Lin Ran's performance. Hashtag Lin Ran's sob story. Hashtag senior delay. Hashtag. As I suspected, he has sinister intentions, everything's a scam. No wonder he fainted so conveniently, turns out it's all an act, reportedly scaring teacher Zhou into arrhythmia. Ban both of them. They deserve it. Disgusting. I feel sick for ever genuinely liking Hee's. All of Hee's fan groups have been silenced, each left uncertain whether to control the negative comments or remain silent. Hee's official fanclub general chat. Shop manager number 1, Brother Nan said he can't get in touch with Hee's. Right now, nobody knows what's happening on his side. Shop manager number 2, should the fan group continue to stay muted? Shop manager number 5, lift the ban first. Some haters are getting too aggressive, we must clear them out. Shop manager number 1, anti-hate team, keep an eye on Lin Ran's tags. Whatever's going on between them, our primary task is to protect both parties. After lifting the ban in the fan groups, hundreds of links opposing hate were instantly shared. Everyone was holding a grudge, taking down dozens of ridiculous smear tags within moments. Chapter 96, Poisoning. At the hospital. Hee's sat on the ground in disarray, with crowds bustling around him. He gazed at them in a numb state, seeing vaguely through blurred vision the red stains on their white coats, starkly standing out. He looked down at the color on his chest, the blood stains had solidified on his shirt, and the color was so striking that it hurt his eyes, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Old Li hurried over, glanced at Hee's who was like a zombie in the corner, and ordered, send someone to keep an eye on him, don't let him run around recklessly. Li Jun nodded, I'll watch over him personally in a while. Old Li changed into a clean sterile suit and strode into the operating room. Li Jun bought a cup of coffee in confusion, squatted in front of Hee's, and handed over the coffee. Hee's didn't move, his eyes were blank, worse off than Lin Ran inside. Li Jun said, you need to pull yourself together. Hee's looked up, without any response. It might be poisoning. Hee's eyes trembled suddenly. I discussed it with the teacher while we were in the car, the teacher judged it might be poisoning. Hee's shook his head, indicating disbelief. As for when he was poisoned, it needs further investigation. Now, we just hope the teacher can determine what kind of drug it is, so we can treat accordingly. Heesei suddenly grabbed his hand. Can it be saved? Li Jun hesitated to answer. Lin Ran was sent into the operating room, and he was already at death's door. Maybe because of something left undone, he managed to hold on to this breath until he reached the hospital. But if we can't find out the cause of illness, even the Heavenly King would not be able to help. The operating room suddenly opened. Heesei looked at the approaching figure from afar in a daze. He was a little afraid, fearing the final death sentence from the other side. Old Li sighed deeply. It's a lucky break that the poison reacted early. Heesei didn't understand the meaning behind the elder's words, and wobbled to his feet, holding the chair tightly. Old Li continued, the injection amount was very small, but for critical patients undergoing chemotherapy with almost zero resistance, 1 milligram is lethal. What kind of medicine? Li Jun asked. The lab is still testing, but under great emotional stress, metabolism accelerated. Fortunately, the poison hadn't completely destroyed the heart. If another 10 days or half a month passed, heart failure and necrosis would leave no way to save him. Heesei shivered violently. Poisoning. Have you offended anyone recently? Using such dirty tricks on a patient really makes me wonder how deep the grudge must be, Old Li sighed. Heesei clenched both hands into fists, his despondent appearance suddenly turned fierce. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang inappropriately. Heesei looked at the number, his eyes dark as ink. Li Jun inexplicably shuddered. Heesei did not rush to answer the call, raising his eyes to look at the old man, saying, Uncle, please take care of Ran. I need to handle some matters and will be back soon. Old Li, having experienced countless storms, how could he not see the anger in this child's eyes, nodding, Go, I'll inform you of anything. Heesei picked up the phone again, pressing the receive button. Grandpa He, where are you? We'll be back soon. Grandpa He, what about that Lin Ran? Acting, just for sympathy. Heesei didn't explain, hanging up directly. In the He family mansion. Grandpa He was amused and exasperated by the cut-off call. Only his grandson dared to ignore him like that. Zhou Mei quietly sat with her son He Xiao at the dining table. Without the elder's word, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. He Xiao, hungry and impatient, kept pestering to eat. Grandpa He glanced at him, where's Fengcheng? Zhou Mei patted her son's hand and replied, just now said there's an urgent meeting at work, may be late tonight. Always busy with nonsense all day long. Grandpa He closed his eyes, clearly not planning to start the meal. He Xiao pouted sadly, Mom, I'm hungry. Good boy, brother hasn't arrived yet, our Xiao Xiao has to bear with it a bit longer. Zhou Mei consoled gently. About an hour later, Heesei finally arrived tardily. Seeing Heesei returned alone, Grandpa He's mood slightly improved. He said, let's eat. At the sound of those words, He Xiao eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Zhou Mei smiled, brother hasn't taken his seat yet. However, Heesei stood motionless at the front of the dining hall. Grandpa He frowned, do you want me to personally come invite you? Zhou Mei looked up, their gazes meeting. She could sense the anger in Heesei, obviously provoked by the things online. She asked, Xiaozhe seems to be lacking in enthusiasm. Is something wrong? Fight, make a fuss, vent. Heesei squinted his eyes but still didn't utter a sound. Grandpa He set down his chopsticks and said, what kind of attitude is this? Father, Xiaozhe isn't being impolite, it's probably due to stress from work. Zhou Mei played peacemaker considerately. Brat, make as much fuss as you want, the bigger the fuss, the more disappointed your grandfather will be. Thinking this way, Zhou Mei gave her beloved son a shrimp without any restraint in her smile. With a loud bang, a vase suddenly shattered in front of Zhou Mei. The glass shards cut her hand, causing her face to lose its composure as she screamed loudly, ah. He Xiao was also frightened and fell off the table. Grandpa He couldn't believe his grandson had suddenly gone mad, frowning and asking, Heesei, what are you doing? Ignoring Grandpa He's reprimand completely, Heesei rushed swiftly over to Zhou Mei, rudely grabbing her hair. Staggering back, Zhou Mei fell to the ground, crying and shouting heavenward, Xiaozi let me go, what's come over you? Without saying a word, Heesei slammed her against the wall. Pang! Zhou Mei saw stars before her eyes, covering her head and collapsing on the ground. Watching the woman bleed profusely from her wounds, Heesei grabbed her hair once again. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive hard impacts left splashes of blood all over the walls. Ah! He Xiao shrieked helplessly. Worried about a fatal outcome, Grandpa He quickly ordered someone to restrain the out-of-control Heesei. Even more mercilessly, Heesei strangled Zhou Mei by the neck and yelled, leave. Zhou Mei, with unclear consciousness, shook her head, help me, please, save me. Enraged, Heesei glared at her, today I won't do anything to you, I'll make you watch everything you hope for gradually turn into a pipe dream, watch the bit of cunning intelligence you rely on backfire on you and your son. You lunatic, Zhou Mei struggled. In response, Heesei waved his hand and threw her forcefully to the ground. Crawling forward a little, Zhou Mei cried out, Father, save me. Grandpa He, shaken, witnessed it all and said hesitantly, what have you done? Wiping the blood from his hands casually, Hizei said lightly, send her to the hospital. After all, we can't let her die so easily. Grandpa, he looked solemn and commanded, take her to the hospital and keep the news quiet. Zhou Mei shouted loudly in despair, Elder, you must give me justice. He tried to kill me. It's a crime. Plug her mouth, Grandpa, he snapped irritably, find someone in the hospital to ensure she doesn't talk nonsense. Turning around to leave, Hizei was stopped by the intense gaze of his grandfather. You haven't explained what happened yet. Haven't you seen clearly enough, grandfather? Do you mean she used my weapon to kill your people, right? Chapter 97, Did I Scare You? When Hizei returned to the hospital, Lin Ran had already been moved to the intensive care unit. He crouched by the door trying to peer through the gap. Li Jun could hardly hold back laughter watching the helpless superstar who appeared even more disheveled upon his return. Faint pink spots remained on his hands and face, and Li Jun could smell the unmistakable odor of blood based on his professional instinct. Can I see him? Hizei asked eagerly. Leading Hizei into the sterilization room, Li Jun responded, clean yourself up from head to toe first. Without hesitation, Hizei stripped off his bloody clothes. Li Jun coughed lightly, there's no need to rush so much. In the ICU, all the medical equipment worked methodically. Lin Ran lay on the bed like an easily breakable porcelain doll, hooked up to various instruments all over his body. Afraid to touch him, Hizei stood 3 meters away. After a great deal of resolve, he finally took the first shaky step closer. Lin Ran had regained consciousness early on, though too exhausted to wake up properly. Suddenly, he felt a gentle grip on his hand, handled so carefully as if he were an easily bursting bubble. Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes. His breath condensed on the oxygen mask, forming a thick white mist. Squatting by the bedside, Hizei watched his awakened beloved with immense joy. Lin Ran's voice was hoarse and almost inaudible, did I scare you? Hizei nodded, then quickly shook his head, no, I know Ranon wouldn't leave me. Lin Ran didn't have the strength to do more than lightly scratch Hizei's palm with his fingertips, I won't. I won't leave Hizei. You can never leave me in this lifetime. Wherever you go, I will follow. I am completely dependent on you. Hizei held his hand against his cheek. Lin Ran smiled faintly, not with you. If you keep messing around like this. Ranon isn't the first day of knowing me, you know my nature, I'm stubborn. Well, then you should keep up with me. I'm afraid. Afraid I'll lose you. Hizei nodded eagerly like a nutcracker, we will stop talking. Ranon, take a rest. When you wake up, we'll be able to leave here. Okay. Lin Ran closed his eyes, and the surrounding instruments seemed like lullabies. He didn't know if he fell asleep or just fainted again. Hizei left the ICU ward, sitting limply on the chair nearby. Li Jun handed him a bottle of milk, eat something at least, don't let your own body collapse in the end. Hizei propped his forehead with both hands, his voice hoarse, what did the old master say? The teacher thanks the person who almost made him vomit blood for irritating him. Without his coincidental intervention, by the time your performance ended, your bodies might have been cold already. Li Jun opened the cap for him and handed it over again. Hizei frowned, I need to thank him. Li Jun said nothing, though some of the logic seemed skewed, this time it was indeed fortuitous. Hizei clenched his fists tightly, I'll thank him properly. Li Jun's lips twitched slightly. Why did he sound so angry? It sounded more like he wanted to punch someone. Hizei took the milk, finishing it in 2 gulps. In this situation, he couldn't afford to collapse. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Li Jun turned around upon hearing the sound and saw a figure rushing over fiercely. He had a dark face, full of fiery rage, as if harboring anger since his journey began. Ho General. Li Jun questioned why his hostility was so heavy. Hizei slowly stood up, seemingly predicting that his good father would come to accuse him. He angrily rebuked, Hizei, normally I wouldn't interfere in your unruly behavior, but how dare you disregard others so much as to beat your stepmother. Li Jun looked shocked towards Hizei, still calm and composed, realizing he had just fought at home, and against Mrs. He. These wealthy families were certainly chaotic one after another. Hizei coolly replied, if Grandpa hadn't stopped her mouth, how could she find you to tattletale? The more He listened, the angrier he became. He rolled up his sleeves intending to discipline his rebellious son well. However, before he swung his palm, Hizei easily grasped it. Hizei shrugged off his weak punch and said, it's not only today I intend to hit her. From now on, every day I will torment her, making her live in terror of me for the rest of her life. You, Mr. He staggered back a few steps, almost falling. What's going on? The elderly Li heard the commotion and rushed over, instinctively supporting the swaying Mr. He. Mr. He was so furious his face turned red. Pointing to his arrogant unfilial son, disregarding family shame altogether, he shouted, currently, the whole family is under my rule. Do you believe I'll issue a statement cutting off our father-son relationship tomorrow? That would actually make me look forward to it. You're the coward if you don't dare. Hizei raised his head without fear. Mr. He's body trembled violently. Oldly worried about him collapsing from anger and gripped his wrist, trying to soothe him slightly while barely noticeable furrowing his eyebrows. Mister, he gasped indignantly, you insolent wretch, I'll return home right now and draft the declaration. From now on, don't call me Dad. I don't have such an unfilial and unjust son. He sat indifferently back onto the chair. Li Jun witnessed this farce with a headache and asked, Master, didn't you go back to rest? The elderly solemnly stared at He, lightly coughing, has your father done any physical examination recently? He looked up, is he dying? Old Li. Li Jun. He shrugged nonchalantly, so, may my mother's soul guide us. Old Li coughed, his condition probably won't last just 1 or 2 years, at least 7 to 8 years. The elderly man tried to explain gently. He stiffened slightly, kidneys. Old Li delicately explained, I merely checked his pulse simply just now and am not entirely sure, but I suggest you still take him for a detailed checkup. Your father shouldn't be 50 yet. Reasonably speaking, he shouldn't be this frail. He burst out laughing, clutching his stomach, my mother truly guides us from heaven. Old Li coughed lightly, this situation has probably persisted not for just 1 or 2 years, at least 7 to 8 years. He's laughter abruptly stopped as he suddenly stood up from his chair. Master Li said, don't you have a younger brother? Perhaps you should check the parent-child relationship. He had not reacted for a while. Master Li continued, it's always good to conduct checks, perhaps it truly is your mother guiding us from heaven. Chapter 98, Exposure of Illness. When Assistant Su received the call, all he could think was that his young master must be crazy, otherwise why would there be an inexplicable request for a paternity test? This was no small matter, he dared not act on his own. When Grandpa he heard the news, his face darkened and he slammed down the teacup heavily. The old butler tensely held his breath. Back when Zhou Mei gave birth, Grandpa he had ordered a paternity test done, and the result confirmed that the child was indeed a He family descendant. But now, after 7 or 8 years, the young master brought this issue up again. Was he questioning Grandpa he, or was he questioning Zhou Mei? Grandpa he closed his eyes, do as he says. Don't let anyone know. Yes. Have you thoroughly investigated that lab? Grandpa he asked further. It will take 2 more days. We've traced its city location, but we haven't yet determined the exact position. I'll see what she has achieved with my help. Grandpa he chuckled lightly. Despite being shrewd all his life, how could he fall victim to a woman? Do we need to handle the situation online? Xiao Zhe hasn't made an appearance these past few days, leading to speculations and black materials continuously surfacing. It appears everyone wants a piece of his pie. Grandpa he easily opened the website just for a look before irritably throwing it aside, let the PR department interfere. What kind of messy stuff is this, completely disrupting the internet environment? The old butler nodded in agreement. As for his employer's contradictory words, he had long become accustomed to them. How about Lin Rant's condition? The grandpa started scrolling through the entertainment section. Lin Rant's name still lingered on the trending topics, likely because someone bought the hot search placement. It had been a day already, yet the topic's heat remained high, showing signs of intensifying. Without a company backing him, no one managed any aftermath for him, leaving comment sections drowning in abusive language and slander. Entirely unwatchable. He is still in the ICU, not in great condition. The young master has been staying by his side without eating or drinking. Alas, they're both pitiful children, said the old butler. The grandpa frowned deeply, is he really that sick? The old butler nodded, 9 out of 10 times fatal. The grandpa considered, have Chingan make preparations to transfer him there. Now. Or do you wait until his body cools off first? That's probably impossible, given he cannot be moved from the ICU. Well, then send Chingan over there. The young master has likely arranged the necessary medical resources here. Grandpa he tut-tutted his tongue, what kind of resources can he prepare? At best, he might have found a Chinese medicine master from the Li family in Yanjing. You, contact Dr. Liu from the US, and arrange a private jet to bring him here. Dr. Liu has not taken cases for nearly a year. Offer to fund 2 more research labs for him. The old butler gawked. He had followed Grandpa he for over 30 years, never seeing him so freely throw away billions, perhaps even more, just for an outsider. What are you doing standing dumbfounded there for? Didn't you say the boy's almost gone? If he dies, my unlucky grandson would surely follow suit. Grandpa he held his forehead, his temple pulsing with anger. The old butler snapped back to reality and hurriedly took out his phone to start contacting people. As the night became hazy, the chaos online raged on endlessly. Hartza hasn't dared to show his face till now. Is he planning to pretend to be dead and let things pass? Your account will be banned soon. His fans are still controlling comments and trying to wash the public opinion. I don't know if their brains are damaged. How could they like someone who's gay? Hartza's world is collapsing fast, and these people won't leave him alone. They're absolutely obsessed with chasing stars. Flagship Store General Group. Number 1 Store Manager, Uncle Nan has been contacted, but Hartza still hasn't responded. Number 2 Store Manager, that group of lunatics keeps focusing on the fact that Hartza likes boys. Our fans haven't said anything, but these detractors are acting like judges now, truly annoying. Number 3 Store Manager, if Let me say this, if Hartza makes an official announcement, the situation will surely spiral out of control. The group fell into an eerie silence for several seconds. Number 1 store manager, prepare the video edits well, unify the forwards afterward. The front row must maintain the rhythm carefully, don't give the opponents a chance. Number 2 store manager, Hartza's online. The super topic showed celebrity online, instantly flooding with heavy traffic. The entire internet was brimming with anticipation for Hise's response. There were those looking to enjoy the spectacle, others ready to stir up trouble in the shadows. Yet half an hour passed, and the online world remained as calm as ever, with Hise's status having changed from online back to offline. Pei Chen put his phone down smugly. Keep increasing the release of incriminating materials. This time, we have to pull him off his pedestal and not give him any chance to make a comeback. Ms. Chen wore a worried expression, sensing that the evening wouldn't stay this quiet. Could Hise's sudden appearance online and then silent disappearance have been a way to observe the situation and plan his countermeasures? Pei Chen spoke again. This time, all he can do is wait to die. At this moment, ding ding dong dong, a series of notification sounds came from his phone. Pei Chen opened the screen nonchalantly but immediately frowned at what he saw. At I Wish World Peace, pictures. The Weibo post had no accompanying text, only pictures showing secretly snapped medical records. What does this mean? Gastric cancer. Chemotherapy. Acute bleeding. Full body blood replacement. Hold on, isn't the person here Lin Ran? Is this another sob story whitewash attempt? It's a good method, it can win sympathy while torturing fans. After the information surfaced, many people questioned its authenticity, as hospitals are not allowed to be photographed without consent, let alone for patient files to be casually exposed. The blogger, perhaps unable to bear the deluge of questioning, deleted the post within 10 minutes. Pei Chen finished watching this little drama and couldn't help but ridicule, such self-directed performances are too stupid. Next time, Photoshop better images. Ms. Chen was even more worried, because it didn't seem like baseless rumors. About 5 minutes later, Hise's super topic once again showed celebrity online. At Hise, my world is vast, encompassing millions of supporters, yet my world is also small, so small that it only holds one person, picture. The picture was of two backs together, two shiny bald heads close to each other. One head gleamed white as if emitting light while the other seemed deliberately painted black, complete with words written over. Plain egg and tea egg, bite by bite. Hey, what are you doing, Hise? Are the two people in the photo Hise and Lin Ran? Aren't you acting pure love, bro? What happened to your hair? And Lin Ran's? Were those previous medical records real? So during the competition period, Lin Ran was hospitalized all along. These past few days I've been trapped in an emotional drain. I didn't know how to continue liking you. I couldn't accept that my idol likes a man. But when I saw the picture, I repeatedly confirmed whether it was really you, and once confirmed, I felt at peace. In front of life and death, what does gender matter? At Hise, I want to see the sun rise in the east, with you there, sunset descend in the west, with you there, seasons change, but you're still present, year after year, you will always be there. Chapter 99, Did I Cause You Trouble? Lin Ran woke up 3 days later. The sun was shining brightly, and the lilies on the windowsill were fresh, their dewdrops still glistening. Lin Ran gently nudged the sleeping head beside his bed. Due to the prolonged coma, his memory had a brief gap, taking him several minutes to recall what happened before he fell unconscious. Hise sensed the movement and quickly woke up. Being newly awake, his eyes carried a heavy mist, blurry and dazed, almost childlike. Lin Ran's lips curved slightly upward, carrying a tender smile. Gradually, the blurred image in Hise's eyes sharpened, and seeing his beloved laughing, he joyfully leaned closer. Ran. I'm sorry, I made you sad. Lin Ran gently brushed his gaunt face, guessing he hadn't rested properly for several days. Hise tightly held his hand, shaking his head. I wasn't sad, I was scared, afraid you would leave me behind silently. Lin Ran could feel the fear in his voice, answering firmly, I won't leave you. Lin Ran reversed their grip and embraced him. Can you hold me? Hise bent down and wrapped his arms around him. Resting his head on Hise's shoulder, Lin Ran asked softly, Did I cause you more trouble? All those online issues have been resolved, don't worry. Lin Ran turned his head and looked at him. Have we been exposed? It was bound to happen sooner or later. There's no issue with that. But. Hise gently covered his mouth. Our Ran should focus on getting better now. Don't you want to sing for me? I've been eagerly waiting. Lin Ran nodded. When I get better, I'll sing my heart out for you. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Lin Ran looked at the unfamiliar doctor and nudged Hise's arm bashfully. Someone's here. It's Dr. Leo. Lin Ran was surprised by the man's height, he must be nearly 2 meters tall. Next to him, Hise, who is 188 centimeters tall, seemed shorter. Dr. Leo checked the data, speaking calmly, Your grandfather is here, waiting outside for you. Hise's expression turned serious as he nodded and moved closer to the bedside. Ran, I'll step out for a moment. I'll return right after Dr. Leo finishes his checkup. Lin Ran retreated back into the bed, too frightened to say much, occasionally sneaking glances at the towering figure beside the bed. Dr. Leo couldn't help but chuckle, I don't eat kids. Lin Ran pulled the blanket over himself, trying futilely to hide completely. Outside the ward, Grandpa he stood thin and frail near the window. He approached directly and said, Grandfather. Grandpa he didn't turn around, continuing to overlook the figures moving about in the yard below, before finally handing over a sheet of paper. A newly released paternity test result. He hadn't anticipated his prediction would come true. With a bitter smile, he said, he has been indifferent to my mother for over a decade, this is probably his retribution. What do you plan to do? Grandpa he turned around, seeming suddenly a decade older. How does grandfather think I should handle it? How has that child recovered recently? The old man asked instead of answering. He folded the report neatly, his tone growing firmer than before, thank you. Grandpa he sighed helplessly, if that child dies, what will you do? He didn't answer, but they both knew the final answer clearly in their hearts. A gentle breeze blew through the window, and a dried leaf silently landed at their feet. At Shuechang, thank you, dear juniors, for your week-long wait. Brother Shuechang will officially relaunch next Monday, when 5,000 juniors will join me in this grand musical feast. Stay tuned. Wasn't this show already stopped? How could it continue? Is Lin Ran's health okay now? Seeing the videos exposed recently, I wanted nothing more than to go back 3 days ago and slap myself twice. Coughing blood to such an extent, how dare the black PR still spread false rumors about illnesses for clicks. Sisters, could you share the video with us? It was taken down before I could see it. Did a student get so angry that they caused the shutdown? Forget about asking for the rehearsal room video, Hehe Studio has already issued a statement. Lin Ran isn't in good health, let's try not to circulate these kinds of overly stimulating videos. Will Lin Ran participate? Isn't he still undergoing chemotherapy? Given his condition, it seems he might not be able to attend the final showdown. Pei Chen threw his phone away, pinching the bridge of his nose due to the headache. Ms. Chen wore a similarly worried look on her face. Now Lin Ran and Hehe had completely reversed public perception. Moreover, with the combativeness of Heze's fanbase, no one dared to jump into this mess, fearing they'd become targets of the vengeful He family army. Are you sure those medical records aren't fakes? Lin Ran was jumping around on stage, how could he possibly be that sick? Pei Chen gritted his teeth while asking. Ms. Chen sighed, right now, stop focusing on Lin Ran. Are all the trolls cleared out? If anyone discovers that your hand was behind stirring up drama earlier, we'll have bigger troubles. They're all deleted. That person and I worked together for a whole year, there's no way he'd betray me, Pei Chen declared confidently. No one can be trusted 100%. For the next few days, stay off the internet and focus on preparing for the finale night. Even if we don't win first place, we can't afford to lose badly, Ms. Chen rose to leave. Let it go like this. Pei Chen said unhappily. Ms. Chen shot him a glance, what else do you want to do? I'm warning you, stop dreaming. Pei Chen hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. There had been many instances where he'd thrown mud at Lin Ran, and he couldn't allow Lin Ran to make a comeback. If Lin Ran became popular again, he, without a doubt, would be the first one sacrificed as a scapegoat. At the hospital. Lin Ran's recovery wasn't proceeding smoothly, but compared to his previous state, he had improved significantly. Heze opened a video call for him, and he quietly watched everyone rehearse from the side of the bed. The last episode would be broadcast simultaneously online and offline. Compared to recorded shows, live broadcasts carry far more uncertainties. Out of safety considerations, each group must strive for perfection, leaving no room for flaws. Knock knock knock. Movement was heard outside the room. Lin Ran hung up the video call and looked toward the unexpected arrival of Grandpa He. In his memory, they had met only a few times, and every encounter ended on bad terms. Grandpa He attempted to close the door behind him. The old butler, on the verge of tears, blocked the door gap and had to risk giving an unwelcome reminder, Sir, he is a patient. Grandpa He glanced at him, I haven't even said a word yet. You don't have to. Just by standing there, you're already putting him under pressure. Grandpa He shoved the man aside, you talk too much, and all I don't want to hear. Lin Ran couldn't figure out the elder's intention for this visit, but out of politeness, he shakily sat up. Grandpa He stressed, lie down properly. If you get hurt in front of me, that stubborn boy will kick himself out of the family tree tomorrow. Chapter 100, Don't be afraid, we're all here. Lin Ran was startled by this energetic voice and dared not move as she sat suspended at the edge of the bed. Lie back down, Grandpa He said, seeing that Lin Ran still remained motionless. He simply reached out himself and shoved her dangling foot back under the covers. Lin Ran looked bewilderedly at the old man. Grandpa He took a deep breath, don't flatter yourself thinking I came to see you. Lin Ran rolled her big eyes, unsure of how to answer. It seemed she hadn't been thinking in that direction either. Grandpa He sniffed lightly, don't look at me with such bright, large eyes. Lin Ran lowered her head. Would you like some water? Grandpa He suddenly asked. Lin Ran raised her head uncomprehendingly, huh? The old man coughed behind his hand. I'm the guest, shouldn't you ask if I want some water? Lin Ran really couldn't keep up with the old man's line of thought and had no choice but to pull back the blanket, preparing to get off the bed and pour him some water. The old man gritted his teeth and said angrily, lie still. Isn't it you who wanted some water? Lin Ran felt as if perhaps she'd taken too many painkillers, feeling a bit unclear in the head. Do I look incapable of pouring my own water? With hands and feet perfectly intact, why would I need a patient to wait on me? That would make me shameless. Lin Ran. No wonder, grandfathers and grandchildren are alike, they both like to insult themselves for being shameless. In a huff, Grandpa he poured a cup of water, placed it on the bedside without drinking it. The atmosphere again became unusually awkward. The old man cleared his throat again. Do you want sugar added? Lin Ran frowned. I don't think there's any sugar here. Grandpa he got up and searched around, then brought out a large jar of honey from the neighboring restroom. Lin Ran was shocked. Grandpa he added a spoonful of honey into the warm water, stirred it, and passed it over. Lin Ran stared wide-eyed. For me? I just added sugar, don't act so surprised. Lin Ran. If he couldn't figure it out by now, then surely his year in the entertainment circle had been a waste. Thank you. Lin Ran's mouth was tasteless, having not tasted sweetness for days. As he was about to take another sip, the glass was snatched away by the other person. The old man said, just enough to moisten your throat will do. Not daring to make demands on the elderly man, Lin Ran could only sulkily gaze at the glass of water beside the bed. Grandpa he'd scared his tongue, no wonder his grandson ended up looking like an unsightly mess, just these shimmering big eyes would be enough to bewitch him into acting stupid. What do you want to say to me? Lin Ran broke the silence. You're a patient. I can't talk about anything serious with you now or else when my big fool, my grandson comes back, wouldn't he have accounts to settle with me? Feel free to say what you want, I won't tell he's a. So even after suffering so much, you chose to keep quiet? Lin Ran's body stiffened, emotions rippling as the nearby monitor began fluctuating. Grandpa he hurriedly said, that's enough, I've already said I can't say more now. Lin Ran took a light gasp of air, trying his best to calm his emotions. What do you know about it? The old man hesitated for a moment before asking, why hide and protect that woman's actions? I'm not trying to protect her. Lin Ran averted her eyes, deliberately avoiding the elder's gaze. Are you afraid my big fool will come back making trouble without discernment? Lin Ran pressed her lips together, neither admitting nor denying. The root cause lies with me. If I hadn't set that trap, there wouldn't have been these subsequent harms. I am the one who owes you. Lin Ran tightly clenched the bedsheet. Our family will give you an explanation, and we definitely won't let you suffer alone. That boy also won't easily let this pass quietly. Though he hasn't said anything in these few days, I know he has something up his sleeve. Lin Ran sat up, directly turning off the noisy instruments beside him. Right and wrong will eventually be judged by law. Grandpa he was incredulous. What are you doing? Lin Ran pressed his right hand against his heart, catching his breath. Some people aren't worthy of dirtying his hands. It's not that I'm not angry, it's just that I don't wish to bring him a dilemma on my behalf. Grandpa he restarted the instrument. Being too kind sometimes isn't a good thing. But reality is harsh, ugly. There are always people striving to purify this restless world. And I shouldn't force him to change because of my bias and impatience, rather, I should try my best to preserve his innocence and kindness. Old man. Take good care of yourself. I will make sure he settles the score for you cleanly, and don't worry, he won't do anything reckless. Grandpa he walked out of the ward. The old butler rushed up anxiously, worriedly asking, you didn't bully him, did you? Grandpa he glared at him, do I look like a lunatic? The doctor said he needs to rest quietly, he can't be emotionally stimulated. Grandpa he moved towards the elevator, since I'm already unable to change it, then I have to learn how to accept it. On Friday, the city gymnasium was teeming with people, and passers-by who were unaware couldn't help but glance at the square where all sorts of support colors spread across the entire stadium. Chi Hong led 30 little sisters from the fan group quietly crouching in a corner. After the incident occurred, they had all lost contact with Lin Ran. Those days they almost spent their days despondent, ready to quit the online community alongside Lin Ran if need be. If they couldn't reach the top together, they would settle together. But when his medical condition came to light, those pages of treatment records left everyone stunned. For a whole day, the fan group stayed eerily quiet until Chi Hong posted a location. Everyone who can come should come. At least we need to let him know that he's never fighting alone. The majority on the square were still supporters dressed in green, the vast army standing out clearly before the eyes of these dozens of young girls. They no longer seemed like they were seeking overnight fame as they used to. After stumbling through this tough period, all they wished now was for Lin Ran's health. A minivan was queuing up to enter the parking lot. The media present knew who was inside the vehicle first and quickly surrounded it, rudely blocking its way. Originally quiet fans quickly stood ready to act in support, waving whatever shade items they held close. Chi Hong stretched her neck and looked around. It seems to be Heze's car. She spoke just in time as everyone stood up. None of them knew whether Lin Ran would show up. Perhaps they carried the last thread of hope, watching intently where the vehicle went. Perhaps each person was conflicted, afraid he might get hurt upon appearing, but also wanting to see him personally, wishing to witness with their own eyes that he was all right. Suddenly, amidst the sea of green uniforms covering the square, splashes of maple red quickly spread into every corner, large or small. You wanted to protect, so let us protect together. Don't be afraid, we're all here. Chapter 101, The Last Public Performance. No one expected the scene to transform this way, the colors shifting in an instant, as if they'd only ever seen such a spectacle in magic shows. Sister Hong, the girls whispered in disbelief, staring at the vibrant maple red that had already brought tears to their eyes uncontrollably. Chi Hong shakily stepped forward and unfurled a large banner that cost her hundreds. A timely breeze blew by, making the banner ripple dramatically in the wind. The doors of the business vans slowly opened while lining up to enter the parking lot. Countless cameras swiveled in unison to capture the moment. Hizei was the first to step out. He had never imagined encountering such a scene. Most fans, he thought, would have chosen to leave, since not everyone could accept their shocking love affair. But when he saw that bright and dazzling maple red under the sunlight, it seemed like he truly understood the meaning of loving someone and everything associated with them. Zay. Lin Ran reached out his hand, revealing half his face from inside the car. As soon as he appeared, the square, which had been relatively calm, erupted into excitement. The media pushed forward relentlessly, and the fans pressed on just as eagerly. Hizei helped him out gently. Weren't you supposed to wait in the car? Lin Ran glanced at the vast sea of supporters and shook his head. I want to say thank you. As the banner fluttered, Lin Ran found the one flag adorned with a young girl's portrait amidst the crowd, his eyes shimmering with tears. Hizei gripped his trembling hand softly and whispered, Don't rush, we'll take our time to express our gratitude. Lin Ran managed a smile, bowing deeply toward the fans in all directions. Thank you. Under the sun, the silhouette of the young man looked frail and fragile, as though a strong gust of wind could knock him over. Concerned about his emotional state, Hizei quickly returned him to the car after a brief pause. Thank you all for your efforts. Please find a shady place to rest properly. I've seen your blessings, thank you all. Hizei turned around and entered the car, asked the nearby milk tea shops and dessert stores to prepare some cold drinks and cakes to bring over. Weak from fatigue, Lin Ran didn't force himself further and sat quietly, watching Hizei attentively as he made arrangements. Hizei tenderly wiped the thin layer of sweat off his forehead. In just these few minutes, his complexion had worsened significantly. Lin Ran smiled faintly, I'm fine, just the sun is quite harsh. I wonder if any of the fans might get heatstroke. Let the organizers set up more tents and prepare more anti-heatstroke drinks and medicines in a while. Once the sun sets in 2 hours, things will improve significantly. They must have waited for a long time. Hizei firmly held his hand. The love of the fans is always the most sincere. They follow and support their idols without expecting anything in return, so we need to work even harder and use better results to repay their sacrifices. Lin Ran nodded seriously, all right. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the online live streaming channel opened. Tens of thousands of comments rolled across the screen rapidly. To prevent lag, the live stream app expanded several servers overnight. Heard Lin Ran came too. Can his body withstand the whole program? I saw the fans rally on the trending topics earlier, and even I, a passerby, was moved to tears. Love transferred literally manifests here. Hizei's fans are united and kind. When they all switched their rallying color, I admit I wanted to become a fan too. Welcome to the He family army, all new sisters. I also noticed the sister fans of Ran Bao wearing rabbit ears that Ran Bao likes, shyly blending into the He family army. How cute, those girls. Oh, the ones with the rabbit ears are actually Ran Bao's fans. I was wondering who they were, being so foresight. Ran Bao even spotted them. The live channel transitioned to show the backstage area where all the trainees were getting prepared. All participants were busily getting ready with their makeup and costumes. As the camera panned elsewhere, Hizei appeared on screen. Previously, the chat window had been rolling harmoniously, but upon Hizei's appearance, the live platform felt the weight of a top-tier star for the first time. The entire screen began glitching intermittently. Ah! Didn't the organizer confidently claim there wouldn't be any lag? Why am I seeing snowy static? I don't dare exit the live stream. My group chat sisters are crying and screaming because they can't get back in. Only see Hizei. Where is Lin Ran? Lin Ran will probably appear once the competition starts. He needs plenty of rest. Hizei noticed the approaching camera and politely greeted, good evening. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he resumed his interaction with the students. It was the first online live broadcast, and everyone, to some extent, was feeling the pressure. Teacher He, can we go see Teacher Lin? Jiang Tian boldly stepped forward to inquire. Hizei furrowed his brows. He had noticed these individuals sitting restlessly from afar. He assumed they were anxious about the competition schedule, but unexpectedly, each of them was preoccupied with their own partner. Shui Yimin saw Hizei's silence and also asked, is Teacher Lin feeling better? Let's not ask anymore. Teacher He cares more than we do, he won't let Teacher Lin overexert himself. Xiao Feng stopped his chatty teammates. Ran is fine. You'll see him in a while, don't worry. Hizei glanced at the time. There was less than half an hour until the performance began. Will teacher Lin perform on stage? Hizay simply smiled and did not answer. In the adjacent lounge, Lin Ran reclined on the sofa, one hand hooked to a monitor while the other swiped through his phone. The numbers on the monitor slowly rose and barely hovered just short of the danger zone. The accompanying doctor concluded his examination, seeing relatively normal data, sighed in relief. Lin Ran frowned. Was it a network issue or a platform problem? Why couldn't he access the live stream? Xiao Wang could not help but laugh. It seems like the platform has crashed. They're urgently fixing it. Crashed? Lin Ran could not help but marvel at Hizay's influence. Within just 5 minutes, his appearance had caused the server to crash. It should be fixed soon. Xiao Wang noticed a suspicious figure lurking by the door and quickly went forward, pulling open the door. Song Ying stumbled and almost fell. Xiao Wang guarded against him. What are you doing here? Song Ying awkwardly adjusted his clothing, then mustered the courage to sneak a glance at Lin Ran on the sofa, who appeared pale as if recovering from a severe illness. Some words caught in his throat and were forcefully swallowed before they could be spoken. Xiao Wang blocked his overly obvious gaze, warning again, this is not where you belong. Lin Ran pretended not to see and continued refreshing the live stream. As Song Ying organized his thoughts and prepared to speak, someone suddenly grabbed him by the collar from behind. Before he could even react, he was rudely thrown out of the lounge. With a loud bang, he slammed into the wall and bounced off, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 102, The Stage Performance After a Year's Absence. This commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone around. The cameras instinctively moved in closer. Hizay glared expressionlessly at the uninvited troublemaker, and before he even went to bother him, the guy rudely pushed himself forward. Song Ying, covering his arm, looked up dazedly with a confused face, staring at the imposing figure that seemed ready to swallow him alive. Lin Ran quickly pulled Hizay, who was still eager to fight in public, saying, calm down. We are still live streaming. Through gritted teeth, Hizay looked at this reckless rascal and said, after the show, we will talk. Song Ying shivered involuntarily, not caring about the cameras in front of him anymore, and scrambled to leave the corridor. Lin Ran took the chance when the camera didn't turn over yet, and quickly dragged Song Ying into the lounge. What do you have to argue with a child? Moreover, the doctor said that this time it's a lucky hit, otherwise, I might not be able to save him. Lin Ran smiled helplessly while smoothing out his knitted eyebrows. Hizay covered his mouth. No matter when, you will be fine. Lin Ran nodded. Yes, I believe I am blessed and destined to live long. If I hadn't returned in time, that brat would probably have spouted some nonsense again. He is likely not that stupid. Lin Ran pulled him back to the sofa. Isn't Xiao Wang still here? He wouldn't give him an opportunity to approach me. Xiao Wang, hearing this, immediately pounded his chest bravely. Hizay glanced at him. If he were so capable, Song Ying wouldn't have had any chance to enter the room. Xiao Wang. Isn't it because I was just about to act when you beat me to it? Knock, knock, knock. A staff member politely opened the door a little and said, both of the teachers should prepare for the stage. Lin Ran held his face and knowingly asked, am I looking a bit pale? Hizay observed carefully, you're lacking some blood color. Is something uncomfortable? Can you give me some blush? Lin Ran sought help from the makeup artist hopefully. The makeup artist was just about to step forward when he was stopped. Hizay said, are you trying to fool the audience or fool me with your makeup? I'm just afraid of looking bad on screen later. Lin Ran lowered her head guiltily. Hizay shook his head refusing, don't pretend. This is what you promised me before leaving the hospital, taking care of yourself, and not pushing yourself too hard. Lin Ran could only helplessly abandon the idea. At the performance site, audiences started to enter gradually. Hong sister, I'm still a bit excited. Can you believe we actually made it inside? Chi Hong tightly held onto her ticket, still somewhat unclear-headed. The last performance, tickets had already been skyrocketed in price, almost impossible to get one. With their group of students, no matter how they pooled together, they could only stand by enviously. Never expected someone would gift them the hard-fought tickets. Not one ticket, but 30 tickets. All 30 of them entered the venue without exception. Did Miss One arrange this? Even if Miss One were a millionaire, she probably couldn't have obtained so many tickets, and they are all in the front row. This must require someone influential internally. Chi Hong looked eagerly at the empty stage. A sudden flash of an unbelievable scene appeared in her mind. She hurriedly opened her phone. Hong sister, what's wrong? A girl beside her worriedly questioned. Chi Hong shook her head slightly and exited the group member information. The stage lights turned on, all 32 trainees stepped onto the stage. After a brief round of self-introductions, the prelude of the theme song sounded. Thank you to all our trainees for their wonderful performances. Next, please welcome our mentors who have accompanied us until now. As the host finished introducing, the spotlight focused on the mentor seats. From left to right were Pei Chen, Wang Yi, Zhou Xin Yang, and finally Lin Ran. The light fell on Lin Ran, and he waved beautifully like a fallen fairy in this world. I must have been blind before. I can't deny that with the fan filter on, Lin Ran truly looks stunning enough to fill my eyes with nothing but pink bubbles. It's no wonder Hizay bends for him and does everything for him. If it were me, I think I'd go crazier than Hizay. He has completely mesmerized me, turning me into an idiot. I even feel like Hisei doesn't deserve him. Lin Ran sat back on the chair, his body couldn't control the tremors. Hisei's brows were almost knotted into a tight knot. If it weren't for the live broadcast, he might have stopped the recording without any hesitation. I'm fine, everyone is so enthusiastic. Lin Ran leaned on the other person's arm, despite the dim lighting, his pale complexion was still clearly visible. Hisei leaned in and whispered, after the song, I'll take you backstage to rest. Lin Ran wanted to say something but held back, finally giving in. If he passed out in front of the camera, the impact would definitely be greater than him leaving halfway through. The host briefly explained the program schedule, and the first segment was the mentor performance showcase. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hisei was the first to step down from the mentor chair. He turned back and took Lin Ran's hand, leading him onto the dazzling stage. Is Lin Ran going to perform? I watched one of his live streams before. His singing voice is really pleasant. But I just don't understand why such an attractive boy would have so many people dislike him. It's been a year, right? It's been a long time since Lin Ran last sang publicly on stage. When FJV was formed, Lin Ran was the lead singer. His vocal conditions were the most perfect among them. But after debut, he was fiercely criticized and attacked, which is why it took until now to get another chance to perform on stage. I suddenly feel like crying for some reason. A piano was wheeled onto the center stage. Lin Ran took the microphone and smiled warmly as he glanced back at the man who was about to solo play for him. Their eyes met, and the lights on stage seemed to become more intimate. This song is very short. Hisei wrote it for me, and I also wrote it for him. Lin Ran sat on the high stool as a ray of light poured down from above. The piano tune sounded melodiously. The surroundings felt eerily empty, and the stage only left two people staring tenderly at each other, playing and singing. The southern wind hasn't risen yet, my longing for you has become a sickness. The bright moon shines, carrying my affection for you. Can you hear me saying, I love you, from thousands of miles away? My love for you is the final obsession of a fight to the death. My love for you is the imagined distance between faraway places. With the clouds dispersing and the wind blowing, I am waiting for you. Did you hear? Did you feel? If you're there, can you respond? I love you too. Chapter 103 Hisei's Public Confession. The large screen behind them began to roll and play pictures of their youthful years, one by one the unrestrained smiles, as if telling everyone about their past. The shyness at their first meeting, the stickiness during the passionate romance, scene after scene, was evidence of their deep love for each other. My love for you is not just a fleeting whim, my love for you is irresistible, coming from the heart. Lin Ran had tears in his eyes, looking towards the silent audience area. The light fell on him like broken stars, every piece shining with brilliant light, making him look magnificent from top to bottom. Ran, I am your number one supporter, and the lover who wants to walk hand in hand with you through the rest of our lives. Lin Ran suddenly turned his head, disbelievingly looking at the formally dressed man on the screen. Neither online nor offline audiences expected this additional part, the barrage strangely stopped, and the on-site audience instinctively stopped cheering. Everyone seemed to have been startled by Hisei's direct openness. Without any hesitation, he had declared his love publicly. We met at the age of 18, when our feelings were naive. You were the bright little sun that saved me from a life that felt as stagnant and monotonous as dead water. You've confessed 5 times. The first time, you said you were attracted to my appearance. The second time, you said you liked my voice. The third time, you said you envied my six-pack abs. The fourth time, you said my non-rejection was an implicit hint. The fifth time, you said I was too lonely and you wanted to keep me company. It's actually quite unfair, I only confessed to you once and you accepted me immediately. You should punish me, for wasting your 4 times of heartfelt confession, for my insincerity, for my misleading words. Ran, weren't you hurt when I rejected you? With blurry tearful eyes, Lin Ran turned his head towards Hisei, who stood smiling by the piano. Hisei seemed to sense his gaze, giving a more tender glance with joy-filled eyes. Hisei stood up, walked to his side, and gently wiped the tears off Lin Ran's face. Look at these big teardrops, you must have been so upset back then. Lin Ran shook his head, responding softly so only the two of them could hear, I wasn't sad, I was happy. The first time you directly refused, but the second time, you hesitated for several seconds, the third time even longer for several days, I knew, you were wavering. The video continued, and it was as if Hisei had thousands of words left unsaid. You said you like singing, let's sing together, you said you like dancing, let's dance together. It has never been you chasing after me, but me following closely after you. The changes over thousands of years may seem distant, but with you, even those far-off distances feel within reach. Lin Ran, my little son, my pearl, my everything, I love you. The screen flashed and showed a torn picture of holding hands being slowly restored under technology's rescue, ultimately perfectly combining as if it had never been torn apart. Then came photo after photo from the 5 period. A year ago, Lin Ran was healthy and lively, jumping freely on stage, with a bright and sunny smile that would make anyone's heart skip a beat upon just a glance. Clap clap clap. Applause thundered, no one knew whether it was for their performance just now or for Hisei's audacity. Hisei took the microphone and held his slightly trembling right hand. Lowering his eyebrows, he looked intently at the already tear-streaked young man and softly said, "Lin Ran, from now on, we will no longer part, even in death. Even if that happens, I will pursue you without hesitation." Lin Ran tightly covered his mouth, shaking his head to object. "No, it cannot be." Heze pulled away his hand, staring with burning intensity, "Then don't let go." Heze is such a real man. Daring to reveal the relationship so publicly in front of millions of viewers, I admire his bravery. It's common knowledge that revealing idol relationships means disaster. Even if they don't exit the industry, their popularity drops significantly and resources are taken by younger artists. For Heze to confess publicly, this kind of courage is true style. Their voices were so low just now, yet I still heard that there will be no separation, nor death. If Heze can dare to shave his head, what else wouldn't he do? If Lin Ran dies first, Heze might follow soon after. He loves Lin Ran so much. After the performance ended, Heze handed the microphone to the staff by the side of the stage. Lin Ran carefully stepped down from the stage, leaning on his arm. The lights were somewhat dim, he feared tripping if he didn't pay attention. Heze half supported, half hugged him, saying, "Slowly, take your time." Lin Ran didn't dare to let go. A beam of light flashed in front of him, and he subconsciously froze for a moment. Heze, unaware of the situation, asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Ran, in a daze, stared at Heze, who was just a step away. What was originally a single figure seemed slowly to become two. He clutched the other person's hand even tighter, muttering, "Dizzy." Lin Ran only had time to utter this one word before he fell straight into Heze's arms. Heze instinctively embraced his collapsing body. All his fears erupted in that instant, leaving him barely able to conceal anything. He cradled Lin Ran in his arms and hurriedly ran through the passage. Behind them were the closely following crew members, with the director also rushing over. "Hong, what's wrong with Ranbao?" Chi Hong hastily left her seat, and upon her movement, the young ladies behind her also stood up. "Everyone, please don't panic, wait patiently. The production team will follow up on the situation and update the official Weibo account immediately if anything happens." A staff member blocked the entrance and exit, preventing anyone from leaving rashly. The majority of the audience were Heze's fans. They only saw their idol hastily leave, and even the off-site staff were cleared out by more than half. Such a tense atmosphere, who could still sit still. Next, we have our teacher Pei Chen bringing you an incredible performance. The host continued with the next segment of the show. "Where are Lin Ran and the others? They've finished performing, but why haven't they returned to the mentor seats? Heze has also disappeared. Could it be they left after finishing their performance? The atmosphere at the scene feels somewhat odd. Is something wrong?" Even Pei Chen's explosive dance didn't elicit much reaction from the audience. "I'm a bit scared. What exactly happened?" Hart has returned, but his expression is so serious, completely different from how he looked before leaving the stage. Heze appeared calm in the camera lens, but was on the phone the whole time as he made his way back to the mentor seat, completely ignoring the atmosphere on site. He was fully focused on negotiating with someone on the other end of the call. "Hong, why hasn't Ranbao come back?" Chi Hong nervously stared at her phone, unable to find any information about Lin Ran online, whether the production team hadn't updated or Heze refused to disclose the matter. "Is our baby Ran okay?" Chapter 104, I thought I could persist. In the lounge, Lin Ran felt a slight stinging sensation on the back of his hand. He opened his drowsy eyes, and in the blurry vision, the figure before him gradually became clearer. Li Jun adjusted the 4-drip speed and let out a relieved sigh, thankful for arriving just in time. Lin Ran slightly apologized, "I thought I could hold on." "It's not your fault. Blame that idiot over there who obviously knows you need rest and to keep your emotions in check," but he goes ahead with a live confession. Anyone would have difficulty walking off the stage calmly. Li Jun scolded as she gave a disapproving glare at the humorless tall man on the TV screen. Now realizing it's too late. Didn't consider the consequences when designing that scenario. Lin Ran chuckled lightly, "I really like it." Li Jun clicked her tongue, muttering, "If one person wants to fight and the other agrees to take the punches, then only you, the unfortunate worker, will end up injured. Can you speed it up a bit? We're the first group to perform." Lin Ran fidgeted with the medicine bottle, using the smallest needle wasn't necessary, it was almost frustrating how slow the drip was going. Li Jun pulled his misbehaving hand away, speaking sternly, "Dare to adjust it and see what happens." Lin Ran begrudgingly lay back on the couch, mumbling, "My head is spinning." Li Jun injected another dose of medication, "You know you'll get dizzy and yet you dare to overexert yourself." Lin Ran pouted unhappily, "This is my team, I'm their backbone and leader. I can't be absent." Li Jun looked seriously at the child, pale as transparent, and helplessly pulled out the needle after all. "I'll give you another injection of medication. Its effect will last for a maximum of half an hour. Once the performance ends, return to the backstage to rest." Lin Ran nodded earnestly, with such a proper expression that he seemed ready to sign a guarantee document. After the performances by the 4 groups of mentors concluded, the venue briefly aired a commercial segment. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Ran walked to the mentor seat. As soon as he appeared, the previously somewhat lethargic atmosphere ignited instantly. Hizay furrowed his brows deeply, wanting to reprimand this impulsive guy, but feared that saying something harsh might scare him, so he could only sulk quietly. Before going on stage, Lin Ran specifically found a makeup artist to retouch his makeup. Now, he had rosy lips, white teeth, and a peachy complexion, looking fresh and beautiful, sure to look stunning on camera. Excitedly, he waved at the camera, wanting to showcase his handsome face from every angle. Alright, I already have enough rivals. Hizay blocked the treasure pretending nothing happened, lovingly pulling him into his own safe zone. Lin Ran patted his hand. I was just overly excited earlier, with an increased heart rate. Now I've calmed down, so there's no issue. How could Hizay believe his lies? He stated, Dr. Lee just messaged me, reminding me to note the time, you need to go back within half an hour. Lin Ran embarrassingly smirked, why does he act like a kid, ratting me out? Hizay frowned, Ran, this is the only exception. Lin Ran didn't dare challenge the other party's blood pressure anymore and nodded in agreement. The performances of the four teams began. Lin Ran's team went on stage first, perfectly replicating Five's debut single as a quartet. Hizay made slight adaptations, refining the initially slightly rough hit song to make it impeccable. The regret of Five's dissolution seemed to be redeemed in this moment. Even though solo flying is great, I am a fan of the entire group. It's unimaginable to think that if they hadn't dissolved back then, this male group might have become famous domestically and internationally long ago. After researching the archives, we can now see how solid the basics were back then. The whole team possessed top-tier qualifications. Returning from my research, if only Lin Ran had less scandals, maybe he would have climbed even higher than he. Lin Ran is truly talented, with solid basics and excellent vocal conditions, but why did he face so much negativity last year? Being so beautiful and strong, wouldn't resources come seeking him instead of the other way around? Conspiracy theory detected. +1. +2. Plus ID required. After the performance of teacher Lin Ran's team, it is now voting time. On-site audience members from 1 to 4, please select a number. Online audience, please note the voting channel at the bottom right corner. Countdown begins in 1 minute. Numbers scrolled on the big screen, making it impossible for anyone to keep track of the points accumulation until the countdown entered its final 10 seconds when the scores were hidden. The host waited for the vote to close, confirming that all channels had been cut off before stepping back onto the stage again. The next part will be comments from our judges. Before we give our comments, can we introduce ourselves first? Shui Yimin inquired. Sure. The four of them took a deep breath and exchanged glances, probably still hesitating whether to embarrass themselves in public. Hello everyone, we are the Noble Outlaws, and we're very glad to be liked by all of you. After those words were spoken, there was a pause at the scene that lasted for several seconds. The host looked somewhat bewildered and couldn't help but ask with a chuckle, why call yourselves the Noble Outlaws? Is that your group name? This is the CP name we gave to the two teachers. Hizay. Lin Ran. He family army, he's fans. Little Maple Leaves, Lin's fans. Jiang Tian, stifling his laughter, explained, teacher he's supporting color is green, and teacher Lin's last name is Lin, so we thought Noble Outlaws fit perfectly. In our eyes, they're the strongest heroes. What do the two teachers think? Are you satisfied with this name? The director focused the camera on the two mentors, who seemed at a loss for words. Hizay picked up the microphone, clearly struggling. Nowadays, it's a society ruled by law. I hope everyone will follow the rules, and never give us these heroes a chance to fight for justice. Lin Ran nodded between laughter and tears, it's pretty good. Everyone has their own ideas, the name sounds full of positive energy. With laughter and joy, the first group finished. Pei Chen looked towards Lin Ran with a dark expression as he grinned smugly, thinking about how much Lin had been shining tonight. Hizay cast a sharp glare back at Pei. Pei Chen didn't have time to shift his attention away, resulting in an unfriendly clash of gazes between them. Hizay's eyes became deep and shadowy as he burst into unexpected laughter, though his smile carried an edge of coldness, almost like harboring ill intent behind it. Pei Chen nervously bowed his head, no longer daring to look at the two casually. Hizay's lips curved slightly upwards with a mocking smirk. It was high time to settle this second debt. Lin Ran lightly touched Hizay's wrist, perhaps he had been sweating, as his palm felt moist. Hizay blinked in surprise and instinctively gripped Lin Ran's hand in return. Lin Ran shook his head weakly. Even with a touch of lipstick applied, it couldn't hide the pallor of his lips. With a faint and breathless smile, he asked, didn't you say half an hour? Chapter 105, Revenge on Pei Chen. Lin Ran didn't know where the discomfort originated, as if a ball of fire spread from his chest to his abdomen, and an intense metallic taste filled his mouth. He tried to swallow it back. Hizay noticed the sudden change in Lin Ran's complexion and hastily pushed his chair away in panic. This noise predictably caught the attention of fans around them. Pairs of curious eyes all landed on Hizay's slightly flustered actions. Lin Ran pressed his hand down, forcing himself to smile so he could appear normal. How could Hizay stay calm? In a rush, he carried Lin Ran up from the chair. Lin Ran frowned, intending to stop him, but could only helplessly let Hizay carry him down off the mentor seat. The unexpected change happened too quickly for the cameras to switch in time. What's going on? What happened to Lin Ran? Switch the camera back. What exactly is happening? If you're sick, please rest properly and don't disrupt others' pace. It has to be said that Lin Ran really knows how to grab attention. Who's still paying attention to the second team's performance now? Our Chen specially turned down all announcements for this show, but now at the final night, even the last performance has been overshadowed by someone else. The chat stream was chaotic, and the originally harmonious atmosphere had become messy. At Xuechang, we regret to inform everyone that at Ran Lin teacher has had to leave the finals early due to physical reasons. It's a great honor to have shared this grand summer appointment with the teacher, wishing for a speedy recovery. Hashtag Lin Ran withdraws hashtag. Hashtag he's a high-profile departure hashtag. Hashtag Xuechang becomes team leader night hashtag. Hashtag Forest Bandits hashtag. Hashtag Lin Ran's condition worsens hashtag. Almost all of the trending topics were closely related to Lin Ran. Only one rising entry quietly made its way onto the trending chart. Hashtag Pei Chen Zhangyi hashtag. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Pei Chen stepped down from the mentor stage, his assistant rushed toward him hurriedly. However, Pei Chen had no intention of listening, walking past through the passage without emotion. His carefully designed stage show only placed fourth. Boss, Ms. Chen wants you. The assistant nervously handed over the phone. With a displeased expression, Pei Chen took it. The competition just ended. There will definitely be people who take advantage of the chaos to buy negative trending topics. You send someone to keep an eye out and make sure they don't. Ms. Chen, your issue with Zhang Yi has been exposed. Pei Chen stopped in his tracks, unsure if he had heard correctly. What did you just say? Ms. Chen, you can check it yourself on the trending chart. Zhang Yi already released the clarification before us. This cunning fox must have planned everything out in case of any scandal later. In a panic, Pei Chen opened Weibo and finally found the trending topic related to him and Zhang Yi at number 10 among various entries about Lin Ran. At Entertainment Not a Circle, a certain Pei surname aspiring top streamer, driven by jealousy, conspired with a certain director Zhang to set up a honey trap game. Afterwards, they claimed the former teammate intentionally seduced director Zhang, requesting dining and drinking accompaniment, even unethically staying in the same room together. Doesn't this expose sound like Lin Ran trying to hook up with director Zhang and getting caught red-handed in bed? Honestly, since I found out about Lin Ran's feelings towards Hsieh, I don't think Lin Ran would be so desperate as to go after director Zhang. When the news came out at the time, I thought it seemed odd. It makes sense now. It was a double scheme within a scheme. Sorry, is this Pei surname aspiring top streamer referring to Pei Chen? Blogger, you'd better delete this immediately and apologize. Making false statements is illegal. Our Chen would never do such despicable things. Ha ha ha, upstairs sister, go check out Zhang Ye's statement. Everything was done by your darling older brother. Hastily, Pei Chen clicked into Zhang Ye's Weibo post. At Zhang Yi, sorry to occupy public resources. Regarding the misunderstanding from a year ago, I must clarify it today. Lin Ran did not engage in resource snatching. Everything was plotted between me and Pei Chen. I coveted his looks, and Pei Chen wanted to prevent a future blow-up in advance. Unforeseen by us, Lin Ran woke up halfway, leaving me no choice but to devise a scheme to have my wife catch her in the act, then blame everything on Lin Ran. Pei Chen felt a darkness envelop his vision and nearly stumbled, almost falling. Shakily supporting himself against the wall, beads of cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang again. Ms. Chen, the situation has gotten out of control. First place on the trending list, it's definitely bought at a high position. The company cannot remove it. If you can't remove it, aren't you supposed to find a way? You're my agent, you should naturally handle all these troubles for me. Pei Chen angrily reprimanded. The line went silent for a moment. Pei Chen grew increasingly anxious, shouting, I don't care what method you use. Your job is to resolve any trouble. If you can't take it down, buy it out. Purchase their negative trending topic and spread rumors about their infidelity or drug use. Sister Chen sighed deeply. Pei Chen, do you realize what you're saying? I'm very clear-headed right now. If these issues aren't resolved immediately, I'll be in big trouble later on. They will definitely uncover more things about how I set up Lin Ran before. He will ruin me. Sister Chen, isn't that your own fault? Are you lecturing me? You are paid by me, you have the status today because of me. Without me, you mean nothing. Sister Chen scoffed. Fine then, I resign right now. Pei Chen. Sister Chen, do you even know who you think you are? Day in and day out, being paranoid about everyone, with so much baggage of your own, yet still fantasizing about slandering others. Look in the mirror and figure out how much you weigh. You mean nothing. Pei Chen. Sister Chen, I warned you long ago not to mess with Lin Ran, but you didn't listen. Every bit of what's happening to you now isn't self-inflicted. What a joke, truly thinking you have some background and can rampage through the entertainment industry. Without Hua Yang, you are nothing. Why you, do you know who you're talking to? Pei Chen's face turned red with anger, almost throwing his phone. Sister Chen said disdainfully, Zhang Yi incident is just the ignition point. Wait, there's worse luck coming your way. Worthless trash. You. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Pei Chen threw his phone away in uncontrollable rage. How dare she insult me? She actually dares to curse at me. On the side, the little assistant was already trembling in fear from their conversation, wishing he could bury himself in the wall, pretending he wasn't present. Pei Chen tore off his tie. What are you waiting for? Arrange a car. The assistant hurriedly took out his phone, just as the driver called proactively. Brother, the driver said he's blocked by reporters in the parking lot and can't get here temporarily. He asked the company to send another vehicle. Pei Chen lost all patience and kicked the chair aside. Lin ran, I won't let this go. Chapter 106, The Green Forest Heroes are established. With no other options, Pei Chen was forced to personally intervene. He contacted several water army companies using his years of accumulated resources, intending to control the front page comments. Hong's sister, my account has been bombed again. Ah, those bastards are still washing us, are their eyes blind? Buy more accounts. Even if I don't eat next month, I must vent this grudge today. It's been a year, we'll finally be able to lift our heads high today. Outside the gymnasium, 30 small figures squatted in the corner, bathed in the lamplight which seemed to coat them from head to toe with a layer of golden light. I've endured humiliation for a whole year, but today I'm finally speaking my mind. I knew Ranbao suffered injustice and didn't expect it was from her own teammates. That ugly loser, Pei Chen. From the first glance, I knew he was untrustworthy. As expected, my instincts were right, this person is full of malice. Our numbers are still insufficient. Pei Chen's fans have already joined in, delete your account after cursing so as not to get targeted. Chi Hong kept monitoring the situation on their home square. Fortunately, that group of lunatics were only busy cleaning up their own square and hadn't yet had time to harm Lin Ran. Hong's sister, quickly look at the CP Super Topic chart. Upon hearing this, Chi Hong exited the main square and clicked into the Super Topic community, finding the skyrocketing list, Green Forest Heroes. The Green Forest Heroes fan club was established, welcoming all heroes to join in robbing the rich to help the poor. The data team for Green Forest Heroes has been formed, today's first task has been issued. Remember to quickly like, share, and comment. The comment control group for Green Forest Heroes has been established. Identify the highest spot on the trending topics list and unleash your curses. The anti-blacklist group for Green Forest Heroes has been formed. Come find me if you're bombed after arguing, I may lack in many things, but money, I've got plenty. Chi Hong wasn't sure what happened, but everyone who witnessed the scene understood. This seemingly jokingly named CP couple name suited perfectly now. They truly were the righteous forest bandits fighting for the people. At the hospital. Lin Ran looked helplessly at the experts circling around him like satellites while lying obediently in the hospital bed. Why did they still look so gloomy? He tightly held Lin Ran's hand, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter, almost forming a tight knot. Lin Ran smoothed out the creases between his brows and whispered softly, don't worry too much. I feel pretty good now, much less uncomfortable. Without a word, Dr. Leo directly shut off the oxygen supply. Lin Ran didn't understand Leo's intentions at first, but soon felt shortness of breath. What's wrong, Ranny? He steadied his swaying body. Lin Ran couldn't speak, tears welling up in his red-rimmed eyes, looking extremely upset. He turned anxiously to the team of doctors behind him, what's wrong with him? The doctors exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsure of Dr. Leo's approach. Dr. Leo replied honestly, didn't he say he wasn't in pain? He caught onto the undertone and frowned, he's in immense pain. Leo turned the oxygen back on, explaining, an infection has appeared in his lungs, and without oxygen, he will struggle to breathe. You said earlier. No poison is neutralized and then guarantees a peaceful rest. It goes through a process to produce subsequent adverse reactions, especially when dealing with chronic poisoning, where toxins have eroded the system over time. His heart and lung functions have already been compromised. What do we need to do? The lab is conducting urgent research. If everything goes smoothly, there will be a special medicine available next month. And if it doesn't go smoothly? Dr. Leo fell silent. He stood up hastily from the chair, unwilling to let go, asking repeatedly, and if it doesn't go smoothly? Dr. Leo sighed, if not smooth sailing, then leaving the hospital won't be an option. After all, even at home, there's no such comprehensive oxygenation equipment available. He stared in silence. So did Lin Ran. Is this the Westerner's sense of relaxation? I've already mentally chosen my burial spot, but you're telling me I won't die. Dr. Leo smiled widely and kindly, satisfied with his revelation, my lab can do anything. Suppressing his frustration, he gritted his teeth, remembering that they still needed Dr. Leo's cooperation, no matter how impossible it seemed to tolerate it. Before departing, Dr. Leo repeated a serious reminder, do not touch the oxygen tubes unnecessarily, you're not a professional doctor. How could I ever think about making him feel worse? My heart is breaking just watching him suffer. Despite everything, Lin Ran chuckled despite himself. Taking a deep breath, he asked, how did grandfather find such a monster? He's very skilled, Lin Ran admitted. I always feel like he treats you as a lab mouse. As long as I can survive, it doesn't matter what they treat me as. Lin Ran clasped his sweat-drenched hands. He stared at his face without blinking. Lin Ran had this kind of magic that could seem to cleanse all of his impatience and aggression with just a glance. He sat up and moved to sit beside the bed, gently wrapping him in an embrace. You've worked hard today, Ran, sleep for a while. Lin Ran nodded. There must be a lot of nonsense on the internet. If anyone scolds me, you. He gripped his hand tightly. No one will scold you. Lin Ran smiled faintly. If anyone scolds me, then you should retaliate for me. Alright, I'll do that for you. Lin Ran nestled his side on He's chest. Your heartbeat sounds very healthy. Ran will be healthy too soon. What if I'm not healthy, would you still take good care of me, right? He gave him a kiss on the forehead. I will fatten Ran up until he's plump and white. That's no good, I am an entertainer, I need to manage my figure. White is fine, but not fat. Then I will get fat, as long as Ran stays healthy. No way, I am appearance obsessed. He pondered again. I will maintain my looks as much as possible, absolutely won't let Ran have the chance to look at other men. Satisfied, Lin Ran nestled closer to him. Did you like that song? I really liked it. It was the best voice and most touching confession I've ever heard. Lin Ran shyly asked, when did you record that VCR segment? When I missed you, I had so many words to say. After going over them repeatedly, I ended up saying a whole bunch anyway. Would you think I'm annoying? Lin Ran lifted his eyes, gazing at him intensely. Can I tell you something secretly? He waited in anticipation, opening his mouth slightly. I'm listening. Can you pass me my phone? He dug around in a cabinet and pulled it out. The moment Lin Ran opened Weibo, he got logged out due to too many messages. For a time, he doubted whether he'd been hit by a virus. He didn't urge him, just waited as he slowly sorted through everything. At Ran is candor, you're by my side at Heezy. At Heezy, I'm by your side at Ran is candor. Chapter 107, The Betrayed Pei Chen. The announcement of the two was simple and straightforward, overshadowing Pei Chen's scandal completely. Pei Chen sat in the hotel suite, calling again and again but to no avail as the other side couldn't be reached. With a bang, he irritably threw his phone aside. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, yet Pei Chen felt the coldness of human relations for the first time. Hum. The phone rang on the carpet. Pei Chen scrambled to pick up the discarded phone, almost rolling over himself, but then seeing the number, he felt utterly disheartened. It wasn't the call he wanted to answer. Assistant, Brother Chen, reporters are all blocking the company entrance. The manager advises you to avoid any public places for the next couple of days. How does the company plan to handle this? Pei Chen asked. The assistant hesitated. The company's attitude was clear, in such situations of cold treatment, naturally, they would choose to hide the person involved. Although Pei Chen hadn't committed any illegal acts, violating moral standards was severe enough. His character was ruined, and even with its broad tolerance, the entertainment circle probably wouldn't accept someone like him anymore. Through gritted teeth, Pei Chen said, is the company planning to give me up? I made them so much money, they will just abandon me. The assistant said, brother, don't get anxious too soon. The manager is still negotiating with the leaders. You are one of the top earners for the company, they will surely try their best to keep you safe. Pei Chen, filled with uncontrollable anger, flung the phone away once more. He paced quickly to the bar, opened the wine cabinet, grabbed a bottle, and took a large gulp. The alcohol burned down his throat, flowing into his esophagus like fire. Cough. In fury, Pei Chen smashed the bottle against the wall. Glass fragments scattered all over the floor. After a night's fermentation, almost all of Pei Chen's behind-the-scenes manipulations were exposed thoroughly. Even the Water Army company that had cooperated with him multiple times gave in under public pressure and voluntarily disclosed records. One piece after another emerged endlessly, bringing joy to the spectators. What feud does Pei Chen have with Lin Ran to think up every way possible to tarnish him? I heard that during the formation of the team, Lin Ran helped Pei Chen a lot, otherwise, Pei Chen would have been dismissed in the first round by the company. Who knew he was aiding an ingrate? I never expected much from Pei Chen, and indeed, he turned out to be disappointing. Previously, there were rumors that Lin Ran secretly sneaked into Pei Chen's dormitory to seduce him. Listen to these rumors. Lin Ran is tall, handsome, and pretty. Any fan of Pei Chen who has a bit of self-awareness wouldn't spread such absurdities. How blind must Lin Ran be to go after Pei Chen while having his A? That's not only insulting himself but also his A. As they say, when a wall falls, everyone pushes. Over the past year, how many people had Pei Chen offended? Looking proper in front of the camera but arrogant behind it, now his downfall led to nearly the entire entertainment circle exposing him. Hospital. Lin Ran looked at the news and wondered, was last night that lively? Dr. Leo entered the room with his usual benevolent smile. Lin Ran put down his phone, their eyes met. Dr. Leo looked around, where's your young boyfriend? He's handling something temporarily leaving for a bit. Do you know your condition? Dr. Leo pulled over a chair and sat boldly by the bedside. He was tall, and sitting down made his legs appear squished. Lin Ran stiffened, worriedly asking, am I not doing well? That young boyfriend of yours is quite forceful. Whenever I want to say something extra, he glares at me like some brutish family member about to cause trouble. He didn't mean to, he's just worried about me. Lin Ran tried to remain calm, could you tell me the truth? Can I recover? Dr. Leo suddenly fell silent, seemingly organizing his words. This hesitant manner made anyone feel a sense of impending doom. Lin Ran instinctively clenched his fists, if I cannot recover, could I ask you to? Yesterday, the lab came with the latest news. The survival rate of the first phase experimental subjects reached 50%. After analyzing the mortality rate within today, the second phase experiments will commence tomorrow. If the survival rate reaches 80% after a week, the experiment will be declared successful. Lin Ran was somewhat confused. What did this have to do with his illness? Dr. Leo continued, after the survival rate hits 80, the first batch of human experiments will begin. Am I one of those experimental subjects? Lin Ran asked persistently. Dr. Leo avoided his gaze meaningfully. Understanding greatly, Lin Ran nodded resolutely, it's fine. As long as there's a chance to live, I'm willing to be that experimental subject. What are you talking nonsense about? Leo's face was full of shock. You didn't say. I just told you that it would take no more than a month, about 20 days or so to complete the research, so your recovery time could be greatly reduced. This is wonderful news. Lin Ran. Don't you old man go over what you've said from the moment you walked in until now. Mr. Pretty Boy, you're really humorous. Leo laughed, raised his eyebrows with a smile, grinned with pride, and gave a shameless laugh. Lin Ran took a deep breath, no wonder as always looked at them coldly. It seemed Westerners liked to twist good news into something bad before finally getting to the point. Just for that final surprise, right? Dr. Leo added, I seem to have learned another saying from your Easterners. Lin Ran smiled politely, what is it? When people don't see eye to eye, even half a sentence feels too much. Lin Ran. Leo was quite pleased with his expression of utter helplessness and said, I'm still working hard to learn. I find your language art very interesting. As long as you're happy. I am very happy, are you happy? Should I be happy? Lin Ran retorted. Why wouldn't you be? With such an excellent doctor treating you, there's every reason to be cheerful. Lin Ran stiffly nodded, you've gone through a lot. Not at all, mister, he was extremely generous, investing billions. I'm laughing in my sleep these days. Lin Ran couldn't believe it, what did you say? Dr. Leo stood up with a broad smile on his face, rest well, right now you're worth more than 10 billion. Lin Ran paused for a moment, his brain hadn't fully processed the implications of his words yet. Did Grandpa he spend that much money just to bring him here to cure him? Outside the ward, Grandpa he leaned against the door, trying to hear any sound inside but hearing nothing, his composed demeanor crumbling little by little with the passing time. He wanted to burst in, but he couldn't find any valid reason. The old steward looked both crying and laughing and said, what are you doing, elder? That guy has been inside for over 10 minutes, what kind of treatment needs this long? Perhaps a thorough diagnosis. After all, Master Lin's illness isn't simple, it will take some time to treat. That man talks nonsense, he shouldn't have been left alone with Lin Ran. Old steward. This expert was brought by you after spending a fortune. Chapter 108, The Family Heirloom. With a click, the ward door was pushed open from inside. Grandpa he didn't have time to dodge and directly collided with the other person's shoulder. Dr. Leo incredulously said, how did Grandpa get here? His loud voice could be heard clearly within 100 meters. Grandpa he nervously glanced into the ward, why are you shouting so much? Dr. Leo laughed, I'm shocked. Were you eavesdropping just now? Grandpa he pointed behind him, you can leave now. Are you going in? I don't intend to go in. Then why did you come here? Leo looked perplexed. I came for Xiao Zhe. The old man answered through gritted teeth. Why does he talk so much, how can there be so many words? You can leave then. Your unreasonable grandson went out on business and probably won't be back for a while. The old man softly acknowledged. The two stood in front of the ward in unspoken understanding, neither taking a step away. Grandpa he glared at the unmoving figure, aren't you leaving? Leo replied, why isn't Grandpa leaving? I'll go in a bit. Grandpa he pretended to pace around the entrance. Well, I'll get to work then. Dr. Leo walked forward a couple of steps and turned back. Grandpa he stared at him expressionlessly, what else are you going to do? I just want to remind Grandpa slightly, the patient is weak and can't handle any shocks. After all, no one knows better than me, and I can control the degree properly. Grandpa I have no intention of going inside. Grandpa. Lin Ran was leaning against the wall, looking timid as he eyed the irate old man at the doorway who seemed to be extremely upset. Hearing the sound, Grandpa he abruptly turned around, why are you getting out of bed? His voice was too loud, immediately covering his mouth after bellowing. Lin Ran's face was excessively pale, evoking indescribable sadness in others' eyes, making it hard not to feel sympathetic and sorrowful. Grandpa he frowned and said, lie down if you're feeling unwell, why run around? Lin Ran slightly raised the corner of his lips. I heard your voice, so I came out to see. I'm just passing by, don't treat me as someone important. Lin Ran. Grandpa, he covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Go back and lie down, Xiao Zhe will scream again if he finds out. Alright, would you like to come in and sit for a bit? Lin Ran invited kindly. Grandpa, he glanced at him, since I'm already here, I might as well sit for a while. In the ward, mist from the humidifier swirled. Lin Ran sat on the edge of the bed, anxiously twisting the blanket. It was the first time in Grandpa He's life that he felt uneasy. Compared to the last time, today he seemed even more restless. The experienced king of the business world unexpectedly became timid before a junior. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Ran hurriedly asked, do you need some water? Saying this, he got up to pour water. Grandpa, he opened his mouth but did not stop him. Lin Ran poured half a cup of warm water and carefully handed it over to the elderly man. My goodness, how could Grandpa make the patient serve him water? The old steward exclaimed upon entering the room and seeing Lin Ran pouring tea. This person was practically 1 foot in the underworld hall of King Yama, how could their grandpa still calmly order him around? That was utterly excessive. Before Grandpa he could react, the cup of water vanished from his hand. Lin Ran was startled by the sudden appearance of the steward, his heart raced irregularly for a moment, and he staggered back towards the bed. Grandpa, he slapped the steward's back who was being reckless. Why are you yelling? Be mindful of your volume in the hospital. Lin Ran held onto the bed and slowly sat down, the light flickering before his eyes and stars dancing incessantly. How are you doing? The old man quickly supported the wobbly Lin Ran who appeared about to collapse, saying, quickly, go call the doctor. I'm fine. Lin Ran paused briefly after a faint spell, shaking his head, no need to call the doctor. Grandpa, he couldn't describe how he felt. A year ago, when he met Lin Ran for the first time, the child had been healthy and cheerful. It was their family, his stubborn thoughts, and his self-important plans that had ruined him, causing him to wither and fade. I'm sorry. Lin Ran thought he had misheard, raising his head in surprise. Just now, you said. I'm sorry. This time, the old man spoke with full strength. The steward was stunned. Grandpa, you finally admitted your mistake. Go out first. Lin Ran blankly stared at the two men. Perhaps he really was gravely ill, otherwise, how could he possibly have heard such an absurd statement? Grandpa, he deeply inhaled, his expression serious as he asked, have you ever hated us? Lin Ran stopped pretending to be strong and lay back on the bed. I hated you a lot back then. And now? Now I'm very happy, and I don't want these messy emotions to mess up my happiness. But you've endured so much suffering. As long as the result is good in the end, it's okay for the process to be tough. We must look forward. You've gone through so much, Grandpa, so you should understand letting go better than me. Grandpa, he chuckled, do you know that people would call you naive? You can let go of such deep hatred, it's too foolish. So what should I do according to you, Grandpa? Why not curse me a bit? Lin Ran. Curse me for being stupid, for being blind, for having issues with my brain, for being outdated and narrow-minded. Curse us, the he's, for being underdeveloped mentally and cerebrally. Lin Ran. Our brains are broken, He Fengqing has problems with his eyesight, and Xiao Zhe's whole body has issues. He is fine. Lin Ran quietly contradicted. What a joke. Lin Ran smirked disdainfully. The old man hurriedly corrected himself, all right. He's perfect. He's an unparalleled genius. Lin Ran, satisfied, pursed his lips lightly. Humph. He's very talented. He sings beautifully, can compose music, is humble, respectful towards elders, loves children, and takes care of me. Helplessly smiling, Grandpa, he looked at this innocent child and took his hand. Lin Ran froze in shock but didn't dare to reject, only allowing the elderly man to take his hand. Grandpa, he slipped a jade bracelet onto Lin Ran's wrist. Lin Ran was shocked. What is this? It's from Xiao Zhe's grandma, left behind as her inheritance. It's been placed in the temple after her passing, for its spiritual energy cultivation. It will suit you perfectly. How can I? You may refuse, but you need to understand one thing. This is the heirloom of the He family. Xiao Zhe's mother passed away early and never got the chance to wear it, while his stepmother doesn't deserve it. So, do you understand what I mean? Lin Ran lowered his head, looking at the jade bracelet under the lamplight, green and translucent, almost feeling the warmth radiating from it. His grandmother and mother will protect you well. Chapter 109, He is not your son. He family. This was the first time He Zhe had seen his father in such a ragged state since he became an adult, beard, stubble, unkempt hair, and it was obvious that he hadn't rested properly for several days. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, He Fengqing, upon seeing who entered, without any hesitation hurled the ashtray beside him forcefully. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth bared, as if confronting some deeply hated enemy. He Zhe effortlessly dodged this feeble and non-threatening move, calmly saying, you called me back just to vent your pathetic anger. Furious, He Fengqing stood up. It's all because of you, isn't it? You colluded with the testing institution's people just for this false paternity test. Hizé was amused by his self-assumed fantasies, barely able to contain his laughter. I'm not so idle as to go and do something so vulgar. How did it turn out like this? When Xiao Xiao was born, your grandfather already conducted a paternity test. Why is it different now? Well, maybe you should ask that woman why there was a parental relationship back then, but now, after a few years, it has become completely unrelated genetically. This kind of gene mutation can't be that miraculous. He Fengqing glared at him furiously. Zhou Mei wouldn't dare deceive me. But the truth is she deceived you. Hizé rudely shattered all his illusions. He Fengqing shook his head. No way, she waited for me to marry her for 10 whole years. How could she have been with someone else? Have you ever considered the possibility that you're infertile? He Fengqing's expression stiffened, his face full of disbelief. What are you talking about? Hizé watched his confidence crumble bit by bit, and the resentment bottled up for over a decade seemed to get its revenge, both for his mother and himself. With a casual demeanor and his hands in his pockets, he laughed and said, maybe my mother, wherever she is now, would laugh to see that deceivers always end up being deceived. You shut up. This was all planned by you. For years, you've been patient enough to seek revenge against us. Are you so lost in spirit now because you also checked it yourself? Could I really manipulate every single appraisal institute in the entire city? Dad, I don't have time to play your switched at birth game. Breathing heavily, He Fengqing's face turned cyanotic, his eye corners reddening as he angrily accused, then you shouldn't have ripped open this layer of paper. Now that Grandpa knows, everyone knows. What do you think will happen to Xiao Xiao and Zhou Mei? Hizé responded as though hearing a great joke. Why should I care about the future of a mistress? She's your stepmother. Since you cherish them so much, feel free to abandon the He surname, and fly off together with them. I'm sure Grandpa won't cherish a moral deviant with diminished brain function like you. I am your father. Since my mother passed away, in my heart, you died along with her. Hizé turned and prepared to leave. He Fengqing tried to stand but after struggling a few times, his legs still felt weak. He bent over like a scavenger stumbling to block the other person from leaving. Hizé unfazedly asked, do you still have anything else to say? Even if Xiao Xiao isn't my biological son, he is a child I carefully raised. I can't abandon him. What noble fatherhood and filial piety. Then you better take good care of him, don't let him grow up to be just like you, an unkind and unfilial scoundrel. Help me. Your grandfather only listens to you now. If you speak, he will surely keep Xiao Xiao at home. Hizé burst into laughter. He Fengqing looked at him hopefully. You're insane. Hizé shoved the man aside and walked out of the He family without looking back. He Fengqing attempted to chase after him but lost balance on the steps and fell straight down. Listening to the wailing cries behind him, Hizé paid no heed at all, even quickening his pace to ignore the howling sounds. Hospital. Zhou Mei hadn't had a proper rest for several consecutive days. Especially after He Fengqing suddenly showed up and left without a word that day, she was uneasy, feeling that things had somewhat gone awry from her expectations. The creak of the door indicated someone entering the ward from outside. Zhou Mei yelled, I told you not to come in and disturb me. The visitor still walked to the bedside as they pleased. With an unpleasant look, Zhou Mei turned her head to see who it was. The anger she felt did not have enough time to unleash before being suppressed. She was terrified as she saw Hizé, uninvited, appearing like a nightmare that swept back into her life. Instinctively, she tried to move backward. Hizé looked down at the woman who was so frightened she lost her usual poise, but he was in no hurry to speak. Instead, he dragged a chair over from the side. What do you want to do? Zhou Mei backed away, unable to retreat any further. There wasn't enough time before, but now we have all the time in the world. We can slowly settle old accounts. Hizé put one leg on the chair, calmly examining the guilty woman who didn't dare to breathe heavily. I'll tell you, this is a hospital. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will immediately call the police. Why do you want revenge on me? Why use Lin Ran as your target if you're trying to kick me out of the He family? Hizé came straight to the point. Zhou Mei played dumb, lowering her head without replying. Did you know I would go crazy for him, lose my reason, and stop at nothing, right? Hizé asked again. Zhou Mei still remained silent. You guessed correctly, if I had known about those things, I would have gone straight to He family and caused a ruckus making sure you couldn't live in peace. Xiao Zhe, you might have misunderstood something. I don't know anything about this. I just heard a few words from your grandfather, Zhou Mei argued deceitfully. You enjoy pretending to be clueless. Fine, I'll play along with you, but I wonder if your precious son could endure the same pain. Hizé stared at her with a grin. Zhou Mei flared up instantly, agitated. What did you do to Xiao Xiao? The drug, when swallowed, feels no different than swallowing a knife. Its sharp blade slices through every bit of flesh and muscle it touches before corroding and rotting. In the end, it's a worse fate than death. You. There's also another slow-acting drug, injected through the vein, slowly seeping through the blood to the heart. Without knowing it, it makes the heart fail until death comes. Do you think your son could endure how long before it takes its toll? Chapter 110, You Can't Save Him. He's your brother. In a panic, Zhou Mei fell off the bed and practically crawled to Hizé's feet. He kicked her away with one foot. Zhou Mei pleaded through her tears, it was all arranged by Grandpa. He wanted to force you to come home, so he targeted that child again and again. If he had just given up, you definitely would have returned to the He family disheartened. Is that so? Zhou Mei nodded vigorously, if you don't believe me, you can ask those people. Everything was orchestrated by Grandpa. I was just. My grandfather never asked you to overact. He gripped the woman's neck, it seems like you truly want your son to become mute as well, right? Don't, please don't. Xiao Xiao is still young, he doesn't understand anything. Do you know now that others shouldn't suffer for it? He angrily shoved her away. Zhou Mei lay on the ground muttering, I really didn't know it would turn out this way. Grandpa wanted to force you to come home, so he acted a bit harshly. We can compensate. Whatever the child wants, I can compensate. Your money disgusts him. He stood up. When Zhou Mei saw him about to leave, she quickly clung to his legs, you cannot harm Xiao Xiao. He's your real brother, an heir of the He family. You can't touch him. If you dare to hurt him, Grandpa won't let you go either. He sneered, an heir of the He family. I forgot to tell you, 3 institutions simultaneously confirmed that He Xiao and He Fengqing have no blood relation. Zhou Mei suddenly raised her head, her eyes almost bulging in disbelief. He stared down at her from a height, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, do you think my father can still protect you now? You're lying. Xiao Xiao is your father's son, he's a child of the He family. No one believes a word you say now. It's your doing, He. You fabricated this lie just to get rid of me. May heaven strike you dead. Zhou Mei yelled furiously. If heaven has eyes, then you'd better be careful. After all, you will be the first wicked person to face retribution. After saying this, He kicked the woman aside again. Zhou Mei lay motionless on the floor, not sure if she had given up or accepted her fate. As He was about to step out of the door, he glanced back at the woman one last time, she seemed to be laughing. Indeed, Zhou Mei was laughing. It was a reckless and arrogant laugh, like someone who decided to throw caution to the wind. He narrowed his eyes but did not speak. Zhou Mei slowly sat up, supporting herself on both hands, mumbling to herself, that play was staged by your grandpa's people. Poisoning his voice was my mistake which I compounded. I just wanted you to know how much your darling was tormented by your He family. He quickly walked up to her, roughly pulling her up from the floor without hesitation. Zhou Mei continued laughing indiscriminately, I heard he's about to die. That's great, He. Aren't you so capable? Yet you can't even save the one you love. You're just like your cowardly mother, in the end, only loving what you can't have. Retribution, it's all retribution, ha ha ha. He pushed her against the wall, his right hand tightly choking her throat. Zhou Mei struggled violently, her intense suffocation making her desperately try to escape his grip. But as the oxygen became scarcer, her strength gradually disappeared. Her hands finally dropped helplessly. He still retained a trace of reason, angrily throwing her to the ground in fury. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Mei clutched her mouth, painfully coughing. You should open your dirty eyes wide and watch carefully whether Lin Ran will live to be 100. Zhou Mei coldly laughed, he won't survive. There's no use in keeping your mouth anymore, your foul words are unbearable. Before Zhou Mei could react, a sudden and indescribable sharp pain surged towards her jaw. She froze for a moment, until the pain intensified, causing her to fall helplessly onto the ground. MMPH. MMPH. She painfully clutched her dislocated jaw. He wiped his hands disdainfully, I am a person who clearly differentiates between grievances and kindness. Such methods will not be used on your son. However, I also settle scores immediately and return insults 10-fold or 100-fold. Zhou Mei stared in terror, her eyes wide open. The next moment, she saw a somewhat familiar nurse standing at the doorway. The nurse entered the room fearfully. He stepped back 3 steps. Zhou Mei shook her head, trying to dodge. He strode out of the door. Crouching in the corner was a small figure. Come over. He shouted expressionlessly. He Xiao had been fed so well that he was rather plump. When he caught sight of he seemed to recall the day when he brutally beat his mother like a ferocious god, and this time he was more afraid to approach. I told you to come over. He impatiently shouted again. He Xiao reluctantly walked forward with an aggrieved expression. My mom told me to leave with you. He grabbed the little boy's hand. He Xiao resisted, I'm not going. He's eyes darkened, do you want me to beat you up as well? He Xiao pouted, I need to take care of my mom. Someone else will look after her. You're just in the way here. He forcefully dragged him into the elevator. Big brother, He Xiao sniffed back tears. Can I go home? If you don't want to end up on the street, then listen to me quietly. When Li Nan received the ancestor-level phone call, he came with full anticipation. But upon seeing the small kid standing beside his facial expression twitched as if he had suffered a stroke. He directly commanded, find someone trustworthy to take care of his daily needs. Things are getting chaotic in the He family recently, and there's no need to drag him into it. Is this your younger brother? Is it appropriate to just bring him out like this? Hizay glanced at the kid by the roadside playing with bugs. When he gets older and develops some judgment, he'll make his own decisions about staying or leaving. Will your father hit you? If we leave this child with them, they will spoil him for sure. Big brother, these flowers are really pretty. Would you like me to give them to you? Hishao happily ran back to Hizay with a bunch of wildflowers from the side of the road. Hizay made no move to accept them. Big brother, if I listen obediently, can you stop being mad at mommy? That's something she brought on herself. Big brother, why don't you hit me instead? I'm thick-skinned. You see how fat I am. It definitely won't hurt. Hizay actually raised his hand. Hishao cowered down covering his head, can you hit my butt? My face has fewer muscles. Hizay turned around. Take him away. He's too noisy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, red clouds painted the entire sky. Lin Ran sat quietly by the window. When a soft breeze drifted through, the air was filled with a faint scent of lemon. Hizay pushed open the door to the hospital room, immediately locking eyes on the person sitting by the windowsill who turned around upon hearing his arrival. His smile was gentle, with a barely noticeable lift at the corners of his lips. Maybe because he saw someone he longed to see, warmth overflowed in his gaze. Unable to resist, Hizay quickened his pace. He wanted to embrace him, to hold on to his entire world. Chapter 111, Who Gave Him the Bracelet? Their fingers intertwined. Lin Ran tilted his head, staring intently at his lover who was so close, suddenly feeling as if even without words, they had already communicated 1,000 emotions. In each other's eyes, there was nothing but tenderness and affection. Hija glanced at the sunset on the horizon, then picked Lin Ran up from the stool and placed him onto the table. Surprised, Lin Ran instinctively tried to get down. Hija held his arm, stopping his movement. Confused, Lin Ran asked, what's wrong? Hija smiled, his smile full of meaning. Lin Ran grew more puzzled, someone might come in later. It's inappropriate. No one will see us. Hija wrapped his arms around Lin Ran's waist, his eyes filled with intentions he could no longer hide. Lin Ran hooked his lips slightly with a knowing smile but chose not to expose Hija's intent. Hija suddenly felt parched, involuntarily swallowing hard. Lin Ran lowered his head and gave a light kiss like a feather brushing over water, leaving it without a trace on Hija's forehead. Hija tightened his grip on Lin Ran's frail body even harder, looking much like a dog eagerly asking for rewards, his eyes shining with excitement. Lin Ran shook his head, gently pushing the big dog's head away. Although Hija did not clarify with words, his intention was obvious. Lin Ran pretended not to know and turned his head. Hija was in no rush, continuing to stare intently with his bright eyes. Lin Ran took a deep breath, sneakily glancing at the dog that was increasingly getting out of control. Hija's lips curved upward, his laughter abundant. Lin Ran cleared his throat softly, deliberately changing the subject. What did you just go do? I'll tell you if you give me a kiss. Then I don't want to know. The room suddenly fell silent. In the end, Lin Ran relented. After all, his face wasn't nearly as thick-skinned as this guy, always fearing someone would barge in at any moment. Whether it was the atmosphere in the room or the intimate actions between the two, anyone taking a first glance would be lost in reverie. Hija squinted his eyes, holding his breath in anticipation. But at the very moment when he tightly held Lin Ran's hands, his eyes abruptly opened. Lin Ran sensed his stiffness and asked curiously, what's wrong? Hija lifted Lin Ran's left hand and examined the mysterious jade bracelet on his wrist repeatedly. It looked familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. No, this wasn't the most important issue. What mattered was who had secretly given his precious one something behind his back. Hija raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed, as if harboring some indescribable grievance. I was only gone for such a short while, and you've already started consorting with another man. Lin Ran couldn't help but laugh at his ridiculous expression. Apparently, this person hadn't recognized whose relic this was. He feigned ignorance and asked mischievously, is it beautiful? Hija clenched his teeth, unwilling to say anything harsh, enduring silently instead, you're still in treatment. You can't just wear jewelry carelessly. Let's take it off now. When you're better, I'll give it back to you. As he spoke, he reached to remove the jade bracelet. Lin Ran quickly pulled back his hand and refused by shaking his head, this is unacceptable. This is something very important. It can't be put aside easily. Hija furrowed his brows tighter and tighter, who gave it to you? You don't know. Lin Ran responded with a counter-question. How would I know? Hija tightened his fists, apparently needing to arrange a few security guards outside the ward. Absolutely, no stranger should enter. Within such a short period, his precious one was wearing a bracelet given by others non-stop for 24 hours a day. He himself didn't carry any gifts he offered closely by his side. Lin Ran continued to tease him, this bracelet is really very beautiful. Judging by its color, it must certainly be an extremely valuable imperial green glass seed jade. I'll buy you one, a whole cart full. But this bracelet has special significance. More significant than the things I gave you? Hija asked through gritted teeth. Aha, Lin Ran answered decisively, almost without any hesitation. Hija let go of his hand, hanging his head dejectedly. Lin Ran bent over and approached him. What's wrong, Az? It's fine. I'm just sad for a moment. Now, I probably need. The old master told me that this is the heirloom of the He family. Such a meaningful thing, how could I just put it down? Heja's eyes widened in shock, hurriedly pulling over Lin Ran's hand and scrutinizing it repeatedly. No wonder it seemed familiar, this was his grandmother's bracelet from before. Lin Ran smiled, his smile warm and lingering. Is it beautiful? Heja nodded vigorously, seemingly still unable to fully awaken from the joy, his mind buzzing. The old master told me that this bracelet has been worshipped in the temple for many years. It can nourish a person in their temperament, so he specially gave it to me to help strengthen my health. Heze's hands began trembling uncontrollably as he choked up. My grandpa, did he come? Yes, he came while you were out for a while. Did he give it to you? Lin Ran nodded. Do you know what this means? Heze asked cautiously. Lin Ran hugged his neck with both hands, giving no verbal answer, but simply conveyed his best response through action alone. With the moon high in the sky, night fell deeply quiet. Heze lay propped at the bedside, gazing intently at Lin Ran who slept soundly. Unsure whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Ran's face looked particularly rosy today, quite unlike his usual weakness. He had a feeling, as if his grandma truly was protecting her precious one from above. He tightly gripped Lin Ran's hand, repeatedly sensing his warmth. At Heze, today I tried a piece of velvet cake, just as expected, it was extremely sweet and fragrant. Picture. The accompanying picture was Lin Ran covered with 10 layers of mosaic. It seems obvious that our Heze wanted to show off pictures but then regretfully censored everything. In the middle of the night, I thought there'd be late-night treats, but it turned out only he received benefits. At Heze responding to at Green Forest's first hero, picture, hand, white, tender, and soft. I guess I know how to get his attention now. Hee, you two will live happily ever after. Can you let us see your treasure's eyes? At Heze responding to it my couple is extremely sweet, picture, he's asleep, otherwise, I'd surely show you the most beautiful big eyes in the world. I think I'll soon be able to piece together a complete Lin Ran. Isn't it said that Heze is icy and aloof? How come he's like a peacock spreading its feathers, showing off his large tail in the comments section non-stop? Hey sister, you're wrong. He doesn't want to display his tail. He purely wants to flaunt his love. As the night dimmed into haze, Heze finally put down his phone after replying to over a dozen comments, satisfied to hop back into bed. Lin Ran, in a drowsy state, could feel someone holding him and wanted to open his eyes to check. But it felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. After struggling to pry his eyes open, all he saw were heavy mists before him. As the mists dissipated, dazzling firelight appeared. Chapter 112, he thought, it must have been very painful. Lin Ran was startled by the sudden burst of flames and instinctively tried to step back. But his legs wouldn't move, as if he were frozen in place. The fire grew fiercer, nearly engulfing him. Just as he felt terrified, cars raced by from behind with roaring engines. The setting sun turned crimson, like a tear in the sky spreading blood-red hues through the cracks. Lin Ran's fear expanded bit by bit. He couldn't retreat backward, but moving forward seemed possible. Even though the flames scorched his skin, he felt no pain. Heze. Mister, he stumbled out of the car, his frail body seeming to age overnight. After taking only one step, he collapsed onto the ground. People around him helped him up, but he pushed them away in a panic. Save him quickly. The old man clawed his way towards the fire zone. Once a majestic business emperor, at this moment he resembled a disheveled stray dog, oblivious to the mud beneath, trying to stumble into the inferno. Lin Ran heard his cries and walked hesitantly towards the center where fiery lights blazed. The wreckage of vehicles littered the ground, not far off could be seen fresh drops of blood, which under the glow of the flames became all the more shocking. Lin Ran attempted to open the door of the vehicle, but the deformed car had its doors jammed shut. Cold water splashed continuously over his body, yet he pounded harder on the door, seeking proof, shouting aloud. Heze, are you inside? Ran. Lin Ran heard the familiar voice and turned around chaotically. The flames had been extinguished, and smoke drifted everywhere heavily. Lin Ran unconsciously ran back, easily breaking through the crowd, crossing the barrier, stepping directly into the realm of light. Heze watched anxiously as the beloved figure shook uncontrollably, pressing the call button repeatedly. In the midnight hospital, disordered footsteps echoed along the corridor. Lin Ran's eyes snapped open abruptly, his hollow gaze gradually regaining its colors. Stiffly, he turned his neck. Upon seeing Lin Ran awake, Heze relaxed somewhat from his tightly coiled tension. Did you have a nightmare, Ran? Lin Ran stared at him blankly for a while, and the fire from the dream pierced his heart sharply with indescribable pain erupting from his chest. Unsure why Heze should look at him with such a sorrowful gaze, Heze was about to inquire when Lin Ran suddenly sat up on the bed. In the next instant, something akin to blood spraying into his eyes filled the vision with nothing but an alarming crimson red. Lin Ran kept vomiting blood non-stop, grabbing tightly onto Heze's arm as if there were countless words that needed urgent utterance. Heze was frightened speechless for a long time, not reacting until medical staff rushed into the ward. Then, flustered, he hugged Lin Ran, who swayed unsteadily, too terrified even to form a complete sentence. The car, the fire, you were trapped inside. Lin Ran sobbed, his eyes bloodshot from anguish. Was this a dream? No, it wasn't a dream. He feared that Hizay might get caught in that fire and be burned alive. Hizay was asked to leave the ward. Lowering his head, he gazed at the traces of blood on his palms, his chaotic mind gradually regaining its calmness. With dread, he looked at the closed ward door, pondering what might have triggered such uncontrollable emotions in Lin Ran. Was he dreaming about something? After dying too tragically in the previous life, he even avoided revisiting the memory a second time. He dared not imagine what would happen if Lin Ran ever found out the truth. Dr. Leo approached Hizay, whose head hung low in silence. He dismissed his usual carefree demeanor and gravely declared, "It's going to be tough." Hizay loosened his tightly clenched fists, almost as if accepting fate. Leo continued, "The drug research is still stuck in the last phase of trials. When can we expect the earliest? At least another half-month. How long can he hold on?" Leo hesitated to reply. Hizay stood up, "It's late. You should rest early." Leo grabbed his hand, "He is very brave." "Yes, he has always been brave." Hizay then walked straight into the ward. Inside the room, only a weak floor lamp remained lit. Hizay stood in the doorway, unsure how long he had stayed there, perhaps 10 minutes, or perhaps an hour, until his legs went numb. Only then did he take hesitant steps towards the bedside. Lin Ran's face turned deathly pale, blending almost seamlessly with the white sheet beneath him. Hizay carefully lay down beside him on the bed. Lin Ran subconsciously snuggled closer into his arms, murmuring, "A's. I'm here. It was just a dream I had." Lin Ran took a long time to finally grab his arm. Hizay nodded, "It must have been a very scary one." Lin Ran tried to lift his head but fell back due to exhaustion. "I was extremely afraid." "Well, don't think about it anymore. Dreams are often the opposite of reality, they can't be taken as truth." "Alright, I won't." Lin Ran smiled and called again, "A's. I'm here." Hizay struggled to keep his voice steady, yet his throat tightened uncontrollably, making every word sound choked with suppressed sobs. "I want to watch the sunrise on the mountain." Hizay wrapped an arm around his shoulder without answering or rejecting him. Lin Ran continued, "You said I am not a fall, nor a conclusion. You hope that I become the rising sun, its light penetrating the mist in countless rays, a symbol of new life. Alright, when you get a bit stronger, I'll take you out to watch the sunrise." Lin Ran lifted his hand, "Let's pinky swear first." Hizay grasped his hand firmly, "When have I ever lied to you?" Lin Ran shook his head, still insisting on a pinky promise. Unable to resist further, Hizay obediently hooked his finger with Lin Ran's. "You will get better, Ran." Lin Ran rested in his embrace, possibly too exhausted, his forced spirit gradually faded. He only remembered a scorching tear falling onto his face before he fell asleep again, burning through with indescribable sorrow once more. His little fool, surely mourning secretly. In the morning, the sunlight was bright, and birds chirped cheerfully on the windowsill. Lin Ran opened his eyes and immediately saw the sleeping Big Goof by his side. He gently poked his nose while fragments of that bloody dream slowly pieced together in his mind. Glass pierced through his body, fresh red blood dripping from the cracks of the vehicle. In the next moment, flames surged, like a merciless dragon swallowing everything whole, devouring the wrecked car completely in fire. The fire extinguished, the thick smoke dispersed, and in a daze, he saw two figures burned beyond recognition. He thought, it must have been very painful. Chapter 113, Zhou Mei ran away. Hizay woke up, their eyes meeting. The ward was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, as if each heartbeat was clearly audible. Lin Ran habitually lay in his arms, listening intently to the strong and steady heartbeat. He wanted to live, for himself, and even more so for his lover. "How long have you been awake?" Hizay's low voice came from above her head. "Just woke up a little while ago." "Are you hungry?" Lin Ran shook her head. "Not hungry. Do you want to sleep a bit more?" Lin Ran smiled. "Will you stay with me?" "I'm not going anywhere." Relaxing completely against his chest, Lin Ran said, "Hizay, I just realized you're a love-struck fool." Hizay didn't refute it, even nodding slightly in agreement. That smart Hizay suddenly turned into a fool. Lin Ran held his arm and looked up at him earnestly. Hizay smirked, "How am I foolish?" Lin Ran bit her lips and swallowed the rest of what she wanted to say. All thorough burned away by that fire, how could this fool do such a thing? It turned out he wasn't moved by pity. "Sleep now, when you wake up, you'll see me right away." Hizay gently patted Lin Ran's shoulders with tenderness. Sunlight filtered through the tree branches, and a shadow stumbled into the hospital. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a simple wash-up, Hizay stepped out of the restroom just in time to hear his phone ringing noisily. Fearing to wake his beloved, he rushed to the bedside and answered without even looking at the caller ID. "Su assistant, young master, Zhou Mei has run away." Hizay froze mid-motion, his gaze darkening instantly. "Injured like that, she can still run." "Su assistant, she disappeared during the hospital rounds this morning." We've just reviewed the surveillance footage, she left an hour ago. She's not agile, she can't have gone far. Sue assistant, sir is worried she might come after you. Do you need me to arrange some bodyguards for you? Hizay hung up the phone. A furtive figure hid near the emergency exit, glaring red-eyed at the silhouette lingering outside the ward. Her hand tightly gripped the doorknob, tiny wounds on her palm oozing blood continuously until moments later it stained the handle crimson. As soon as Hizay turned around, he sensed something unusual and cautiously glanced down the empty corridor. There was a shadow on the ground, trembling. Hizay narrowed his eyes and calmly picked up his phone. Hizay. Zhou Mei realized she'd been discovered, staggering out from the passageway, glaring furiously at the originator of all her misfortunes. Hizay lowered his phone and scrutinized the disheveled woman who resembled a homeless dog, Tutaying. I wonder if my father would still take interest in seeing you in such a state. I'll kill you. Zhou Mei raised a 20-centimeter fruit knife, baring her teeth and shouting. It's all your fault. Hizay was completely unfazed by her threats, hands in his pockets, mocking coldly, cruel, isn't it? Isn't this the method you usually use yourself? I'll never forgive you. Zhou Mei rushed towards him in a frenzy. With effortless ease, Hizay kicked the frenzied woman away, landing her 2 meters away. Zhou Mei collided forcefully with the wall, her knife slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Hizay kicked the blade away to the side. I won't let you die. I'll make you live worse than pigs and dogs. Zhou Mei fell on all fours, likely in extreme pain, shivering uncontrollably. Your father won't let you off. Hizay glared down at her. Do you really think my mother lost because he loves you? He chuckled at her ignorance and arrogance. Zhou Mei gasped for breath, struggling to her feet. So what if? Now I'm the well-known Mrs. He. Hizay didn't bother wasting any more time with her, readying his phone to call someone. Gee, a sound came from a nearby patient room door. Hizay immediately turned around. Lin Ran, pale as a sheet, supported herself against the wall, likely in a rush, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. Hizay sprinted over in 3 swift steps. Ran, why did you leave? I couldn't find you. Lin Ran tightly gripped his wrist. It's my fault, I shouldn't have kept you waiting so long. Lin Ran noticed the shadow on the ground, a bit too far to identify clearly. She asked curiously, what's wrong with that person? Hizay blocked his view, maybe something wrong happened suddenly, I've just called the doctor over. Lin Ran gave a light hum, then you go and see if you can help. It's lucky that we're in the hospital, otherwise it'd be dangerous if someone fell down outside. Ran, go back to your room and rest well, I'll come and keep you company after I'm done. Lin Ran looked again at the figure on the ground. Just then, the body which was motionless earlier shot up abruptly, resembling a monstrous beast infected with a virus charging fiercely towards them. A's. Without much thought, Lin Ran hugged Hizay's waist and pushed him aside. The sharp blade grazed Hizay's collar, and with a clang it hit the wall. The pristine wall instantly lost a large patch of plaster. Hizay did not expect this woman to suddenly go so berserk. Alertly, he grabbed Lin Ran's hand, protecting her thoroughly behind him. Zhou Mei acted like she had been injected with stimulants, wildly swinging the knife as though each swing was aimed to put both of them to death. The knife was long, Hizay dared not act rashly, and could only retreat step by step while protecting Lin Ran. Until they had no more room to retreat, Zhou Mei stared wickedly, forcing herself into a corner, trapping the two there. She rushed forward without hesitation, eyes wide, gripping the handle of the knife tightly as she lunged toward them. Die, you all die. Zhou Mei, with red-eyed excitement, looked as if ready to plunge the clean knife in and draw it out bloodied. Hizay had no choice but to grab the blade directly with his hands. The edge cut through the skin, and bright red blood dripped onto the ground in beads. Upon seeing the blood, Lin Ran's pupils widened as if the terrible dream from before had turned into reality in another way, exploding inside his mind with a buzzing sound. Smelling the blood, Zhou Mei became even more gleeful as she plunged the knife repeatedly toward her target. Without hesitation, Lin Ran threw himself onto Zhou Mei, and both tumbled heavily to the floor. With a clatter, the blood-stained knife dropped to the ground. Ignoring the pain, Hizay rushed forward, fearing that this madwoman might hurt Lin Ran in her frenzied state. Zhou Mei's head smacked heavily against the ground, taking some time before realizing what exactly had happened. Lin Ran quickly got up, disregarding propriety between the sexes, sitting directly on top of Zhou Mei, raising his fist and striking blow after blow without sparing her any consideration. Revenge for old and new grudges alike, Lin Ran gritted his teeth while hitting Zhou Mei nearly with every punch connecting. Hizay stood dazedly beside, unsure whether to stop it or let it happen. His beloved should not undergo such intense emotional fluctuations. Chapter 114, Lin Ran hit someone. Zhou Mei was beaten until her nose and face were bruised, and she pleaded with Hizay for mercy by stretching out her hand toward him. Hizay snapped back to reality, bending down and holding his emotionally unstable treasure in both arms. Lin Ran instantly became as deflated as a punctured balloon, hanging limply on Hizay's shoulder. It's over, it's over. Hizay's hands were covered in blood, so he didn't dare to touch Lin Ran's body. Zhou Mei was rescued and her survival instinct made her crawl forward. Lin Ran carefully lifted Hise's blood-soaked hands. The wounds were deep. If the woman had been any harsher just now, the fingers might have been severed on the spot. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Ran seemed re-energized, and delivered a fierce kick to the woman's back. Ah! Zhou Mei screamed in pain. One kick wasn't enough for Lin Ran. He continued to kick Zhou Mei repeatedly, causing her to beg incessantly for mercy. Hise supported his swaying figure and consoled him. That's enough, Ranin. We mustn't get too worked up. Be good, no more hitting. Lin Ran still seemed unwilling to stop. Even when restrained by Hise, he stretched his legs through the gaps and continued kicking without restraint. Leo rushed out of the office upon hearing the commotion. First, he glanced at Hise who was drenched in blood, then at the woman on the floor whose face was almost unrecognizable, and finally, he looked at Lin Ran who looked like an angry little lion. His ferocity made Dr. Leo question whether Lin Ran was truly the patient. Could a patient be so aggressive while beating someone? Even Hise couldn't pull him away. Lin Ran glared menacingly at the woman who had already fainted, perhaps aware that she was no longer a threat. Only then did he relax and collapse. Hise anxiously caught Lin Ran's falling body. Dr. Leo groaned as he treated the critically ill patient who had disregarded his life, leaving the doctor exhausted. Then, he proceeded to stitch up the nearly crippled young master of the He family. Mr. He, the patriarch, sat stiff-faced on the sofa. His silent presence exuded authority, making the entire office serious as if it were a battlefield ready to erupt. Are those injuries so severe that your hands won't function anymore? Mr. He cut straight to the point. Dr. Leo, exhausted after a long afternoon, had gulped down several glasses of water. With heavy expressions, Mr. He and his tightly strung grandson exchanged looks. Hise asked, will Ranin's emotional loss of control just now worsen his condition? Can he hold on? Mr. He averted his eyes, refusing to look at his love-struck grandson whose hands were bandaged like mummies. Dr. Leo sat in front of the grandfather and grandson, repeatedly flipping through the latest report. His furrowed brows throughout suggested he was prepared to deliver a death notice. Hise's trembling hands betrayed either physiological or pathological tremors. Dr. Leo sighed deeply. Hise became even more anxious. Don't hesitate, just say what's on your mind, Mr. He said sternly. Dr. Leo placed the report aside. There's nothing wrong with your hands. The wounds will heal with time, though there may be scars left. Since your face is uninjured, it won't affect your career. I'm asking about Ranin's condition. Hise interrupted his idle chatter. Dr. Leo fell silent for a moment. Hise anxiously prompted, tell me, how is he? Dr. Leo, I think he was definitely very happy during the time he was hitting her. Hise. Dr. Leo, do you want to hear the truth? Hise took a deep breath. Go ahead. Dr. Leo, very good. Hise's expression darkened slightly as if he couldn't follow the logic here. Dr. Leo, an appropriate release of emotions makes him feel closer to life after being near death. Is he alright, then? It's not completely fine though. Dr. Leo hesitated again. Hise grew increasingly agitated. What could go wrong? Given the severity of the blows, his arms and legs will likely have been overworked. TSK, his frail appearance always makes me overlook that he's actually a tall man standing at 1.82 meters. Hise. Dr. Leo seriously examined Hise, asking questions that had to be addressed. He doesn't show signs of domestic violence tendencies, does he? Hise felt he shouldn't listen further. From the moment Leo declared Ranin was mostly okay, he should have gotten up from his seat already. Dr. Leo observed the retreating figure and couldn't help but mutter, I see that they both need some family psychological counseling. One might have violent tendencies, the other might lean towards cold violence. Mr. He gave the doctor a glance, equally unable to tolerate him talking nonsense, and rose to leave. The child might not last until the end of the experiment. Dr. Leo suddenly put aside his carefree attitude and stared seriously at the patriarch's back. The patriarch turned around in surprise. What do you mean? This round of experiments failed. Perhaps I was too hasty. All the subjects died. The patriarch slumped back onto the sofa. So what? The lab is working overtime analyzing the data, but we'll need at least another month, and the situation is far from optimistic. Is there no other way? The third week of chemotherapy cannot be delayed, but once it starts, those viruses will spread throughout the body with the medication. Within 3 days, all organs will fail. You're saying. Leo helplessly shook his head. After discussing with Dr. Lee, using your language, it would be doing our best and leaving the rest to fate. How should we listen? Tell me how to accept this. Patriarch, he was agitated, trembling all over. 2 lives, Leo, it's 2 lives now. Leo hesitated to speak. Is there really no other way? All we can do is gamble with time. Perhaps tomorrow we'll find out why the experimental subjects died and adjust the data, which may leave us a glimmer of hope. Patriarch, he closed his eyes. He had lived 70 years and could bet on anything, except he dared not gamble with lives. Outside the office, Hise walked calmly down the corridor, pretending as if he hadn't heard anything, step by step. The light above flickered brighter and dimmer in his eyes, and he gently wiped them, trying to clear the blurriness obscuring his vision. Tears raced ahead and dripped onto the bandages, and in panic, he lifted his head, attempting to suppress these signs of weakness. The night blurred, and city lights began to glow. Lin Ran felt someone touching his cheek and slowly woke up. Zay smiled brightly, lightly brushing Lin Ran's little face with his bandage-wrapped hand, and said, "Awake." Lin Ran anxiously grabbed his wrist. "Zay. My hands are fine. The doctor said that the stitches can be removed in a few days and they'll be back to normal." Zay raised the hospital bed. "Didn't Ranan want to watch the sunrise?" "Let's get ready, we'll go to Wudong Mountain tonight." "Tonight?" "Yes, right now. I can't wait to watch the sun rise together with Ranan." Chapter 115, A's, Have We Ever Died Once? "What are you talking about?" Grandpa he had just picked up his teacup and was shocked before he even took a sip. His hand trembled as more than half the tea spilled out. The old steward panted and repeated again, "Young Master Zay and that Lin young master have both disappeared." Grandpa he stood up, one is so injured on his hands, the other is bedridden with no strength to get up. Where could they possibly go? Upon checking the hospital surveillance footage, it appears the two of them left by taxi half an hour ago. Grandpa he paced around the table twice, tracked the direction the taxi headed in, send someone to follow, and don't interfere as long as there's no immediate threat to their personal safety. "All right." The old steward rushed out of the living room but came running back again shortly after. Seeing the steward act so surprised, Grandpa he furrowed his eyebrows tightly. "What else do you have to say?" "Sir, what if there's a real threat to their personal safety?" The steward tried to phrase this delicately. "In that case, knock them unconscious and bring them back." The steward felt as though something were lodged in his throat. At a time like this, it didn't make sense for their young master to take off mysteriously with a man who was practically at death's door. Honestly speaking, anyone would think along those lines. "What are you standing there dumbfounded for? Don't just stand there. Hurry and send people to follow them." Grandpa he was so anxious his eyebrows knitted into a tight knot. The bright moon hung in the middle of the sky, while tree shadows swayed gently. The taxi climbed all the way to the top of the mountain. It was very windy at the mountain in the middle of the night. The driver occasionally glanced backward at the passengers sitting quietly in the back seat throughout the journey. He couldn't understand why these two had chosen not to sleep and instead run up to the mountain late at night. One looked sickly, the other's hands were badly injured, neither seemed particularly healthy. Could they possibly be planning to do something foolish here? The taxi reached its destination. Zay paid the fare, carefully carrying Lin Ran to the optimal viewing spot. The taxi stopped there, with the driver hesitating about whether he should call the police ahead of time. Lin Ran opened his eyes. It was pitch black all around. Instinctively, he clutched onto Zay's arm. Zay placed him on a stone stool, hastily wrapping a blanket around him. "Are you cold?" Weakly shaking his head, Lin Ran replied, "I'm not cold." A faint trace of blood mingled with the air, dispersed by the wind. Lin Ran lowered his head, feeling his hands. The light was dim, he couldn't see clearly, but he could feel that the gauze surface was damp. It must have been from the wound bleeding. Zay waved it off. "No big deal, it'll be fine in a bit." Lin Ran's voice tightened. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Zay hugged him in his arms. "There's still a long while until sunrise. Would you like to sleep a bit, Ran? Lin Ran gazed at the pitch-black horizon. In the mist-filled mountain air, it seemed as though a layer of veil had been draped over the night sky. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch a single glimmer of light. Maybe this is exactly how his shattered life turned out. He tried, fought, and even prayed, but eventually, things ended up opposite to his wishes. Again and again, he dragged innocent people into this abyss with him. Though his A's had a brilliant future waiting ahead, they still met. When Zay noticed Lin Ran shivering, he became immediately worried. "What's wrong, Ran? Are you not feeling well?" After speaking, he began rummaging through his backpack. Lin Ran shook his head. "I'm just a little sad." "How could you be sad? Is it because I've failed somewhere and upset you again?" Lin Ran cupped his face with both hands. "No, A's has done everything perfectly, better than anyone else. Ran is upset, yet the only person around is me, so aside from it being me who made you unhappy, I can't think of any other reason." Lin Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter at this chaotic logic, amused despite himself. "It wasn't you. If it's not me, then what will make Ran happy again?" Lin Ran grasped his wrist with a burning gaze. "As long as you're by my side, I'll be happy." Zay firmly held his nape and forcefully restrained him in a firm embrace, saying, "Together through life and death, never parting." Lin Ran closed his eyes, holding back tears all night, finally unable to control himself. As sobs overcame him, he tightly clutched at the edge of the other's clothes, nodding amidst choked cries, "All right." A breeze blew through the night, lifting fallen leaves swirling at the waist of the hill. The taxi driver anxiously drove for some distance before pulling over uneasily. He was just about to call the police when glaring headlights illuminated his surroundings. Startled, he almost felt as though he needed to report on himself instead. Car after car surrounded the taxi completely. The driver quickly raised both hands to signal surrender. The moonlight was hazy, and the temperature on the mountaintop suddenly plummeted. Zay was worried that Lin Ran might catch a cold, so he carefully wrapped him in several layers of blankets, leaving only his head exposed from head to toe. Lin Ran tugged at the blanket and said, "There's some wind, but it's not this cold yet. It's my fault for not checking the weather forecast before we left." Hizay tucked his hand back under the blanket once again. Lin Ran, caught between laughter and tears, said, "Do you want to feel? I'm sweating from my palms." Hizay hesitated, unsure if he believed him, then lifted the blanket slightly. Lin Ran placed his hand against Hizay's face and asked seriously, "Doesn't it feel sweaty?" Fearing Lin Ran might get too warm, Hizay quickly loosened the blanket around him a bit. You don't have to be so careful. My situation isn't likely to worsen much more." Hizay opened his mouth to argue but swallowed those self-deceptive lies back down, helplessly accepting his fate. Leaning against his shoulder, Lin Ran's smile carried a touch of tenderness as he said, "There's something I want to ask you." With his chin resting atop Lin Ran's head, Hizay spoke gently, "Sure, ask anything you want, Ran. Would you ever lie to me?" Confused by the question, Hizay responded resolutely, "I would never lie to you. If you did lie to me, I would truly be heartbroken." Hizay swore earnestly, "I will not lie to Ran. If I do." Lin Ran covered his mouth, cutting him off, "I believe you. I'm almost dead, wouldn't deceive me anymore." Ran. Lin Ran's eyes curved softly, his laughter flowing like a gentle spring in his gaze, graceful and beautiful. He said, "Then I'll ask you now." Hizay stared intently into his eyes, nodding solemnly, "Anything you want to know, Ran." All around them grew suddenly quiet, the chilly breeze brushed against their bodies, causing strands of hair across their foreheads to flutter unpredictably. Lin Ran grasped his hand, his fingertips gradually tightening as though he had made up his mind. He then asked, "Have we ever died once?" Chapter 116 Roran, don't be so cruel to me. The howling wind drowned out Lin Ran's voice. Hizay was first shocked, thinking he had misheard something, and then slowly regained his calm. For several minutes, the two silently stared at each other, neither in a hurry to urge the other for a response. Not far away, a head cautiously poked out. The old steward stared fixedly at the two in front who seemed to have gone quiet and frowned. "What's wrong with them? Why is the atmosphere so heavy?" Caught between rushing out and waiting to see what would happen, the old steward broke into a cold sweat. He calculated the distance between them. If these two suddenly lost control and jumped off the mountain, could they rush forward in time to stop them? "Master Wang, don't worry. A big net has already been set up on the side of the mountain. Even if they jump down, there won't be any danger to their lives." The old steward sighed in relief. "What about the ambulance? Is everything ready?" "It's all waiting halfway up the mountain. Don't disturb them for now. Hopefully, it's just our overthinking." The old steward continued to monitor the situation in front. Hizay looked down with a hint of a smile. Lin Ran seemed to have already gotten the answer he wanted, and did not continue to press the matter, lying back in Hizay's arms again. Hizay embraced his shoulders, his voice somewhat distant. "Why would Roran ask this question? That day, I had a terrible nightmare. I thought it was a dream, but it felt too real in the dream, so I started to wonder if it actually happened before. Would Roran believe in such absurd things?" Lin Ran laughed. "No, I don't. I don't either. But everything seems to point to some truth." Hizay was puzzled. "What do you mean by that, Roran? You once told me that it was never because of sympathy that you came looking for me again." Lin Ran turned his head to look into his eyes. "I always thought such melodramatic things only happened in scripts. Let's not think about these things, Roran." Lin Ran shook his head. "You said you'd tell me everything. I'm just afraid you'll be upset." Even though Lin Ran was smiling on his face, unknowingly tears filled his eyes. He said, "If this life still ends up with the same result, would you already be prepared to die with me again?" Hizay didn't answer. Lin Ran insisted, "Have you really never thought of a second path?" "What second path?" "Living." Hizay took a deep breath and gently pulled him close to his chest. "Roran, you know I'm stubborn and won't easily make decisions. Once I've made a decision, it's for a lifetime. If I ask you to live, will you listen?" "I will, as long as it's what Roran asks for, I'll do it." Lin Ran left his embrace, and they faced each other again. He suddenly felt cruel enough to prefer him living like an empty shell than going with him. Hizay declared resolutely, "If Roran wants me to live, I will live." Lin Ran pursed his lips, knowing the answer, yet couldn't help but ask again, "How will you live?" "I don't know, maybe just living is all." Lin Ran lifted his hand and lightly caressed his face. "Idiot. I promised you, whatever you say, I'll listen. But I want you to live well, to live with flesh and blood, to live happily. Roran, don't be so cruel to me." Hizay buried his head in his shoulder, and the breakdown he had been holding back reached its peak. Echoes of desperate cries reverberated around the summit. He didn't want to scare her, but the moment his emotions spiraled out of control, he was like a homeless child continuously shouting to gain God's sympathy. Lin Ran supported his trembling body and shook his head, "I'm sorry." The mournful cries echoed for a long time, sounding especially desolate amidst the silent mountain forest. The old steward couldn't help but tear up, secretly wiping away the traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. It seemed like there was nothing they could do but helplessly watch the two souls gradually fade away. As the sun rose in the east, a soft ray of light penetrated through the thin mist and quietly fell upon Lin Ran. Lin Ran didn't know when he had fallen asleep, perhaps from being too tired, he had unconsciously fainted. Looking sideways at Hise, who waited quietly for him to wake up, his eyes from last night's crying were red and swollen, and his voice could barely keep from cracking. Lin Ran carefully touched his swollen eyes and said, "So silly." Hise tried to force a smile. I know nothing. Lin Ran smiled brightly as he gazed at the rising sun on the horizon. Hise nodded. The wind was too strong last night, Roran might not have heard clearly, so let's not think about it anymore. Alright, do whatever you want, and I'll be with you. I'll listen to Roran. Lin Ran looked up and tried to feel the warmth of the sunlight. He smiled, "It's so beautiful." Hise reached out to support Lin Ran's slightly trembling left hand, but the bandage barely brushed against his fingertips. With a clang, Lin Ran's hand slid off his wrist and fell heavily to the ground. Crack. A faint sound of something breaking reached their ears. Hise stared in panic, his eyes slowly moving to Lin Ran's hand. The jade bracelet had split open along a seam, glowing eerily black under the sunlight. Roran. Hise opened his mouth, using all his strength just to call out his name. Lin Ran lay weakly in Hise's arms, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, staining his pristine white shirt drop by drop. Bzz bzz bzz. The old steward was woken by the phone, startled, jumping up from the stone bench. He rubbed his sore eyes, checking the caller ID before answering. Su assistant, Uncle Wang, there's news from the hospital. Dr. Leo wants us to bring Mr. Lin back immediately. Incorrect data has come out, and the clinical trial is resuming. If everything goes well, the latest medication will be developed within this week. Before the old steward could share the great news, he turned around and saw Hise running towards them, holding Lin Ran unsteadily. Caught off guard, the old steward rushed over. As if knowing they were there all along, Hise showed no surprise, only urgent concern, saying, "Back to the hospital." In the car, the old steward watched the young master, whose heart seemed utterly desolate, and couldn't help speaking up, "Don't worry too much, things are gradually improving. Mr. Lin will be fine, good people always receive divine blessings. You all stayed up all night, thank you for your hard work." Hise's voice was hoarse, low, and powerless. "It's my duty. We won't do anything reckless. At least until the very end, I won't take such foolish actions. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll wait." There will be hope. Hise lowered his head, looking at Lin Ran in his arms, pale as death, and made an effort to appear relaxed. He said, "He has only asked me for two things. Once, he wanted to see my concert, and another time, he wanted to see the sunrise. Regret, once is enough." Chapter 117, Everyone is avoiding him. Hospital. Hise was unusually calm, sitting motionless in the corner, his hands holding the bracelet that had cracked from being dropped. Grandpa he sat by his side, worry etched on his face. His gaze would often fall on his silent grandson. This apparent calm was making everyone extremely uneasy. Ran knows, and she will be very sad. Hise suddenly broke the silence in the hallway as he stared at the crack. Grandpa he understood what he implied and hurriedly said, "I'll have someone prepare an identical bracelet immediately." "Is this appropriate?" Hise turned his head toward his grandfather who spoke impulsively. "Though it may not be quite right, comforting the patient's emotions is crucial. Moreover, my intention in giving him this bracelet was for his peace of mind. If we've gone against this purpose, we need to stop the loss promptly. They say broken jade wards off disasters, could this be destiny?" Hise's eyes were filled with tears, as if this was their last straw of hope, and grandmother in heaven was truly protecting Ran well for him. Grandpa he nodded rapidly, "What little Je says makes sense. Your grandmother used to always say that jade has human nature. If it breaks one day, it's because it silently took a disaster for you. We should go to the temple to repay our vows." Just then, the tightly closed operating room door opened from within. Dr. Leo walked briskly over. "He'll need to be carefully observed in the ICU for the next few days and won't be coming out temporarily." With trembling legs, Hise stood up, "Can I go in and stay with him?" Dr. Leo hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, "Your hand needs to be treated again by a nurse shortly." "I'm fine, no need. It's not about you. If you go in like this and start bleeding, it could create more bacteria, which isn't good for his recovery." Hise obediently followed the nurse into the cleaning room. Grandpa he subtly hinted to the doctor, and the two left front and back. "Will he die?" Grandpa he asked bluntly. "The situation is indeed not good currently. His body is too weak. The chemotherapy schedule keeps getting delayed, and there are signs of cancer cell spreading. If the drug trial can't pass." Dr. Leo trailed off, though everyone already knew the unsaid half-sentence clearly. Afterwards, Hise changed into clean sterilized clothes and was led into the monitoring room by a nurse. It was very quiet inside the monitoring room, only the sound of orderly equipment could be heard around. Hise walked very slowly, not daring to rush. He was afraid even the slightest disturbance could wake up the fragile doll lying on the bed. Lin Ran's complexion wasn't too bad, just a bit paler than the average person. Hise squatted by the bed, gently touching Lin Ran's fingers with his hand wrapped in bandages. "Don't be afraid, Ran. Everything will be better when you wake up." Day after day passed. Hise was like a stone waiting for her husband, waiting from sunrise to sunset, and was finally granted 30 minutes of grace to enter the monitoring room properly dressed. Lin Ran's complexion became worse every day. From the initial slight pallor, it gradually turned grayish. Hise could feel that the carefully nurtured flower was gradually withering step by step. No matter how hard he tried to water it and fertilize it, its roots seemed to be damaged. No matter how much he tried to turn things around, all he could do was watch helplessly as the petals fell. Dr. Leo seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, and everyone was avoiding him, probably fearing that he might ask questions. Every person avoided seeing him. At first, Hise would visit the office 4 or 5 times a day, then once a day, and now he quietly stayed outside the monitoring room, eagerly waiting for the nurse to lead him in. During this week, he didn't leave a single step, eating, drinking, and everything else outside. The usually bright and shiny superstar had turned into a disheveled bearded wanderer. Green Forest Bandit Super Talk. Was that video part of a drama? Why did brother he end up like that? Not filming a drama. It's at the hospital. Ronbao's condition is really bad. I heard he's been in the ICU for a long time, and he has been guarding outside all the while, sigh. Since the end of the variety show, there has been no news about both of them. I'd rather not hear any news than to see bad news as soon as I open the Super Talk. My aunt is a nurse at Cheng'an Hospital. These past few days, they have been having meetings daily. Cheng'an has almost invited all experts from across the country, but none of them came up with a complete treatment plan. It's a tough case. Didn't he have surgery and chemotherapy already? Why did his condition suddenly worsen? I am a little scared. Seeing brother he like this, I'm afraid. Although the video in the Super Talk was instantly deleted, it had already been screen capped and saved due to Hise's popularity, and appeared on the square in the next moment. It even didn't take 10 minutes to be brushed onto the hot search. Hise, with messy hair and dirty face, sat on the chair. He probably hadn't taken care of himself for days, from head to toe he was unkempt. The wig on his head was also messy and looked like it could fall off at any time. The comments section initially mocked him for being so unbothered by his image as a public figure. However, as more pictures were released, these jeers gradually faded away. I am just a small account. Last week, while camping and stargazing in the northwest area of Wutong Mountain, I coincidentally took 2 photos that touched me deeply. Picture. The first photo showed 2 teenagers snuggling together. Their heads close together as if they were whispering secrets to each other. The scene was very beautiful, with stars and moons flickering and evening winds rustling. However, the second photo drastically changed tone. Under the high-definition lens, Hise's despair and helplessness were clearly visible in his eyes. It was as if he were a child who had lost his most precious thing, crying out loud and venting his sorrow freely. Lin Ran tenderly held his face, caressing every inch of his beloved skin with reluctance as if bidding farewell. It seemed as if he wanted to engrave every feature into his heart, filled with regret and unwillingness. Yanjing Qin family. Grandpa Li hastily packed his things and just went downstairs when Shen Ning walked over from the sofa. Grandpa, I saw the news. Are you going to Hucheng? Shen Ning asked. That child had a major bleeding this morning, and the situation is bad. There's nothing much here on my side, so don't fly around these days, it's too tiring. I will do my best, and you should rest well. Remember to let Qin Jiu take you for a recheck in a few days. Brother Jiu remembers. Shen Ning escorted the elder out of the mansion. Before leaving, Grandpa Li couldn't help but check Shen Ning's pulse again. If you're uncomfortable, tell me. The previous surgery wasn't smooth either. If it recurs, it will be dangerous, do you understand? I understand. Grandpa, treat that child well. Brother Jiu is with me. Don't see me off, go back quickly. These 2 days, the late summer heat is intense, can't withstand the heat. Shen Ning stood at the door, watching the elder leave. Buzz buzz buzz. Shen Ning just returned home when his phone started making noise. Jiangli, Ningning, shall we meet today? Chapter 118, I am a married man. Shanghai. Hise was woken up by a series of footsteps. He hadn't even had time to clearly see what was going on when he instinctively followed the group of medical staff rushing towards the door of the intensive care unit. With great anxiety, he looked at them, attempting to obtain some information about the situation inside from their words. "Oh sir, please don't panic. Please come with me," a young nurse stopped Hise who was about to rush in immediately. Hise stretched his neck trying to see inside while tiptoeing. What's happening? Why is everyone rushing here? The director said the patient has awakened and is undergoing examination. The nurse explained. Upon hearing this, Hise's initial concern turned into joy, and disregarding any social boundaries, he grabbed the nurse's arm. Did Ran wake up? The nurse nodded. The director asked me to lead you to wash up before I take you in. I'll do it now. After hesitating for a moment, Hise obediently followed the nurse into the washing room. If he showed up in front of Lin Ran like this, it would certainly give him a shock. Inside the intensive care unit, Lin Ran was striving hard to remain conscious. Exhausted after being examined and questioned by 2 consecutive teams, all the strength he'd barely managed to recover was drained. But he still hadn't seen the person he most wanted to see. He couldn't sleep yet. After going through several layers of disinfection, Hisei finally entered the ICU as desired. The doctors finished the examination and left one by one. Hisei walked to the bedside and tightly gripped Lin Rant's cold right hand as if holding a treasure. Because of the many needles he had endured over these days, there were large patches of bruising on the back of his hands. Hisei held up his hand tenderly. Ran. Lin Ran noticed his already untied hands, realizing that this time he must have been unconscious for a long period. Hisei called out softly again, Ran. Lin Ran didn't have the strength to speak but lightly moved his fingers as a response. Hisei felt immense relief. It's good that you've awakened, Ran will be fine. Lin Ran blinked his eyes, seemingly sensing some reassurance, and could finally allow himself to fall asleep again. Hisei no longer spoke and crouched beside the bed as usual, watching him sleep intently until the visiting hours ended, then left reluctantly. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but Lin Ran's condition was improving day by day, and his moments of consciousness were gradually lengthening. Dr. Leo also didn't avoid him as much as before. Occasionally, he would pass by Hisei with a proud look, as if deliberately inviting Hisei to ask him questions. However, Hisei strangely stayed silent, though not as messy as the previous few days. Every morning, he washed up early and let his assistant deliver a large box of clothes, styling himself differently each day. Even though after putting on sterile clothes, no one appreciated his carefully dressed appearance, he continued changing outfits daily, resembling an open peacock displaying his feathers. Unable to bear it any longer, Dr. Leo, observing Hisei grooming himself once again, frowned deeply and asked, "Are you preparing to go on a blind date?" Hisei scrutinized his appearance in the mirror thoroughly and shook his head. "I need to take good care of myself. Ran primarily chose my face, so I can't give him a chance to look at other dogs." Dr. Leo. Satisfied, Hisei nodded. Still handsome, Ran should temporarily not look at other dogs. Dr. Leo took a deep breath. "Is there nothing you want to ask me? It's not like I'm blind, I can see how well Ran's condition is progressing." Dr. Leo was surprised. "I haven't said anything yet. You changed the medicine these past few days, it seems there's some news from the lab, right?" Dr. Leo raised an eyebrow. "You already know." "I don't know what new medicine you used, but I see that Ran's condition is getting better. Indeed, there have been significant improvements recently. The reason we didn't tell you was because Lin Ran requested us to keep it secret temporarily." Hisei was puzzled. Ran doesn't want you to tell me?" "Yeah." "Why?" "Because this drug hasn't been tested on humans yet. We don't know what the final outcome will be." Before he could finish speaking, Hisei grabbed the collar of Dr. Leo's shirt with disbelief in his eyes. "What did you say?" "Lin Ran signed an agreement with us voluntarily requesting the experiment. Time was too short, there wasn't enough time for the last test, so we had no choice but to treat it as a last-ditch attempt." Hisei released his grip on him and suddenly felt weak. Supporting himself with both hands on his knees, he said fearfully, "So now it has succeeded, right?" Dr. Leo patted his chest. "If it hadn't succeeded, I wouldn't have dared to show my face before you." Hisei let out a sigh of relief but still worriedly asked, "Will there be any side effects?" Time was too short to see if there will be any subsequent side effects, but the current situation is great. Hisei didn't dare to let down his guard. "When will we know whether the experiment has succeeded or failed?" "In 2 more days, we can declare success." Dr. Leo opened his arms wide as if wanting to give him an affectionate hug. Hisei instinctively took 2 steps back. "I am a married man." Dr. Leo clicked his tongue disapprovingly. "All right then, once the patient gets better, we'll do a much warmer embrace." Hisei shot him a glare despite being saved by him. He's also a married man. ICU. Lin Ran was focused on staring at the entrance and exit. According to their usual schedule, his as should have appeared by now. A nurse with a sweet smile entered carrying medication and cheerfully hung the fluids up. He is still in the process of disinfection, he'll come in soon." Lin Ran turned his head, making eye contact. "Are you a fan of Hisei?" "I'm a Green Forest hero." The nurse's eyes sparkled. Heaven only knows how hard she restrained herself from rushing over and hugging her precious baby. Lin Ran looked paler but incredibly beautiful. Although seriously ill, he didn't look sick at all. His bright eyes became even more dazzling as his health improved. Hisei must eat really well. Lin Ran found this CP name embarrassingly awkward, and when he felt better, he would definitely think of a more civilized and cute one. "I'm scared to speak in our WeChat group. The girls pray every day for Ran Bao to get well soon." Thank you all. I'll work hard to recover." The nurse sneaked a glance at the door and leaned down close to Lin Ran's ear, whispering softly, he and Ran Bao forever and always. You two are the perfect match made in heaven." Lin Ran chuckled at hearing this. "I heard that." The nurse blushed with embarrassment and quickly gathered the 4 equipment, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Lin Ran called her back. "I don't have my phone with me, could you please help me send a message to our fans? Thank them for their blessings and patience. That postponed concert, it's my gift, it's Hisei's, it's our way to express gratitude to everyone. When I recover, we'll sing it for all of you." Chapter 119, Restarting the Concert. Hisei successfully entered the intensive care unit. As usual, he first pinched Lin Ran's small hand, then his little face, and only after repeatedly confirming that the person in front of him was real did he sit down beside the bed with ease. Lin Ran didn't rush, he let Hizay poke and prod at will. Dr. Leo said you can be discharged from ICU in another 2 days. Hizay tightly held his hand. The daily visiting time was limited, so he had to make full use of every second to be close to his beloved. Lin Ran lowered his head, his fingertips gently rubbing the scar on the palm of Hizay's hand. Although the wound had healed, the scar was long and deep. Every time he thought about the intense drama of that day, his heart ached faintly. Hizay, sensing his emotional change, quickly said, "After we're busy with all this, I'll go to a plastic surgery hospital for repair. I promise there won't be a trace left. You almost lost half your palm." Lin Ran spread his palm open, carefully examining the scar. Hizay turned his hand over and grasped Lin Ran's. "I know what I'm doing. What about that woman? My grandfather will handle it. She won't have another chance to harm anyone." Lin Ran hesitated to say something. Hizay smiled gently. Ran, you can ask me anything straight out. Will your father make things difficult for you? What gives him the right to make things difficult for me? If he had eyes to see clearly and discern people properly, wouldn't he have avoided being deceived for so many years? It's his own fault. Is that child really not your brother? Hizay nodded. I'm not depraved enough to forge something like that. In the current situation, does your father still want him? Ran, you don't need to worry or ask about this matter. He's only a few years old. He might not even understand what happened between his parents. Ran. The year my parents divorced, they abandoned me too. No one wanted me. Hizay sighed deeply and tenderly hugged him. Ran, don't worry. I've arranged a good place for him. Before he reaches adulthood, I'll take care of his food, clothing, and shelter. Once he grows up and has his own judgment, he can decide his own future. I won't interfere. Lin Ran wrapped his arms around Hizay's waist and buried his whole head in the other's chest. Fool, Hizay smoothed the small of his back. As long as you get better, I can reconcile with all the hatred in the world. Outside the ward. Grandpa he stood expressionless, glaring at his uninvited son. In just half a month, He Fengqing seemed to have aged decades, looking even more haggard than Grandpa he himself. What are you doing here? Grandpa he asked. Where is Zhou Mei? Humph, what do you want with her? He Fengqing gritted his teeth. I still can't believe she would deceive me. Grandpa he scoffed, she's not just deceiving you, it was attempted murder. She was driven to it by you all, He Fengqing argued. Looking at his incomprehensible son, Grandpa he couldn't help but lash out with his cane on his son's back. Get out of here immediately. Zhou Mei was just confused temporarily. She isn't that kind of woman. She wouldn't deceive me, nor could she deceive me. Can't you even figure out whether you can reproduce yourself? Grandpa he tore the veil off completely. At that moment, He Fengqing fell silent like an eggplant hit by frost. Grandpa he, breathing heavily, seethed with anger, the test results were already sent to me. This is our family's retribution. He Fengqing shook his head. He wasn't quite sure why he had come to the hospital today either. Did he truly want to see Zhou Mei, or was it to refute that report? As long as the child was his, he'd still be considered a healthy man. But his disguise was stripped away, turning his delusions into a joke. Supporting himself against the wall, Grandpa he's body trembled slightly. If you want to be blind and deaf, I won't stop you. But you have no right to command me on how to act. I won't let Zhou Mei go unpunished. Dad. Don't show your face around here again. You only have one son now. If you don't want to end up alone in old age, control those frivolous thoughts of yours. He Xiao is my son. Grandpa he looked at the stubborn guy with nothing but disappointment and frustration, raising the stick again and chasing after him. Stumbling, He Fengqing fell to the ground. Before he could react, he received several blows to the head. Dad, stop hitting me. Grandpa he didn't cease his actions. Ghostly cries for mercy filled the entire corridor. Just as Hizay came out of the intensive care unit, he saw his grandfather beating someone like a wet dog. Rushing forward in quick strides, he hurriedly blocked the angry elder. Grandpa he violently threw the stick. Whack! The stick crashed directly onto He Fengqing's forehead. He Fengqing saw black before his eyes and fell backward unconscious. Hizay was breathing heavily, confused about the situation. Grandpa, why are you hitting each other? Grandpa he was equally out of breath, this damn fool. I've wanted to give him a lesson for a long time now. With all these scandalous things he's done, not only does he not know to behave himself, but he also dares to come grovel in front of me. Hizay was completely puzzled. Grandpa, please calm down. Grandpa he sat back in his chair and gestured for the steward who had retreated far away. The old steward cautiously approached. Sir. Take him away from me, don't let him show his face in front of me again. Throw him as far away as possible, he's an ungrateful bastard. Hizay didn't stop it, just coldly watched as 4 men carried He Fengqing out of the hospital, limb by limb. Night fell, and the city lights lit up. Hizay's studio announced that the concert would be restarted and brazenly posted an exclusive guest invitation, Lin Ran. The latest poster even overshadowed the main event by placing Lin Ran in front of Hizay, leaving uninformed people possibly thinking it was Lin Ran's concert instead. As expected, many fans rushed into the comments section, ready for what they assumed was about to happen according to standard industry operations, a furious clash between exclusive fans questioning the studio if they were faking a CP relationship. Otherwise, how could such an absurd poster exist? But the jokesters found no sign of the usual fan wars. After the announcement, every single top comment was filled with sincere anticipation, and some had even edited a halo around Hise's shaved head picture, then worshipped and celebrated after securing their tickets. When Hise saw the meme, he quickly scrolled through the comments, worried that someone might troll his beloved's bald head photo. Fortunately, his fans were just as double-standard famous as he was, and none dared touch his beloved's image. "What has got you so amused on your phone?" Lin Ran asked from the bedside, stretching his neck. Seeing the big guy rummage through clothes without saying anything for quite a while, he finally inquired. Hise handed over the phone. Ran, look, they're teasing me." Lin Ran quickly swiped through the comment section, filled solely with boiled egg memes. He tried his best not to laugh, seriously replying, "As head is really round, and it's glowing too." Hise. Chapter 120, He Family's Wealth. Hise thought this was not a compliment, but when it came out of the mouth of his darling, it became the sweetest love words under heaven and earth. "Azay, my shoes." Lin Ran shifted his attention, legs crossed high up. Hise couldn't help but chuckle as he pulled out the bunny ear slippers. In October, the weather had already turned somewhat chilly. Hise wrapped Lin Ran head to toe in a thick blanket before confidently holding him and sitting him on the wheelchair. Lin Ran hadn't been outside for nearly a month. It felt like he had slept for a long time, only to wake up and find summer already gone. Autumn winds swirled through the courtyard. Lin Ran was settled in the chair, perhaps confined indoors for too long. Stepping outside gave him an almost surreal feeling. Ran, wait for me a moment. The wind is strong today, I have to go fetch another blanket." Hise carefully tucked Lin Ran's hands inside the blanket. Lin Ran nodded, "I'll wait for you." A gentle breeze blew as the sun shone brightly. Lin Ran closed his eyes, contentedly inhaling the faint floral scent in the air. "Is that Ran Bao?" A cautious girl's voice sounded from Lin Ran's right side. Startled, Lin Ran opened his eyes, and their gaze locked, both showing surprise. The girl suddenly realized her rudeness and apologized. "I'm sorry, did I disturb you?" Stunned, Lin Ran looked at the girl's hospital gown, recognizing she must be unwell and they met by chance. He nodded. "Do you know me?" "I really admire you." "Thank you." They seemed unfamiliar with each other, simple pleasantries exchanged followed by silence. The girl didn't dare to disturb more, yet meeting her idol made her momentarily lose control. She stood frozen before the chair. Lin Ran coughed lightly. "Do you want an autograph?" "May I have one?" The girl fumbled anxiously through her pockets. Lin Ran smiled. "Of course you can." Unable to find pen or paper, the girl hurriedly said, "Ran Bao, could you wait for me? I'll get a pen." "Sure, I can't walk anyway." "Take your time there and back, I won't leave for now." The girl sprinted back into the hospital building with a spry figure that belied any illness. Lin Ran chuckled wryly, shaking his head, worried about her running so fast without thinking if she might fall. Not long after, Hise returned quickly, surprised to see his beloved surrounded by a throng. "Everyone, please don't rush, we will all take turns." Lin Ran saw the chaotic scene, fearing the young ladies would harm each other. Hise swiftly broke through the crowd, immediately spotting the beads of sweat dropping from Lin Ran's forehead. Without hesitation, he yelled, "Step back." His shout startled everyone into reflexively retreating a step. Heartbroken, Hise tightly held Lin Ran's slightly trembling right hand, eyebrows furrowing as he scolded, "His body hasn't fully recovered. Please don't gather around here." The girls glanced at each other, gradually regaining rationality. One by one, the crowd dispersed. Hise gently massaged Lin Ran's wrist. "Why didn't you refuse?" "I didn't expect so many people to recognize me." Lin Ran smiled. "It seems many people do like me. Our Ran deserves to be liked by everyone." Hise lifted him into his arms. "This place isn't safe. Let's change to somewhere quieter." Blushing, Lin Ran hid his face in his arms. "They're still watching. They will eventually get used to our way of interacting. I can walk myself. It's because I want to carry you." Lin Ran pressed his lips together, frowning. "Azay, you weren't this clingy before. Then who do you prefer? The previous me or the present me?" Smiling against Hise's shoulder, Lin Ran responded cheerfully, "I like you, whether the past you or the current you." Time quietly slipped away. Lin Ran's third phase of chemotherapy ended nearing November. Shanghai's temperature plummeted sharply, seemingly slipping into winter overnight. At the He family mansion, the temperature setting was higher than usual years. In the living room, the two sat cross-legged on soft cushions, the surrounding silence so deep even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was Lin Ran's first attempt at playing Go, Weiqi. Following the method passed down by Grandpa He surveyed the entire board and tentatively placed a black stone. Grandpa He, observing where Lin Ran placed the stone, said seriously, "Very good, much smarter than that confused boy. This single stone has blocked all my possible moves." Surprised, Lin Ran realized he accidentally broke the deadlock. The old butler standing by chimed in, "Oh my, young Master Ran must be a genius who understands everything at first sight, right? Without at least 10 years of chess skill, one wouldn't be able to find the key move that breaks the deadlock." Grandpa he cast a sidelong glance at the garrulous butler. "You're exaggerating too much." Lin Ran couldn't believe it, "Am I really this good? I didn't know where to go, so I just placed it randomly. 70% heaven's will, 30% human effort. This shows that our little Ran has great luck and blessed fortune," the old butler continued with his eyes closed, praising him. "Does that mean I won?" Lin Ran asked seriously as he looked at the two elders. Little Ran won. There's no way Grandpa could turn the situation around. "It's simply a total defeat," said the butler as he began folding up the whole chess set. The old man glared at the butler who always talked nonsense with wide open eyes, warning him in a low voice, "Don't go overboard. How am I supposed to cover for you later?" "The game is your decision, and so is its win or loss," the butler replied as he organized the chess pieces. "Grandpa, shall we play again? This game is really interesting." Lin Ran eagerly looked into the elder's eyes. The old man immediately became kind-hearted and said, "This time I won't give any handicaps. It's clear that little Ran has talent. I'll have to take this seriously." Lin Ran made the first move. After 2 steps, the old man noticed an intense gaze being fixed on him from above. The butler was making all sorts of random hand signals. Clutching his teeth, the old man thought, "Do you think you can make demands on me when you're just trying to please the child? Who in this family is actually in charge? Grandpa, did I place this piece incorrectly?" Lin Ran was still a bit unclear about the rules. The old man smiled, lifting his head and complimenting Lin Ran instantly, "Not at all. This is another brilliant move. One piece changes the fate. My situation has been sealed once again." Lin Ran's eyes widened, "I've won again. But I saw. Young Master Ran is truly formidable, having won 2 consecutive rounds so quickly. Sir you must give out some rewards." The butler wiped away the entire chess setup. "Let me think about what reward to give." With a smiling face, the old man pulled a box out of his pocket. Lin Ran accepted it with both hands. "Is this for me? Open it and see if you like it." Lin Ran opened the box, finding a key inside, which seemed quite ancient. "This is the private vault key of Zay's grandmother, filled with wealth that could rival that of a nation. It could buy the entire Shanghai city. Starting today, it's yours. Congratulations to He family's new matriarch." Chapter 121, the grand finale. Lin Ran was still in a daze as he returned to his room. He sat rigidly on the chair, repeatedly rubbing the old key in his hand. How much would it cost to buy Shanghai? What did the old man mean by that? Was he so nonchalantly handing over the He family's wealth to an outsider? It couldn't be accepted. It shouldn't be accepted. Lin Ran stood up abruptly with excitement but stumbled and fell back onto the sofa. His right hand tightly gripped the armrest of the sofa while his left clutched the key. His vision flickered between light and dark as he struggled for several minutes to calm his erratic emotions. Ran. Zay opened the door and immediately saw Lin Ran swaying precariously on the sofa. Lin Ran looked up bewildered upon hearing the voice, "A's." Zay rushed forward, "What's wrong, Ran?" Lin Ran showed him his palm, "The old man gave me this." At first, Zay didn't recognize what it was and asked curiously, "Why did he give you this key? Does he want to buy you a house? Do we need his help when we have plenty of houses already? You can live wherever you want." Lin Ran shook his head, motioning for him to take a closer look. Zay took the key and carefully examined it multiple times. Suddenly, his expression became serious. Wasn't this the warehouse key that Zhou may have been longing for all these years? He remembered his mother talking about how grandma brought an entire shipload of precious antiques and jewelry when she married into the family, every single piece priceless. The original plan was to pass the key to his mother when he turned 18, but unfortunately, his mother passed away before that day arrived. Zay hesitated after confirming the authenticity of the key. Then he said, "Grandpa gave you this? You return it for me to the old man. This is too valuable. I cannot accept it." Zay looked at his beloved's pale face, understanding the weight of the gift. "You stay here, I'll be right back." Zay packed the key back into the wooden box and left. Lin Ran felt relieved once he took it. Grandpa he was enjoying music in his room, surrounded by swirling tea fragrance, seemingly in high spirits. Occasionally, he would hum along to the melody. Knock knock knock. "Come in." Zay entered the room. Grandpa he pointed to the seat opposite, "When did you come back?" Zay placed the wooden box on the table, "You can take it back. This isn't meant for you." Grandpa he raised his head, locking eyes with him. "I understand your intention, but Ran's health. Do you not want to marry him?" Zay almost bit his tongue out of shock from the abrupt question. Grandpa he picked up his teacup, taking a small sip. "Your father's generation has failed. I can only pin my hopes on you." Zay obediently sat down in his seat, ready to listen attentively. Grandpa he glanced at him, continuing, "Since you two are going to get married, naturally, he will become the male head of the He family. Isn't it only fitting that you give him such items? Or have you never considered giving him an identity?" I haven't. So isn't that right? By giving him this key, I'm not handing over the He family to him. I'm handing you over to him. As Jose left the study, he clutched even tighter onto the wooden box. Your parents' marriage was one based on equal social standing, yet it didn't end well. I hope that your future won't leave regrets behind. In the eyes of outsiders, this relationship might be unacceptable, but if even your closest relatives don't understand, I believe that would be cruel. Xiaojia, life is the road you've chosen. All I can do is support you as much as I can. Fear no criticism, fear no convention. Pursue what you wish to pursue, love who you wish to love. Lin Ran rested against the sofa, hurriedly standing up upon hearing the door open. Jose frowned. Are you still dizzy? Lin Ran's gaze fell on the wooden box in his left hand. Why didn't you return it? Jose helped him sit back down again. Grandpa said, if you don't want it, you can just throw it away. Lin Ran. Jose exaggerated further. Once he gives something away, there's no taking it back. If you don't like it, you can just open the window and toss it outside. That's impossible. Lin Ran furrowed his brows, his forehead creased deeply. I'll talk to Grandpa. Jose hugged him close. This is our He family dowry. Are you really refusing it? Lin Ran stopped his movements. What dowry? Jose leaned close to his ear, deliberately lowering his voice. Our wedding dowry. Lin Ran instinctively shrank his neck under the intensity of the other's hot breath, like a feather brushing against his eardrum, sending tingles down his spine. The moment the words escaped his lips, Lin Ran's face turned beet red in an instant, and he half-heartedly pushed Jose's head away, muttering, talk properly. Jose stood firm, smiling as he said, does Ran Ran not want to marry me? Lin Ran averted his gaze, too flustered to even look at him, and he was completely flushed. In Jose's eyes, this sight was nothing less than a succulent peach ready to be savored, so sweet it couldn't be resisted. Instead of answering directly, Lin Ran nodded almost imperceptibly. Jose, pretending he hadn't noticed a thing, pressed on, is Ran Ran dissatisfied with my wedding dowry? Is that why you're returning it? It's not that, Lin Ran retorted. But you returned it. Without another thought, Lin Ran impulsively snatched the dowry back and declared, I'm not returning it. So does that mean Ran Ran agrees to marry me? Lin Ran froze in place, staring unblinkingly at Jose, who was merely inches away from him. A grin played on Jose's lips, radiating pure delight and smugness. He asked playfully, does Ran Ran's silence mean you agree or disagree? Now that the dowry has been accepted, surely you must agree. Not only had Lin Ran turned crimson, he felt like he was boiling from within. If placed in water now, he suspected steam would start bubbling off him. This storyline felt like it had spun out of control. How did they suddenly get engaged? Jose clasped Lin Ran's burning hands and pressed on confidently, now the whole world knows I am devoted to Lin Ran. They're all waiting for our wedding candy. Ran Ran cares so much about fans, you wouldn't disappoint them, right? Lin Ran hung his head low and gave a soft affirmative hum. Pretending not to hear clearly, Jose leaned closer, asking again, did Ran Ran just answer me? Does Ran Ran agree then? I've accepted this. Lin Ran shook the item lightly in his hand. But Jose deliberately misinterpreted, so accepting this means agreeing to my proposal? Lin Ran bit his lower lip and turned his head away without responding. But isn't this proposal a bit hasty? Jose hesitated momentarily before adding, it shouldn't count. Startled, Lin Ran quickly raised his head, adopting a serious tone, it absolutely counts. A man should always keep his word. Jose, amused by Lin Ran's urgency, chuckled, if Ran Ran insists that it counts, then it absolutely counts. Realizing what he'd said, Lin Ran shyly turned around and pouted, murmuring, you're teasing me on purpose. Jose, fearing he might upset Lin Ran, reassured him, how could I dare tease Ran Ran? These are my sincerest words, I've been eagerly waiting day and night to finally be together. Lin Ran turned back, brimming with countless emotions but ultimately choosing silence. Instead, he leaned in and kissed Jose softly on the lips. He felt no amount of words could truly express the deep affection swirling inside him. Only this uncontrollable kiss could convey the tumultuous love coursing through his heart. By the end of December, concert tickets went on sale. Since appearing on the variety show, Big Brother, Jose had ceased all business activities and stayed out of the public eye for nearly 3 months. Everyone assumed he'd lost popularity. In this fickle entertainment industry, idol stars were abundant, anyone remotely attractive could be signed and marketed to gain a quick fanbase. After being absent for 3 months, the restart of his concert sparked both anticipation and skepticism. The entire entertainment circle predicted doom for Jose's comeback, including even his own fanbase, which grew increasingly uneasy. Previously, his concerts would sell out instantly. But if today's sales didn't follow suit, everyone knew how marketing accounts would mock Jose as over the hill. The ticketing site entered a 10-second countdown, and many hardcore fans had prepared to clear the inventory immediately, determined not to let others laugh at their idol. As the countdown ended, the web page abruptly froze, displaying loading. Who's the idiot telling me Jose doesn't have any traffic? Why is the website crashing? Before, I at least got sold out with a waiting list message. Now, do I not even deserve to join the wait list? Brother, please don't let me lose face like this. You haven't done any promotions for 3 months, and we barely convinced the company to give you this concert. Can y'all stop buying tickets? I'm a college student, I need my chance. I've failed to grab tickets so many times already, but I never expected something worse. I can't even access the page. At Ran Ran is shining, knowing my brother has such high popularity, I regret attempting to snatch tickets this time. Brother's such a scoundrel, Ran Bao, let's ignore him and have fun with sister instead, she'll chase after you willingly, no fighting needed. Ran Bao, I have a ticket, but I can't give it to you. I'm afraid if you go and see him, you might run off with him. So many people are chasing after brother he, but not like me, only I am after Ran Bao. Lin Ran turned beet red as he put his phone down. He had originally planned to tease Hizay, but unexpectedly ended up becoming the teased one. These young girls' sweet words came one after another, even making Lin Ran, a burly man at 182 centimeters, all flushed in the face. This comment section was something he absolutely couldn't look at. The day before the concert, Hizay went to Sioux City ahead of time. Before leaving, he deliberately released his itinerary, publicly informing everyone about his plans for the next 2 days. After this schedule was made public, everyone assumed that the two would arrive separately. Late at night, the stadium was undergoing an emergency light test. Hizay, dressed in a simple white shirt, sat in the front row, fully focused on the staff's positioning. Next to him sat a heavily masked figure, and the two occasionally whispered to each other. Lin Ran didn't know when exactly he arrived in Sioux City, it seemed like he just suddenly appeared, catching everyone off guard. Even when pictures were exposed on the Super Topic page, fans thought they might be digitally altered. Hizay smilingly adjusted his beloved's mask, we're almost done here. Should I ask Uncle Nan to take you back to the hotel? Do you still need to rehearse again? Lin Ran looked around at the setup, which had already finished the first rehearsal, but the staff were still building stands. The concert would start tomorrow, and the scene wasn't yet completely set up. Hizay nodded, we added some new elements. I'll try them out first. During tomorrow afternoon's final rehearsal, you can come and check it. Lin Ran stood up, then I'll wait for you back at the hotel. Don't wait up. You shouldn't stay up late, wash up and sleep well once you get back. Hizay gently rubbed his little head affectionately. When Li Nan met this small master, he almost wanted to kneel before these two live fathers. Feel free to have your high-profile relationship without worrying about me, I'm strong, I won't die. As the car drove out of the venue, Lin Ran truly experienced what real traffic meant. Back then, the supporters outside the TV station were actually more reserved, while now this endless crowd really showcased the top-tier star treatment. Li Nan pinched his nose, thinking he wasn't underestimating Hizay's influence, it's just that he underestimated Lin Ran's popularity. Can't we move anymore? Lin Ran looked at the stationary car, fans were probably very excited and surrounded them tightly. Maybe we need to wait a bit, security is being arranged. Lin Ran lowered the car window. Li Nan quickly said, Ancestor, there are too many people outside, it's unsafe. As soon as Lin Ran appeared, the external noise immediately erupted into a tidal wave of screams, drawing even more fervent responses from the fans. Hizay is still rehearsing, everyone calm down. You'll see him tomorrow. Our dear, we've come to see you, one girl's voice was so sharp it overwhelmed all others despite the bustling square. Lin Ran paused momentarily, clearly not expecting himself to steal Hizay's spotlight. He quietly muttered, it's Hizay's concert. We'll take a look at him as well, the girl continued. Lin Ran felt awkward because of her reply, thank you for liking me, Hizay is going to release a new single soon, it's very good sounding, available at midnight on the 17th across all platforms. Li Nan. Audience. Lin Ran thought he wasn't promoting enough and continued, don't put the song on repeat, include the one he released a few months ago, and do dual repeat to improve data. Li Nan couldn't help but drag Lin Ran back inside the car, Ancestor, they know how to rank the songs, no need for us to teach them step by step. Lin Ran nodded contentedly, that's good, as soon as the new song releases, we must occupy every music chart right away. Li Nan massaged his forehead, no wonder they were a pair, they both were love-struck. The next day, the last rehearsal began. Lin Ran stood in the center. Although he was the only guest performer throughout the entire concert, he could only perform one song due to still recuperating, as allowed by Hizay. Soft lights fell upon him gently, and he gazed at the audience area below, imagining that through those empty seats, he saw an endless sea of supporters cheering on. Hizay silently stared at his shining treasure on stage, slowly moving his gaze upwards until it finally rested on the ribbon suspended midair. He seemed to have anticipated seeing his beloved glittering amidst a sea of applause. At 6 p.m., the audience started entering. Ah, I'm so excited. I heard there will be a special segment today. Is Hizay going to perform his new song live? Why do I feel like this special segment is related to Lin Ran? Maybe it's a marriage proposal, hahaha. In the backstage of the theater, Lin Ran was changing his clothes. Brother Ran, this is the outfit Brother Zay asked me to give you. Make sure to wear this set when you go on stage. Assistant Xiao Wang walked in with a suit box. Lin Ran questioned, didn't we prepare the costumes already? Why the sudden change? The occasion today calls for something more formal. Brother Zay specially prepared this custom-made suit for you. Lin Ran opened the gift box. Though unfamiliar with the brand, both the craftsmanship and material clearly indicated it was high-end tailoring. Wooing out on stage dressed like this be too lavish? Lin Ran hesitated for a moment but obediently changed into the new suit. As the music started playing outside, the concert officially began. Lin Ran was all dressed up. The moment he pushed open the dressing room door, a staff member blocked his way. The staff member gave him a bouquet of flowers with a warm smile, "Prepared for you by Brothers A." Lin Ran understood that these flowers were meant for him to present on stage. He nodded in agreement, "Thank you. Please follow us." The staff member led the way ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Ran followed closely behind. The atmosphere on site was extremely lively. Even from backstage, Lin Ran could feel the audience cheering. His Heeze was as excellent as always. "It's your turn to appear," the staff member led Lin Ran through the corridor. Lin Ran took a deep breath and accepted the microphone handed over to him. Ah! Upon his entrance, the already boiling stadium seemed re-energized with excitement, the screams almost tearing off the roof. Lin Ran sang while walking toward the center stage as Heeze went backstage to change. On this vast stage, only he was left performing solo. Numerous lights from all directions shone directly onto him. Lin Ran felt increasingly uneasy. During rehearsals, wasn't Heeze supposed to accompany him on the song? What's more, the staff had asked him to present the flowers, but where was Heeze? Lin Ran looked around, trying to send signals to the nearby stage hands. This concert couldn't end in failure under his watch. After finishing one song, all music stopped in the venue. Stunned on the stage, Lin Ran felt puzzled. How come Heeze hadn't returned yet? The audience on site was also quite surprised, wondering if it was a stage accident since the music abruptly stopped. Lin Ran turned around to step down from the stage. Just as he turned his head, a ribbon drifted before him. Music began again, this time with a soft piano melody. Lin Ran gazed toward the stage staff outside, unsure of what was happening. "Heeze is here." The front row audience yelled, prompting Lin Ran to instinctively turn back. Heeze appeared slowly from the other corridor, also dressed in formal attire. With every step, a spotlight on the stage would dim, until he reached Lin Ran, at which point all large screens simultaneously lit up. On the screens, there was just one picture. It had been specially processed to make petals of cherry blossoms drift, and beneath the tree, two silhouettes moved closer together as the petals fell. When the two figures overlapped in an embrace, Heeze unhurriedly removed a square box tied to the ribbon. Lin Ran's eyes welled up with tears, feeling like he was beginning to understand something. Every movement of Heeze's seemed practiced countless times, as he intently watched each gesture. Heeze knelt down halfway, as a single spotlight illuminated the scene once again. Lin Ran wasn't sure whether the dazzling ring or the passionate gaze of Heeze blinded him. The instant he blinked, tears streamed down his face. "I have so many words to say, but after pondering all night, thousands of words condensed into one, Ran, can you accompany me, hand in hand, through life and death? Can you stay with me through every meal, season, and year, enjoying endless happiness?" Lin Ran didn't know how to respond, his throat choked up with emotions, allowing him only to nod repeatedly. Heeze took out the ring, solemnly slipping it onto Lin Ran's finger with unyielding determination. Lin Ran dropped the flowers in his hand, forcefully hugging the youth who had accompanied him across the bridge of no return. "Heeze, you're truly insane enough that I don't dare to leave you behind." Heeze held Lin Ran's head, amid thunderous applause around them, smiling like he'd discovered treasure. He spoke without any restraint, loving with passion and intensity. "Lin Ran, I love you." Chapter 122, Bonus Chapter, Lin Ran Reborn. Continues from Chapter 52, Sacrificing Their Love. Ding-ling-ling, a sudden, urgent cell phone ring woke Lin Ran who was lying on the ground. Bright sunshine streamed through the window. When the hot summer breeze entered the room through the open window, it dispersed a strong smell of rust inside. Lin Ran felt a bit disoriented, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. He sat up dumbly and looked around blankly. The rented apartment had poor lighting, even though it was broad daylight outside, the room remained dim and murky. Lin Ran stared blankly for several minutes before completely waking up. Supporting himself against the wall, he slowly stood up, his muddled mind gradually clearing up. This was his old rented apartment. But Lin Ran held his head. The fear of death still lingered in his mind. Didn't he die with Heeze? They drove off a cliff together, and the blazing fire reduced them to ashes. They were dead. Staggering towards the windowsill, Lin Ran noticed a few elderly people downstairs chatting casually, their laughter uncontrollably breaking out from time to time. Ding-ling-ling, the phone rang again. Lin Ran pinched his arm, the pain telling him very clearly that none of this was an illusion after death. He was still alive. He hadn't died. Ding-ling-ling, the phone seemed to have a will of its own, refusing to stop ringing unless answered. Coming back to his senses, Lin Ran suddenly had a ridiculous and unrealistic thought. Could it be that he had been reborn? Born again after death? In panic, Lin Ran rushed to the couch and fished out the ringing phone wedged in between the couch seams. He originally thought it would be a call from Heeze, since he hadn't died, surely Heeze was alive as well. But upon seeing the number, all joy disappeared instantly from his face. This number, at this time, in this place. Lin Ran panted heavily, wanting to escape reality and delude himself into thinking that his cancer could still be cured. Is this Mr. Lin Ran? Lin Ran's hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. He knew what day this was. It was the day the hospital called him to pick up the diagnostic report. Is this Mr. Lin Ran? When there was no response, the other side repeated the question. Lin Ran's voice was hoarse, whether due to catching a cold from being unconscious all night or the mental fear of receiving that dreaded news again. Even responding with one word seemed to drain all his strength. Aha. This is 2nd Municipal Hospital. Your test results are ready. We need you to come by personally. Beep beep beep. Lin Ran cut off the call, fleeing from the truth. Trembling, he opened the phone and stared at the calendar page for a long while. May 25th, sure enough, it was today. Lin Ran returned to the sofa, his hands and feet tingling and stiff. After about 5 minutes of silence, he picked up the phone again. 189, 4817. Lin Ran dialed the number, but there was no answer. Desperately, he tried again, but the other party still did not pick up. Lin Ran put down the phone and stared blankly out of the window. Hizay probably didn't come back to life. He should have known. If Hizay had been resurrected like him, Hizay would have definitely found him by now. Ding-ling-ling. Still the hospital's call. Lin Ran hung up again and lay down sideways on the couch. Although the weather at the end of May had already turned into a summer heat, Lin Ran felt icy from head to toe. Night fell. Ran, let's die together. Ran, don't leave me behind. Ran, don't be afraid. Lin Ran woke up startled from the nightmare, drenched in sweat, staring into the darkness of the room. The fiery flames from the dream once again felt searing against his skin. He wasn't sure where it hurt, it felt like his entire body ached. Cough cough cough. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Lin Ran shakily spread open his palm. He knew what it meant, even living another life wouldn't change the fact that he couldn't survive. A tear fell, drop by drop, mixing with the blood. Ding-ling-ling. His phone buzzed again. Lin Ran mechanically focused his mind, glancing at the familiar number displayed on the screen. It was Hizay calling. Before, if he had been living the same life, he would have answered the call eagerly. But right then and there, the 3 words, "Don't answer," reverberated loudly in his mind. He seemed to have understood why the heavens brought him back, only he had a second chance, and thus, ultimately, the only one who would die would be him. Lin Ran powered off his phone. In the business car, Hizay looked strangely at the number that prompted to power off. Was it a prank or a misdial? Li Nan reported the itinerary. Next week is the movie promotion event, you're invited to attend. Hizay closed his eyes and rested. Didn't they say I'd only participate in the premiere? Ancestor, do you know what level of celebrities will be attending that day? Li Nan took a deep breath, trying to remain as calm as possible. I know. This is a resource countless people would fight tooth and nail for. Although Ancestor, you don't need to fight for resources, this being the first cooperation between 2 popular film emperors is an opportunity of a lifetime. The concert still has a few songs unfinished. Just half a day activity. Hizay knew how persistent this person could be. He put on an eye mask and softly hummed, understood. Satisfied, Li Nan put away his tablet. I've let the studio release the schedule, next Friday. Hizay heard absent-mindedly. Since getting into the car, he had this strange feeling like something had been forgotten, but all his work had been completed, and with Li Nan, the most professional nanny, following him around, he wouldn't have possibly missed anything. With disordered thoughts, he irritably put on his headphones and repeatedly listened to his new single. The car joined the traffic flow and drove away. The next day, the sunshine was bright. Lin Ran woke up in a daze. He couldn't eat anything and just drank a little water. A breeze blew through the window, and the air still carried the indelible bloody smell. Lin Ran put down the cup and walked to the computer desk. The computer wasn't turned off, and the screen was cluttered with various software. All replays on the platform were deleted with one click, and he cleaned up all traces he left online as if he wanted Lin Ran to disappear completely. As long as he didn't see Hizay again, he believed Hizay would live healthily just like the past year. For the entire morning, he cancelled everything possible to cancel, whether microblogging accounts or video sites, all dynamics were gone without a trace. Ding dong. Just as he was about to log out of the page, a message popped up. Dark Kill starts national promotion next Friday at its first station, especially inviting at Gu Jian at Yijian at Hizay to meet you. Lin Ran's eyes were fixed on the hot news transmitted. Seeing that familiar name, his heart still involuntarily ached sharply, like being pricked by a needle tip, very light, yet the pain lasted long. Chapter 123, Hizay, we shall not meet again. Friday, a drizzle of rain made the ground slippery. Outside the Yenjing cinema, fans from all sides had jammed the streets to a standstill. Lin Ran didn't have a ticket, he could only loiter around the entrance to the cinema. Surrounded by numerous fans, even though he hadn't appeared on screen for nearly a year, with his previous scandals, he wasn't sure if he'd be recognized. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he deliberately went around to another entrance of the cinema. The new security guard had just lit a cigarette when he saw someone approach. Hastily extinguishing it, he greeted the arrival. Embarrassed, Lin Ran adjusted his mask and pretended not to see. The security guard inspected this sudden visitor from top to bottom. This was the staff entrance. The fans were all gathered at the front door. After all, every big-name celebrity would enter through the main gate and the red carpet. For a few seconds, the two silently looked at each other. Lin Ran was about to explain that he'd come to the wrong place, but before he could speak, the security guard opened the door behind him. Understanding, the security guard nodded. Are you one of the stars here for the movie promotion? Quick, come in before the fans notice. Lin Ran was a little stunned but still stiffly entered through that door. The security guard, looking at this tall figure, clicked his tongue in admiration. Celebrities really have good posture, what an upright young man. Walking quickly, Lin Ran feared the guard might recognize him and change his mind. There were already a small number of fans inside the cinema who had passed security checks. Lin Ran didn't know the exact location and could only follow the crowd of fans. The event hadn't started yet, but the fans' emotions were high, and the hall was noisy with chattering voices. Aya, Gu Jian has arrived. Roaring calls erupted from within the auditorium. Hiding in a corner, Lin Ran quietly observed Gu Jian, the famous actor introducing himself on stage. Gu Jian had great popularity. After years of absence, this was his first movie comeback, with both its impact and anticipation reaching their peaks. One after another, the key creative members took the stage. Cupping his mouth, Lin Ran struggled but eventually stumbled into the restroom. He wasn't sure who surrounded him, all he heard was He's magnetic and deep voice. It was like a beam of light, luminous and captivating even in darkness. With great difficulty, Lin Ran supported himself against the toilet bowl. Tearing chest pain rendered him unable to stand, and he collapsed onto the floor. He's living is so wonderful. Tears streamed continuously from his eyes, mixing with blood and disappearing down the toilet. Are you alright? Someone's voice sounded near his ear. Lin Ran's ears buzzed as he reflexively pushed away whoever had tried to help, stumbling out of the restroom. In the hallway, the air conditioning breeze was strong, and Lin Ran carefully put on his mask, moving step by slow step along the corridor, as if bidding farewell to something precious. He's we shall no longer meet. Suddenly, Lin Ran tumbled down the stairs with a loud thud. He had no more strength left, lying prone on the cold cement ground. No one should find me, right? Unwilling to fall unconscious, he forced himself to remain conscious. Xiaoli, call an ambulance. Lin Ran struggled to keep his eyes open. In blurred vision, he suddenly saw two figures appear. Lu Qing anxiously held Lin Ran's still bleeding forehead, worried. Did you hit any other parts? Shaking his head slightly, Lin Ran gripped Lu Qing's hand. He may or may not have produced sound. No ambulance. I'm fine. Jiangli crouched nearby. The event is still going on, the ambulance probably can't get in anyway. Lu Qing attempted to lift the person up, let Xiaoli drive the car over. Dizzy to an extreme, Lin Ran wanted to refuse the help of these two, but in his confusion, he could only allow them to take him away. Inside the theater, Yizhen urgently left the scene. Gu Jian watched the guy who immediately couldn't sit still after his wife left, teasing, it's good our Qingqing is obedient, wherever she goes. Before he could finish speaking, the calm expression on Gu Jian's face completely dissolved. Where's my Qingqing? Unable to sit still, Gu Jian abandoned the rest of the crew without hesitation and rushed out of the theater. Yizhen came towards him. Lily and brother Lu rescued someone and are taking them to the hospital now. Gu Jian seriously processed these words. Isn't such an incident supposed to be handled by the cinema? It's possible that person isn't a fan. Not a fan. Brother Lu said that person, based on his figure and looks, might be a newcomer who just debuted and possibly today's invited guest. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to quietly take him to the hospital to deal with the injuries. Gu Jian frowned deeply. Just as he was about to pull out his phone, Lu Qing's call came in. Lu Qing, Yan, Xiaoli, and I are heading to Xiao now. You and Yizhen can come over after the event is done. Gu Jian worriedly said, the identity of that person is unclear, you shouldn't get involved. Lu Qing, I have a plan. In the car, Lu Qing put down his phone and glanced again at Lin Ran, who lay unconscious. When the mask was pulled off, Lu Qing thought he had seen this person somewhere before but couldn't recall where. It must have been from some screen appearance, but probably because his status wasn't high enough and he didn't show up often, so there wasn't a deep impression. Hospital. Lin Ran briefly regained consciousness for a moment. Shadowy figures moved around him, and he didn't know where he was. A strong sense of alertness made him reject all attempts to touch him. Seeing the patient begin to struggle against the medical examination, Lu Qing stepped forward to soothe him. They're all doctors. They're here to help you. Don't be afraid. Lin Ran stared vacantly at Lu Qing with blurred features, shaking his head slightly. I want to go. After being administered a sedative, Lin Ran lost the strength to resist further. When he woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. You said it's cancer. Lu Qing pressed his voice low, incredulous as he looked at the attending doctor. The doctor nodded, it's already in its late stage. Lu Qing turned back to look at the young boy not yet in his 20s lying in the bed. Can't it be cured? The cancer cells spread rapidly. The doctor answered very tactfully. Lin Ran opened his eyes and silently gazed at the two people by his bedside. He had always known it in his heart, wasn't it exactly at this time last life when he was informed it was late stage? But hearing the bad news again, his heart still brought an indescribable pain. Seeing that he had awakened, Lu Qing gestured subtly toward the doctor. The doctor cleared his throat lightly and said, now with the pain medication, you should not feel too much discomfort. Lin Ran tried to sit up and leave, but as soon as he moved, everything spun around him. Helplessly, he looked at the doctor. Could I please have more medicine? I want to go home. You cannot leave the hospital now. Lu Qing refused firmly. Lin Ran managed a weak smile. I don't have money. Even though we're strangers, I can't let you die without help. Your condition currently can't be cured, no need to waste medical resources pointlessly. Clenching his teeth, Lin Ran sat upright once more and pleaded with the doctor one more time, please, prescribe some painkillers. Chapter 124, Postscript, The Buddhist Beads. The doctor was caught between a rock and a hard place. The patient's current physical state clearly wouldn't allow for discharge, but since the patient insisted on leaving, he couldn't forcibly keep him. Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before silently giving in. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay you for the medical expenses. Lin Ran gritted his teeth to maintain his balance, yet after several attempts, he still couldn't stand up. How solemn is the atmosphere here? Jiangli chuckled as she entered, carrying an insulated box. Lu Qing said, he wants to leave the hospital. Jiangli sized up Lin Ran, who could barely stand, then laughed despite herself, with his half-dead condition, are you sure letting him go won't have him carried back again? Lu Qing tugged at Jiangli, who always spoke her mind, and shook his head. You shouldn't say that. Jiangli smiled, then how does Big Brother Qingqing want me to put it? Tell him to leave and wait for him to die. Lu Qing wanted to speak but held back. Jiangli set down the insulated box and forcefully pushed the non-compliant man back onto the bed. As Lin Ran's body jolted, the pain rekindled like embers, and he clenched his teeth not to make a sound, curling up like a shrimp. Li, be gentle, Lu Qing intervened promptly. Jiangli shrugged indifferently, stay still, I'm not as considerate as Big Brother Qingqing. Lin Ran's body trembled from the pain, the breath he had struggled so hard to gather dissipating gradually. In response, the doctor rushed forward and increased the dosage of pain medication. Outside the room, Jiangli listened to the doctor's words and fell into a long silence. Lu Qing sighed helplessly, is there really no hope? The doctor answered truthfully, the hospital can only reduce his suffering as much as possible. Jiangli bit her lip, he looks quite young. How did he get so sick? I don't have any previous medical records for him, so I'm unclear about the reasons behind the deterioration of his condition. Time quietly slipped by. Lin Ran heard some faint sounds of tinkling, waking up hazily. It was already dark outside the window, and the room he found himself in was still part of the hospital, a private suite. Gathering all his strength, Lin Ran tried sitting up. You stop moving around, your four will come out, Jiangli stopped him by grabbing his hand. Lin Ran blinked, recalling the events before he passed out, this kid was tough. Jiangli scratched her nose awkwardly, did I scare you earlier? Don't worry, I'm actually very gentle. Thanks for saving me. Lin Ran made another move to get out of bed. Knowing what the doctor had just told her, Jiangli didn't intervene anymore. Too weak to muster more strength, Lin Ran leaned against the headrest of the bed unsteadily, can you call the doctor for me? Where does it hurt? Jiangli immediately pressed the nurse call button. The doctor arrived quickly. Lin Ran opened his mouth and stated firmly, I want to leave the hospital. The doctor glanced at the young master beside him. Jiangli pursed her lips and chose not to say anything. Lin Ran continued, I'm feeling too dizzy. Is there something you can do to make me more lucid? The dizziness is a normal reaction to the overuse of pain medications, explained the doctor. I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk out of the hospital like this. The doctor responded directly, it's impossible. Is there any other way? Lin Ran asked. The doctor replied, you need rest. Lin Ran knew well the state of his own body. Biting his teeth together, he tried to stand up with great effort but hadn't taken 2 steps before swaying and falling toward the floor. The doctor swiftly caught his arm. Trust me, you can't walk out of the hospital. Lin Ran panted heavily. Can I change rooms then? This one is too expensive. The doctor glanced once again at the silent young master beside him. Jiangli stepped forward, this is the Gu family hospital, you don't need to pay. Just focus on getting better. Lin Ran didn't know much about the elite circles in Beijing, but he was clear about Gu Jian's identity, the crown prince of Beijing's high society. Gu Jian had a same-sex partner named Lu Qing, whose public announcement many years ago caused quite a stir. For Gu Jian's movie promotion comeback, Lu Qing naturally attended, which meant that the person who saved him was Lu Qing. Jiangli helped Lin Ran sit back at the edge of the bed. I don't understand why you would be so ill yet refuse proper treatment. If it's due to money, all your medical fees are now covered, so wouldn't that give you a chance to properly treat yourself? Lin Ran gave a faint smile, filled with extreme bitterness. Can it even be treated? Jiang Li felt the lump in her throat. Lin Ran let out a deep sigh. Even if it could, it would just give me a few extra days of life. Don't be so pessimistic, I believe you can. The heavens have already given me a second chance. Jiang Li didn't understand his implicit meaning, but she could feel the death aura emanating from him. He never even considered treatment. Even if you don't mind this expense, I will still try my best to pay it back. Can you provide me with a way to contact you? Once I gather enough money, I will. You don't have to pay it back. Lin Ran forced a smile and said, I don't want to owe anyone before I die, neither in the past nor now. I hope to leave without regrets. Jiang Li felt immense sadness radiating from him, as if he carried countless secrets in his heart. Lin Ran then turned to the doctor. Could you provide me with a list of expenses? Jiang Li sighed heavily. I got it. I'll have them send it over tomorrow. Thank you for the trouble. Rest well tonight. Whatever you plan regarding discharge or any actions, let's wait until the sky brightens tomorrow. Jiang Li stood up. Lin Ran truly lacked the strength for more ado, obediently lying back down on the bed. Jiang Li walked out of the room and instructed, print a bill for a few thousand yuan. The doctor nodded. Jiang Li looked back at the closed ward door, knowing that she wasn't one to meddle unnecessarily, yet there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, like glimpsing her former self, only he wasn't as fortunate as she. Terminal stage, no medicine left to cure. The next day, Lin Ran received the hospital-provided expense list. He knew it surely omitted many medication records but chose not to say anything while putting away the document carefully. This thing also needs your safekeeping. The doctor handed over another box. Lin Ran opened it curiously, revealing a string of Buddhist beads inside. Perplexed, he looked up. Mr. Jiang asked me to hand it over to you, saying this is a sacred object from the Buddhist world that can bring you peace. Lin Ran frowned and said, I cannot accept this. Mr. Jiang also mentioned that his gifts never come back once given. If you refuse, please pass these Buddhist beads on to the next karmic soul. With no other choice, Lin Ran placed them back into his pocket helplessly. Thank you. With the condition of your body now, you may not be able to last much longer. If the pain becomes unbearable, seek medical care immediately, don't be stubborn and suffer alone at home. Although the hospital can't completely cure you, it can relieve a lot of suffering. I will act within my limits. Lin Ran slowly rose, leaning against the wall and stepping out. He knew it already, he was nearing the end of the road. Chapter 125, Bonus Chapter, Picking Up a Child. The sky of Hu City was overcast and gloomy, like a heavy stone pressing on everyone's heads. Lin Ran didn't know how he managed to come back. As soon as he entered the house, without even taking off his shoes, he slid down against the wall and sat on the floor. With a clang, thunder roared, and a flash of lightning streaked past the window, followed by a torrential downpour. Raindrops the size of beans fell noisily onto the windows, quickly soaking a large area of the floor in front of them. It wasn't until midnight that Lin Ran regained consciousness. He moved his stiff arm, numbly rummaging through his pockets. His body was extremely tired, too exhausted to move even a finger. Only when the bitter pill dissolved in his mouth did the fatigue slowly fade away. He flipped over and lay on his back, gazing at the gray ceiling. His mind was filled with memories of past laughter and joy. He should have been happy. Hizay had chosen to die alongside him, so resolutely, with no hesitation. Tears slid down his eyelids and silently blended into his hair again. Gurgling, came the sound from his stomach. Lin Ran slowly sat up. He might not have eaten a proper meal for several days. He checked the time on his phone, it was 5 in the morning. After searching for a while, Lin Ran finally found an umbrella in the corner of the room. He pushed open the door and walked through the narrow corridor. The neighboring neighborhood was undergoing demolition, and there were many engineering vehicles already waiting on both sides of the street early in the morning. At around 5 o'clock, breakfast stalls started to set up one after another. Lin Ran randomly bought a bowl of plain congee. Unusually energetic today, he deliberately took a few extra steps around the streets. He hadn't seen this street for a long time. Most people had moved away, and the once lively old district had become desolate and dim. Lin Ran didn't dare to walk too far. Just as he turned to go back, perhaps because of poor visibility, he thought he saw a foot lying near a pile of garbage. The streetlights were quite dim. Lin Ran hesitated before stepping forward. Only when he was less than a meter away from the trash pile did he confirm that someone was indeed lying there. The boy was filthy and pale, possibly due to prolonged exposure to last night's rain causing hypothermia or some health issues. He lay motionless, unsure whether he was still breathing. Lin Ran discarded the umbrella and gently nudged the boy's arm. There was no response, and the boy's face was white, almost devoid of any blood color. In a hurry, Lin Ran pulled out his phone and called the emergency medical services. At the hospital. Lin Ran pressed the spot that started hurting again, gritting his teeth as he popped another pill into his mouth. The medicine was unbearably bitter, making him retch twice. Family member of the patient, the doctor rushed out of the emergency room in a panic. Lin Ran wobbled to his feet. What happened? Seeing his sickly appearance similar to the patient inside, the doctor became even more distressed. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? I'm fine. How about him? The doctor wasn't easily deceived and instructed the nearby nurse, schedule an examination for him. Lin Ran refused again. I'm really fine. I just want to know his condition. The cause is peculiar. All organs are failing, possibly a genetic disease. The family needs to take him to a higher-level hospital for a full-body checkup, preferably involving all family members together for examination. There's a strong possibility it's hereditary. Genetic disease? Exactly, all data is abnormal. All internal organs are failing. Family members need to arrange promptly. Leaning against the wall, Lin Ran watched the boy being wheeled out and sighed helplessly. I don't know who he is. The doctor was shocked. You're not family. He passed out on the roadside. I just happened to see him. The doctor paused for a moment, then said, when he wakes up, make sure he contacts his family immediately. This disease cannot be delayed. Given his young age, the organ failure is highly abnormal, definitely related to gene mutations. Lin Ran entered the ward with the nurse. The blue sky after the rain seemed especially clear. Leaning over the bed, Lin Ran stared at the blue sky and inadvertently fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept. When he regained consciousness, he felt someone gently tapping his forehead. Startled, Lin Ran woke up abruptly, only to feel dizzy and almost lose balance. Instinctively, the boy grabbed his swaying body. Big brother, are you okay? Supporting his head with one hand, Lin Ran waited for the dizziness to subside before opening his eyes and looking at the awakened boy. Wenmo's complexion was much rosier than when he was admitted earlier that morning. Excitedly, he grasped Lin Ran's hand, expressing deep gratitude. Was it you who saved me? Thank you. I think I fainted because I haven't eaten for 2 days. Lin Ran stared intently at the energetic child, suddenly feeling a bit dazed, wondering if the doctor had made a mistake in the examination. He didn't seem to have any serious illness. Big brother, I don't have any money on me right now. Could you give me your phone number? As soon as I get back home, I'll reimburse you for the medical fees. Wenmo said as he pulled back the blanket and prepared to get out of bed. Before Lin Ran could stop him, Wenmo collapsed weakly onto the floor as soon as he stood up. Wenmo was a bit surprised and patted his tingling legs. Lin Ran quickly squatted beside him. You're still too weak. Don't move around yet. Wenmo smiled. It's really true that being hungry for too long can make one dizzy and confused. Lin Ran helped him back into bed. The hospital needs you to contact your family. After speaking, Lin Ran handed over the phone. Wenmo took the phone, hesitated for a moment, then entered a string of numbers. Sorry, the phone number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Wenmo lowered his head disappointingly. He should have known this, the words his father spoke before he ran away. Gu Yichen had probably been locked up as well. There's no way he'd be free. Gu Yichen must be locked up by his father too. Lin Ran noticed his sudden low spirits, uncertain about the situation, and asked, what's wrong? Can't you reach your family? Wenmo returned the phone. He may not be able to come. Are your parents unavailable? Lin Ran asked again. Wenmo shook his head. I ran away from home. Lin Ran was even more puzzled. You ran away from home? Wenmo admitted, I fell in love with a boy, so my father locked me up at home. Lin Ran was shocked by his honesty but soon calmed down. He asked, do you mean that boy couldn't be reached either? Yes, he must be locked up too. Do you know what's going on with your health condition? Lin Ran asked again. I don't know where to find him. I can only wait for him to come back. What I mean is your physical condition. Wenmo was stunned for a moment, frowning as he said, I'm very healthy. I just haven't eaten for 2 days, so I'm a little low on strength. Lin Ran hesitated to say more. Wenmo immediately sensed something strange and became tense all of a sudden. Big brother, what's wrong? Is there any hereditary disease in your family? Wenmo didn't quite understand his underlying meaning and replied, both my parents are very healthy, and my siblings are also healthy. There's no hereditary disease in our family. Lin Ran said, you might need to contact your family. The doctor preliminarily found an issue with your genes during the checkup. Chapter 126, Overtime, We've all died once. Wenmo listened attentively to the doctor's explanation, once thinking that they had made a mistake in their examination. She was healthy and robust from childhood, never frail. Forget about any serious diseases, she rarely even caught colds or fevers. Something wasn't right though. He had been frequently ill for nearly 2 months now, occasionally experiencing dizziness and fever. But these were just minor issues. Taking some medication would resolve them without even needing to visit the hospital. Why then were they suddenly telling him he was seriously ill, and that he was near death? The doctor pushed his glasses up and with a grave expression said, our hospital's equipment is not fully equipped, and we currently can't determine the cause of your body's changes. You should immediately go to First Hospital for a gene test. In your case, it might be hard to survive more than half a year. Half a year? Wenmo was completely dumbfounded. He wasn't even 20 yet. Lin Ran grasped his cold hands tightly. Let's not act rashly, we should contact your parents best as possible. This disease cannot be delayed. Wenmo's mind was chaotic. He reached out again for Lin Ran's phone but hesitated before returning it. Lin Ran frowned, what's wrong? When Mo laughed bitterly, they won't care about me. Lin ran, perplexed, they're your parents, how could they abandon you because of an issue of sexual orientation? Especially at such a critical time involving life and death, they wouldn't. Brother, I have another younger brother and a sister, I'm not their only child. Lin ran suddenly understood and lowered his head, then what about your young boyfriend? When Mo looked down silently. He only knew that Gui Chen had been taken back to Yanjing, beyond this, he had no idea. Lin Ran stood shakily, in that case, let me first make an appointment for you at the first hospital. No matter what, we must find out the root cause of your illness first. You're still young, you need to live. When Mo shook his head refusing, I will contact him. Once I find him, I'll go for a thorough checkup. Lin Ran didn't further persuade him, sighing helplessly, so where are you going to look for him? To Yanjing, I'm sure I can find him. When Mo happily put on her shoes and somewhat shyly asked, brother, can I borrow some money from you? Lin Ran affectionately patted his head, sure, I'll take you to withdraw it. By the way, I also have a spare phone at home, you can take it along. When Mo quickly followed after him. Lin Ran pushed open the door of the ward, when all of a sudden, his vision went dark. Instinctively, he tried to grab onto the wall. When Mo noticed his abnormality, hastily reaching out his hand, nervously hugging Lin Ran's waist. But due to his lack of energy, both of them fell to the ground together. Seeing this, the surrounding nurses rushed forward. Lin Ran coughed out a mouthful of blood. Afraid of frightening the boy, he desperately covered his mouth, the blood dripping through the gaps between his fingers, instantly soaking a large area on his chest. When Mo looked down at the blood stains on himself, feeling as if something had hit the back of his head. Unbelieving, he smelled the scent, confirming it to be blood, looking around anxiously at the medical staff rushing toward them. Lin Ran was urgently pushed into the operating room, but less than half an hour later, he was pushed out again. When Mo stumbled forward anxiously, what's wrong with my brother? The doctor, seeing the boy's innocent eyes, helplessly shook his head, you'd better stay with him for a while longer. When Mo didn't understand their implication and pursued, what do you mean by that? The doctor didn't say much, merely giving him a copy of the inspection report. When Mo carefully read every word on the paper, gradually finding it harder to understand. In the ward, there were 4 or 5 relatives chatting with an elderly man lying in bed. Afraid of disturbing Lin Ran who was sleeping soundly, when Mo deliberately pulled the curtain closed. The sunset-painted red clouds reflected on the windowsill. When Lin Ran regained consciousness, he saw a head eagerly leaning over. When Mo was extremely glad, her eyes gleaming, brother. Lin Ran looked around, knowing his own condition, nodding, did you wait long? Let's go withdraw the money now. When Mo held onto his hand, brother, I'm not in a hurry. Why not be in a hurry? You still need to get checked thoroughly. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. When Mo felt a lump rise in her throat, tears welling up immediately, shaking her head, brother, don't move around. Lin Ran knowingly wiped away his tears, why are you crying then? When Mo sniffled, I'm not crying. The doctor said you have to stay here for observation, you can't leave. My situation won't improve either way, there's no point wasting money. Brother, you will get better, the doctor said. When Mo, we are adults. There's no need to fool ourselves. Brother. Lin Ran pulled back the covers, you're different from me. You have a bright future ahead, and your little boyfriend is still waiting for you to find him. When Mo grabbed the corner of the blanket again, brother, I may not understand big truths, but I know we can't easily give up. Lin Ran smiled faintly, I'm not giving up, I'm just accepting my fate. Accepting your fate? Lin Ran had no more strength left, and he lay back down on the bed. Let me tell you a story. Would you like to listen? When Mo nodded, I'll listen. How old are you? 19. And him? He's the same age as me. Lin Ran laughed, his eyes crinkling with amusement, that's great, the best years of our lives. I met him when I was around 18 or 19. I'm a vain person who only likes beautiful things, so at first glance, I immediately fell for him. Does brother have someone he likes? Yes, there was someone I liked for 5 whole years. Are you still together? When Mo suddenly realized how superfluous her question was. He was this ill, and that person hadn't shown up. How could they still be together? The story I'm about to tell might sound a bit fantastical. Do you believe in such things? Lin Ran lifted his gaze and looked straight into his eyes. When Mo nodded eagerly, I believe it. Brother isn't a liar. I've actually died once before. When Mo blinked, perhaps not expecting the story to take such an otherworldly turn. Lin Ran continued, he died alongside me that time. When Mo seemed to catch on to something and stared dumbfounded at the person before her. Lin Ran spoke softly, his lips curling upward in a peaceful smile. There's no cure for my condition, and he knows it, we both do. At the moment the car plummeted thousands of feet down the abyss, he didn't hesitate for even a second. What about him now? Is he still alive? Lin Ran turned his head toward the setting sun outside the window. He'll live 100 years. Chapter 127, bonus chapter, this should not be your ending. Lin Ran's story was neither too long nor too short, but just as he finished speaking, the sunset seemed to burn up the last streak of red clouds, and the world instantly turned dark. When Mo sat still, his mind seemingly processing this tale. He didn't find it fantastical. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sorrow, as if he wasn't listening to someone else's story but rather a premonition of his own future. To be honest, what would he do if he really got sick? Find Gui Chen and tell him that he's about to die. That he might not even live past 20. And as for Gui Chen, he wasn't even 20 yet, at the most youthful and spirited age. Should he let him accompany him to death like another character in the story? When Mo was frightened by this absurd thought and closed his eyes in avoidance. Mo. Lin Ran's voice sounded sharp, as if something surprising had happened. When Mo raised his head, their gazes locking. Suddenly, he felt a hot stream gushing out of his nostrils. He casually wiped his nose. Lin Ran quickly pressed the nurse call button. When Mo was dazed for a moment before realizing he was bleeding from the nose. Doctors and nurses filed in one after another. With his nose and mouth covered, when Mo said innocently, "It's nothing, just a bit of nosebleed due to dry air." The doctor took him to have it treated simply, but the nosebleed wouldn't stop as easily as expected. By the time it finally did, when Mo almost fainted from blood loss. Lin Ran anxiously waited outside the ward. Had he been stronger, he probably would have gone straight to the emergency room with Mo. When Mo returned about half an hour later, looking unsteady due to blood loss. Lin Ran grabbed his arm and worriedly asked, "How are you? What did the doctor say?" "It's because I stayed too long in the air-conditioned room, causing capillary rupture in my nasal cavity. It's nothing serious, they just told me to drink more water." Lin Ran looked somewhat doubtful. "Let's go to first hospital. There's no need to rush today. You're still not strong enough to leave the hospital." When Mo pulled the curtain shut, "Brother, are you done telling your story?" Lin Ran nodded. "Yes, I'm done." "Do you regret it? Aren't you sad about dying all alone?" "I know our ending, so I have no other choice." "What about him? If he ever finds out, have you thought about how he might feel, sad, hurt, and possibly even doing something reckless?" Lin Ran didn't have such a far-reaching plan. He could only think about the present, and this ending was currently the best outcome. Not meeting Hizay again, not letting him know about his past, maybe someday he would learn of his death. But as long as the truth remains hidden, perhaps he will only have some regrets, regretting not meeting one last time. When Mo wiped away the blood on his face, struggling to force a smile, "Brother, do you think I can find him?" "Sure, I believe he will come back to look for you." "Then should I tell him everything?" Lin Ran suddenly fell silent. When Mo continued, "If I really have genetic issues, according to the doctor's advice, do I have to replace all my organs? Can I still survive?" "How couldn't you? You're still young, you certainly can." "Brother, I understand your story, and I've also seen my own ending." Lin Ran shook his head. "I didn't mean for you to imitate me. I left home full of hope, wanting to tell him that I could unreservedly stay by his side. Given my stubborn nature, once I decide on something, unless he doesn't want me, I'll keep clinging to him. But if one day I become a weapon aimed at him, I think I choose to break myself before it's too late." Mo. "Brother, you've known each other for 5 years, and fortunately, I've only known him for 6 months. Actually, it's not that hard to forget." When Mo smiled faintly, purely and naturally, as if giving up something were insignificant. Lin Ran's heart ached silently. How could feelings be measured by time? "You take care of your body. Didn't you say he was going to have a concert? We'll go together and listen to him sing." When Mo tucked the blanket tighter around Lin Ran. Lin Ran shook his head. "No need to go. I've already listened to it. But I want you to go." "Why?" "I don't know, I just do." Lin Ran chuckled. "We don't have tickets, and we don't have money for scalpers either." When Mo, laughing through his tears, tapped his head and said, "Then we'll squat outside the gate to listen." "That seems somewhat inappropriate." "What's inappropriate about it? I used to go squat by the stadium to listen all the time. Even if I couldn't see the scene, I could still hear everything clearly. Then I'll give it a try, if I can make it until that day." Lin Ran closed his eyes as if he was reminded of some past events again. On the night of the group performance, they had stood together under the spotlight. Even though it was only for a fleeting moment, it seemed enough to fill up all his regrets in life. "Hizay, you must forever stand at the top so you can enjoy this flourishing world on my behalf." Lin Ran stayed in the hospital for just one night. The next morning, as soon as the doctors came to work, he signed the discharge papers. When Mo obediently followed behind him, thinking of how he could persuade this kind-hearted big brother to take him in. School was already on holiday, so there was no place for him to return to, and certainly not his home. Lin Ran had already seen through his little plan but still pretended to be unaware, waiting for him to speak up. They walked silently like this for 100 meters. Exhausted from lack of strength, Lin Ran wobbled and sat down on a flower bed right after leaving the hospital. Seeing this as an opportunity, when Mo quickly squatted in front of Lin Ran, cheerfully saying, "Big brother, I'm good at running. Let me carry you back." Lin Ran glanced at his physique, indeed looking fit, but shook his head. "You shouldn't overexert yourself." Without hesitation, when Mo hoisted Lin Ran onto his back, saying, "I'll put you down when I run out of energy." There was nothing Lin Ran could do but comply, positioning himself properly on the boy's back. With ease, when Mo carried Lin Ran and remarked in surprise, "Big brother, you're so light. You need to eat more." "Yes, I will if I can eat more." When Mo boastfully added, "I'm quite skilled at cooking. Since grandma is elderly, I've been taking care of her and preparing meals. Don't worry, I'll definitely make sure you're well fed and plump too." "So?" Cutting to the chase, when Mo asked directly, "Can I stay at your place? I'll cook and clean for you. I promise to be hardworking. Are you sure you don't want to go home? They won't let me leave once I'm back. After I die, what will you do?" Hearing this, when Mo stopped in his tracks, shaking his head, "Brother won't die. Little Mo, there's still hope for you, still hope. Alright, I'll find him after you leave. You can go now. If I leave, brother will be alone." Lin Ran looked at the two elongated shadows on the ground, truly resembling two wandering souls filled with sorrow and loss. But he was only 19 years old. Chapter 128, Side Story, I Really Have a Short Life. Lin Ran never expected that one day, his simple rented apartment would have a second resident. He had just taken a clean bedsheet out of the wardrobe when someone snatched it from him. When Mo was very pale, unlike athletes who become tanned after months of training. He seemed to be an exception, immune to getting darker. His large eyes were lively and bright. In the first month at the sports school, he was often mocked as being too pale. But being a country-raised wild child, he always insisted on immediate retribution for any grievances. Within half a year, he had been criticized by the school 8 or 9 times through bulletin boards. He was so unruly that he made everyone in the school, teachers and students alike, develop a physiological fear of the term pale face. Lin Ran didn't push himself, slowly walking over to the stool and directing the young boy in changing the sheets and bedding. When Mo was a kid used to farm work, nimble with his hands. In no time at all, he had changed and cleaned all the quilts and sheets. "Does brother want anything to eat?" "I can make it," when Mo asked while putting the sheet into the bathroom and peering into the bedroom. Lin Ran leaned against the wall. In this state, he probably wouldn't be able to eat much, and might even feel worse the more he ate. When Mo wiped the water off his hands and ran to the fridge in 2 steps. Looking at the fridge cleaner than his own empty pockets, he fell into thought. What does brother usually eat? Lin Ran pointed to the kitchen top cabinet. Occasionally, some rice porridge is fine. No wonder brother is so thin. After searching for quite a while, when Mo found that compared to the cabinets, the fridge was equally barren. Lin Ran laughed and said, "I can't eat much else anyway." When Mo felt a pang in his heart, "Then I'll cook you some shredded noodles, alright? You're still growing, don't settle for less. There's some loose change in the bag by the door. You can buy whatever you want to eat. I'm not picky, I'll eat anything." With that, when Mo turned on the stove. Lin Ran looked at the young teenager. Although there were no visible traces of hardship on his face, his rough hands betrayed years of difficulty. Whose 19-year-old has calloused hands? When Mo deliberately cooked the shredded noodles very soft, without adding too many seasonings, only a little sesame oil and soy sauce. Lin Ran looked at the steaming noodles before him. Though he couldn't eat much, he still forced himself to pick up the chopsticks. The noodles were cooked so soft that they almost dissolved in the mouth. When Mo stared fixedly at Lin Ran. Usually, he took care of himself roughly and didn't know whether Lin Ran could eat his bland food. Lin Ran nodded, "They're very good. Don't just watch me, hurry up and eat. If it gets cold, it will cause indigestion." Encouraged by praise, when Mo eagerly picked up the chopsticks. He ate fast, finishing a large bowl in less than 3 minutes. Lin Ran was astonished. Eat slower, eating too fast also causes indigestion. "I'm fine, brother, I eat this fast." When Mo put down his bowl, satisfied after eating. With the high-intensity training at school, he could eat 3 big bowls at once. This amount was modest. Lin Ran helplessly handed over a tissue. "No matter how urgent it is in the future, you shouldn't eat like this. You're still young, and you can't ruin your stomach." When Mo obediently nodded, "Can brother eat more? If not, we don't have to. You need to eat small meals frequently now. When you want to eat again, I'll cook for you." Lin Ran put down his chopsticks. I'm a bit full." When Mo stood up to clear the table, "Is brother tired? Do you want to rest?" Lin Ran walked to the window. Though it was the height of summer, he felt no heat at all, and he had a sense of uncontrollable shivering. Perhaps his vitality was fading, maybe he really won't last much longer. With a clang, a sound came from the kitchen where dishes hit the floor. Hearing the noise, Lin Ran hurried to the kitchen. When Mo tightly gripped the edge of the sink, afraid to open his eyes, feeling the momentary dizziness like an earthquake shaking everything violently. Anxious, Lin Ran held on to his trembling body and worriedly asked, "Little Mo, what's wrong?" Sweat poured from when Mo, his already pale face looked as if heavily powdered, devoid of all blood color. Not daring to move him, Lin Ran silently provided support, acting as a prop to prevent him from collapsing due to exhaustion. After enduring the intense bout of dizziness, when Mo faintly forced a smile on his ghastly pale face, shaking his head, "Brother, I'm fine." Lin Ran helped him walk to the couch. "Are you dizzy?" "Yes, a bit." When Mo clutched his head, still unable to stop feeling palpitations and shortness of breath after the dizziness subsided. Can you hold on? Do you want to go to the hospital? Brother, I'm fine. I was just a bit dizzy for a moment. When Mo slowly regulated his breath in the way he did after daily training sessions and gradually brought his accelerated heartbeat back to normal. Lin Ran gave him a cup of honey water. You don't have to rush, just lie down and rest. When Mo looked up at Lin Ran with a deflated expression, brother, I'm not a troublemaker. I can be very diligent and accomplish a lot. Hearing this, Lin Ran gently patted his small head. Little Mo is not a troublemaker. When Mo lowered his head, they all say I am one. Those people don't know you. Even though we've just met, I already know that little Mo is an angel who will definitely become the happiest child in the future. Happy? When Mo's hands were trembling slightly, yes, as long as I find him, we will surely be very happy. That person is still waiting for you. Lin Ran held his hand. You need to listen carefully and undergo treatment properly. Once we find the root cause, you'll get better. When Mo solemnly nodded, brother, you shouldn't give up either. Lin Ran smiled softly. The bright sunlight fell on the windowsill. It was still a wonderful day. In the evening, after a quick wash, when Mo put on Lin Ran's overly large clothes, giving him a feeling of wearing a sack suit. Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. I'll take you to buy 2 sets of proper clothes tomorrow. When Mo awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Lin Ran waved at him. When Mo obediently sat by the bed. Lin Ran opened the bedside table drawer and took out a little box. When Mo asked in puzzlement, what is brother doing? A kind big brother gave me these prayer beads, saying they were Buddhist sacred items with powerful efficacies. They could cultivate one's character and bring peace. Lin Ran directly placed them on Mo's wrist. When Mo hurriedly said, if they're such a precious item, how can brother casually give them to me? You should keep them. I won't be using them anymore. Lin Ran then took off the black beads from his hand. What are these? They feel like a piece of stone. This is the safety button my mother got for me. She went to have my fortune told. The man said I have a thin life thread and must always wear this string of safety buttons to stay safe. It seems that person wasn't lying after all. I really do have a short life. Chapter 129, Bonus Chapter, Zay, I don't regret. Lin Ran handed the bracelet back to him. If it's your mother's good intention, then you should wear this instead. When Mo shook her head, maybe I don't have enough blessings to deserve it. Since I started wearing this bracelet, I've been getting sick often. Lin Ran put the bracelet back in the box. Then let's not wear it for now. When we have time, we'll go to the temple and pray again. Maybe it's because we haven't fulfilled a vow. Some things are better to believe in rather than not. I can't take this either, brother, you need it more than me. When Mo tried to take off the prayer beads on her wrist. Lin Ran stopped her actions, shaking his head. I said I don't need it. No, you can. Mo, you don't need to feel sorry for me. I've already found the answer I wanted most, and I've seen the look of him loving me the most. I'm happier than anyone. When Mo's eyes reddened, brother could be even happier. I'll pass this happiness to you. I believe you can continue to love on my behalf and grow old with the person in your heart. When Mo was already sobbing uncontrollably. She didn't know why she was crying, whether for Lin Ran's regrets or for her own powerlessness. In the morning, the sunlight shone as usual. Lin Ran got dressed early, perhaps knowing his time was short, so he always couldn't resist wanting to take another look at this world. In the morning park, there were many citizens who liked jogging, young and full of vitality. Lin Ran sat on the bench, smiling broadly as he watched when Mo warm up and exercise herself. When Mo stretched her legs and feet. Having been confined at home for several days, she had neglected several days of training. She wasn't sure if she could still run at her best speed now. Lin Ran stared fixedly at the energetic youth under the sunlight, calling out involuntarily, Mo, are you tired? When Mo smiled broadly as she ran back, is brother tired? Lin Ran wiped the sweat off her head. Do you have to train for this long every day? Yes, sprinting requires explosive power training. Today, I reduced the workload. When Mo took several gulps of light salt water from the water bottle. Lin Ran sighed, being young is really great. Cough cough cough. When Mo choked, crying and laughing, brother is only 4 or 5 years older than me. I get breathless after walking just a few steps now. You're sick. I think when brother was healthy, you were even stronger than me. Lin Ran chuckled. He wondered what he was doing at the age of 19. Apparently, like him now, he was dancing and singing in the practice room day and night without stopping, enduring high-intensity training of more than 10 hours each day. But did he feel tired back then? It seemed he didn't. Even sweating profusely day and night, even suffering from muscle soreness that prevented sleep, he never felt tired. When Mo sat on the other side of the chair, peeled open a candy wrapper, and handed it to Lin Ran with a cheerful smile, brother must have been very powerful before. Why do you say that? To be loved by such an excellent person, you yourself must be an outstanding person too. He is really talented. Give him 2 more years, and I think he will become the most popular artist in the world, not because of his looks, but his overall achievements. When Mo looked at her brother, who seemed to have opened up, and didn't interrupt. Quietly sitting beside him, she attentively listened to Lin Ran going on and on with praise. People say he gets all the attention because of his good looks, but anyone who has seriously listened to him sing would retract such ridiculous comments. He is an idol, but also a talented idol. Brother, as his former teammate, you're a talented performer too, when Mo proudly gave a thumbs up. Lin Ran nodded without modesty, of course, I can sing and dance well too. What a pity, I've never heard brother sing. We'll listen when we get home, there are tapes at home. When Mo's eyes lit up, then I must record it. All of it, I'll give it to you. When Mo awkwardly scratched his head, can I make one more unreasonable request? Lin Ran nodded, say whatever you want. Can I have an autograph? When Mo's eyes were burning, clearly very expectant. Lin Ran smiled gently, alright, I'll give you the most unique signature. I also need a blessing message. When Mo continued to push her boundaries further. Alright, include a blessing message too. Could I also have a photo together? Lin Ran knew she was making him happy on purpose, so he agreed to everything, sure, Mo, you can take as many photos as you want. When Mo took out her phone and eagerly moved closer, taking all sorts of poses with Lin Ran for the camera. Night fell. Lin Ran started running a fever in the late afternoon. He was delirious, mumbling nonsense from time to time. When Mo repeatedly wiped the sweat off his body. She didn't dare give him any random fever medicine, so she resorted to continuously cooling him down physically. Ah Zay, I feel terrible, Lin Ran tossed and turned, grabbing onto Mo who sat at the edge of the bed, likely confused by the fever. When Mo leaned over the bed, softly consoling him, brother, it's me. Lin Ran murmured to himself, ah Zay, hold me. When Mo tightly held his burning hands, brother, I know you're uncomfortable. Let's bear it a little longer. I'll call an ambulance right now. Don't leave me, Lin Ran clung to her harder, as if seeking warmth. I won't go anywhere, brother, let me get the phone. Ah Zay, don't leave me. Lin Ran sounded almost pitiful, his voice cracking with sobs. Unable to leave, when Mo stayed put, letting him cling to her like a lifebuoy. Ah Zay, can you sing something for me? Lin Ran opened his eyes hazily, seeing unclearly, but still requesting blindly. When Mo wasn't a fan and didn't know Heja's songs, but she had heard Lin Ran hum a couple of tunes over the past few days. She thought this was probably what he most wanted to hear. When Lin Ran heard the familiar melody, he believed that Heja had truly come, or else why would he be hearing this piece again? Though her humming wasn't in tune, when Mo hummed along according to memory. Lin Ran calmed down, staring with blurred eyes at the indistinct shadow. Every time she hummed a segment, he followed suit. Seeing tears slide down from the corners of his eyes, when Mo reached out and gently wiped them away. Lin Ran touched her hand, speaking with great reluctance, ah Zay, when you fall in love with someone else in the future, promise not to sing this part to them. Brother. You promise me not to sing this, just forget about him. When Mo nodded earnestly through her tears, okay, I'll forget everything. Lin Ran comforted her by squeezing her hand, ah Zay, don't cry. I'm really happy. In the past, no regrets, now, no regrets, even death, has no regrets. Chapter 130, No Need for a Monument. This night, when Mo didn't dare to leave a single step. Even though Lin Ran was in a deep sleep, he still remained right by the bedside, occasionally checking his breathing, ensuring that Lin Ran was still alive. Dawn broke, and the warm sunlight shone into the house. Lin Ran woke up feeling dazed, the high fever from last night seemed to have damaged his brain. He could barely remember what had happened. When Mo heard the commotion inside the room and quickly turned off the stove fire. Lin Ran swayed as he leaned against the wall, intending to go wash up. However, once he stood on his feet, he felt like he was standing on cotton clouds. When Mo hurriedly caught him in a flustered state, asking anxiously, where are you going, brother? I want to wash my face, Lin Ran's complexion was ghastly pale. Any perceptive person could tell he was seriously ill. Supporting him carefully and haltingly, when Mo helped Lin Ran enter the bathroom. Call me when you're done, brother. Looking at his own reflection in the mirror, which was more frightening than a ghost, Lin Ran turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face. He thought, it might be the end of his life. When Mo paced outside the door, uncertain whether Lin Ran had recovered yet. He leaned close to the door to listen carefully for any movement inside. Had it been too long? Unable to resist, when Mo knocked gently, are you alright, brother? The door creaked open slightly, revealing Lin Ran pushing it wide. When Mo rushed forward immediately, his eyes unwavering as they scanned Lin Ran thoroughly, do you still feel unwell anywhere, brother? Forcing himself to stay alert, Lin Ran replied, I'm fine. Unconvinced, when Mo supported him, I've cooked some plain congee. Can you eat it, brother? Lin Ran shook his head. If you can't eat, we won't force it. Let me know when you're hungry. Lin Ran gazed out the window, the weather is quite good today. Could you accompany me to a place, Xiaomao? Xiaomao set down the apron, alright, where would you like to go, brother? Lin Ran, feeling dizzy, pointed towards the bedroom, Xiaomao, get my bag. Seeing Lin Ran's condition, Xiaomao decided not to let him ride the crowded bus. The two extravagantly hailed a taxi instead. The car drove out of the city center and headed toward the suburbs. As soon as they got into the car, Lin ran half dozed, half unconscious. The driver scrutinized them through the rearview mirror, finding their destination odd, certainly not the suburban cemetery. He thought they should have gone straight to the hospital. Upon arrival at their destination, Xiaomao did not wake Lin Ran but carefully hoisted him onto his back. The driver watched their two receding figures and helplessly shook his head. Judging by the situation, it appeared Lin Ran was gravely ill, perhaps here to arrange final affairs. Xiaomao wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, trying to minimize jolts as much as possible. He knew what Lin Ran's visit this early morning signified, and he was also aware of the purpose of this place. But both silently kept silent about their shared understanding. A cemetery staff member approached the approaching figure, astonished, saying, "We don't accept intact bodies here." Xiaomao glared fiercely at him. Lin Ran opened his weary eyes weakly. "Put me down, Xiaomao." Still glaring at the rambling employee, Xiaomao replied, "Help us out here." Realizing his mistake, the worker hurriedly steadied Lin Ran, who was swaying precariously. With blurred vision and an aching head, Lin Ran said, "Let's take a look at the grave sites." Observing the man's deteriorating appearance, the worker worried he might not last another 2 days. He pulled out the cemetery price list. "Here are all the options, please take a look first." "The cheapest one," Lin Ran answered without hesitation. "There's only a small box in the corner position available for the lowest price, with no guarantee of even having a tombstone. No need for a monument." The worker hesitated, having never encountered such a young man treating himself so harshly. Xiaomao held Lin Ran's hand tightly and opposed, "Brother should have a tombstone. I have no family, there's no one to come pay respects to my grave, so there's no need for a tombstone. All I need is a resting place. Brother. How much does it cost?" Lin Ran strained to see the attendant clearly. "The cheapest tomb costs 3,800 yuan. Fine." Watching the signed receipt, Xiaomao's heart was racked as if pierced by countless knives, unable to express the pain. Walking out of the office, Lin Ran looked surprisingly relaxed, smiling, "Now that's settled. I won't have to worry about becoming a wandering soul anymore. Brother, I'll go home and talk to my parents, I'll beg them. We could." Lin Ran covered his mouth. "Foolish child, it's not that I don't have money, it's just that the money shouldn't be spent this way." "Why?" Lin Ran placed his bank card in Wen Mo's hands. "There are about 50,000 yuan left in this account. Take it and find that person, then get proper treatment. Don't give up on yourself, understand?" Wen Mo couldn't believe it and shoved the bank card back into Lin Ran's hand immediately. "What are you doing, brother?" Lin Ran smiled faintly. "I hope you can live well." Wen Mo gripped his wrist tightly with a shaking body. He shook his head and resisted. "Why don't you treat yourself better, brother?" Lin Ran looked up at the bright sky. "It's not that I haven't treated myself well, but it's just that I don't need to. Xiaomao, people always have selfish desires in their lives. My selfish desire is for the one I love to live safely and peacefully. What about you? What about yourself? I've received what I needed, that's all I wanted." Wen Mo fell onto the ground, acting like a spoilt child, rolling and yelling. "It shouldn't be like this, brother. This isn't fair. It's so unfair." Lin Ran squatted beside him and looked at the little kid whose face was smeared with tears. He spoke gently, "Xiaomao, if you were in my position, what would you choose?" Wen Mo stared dumbly at Lin Ran's golden silhouette under the sunlight. Countless answers surged in his mind, but they slowly disappeared one by one, leaving only the word departure. Hadn't the answer been clear since the end of that story? He thought that if he ever reached that point, he would quietly leave as well. Love shouldn't be a bondage, it should be a release. "Xiaomao, you and I are different. You still have choices now." Lin Ran took out a tissue and wiped the tears from the crying boy's face. Wen Mo bit his lower lip, trying to speak, but no words came out. Lin Ran extended his hand. "Stop crying, let's go home." Wen Mo took his hand, and the two supported each other as they walked out of the cemetery. A chilling wind blew by, carrying a fallen leaf. Lin Ran turned back and took one last look at the cemetery. "No need for a monument, I'm afraid you'd know I'm buried here." Chapter 131, Alternate Ending. In early July, the heat was at its peak, with waves of hot air rolling through. Lin Ran knew that he might be experiencing a momentary revival. On this day, when he woke up, he felt an unprecedented surge of energy. Wen Mo had just finished cooking plain congee when Lin Ran appeared behind her with a radiant smile. Lin Ran asked, "What are you cooking, Xiao Mo?" "It smells delicious." Wen Mo placed the bowl of congee on the table. "It's just plain congee." Lin Ran stirred the spoon, the aroma of rice filling his senses, making him smile even brighter. "It smells different from usual." Wen Mo didn't point out that it was all plain congee and shouldn't taste any different. He moved a stool and sat across from Lin Ran. Lin Ran ate very slowly but surprisingly managed to finish a small bowl. Wen Mo couldn't describe how he felt, he understood what this meant. Lin Ran wasn't getting better, he was having one last burst of life before fading away. "Brother, I've bought the tickets to Sioux City. We can leave after we eat." Lin Ran paused mid-action, instinctively looking at the date on his phone screen, the concert tonight. Over the past few days, he'd been in a daze, sleeping most of the time, not realizing he'd somehow made it to this day. When Mo tidied up the dishes without saying another word, Lin Ran stood up. I'm going to change into something nicer. Okay. Standing in front of the mirror, today he looked different from yesterday's paleness. His face was flushed, as if heaven itself knew that he was about to see Hise for the last time and blessed him with some semblance of normalcy. How wonderful. When Mo packed their backpacks, shoving all the usable medication he could think of inside, Lin Ran smiled widely from behind him, unable to resist reminding him, you won't need that much, we're here for the concert, not selling medicine. When Mo ignored his advice, determinedly packing everything he thought necessary. Outside the Sioux City Sports Stadium, crowds had already gathered en masse. Lin Ran sat under the shade of a tree, breathing in the earthy fragrance around him. Looking ahead at the throngs of people, he realized how significant a moment he had missed in his previous life. When Mo, who was new to celebrity fandom, casually wandered around and picked up several fan support packages. Excitedly, he ran back to share his finds with Lin Ran. Lin Ran took out a little fan and swung it lightly. It looks really good. When Mo exclaimed, this is what being a top-tier celebrity means, huh? Even our school sports meet doesn't attract this many people. Lin Ran chuckled, you can check the number of followers on Weibo, these people are just a small portion of them. When Mo said, being a star must be great. It's not the job, it's the person. Lin Ran smiled softly. When Mo carefully observed Lin Ran, whose eyes were filled with tenderness, he wondered if his own eyes showed the same look when watching Gui Chen, but he knew Lin Ran must deeply love this man. Whenever talking about him, Lin Ran's eyes were only filled with happiness. Only happiness. Even though Lin Ran himself was suffering greatly, he seemed so content. Perhaps, true love is simply wanting the other person to live happily. When Mo took a deep breath, trying hard to hold back tears threatening to spill over. No matter what, Lin Ran would certainly be the happiest today. They're starting to let people in. When Mo stood up, Lin Ran glanced at the moving crowd again, double-checking the time. Yes, it's time to go in. Then we should hurry too. When Mo reached out to help Lin Ran up, Lin Ran frowned, why are we going in? With a smug grin, when Mo pulled 2 tickets out of his pocket, because we have tickets. Lin Ran took them, scrutinizing closely, where did you get these? Would brother be angry if I used that money? When Mo lowered his head guiltily, suddenly losing confidence. Lin Ran grabbed his hand, did you use that money to buy scalper tickets? When Mo shrunk a little, still nodding reluctantly, yeah, I wanted to get pit seats, but there wasn't enough money, so I could only afford the balcony. You. Lin Ran clutched at his chest with both hands, nearly fainting due to anger towards this brat. Startled, when Mo quickly supported him, brother, I know you'll be mad, but I also know you want to see him. Idiot, what will you do now that you've spent that money? I'll be fine. I've got 2 good hands and feet, so I'll find a way. When Mo grinned through his tears, Lin Ran sighed helplessly, then once more looked at the steady stream of people filing into the venue, choking back emotion, let's go in. When Mo supported him, brother, you need to be happy. Lin Ran nodded, just thinking about seeing him again makes me so happy. A gentle breeze blew by, and the air was filled with the sweetness of honey. The venue was massive, with 10,000 spectators entering. Lin Ran's seat wasn't very close to the front, but he could clearly see the main screen. He kept his eyes glued on the black screen, his palms sweating nervously. When Mo sat beside him and seemed to sense his tension, lightly holding his pinky finger, does brother want to take photos? Lin Ran immediately straightened his body, smiling towards the camera. Click. The lights illuminated perfectly, blending Lin Ran's radiant smile with the stage behind him. It was a sight that seemed both real and ethereal. When Mo carefully saved the photo, making sure it wouldn't get lost, and even encrypted it in the album. The music began, echoing thunderously throughout the venue. With tears welling up in his eyes, Lin Ran watched as Hise descended from above. For the sake of the stage performance, he had unusually applied heavy makeup today. Cheers erupted all around, undoubtedly amazed by Hise's rarely seen dramatic look, with fans shouting louder and louder. Lin Ran waved the glow stick in his hand and involuntarily began singing along with the tunes. Song after song, until the concert ended. Hise faced the audience and waved goodbye, but suddenly, he paused. A strong feeling made him stop moving, staring intently at the audience area. Hise didn't understand why he felt this sudden pang of anxiety, as if something precious was vanishing in the vast sea of people. After searching for a while, the dim lighting in the stands revealed nothing. Lin Ran tightly grasped Wenmo's hand, unsure whether it was his voice being hoarse or simply knowing it was time. He mumbled, we should go. Amidst the overwhelming encore calls, they left without looking back. Outside the stadium, many ticketless fans were still loitering around, unwilling to leave. The atmosphere there was just as intense. Outside, everyone gathered together happily and sang in chorus. Lin Ran wobbled down the square steps, turning his head one last time to look back at the brightly lit venue, and finally, the suppressed tears for the entire evening couldn't hold any more and streamed down. I'm leaving now. Don't be sad anymore. Brother. Lin Ran panted, his breathing erratic, almost like it was his last breath. Xiao Mo, remember, don't put up a tombstone. All right. When Mo was afraid he would fall, walking step by step cautiously. If you're worried I'll be lonely, when the cherry blossoms bloom next year, bring me a bouquet to keep me company. Okay, I'll remember, I will remember. I hope everyone I love can live safe and sound, and have a long life. Lin Ran tilted his head up to look at the night sky, where stars twinkled brilliantly. What a beautiful day it was. The end.